Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 4375 to Chapter 4460. Imperial Garden, Banquet Hall. Delicious food, singing, and dancing. Wang Feng and Wang Sun had satisfied expressions on their faces as they toasted each other. As envoys of the Heaven-Awakened planet, the two of them did not have such good treatment on the Heaven-Awakened planet. Although they were not at the bottom, they were only envoys and had the responsibility of receiving offerings. It was not a small position. However, being at the fourth heaven of Star Emperor was not enough for them to be all-powerful on the Heaven-Awakened planet, which was the home planet of the Heaven-Awakened star area. However, it was different outside. On a small planet like the Red Afterglow planet, they were invincible. Compared to planets with late-stage star emperors, they did not dare to be so unbridled. Now that they had good food and drinks, this kind of life was as good as it could be. This time, the two of them had mustered up their courage and asked for 250 million Grade 5 origin stones. In reality, they hadn't raised the tributes at all. They had just asked for it without thinking. No one on planet Crimson Afterglow could go to the Heavenly Awakening planet, and there weren't any powerful figures there. They could only live in a corner for the rest of their lives. If they didn't make a fortune at this time, where would they find origin stones for their cultivation? The origin stones from the Heavenly Awakening planet weren't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Big brother, do you think we're asking too much this time? That old guy Xianxia can't take out that many origin stones? Why do I feel like my right eyelid keeps twitching? Did something happen? Wang Sun drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, feeling a little uneasy. What can happen to a small planet like planet Crimson Afterglow? The courageous will die of starvation, and the cowardly will die of hunger. We're wandering around the Heavenly Awakening planet with our lives in danger at any time. If we don't leave a way out for ourselves, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? 100 million origin stones will make us rich. When we become stronger and our status gets higher, who will care about how you cultivate? Wang Fengling said. A man with a small heart is not a gentleman, and a man with a venomous heart is not a man. Only ruthlessness could establish a foothold in this world. As the ruler of planet Crimson Afterglow, if Xianxia can't even take out 200 million origin stones, I don't believe it. Wang Feng played with the wine cup in his hand and laughed coldly. Unfortunately, we really can't take it out. At that moment, Xianxia showed up at the door, followed by Longshan and Mui Bai. Although they were only half a step away from the Star Emperor realm, they had nothing to fear as long as they followed Xianxia. Even if the road ahead was full of thorns, Longshan never flinched. Who do you think you are? Did Xianxia, that old dog, die? Tell him to come out and talk. Wang Sun snorted coldly and glanced at Xianxia disdainfully. You are not even a Star Emperor. How dare you show off in front of us? How could people nowadays be so arrogant to such an extent? In Wang Sun's eyes, Xianxia and the others were just ants. The days of delicious food and drinks have come to an end. I'm afraid you'll have to leave today. Xianxia said. Leave? He hadn't even obtained the origin stone yet, so how could he leave? Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. You'd better disappear before I get angry. Otherwise, you can't imagine the consequences. Wang Sun scolded him angrily. I'm here today to see you off. You should have a safe journey to hell. Xianxia smiled faintly and said calmly. Wang Sun narrowed his eyes and then burst out laughing. It seems that this is what Xianxia, that old dog, wants. It's not nice of him to send you guys to die. However, with just you guys? Repulsive? Ha, but this little girl is so beautiful. She's like a lotus flower out of the water. She's good enough. She's perfect to serve me. Wang Sun said with a sinister smile. You're courting death. Longshan held the unparalleled magic stick in his hand. His eyes were full of anger, and his fighting spirit was soaring. You want to fight me? You're not qualified. Wang Sun sneered with disdain in his eyes. Kill. Xianxia stood up with his sword in hand. He took a step forward and slashed down furiously. The singers were scared out of their wits and scattered in all directions. Xianxia's sword and Longshan's magic stick attacked at the same time. Mui Bai supported them from the side with a murderous aura. Wang Sun sneered disdainfully. You don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll turn your crimson sunset planet into a river of blood. Facing the attacks from Jiang Chen and the others, Wang Feng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids and let Wang Sun attack. Get lost. Wang Sun let out a furious roar. Like a raging bull, he punched out with his iron fists, forcing Jiang Chen and Dragon Xianxia to retreat. The terrifying domineering force caused both of them to feel suffocated. Even Mu Yibai wasn't spared from the impact. He was swept away by the shockwaves, causing him to stagger back in an awkward manner. The power of one punch shook the mountains and rivers. This was the gap between their strengths. Jiang Chen's blood was boiling inside his body. This guy was much stronger than Xiao Bok. He was afraid that even 10 Xiao Bok wouldn't be a match for him. There were 4 heavens of Star Emperor. The first level was like the heaven and earth. It was overbearing and unparalleled. Little guys, you're like moths to a flame. That old dog Lin Zhua sent you here to die. You really don't know what's good for you. Step by step, Wang Sun launched another attack. Jiang Chen, Dragon Xianxia and the others felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This time, they had to exert 120% of their strength to fight Wang Sun. The dragon transformation and ancient soaring dragon technique instantly boosted Jiang Chen's strength. Even so, he could only reach the second heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. The heavenly dragon sword and limitless sword allowed him to reach the third heavenly layer of the Star Lord realm. However, Wang Sun was just too strong. Jiang Chen attacked while Dragon Xianxia and Mu Yibai attacked. The 3 of them worked together seamlessly, but in the face of Wang Sun's relentless punches, they could only run and retreat. This was absolute strength. There were no tricks. Every move was natural. There were no tricks, no stagnation. Wang Sun's every move was fatal. He was determined to take the lives of Jiang Chen and the others. However, it was impossible for Wang Sun to kill Jiang Chen when he went all out. Even though Jiang Chen's steps were messy, with the 3 working together, he wouldn't lose instantly. Enough. If Planet Crimson Afterglow doesn't want to pay the tribute, then kill them. Wang Feng stood up slowly. His eyes were as cold as ice. You've gone too far. Today, I, Lin Zhua, will fight to the death with you. All of a sudden, a golden figure dashed across the sky and attacked Wang Feng with a sword. You're just a bunch of ants. You're asking for it. The majestic palace turned into dust in an instant. Numerous silhouettes rushed up to the peak of the sky. Wang Feng's aura was tyrannical, more than 30% stronger than Wang Sun's. Although there was only a layer of difference between them, Lin Zhua found it extremely difficult. He clenched his teeth and fought against Wang Feng. Then take your origin stone and die. Wang Feng's imposing manner soared into the sky. Lin Zhua found it hard to resist his every move. This kind of power was like Mount Tai pressing down on him. Compared to Jiang Chen and the others, Lin Zhua seemed to be having a harder time. 25th sword. 26th sword. 27th sword. Jiang Chen's tyrannical sword soared through the clouds with an imposing manner. Unfortunately, his opponents were too strong. Wang Sun and Wang Feng didn't even need to use any moves. Their strength and imposing manner alone were enough to make people tremble in fear. Lan Xianxia and Mu Yibai weren't true Star Emperor experts after all. They could only support Jiang Chen in this battle, and their effect was minimal. Jiang Chen had to exhaust all his strength to barely stabilize the situation. Unfortunately, they could only run for their lives in the face of Wang Sun's continuous attacks. Run! Jiang Chen shouted. The 3 of them quickly fled, and even Lin Zhua retreated while fighting. These 2 envoys from the Apocalypse planet were too strong to resist. If they continued fighting, they would die without a doubt. Trying to run after acting tough? Ha ha ha, how can there be such a good thing? Wang Sun and Wang Feng chased closely, especially Jiang Chen, who was forced into a very difficult situation by Wang Sun. Good sword. This sword of yours is mine. Wang Sun's eyes grew brighter. In his opinion, this peerless Genesis weapon was not something that Jiang Chen deserved. Even he was excited, and his eyes shone brightly. In his hands, the sword would surely explode with even more terrifying power. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. You guys go first. Xianxia dismissed Long Shisan and Mu Yibai and fled alone, cooperating with Lin Zhua. Kill them. I don't believe that there aren't any Genesis stones on this vast planet, Wang Feng said in a low voice. Wang Feng said in a deep voice. At this moment, they were no longer envoys, they were bandits. In a world where only the strong were respected, killing and robbing was normal. The weak could only be bullied and humiliated. Jiang Chen and Lin Zhua joined hands to fight against Wang Sun and Wang Feng. Unfortunately, they could only retreat step by step. In the long run, they couldn't hold on for too long. Mu Yibai gazed at Jiang Chen and Lin Zhua from afar. Will Big Brother succeed? He has never failed. Long Shisan said firmly. His eyes shone as he followed closely. At this time, the two of them could no longer catch up with Jiang Chen and Wang Sun. They could only rely on the two of them. Amidst the mountains, Jiang Chen and Lin Zhua were heavily injured. It was extremely difficult for them. They kept rolling down the valley, unable to retreat or dodge. Mr. Jiang Chen, what should we do? Lin Zhua said worriedly. His body was covered in blood, and he was in a much more sorry state than Jiang Chen. Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures in your hands, to be able to escape from my pursuit. I didn't expect that this trip to Planet Crimson Afterglow would be fruitful. Wang Sun sneered as he approached the valley. Jiang Chen used the sky-ascending stairs to constantly teleport, changing his direction, making Wang Sun have a hard time chasing after him. However, even so, Jiang Chen couldn't escape from being heavily injured. If I don't give him some benefits, how could he take the bait? Let's finish this quickly. If we delay, something might happen. Wang Feng frowned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. On this weak planet Crimson Afterglow, they were like gods. After killing these two, they could do whatever they wanted. All right. Wang Sun smiled evilly. He and Wang Feng dashed towards Jiang Chen and Lin Zhua. At the moment when they were diving down the valley, Jiang Chen and Lin Zhua suddenly disappeared. What happened? Where are they? Wang Feng and Wang Sun looked at each other as their hearts sank. How could these two disappear into thin air? Get out here. What kind of hero are you hiding? Don't think that I can't kill you on your planet Crimson Afterglow. Wang Sun roared. I've never hidden, you just can't catch me. Jiang Chen smiled with a calm expression. He and Lin Zhua were already standing on the top of a mountain. Isn't it easy to die? You don't know what's good for you. Die. Wang Sun rose into the air, but was stopped in mid-air, unable to advance an inch. This is a formation. Wang Feng icily said, his gaze darting in all directions as his mind shook slightly. That's right. Now that you've entered my formation, the two of you can forget about escaping, said Jiang Chen with an indifferent expression. In an instant, the entire valley was completely covered. Strand after strand of Genesis Chi crisscrossed like a giant net, trapping the two within. Do you think you can trap us brothers with this broken formation of yours? What wishful thinking. Ha ha ha. Wang Sun punched out, wanting to break the formation. However, it was as if he had punched a soft beach. There was no result at all. There was no way to break the formation, causing the two of them to become nervous. I don't believe it. Wang Sun gnashed his teeth, but his heart was beating like a drum. Since you want Genesis stones, I'll give them all to you now. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword and swung it horizontally, triggering 18 sword shadows that instantly filled the air. Tens of millions of Genesis stones erupted with terrifying light, linking with 18 sixth-grade battle weapons to form a sword curtain that enveloped the entire valley. What a powerful formation! Wang Feng's face gradually turned cold. Humph. How strong can a formation set up by a ninth-layer Star Lord be? Wang Sun didn't think much of it and attacked again. But this time around, what he got in return were 19 sword shadows that pierced through the sky, rushing towards Wang Sun. Wang Sun sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect these sword shadows to be so terrifying. Watch out. Wang Feng's palm struck Wang Sun's body, barely dodging the attack. He couldn't help but feel a cold breeze on his back. Both of them wore grim expressions. They didn't expect an unknown boy to be able to set up such a terrifying formation. Moreover, the formation was very costly, at least tens of millions of 5th-grade Genesis stones. At that moment, Lin Zhuo finally understood why Jiang Chen asked him for Genesis stones. It turned out that it was to set up a formation. This scene made Lin Zhuo gasp in amazement. I don't have enough Genesis stones. It's too difficult to deal with the two of them. I can only use this move. 50 million Genesis stones. This formation can last them for a day and a night. Ashura sword formation, activate. Jiang Chen moved like a tiger or a dragon. The formation was unbreakable, and 50 million source stones were the source of the formation's energy. Streaks of sword chi pierced through the air from all directions. The two of them had no choice but to use their full strength, but the sword chi was endless. The supply of 50 million origin stones ensured that the Shura sword formation would continue to attack. In less than 15 minutes, Wang Sun was starting to run out of stamina. There were 19 peerless swords, and even the two of them were extremely wary of them. Lin Zhuo kept nodding, full of praise for Jiang Chen. He was overjoyed to see Wang Feng and Wang Sun in such a sorry state. Asshole! This damned formation! Wang Sun cursed. However, as time went by, he felt like he was fighting death with every passing second. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. Wang Sun's face turned pale. He was sweating profusely as he resisted the sword aura from all directions. A sense of fear rose in his heart. He never thought he would lose to a guy at the 9th sky of the Star Lord realm. Do you think I'll be fine? Wang Feng said in a low voice, enunciating each word with great difficulty. These two guys had pretended to be weak and lured them into the gorge, setting up an inescapable net. Furthermore, they had used 50 million origin stones to construct this formation. Even they felt their hearts ache. This was too extravagant, too terrifying, wasn't it? It's been so many years. The Ashura sword formation has finally reappeared. No one has ever escaped from my Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen was extremely confident. It took him 3 days and 3 nights to complete the Shura formation. He relied on the canyon, 50 million origin stones and 19 peerless combat swords to complete the formation. You can rest in peace here. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. At this moment, even Lin Zhuo at the 3rd sky of the Star Emperor realm didn't dare to be careless. Jiang Chen was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Let us out. Lin Zhuo, you're courting death. If anything happens to us, Planet Crimson Afterglow will definitely be destroyed by your hands. Wang Feng and Wang Sun couldn't hold on any longer. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was too dreadful. The valleys were scattered all over like stars in the sky, and the formation was ever-changing. It was more than enough to fight against experts in the 4th sky of the Star Emperor realm like them. Even experts in the 5th sky of the Star Emperor realm might not be able to walk out of this formation alive. In the eyes of Wang Feng and the other man, Jiang Chen was like a demon. His cold smile made them shiver for the first time. Lin Zhuo was silent. In for a penny, in for a pound. When he conspired with Jiang Chen, he was already prepared. He would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. Since he had already fought with his life on the line, even if he let them go at this time, how could they let him go? Old dog Lin Zhuo, you will definitely regret this. The Heaven-awakened planet won't let you off. Wang Feng roared hysterically, but it didn't help. The layers of sword chi were getting stronger and stronger, while they were getting weaker and weaker. The Ashura sword formation was the judgment of Ashura, a huge net of life and death that they couldn't break. Jiang Chen held the Sky Dragon sword and stabilized the formation eye. Sword shadows were wreaking havoc in the sky. Wang Feng and Wang Sun were finally exhausted by the formation. They struggled for 4 hours, but they were still killed by the Ashura sword formation, and their heads were separated from their bodies. The valley was covered with a bloody mist. Jiang Chen put away his sword and stood there, panting. At this moment, Lin Zhuo finally let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was the real Demon King. Mr. Jiang Chen, I, Lin Zhuo, cannot thank you enough. I thank you on behalf of everyone in the world. Lin Zhuo knelt on one knee and said with a serious expression. As the ruler of a country, he shouldn't do this, but he knelt on behalf of the people in the world. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would only be able to plunder from the people in order to get enough origin stones. This kindness was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Your Majesty, there's no need to be so polite. It was them who bullied us too much. Kill these 2 dogs. Not only will the people of Planet Crimson Afterglow be able to live a good life, but we also won't have to suffer this kind of humiliation. Jiangchen smiled calmly. Jiangchen stretched out his hand and took the 2 spatial rings from the bottom of the mountain. These 2 people were envoys of the Apocalypse planet, so they must have a lot of good things on them. Jiangchen erased their soul imprints. When he grabbed the 2 spatial rings, he was completely shocked. There were 800 million grade 5 origin stones in their hands, and there were even 2 million grade 6 origin stones. This was an astronomical number. Jiangchen took a deep breath, but he couldn't get rid of the shock in his heart. Your Majesty, it would be impolite for me to refuse these spatial rings. Jiangchen smiled, suppressing the shock in his heart. Lin Zhuo nodded and didn't mind. No matter how many treasures there were in the spatial rings, they were what Jiangchen deserved. He didn't feel that it was unfair. If it wasn't for Jiangchen, Planet Crimson Afterglow would have experienced a calamity. To him and the people, it was unimaginable. I can't stay here for long. I think it's time for me to leave. Jiangchen nodded and said. The 2 of them returned to the Imperial Garden. De Huang was still studying the formation, and Long Shan and Mu Yibai were excited when they saw Jiangchen return safely. It seems that the 2 envoys of the Apocalypse planet are dead. Long Shan said with a burning gaze. Not bad, and the harvest is not small. Jiangchen directly gave Long Shan 100 million grade 5 origin stones. Long Shan was dumbfounded on the spot. This many grade 5 origin stones was enough for him and Mu Yibai to cultivate to the peak of the Star Emperor realm. It was more than enough. F***ck. We're rich. We're rich. Long Shan didn't hold back, and his eyes lit up. The moment Mu Yibai found out, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Xiaolong was no exception. Jiangchen also gave him 100 million grade 5 origin stones. The little guy was overjoyed. Jiangchen knew that his cultivation couldn't be delayed either. Moreover, his talent was definitely not below De Huang and Long Shan. The potential of the eternal indestructible body was even greater than he had imagined. Thank you, big brother. Xiaolong's eyes were slightly wet. This many grade 5 origin stones were enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the Star Emperor realm. We're brothers. There's no need to thank me. Jiangchen patted Xiaolong's shoulder and said. He knew that both Long Shan and De Huang regarded him as their brother. He couldn't fall behind them. From now on, he had to cultivate even harder. What is it? I want it too. I want it too. De Huang pricked up his ears and ran to Jiangchen. Don't worry. You'll get it. How's the teleportation array going? Jiangchen asked solemnly. This was the most important thing. Whether they could leave Planet Crimson Afterglow depended on the teleportation array. Don't worry. How could Lord Dog not do it? We'll be able to leave here tomorrow morning. Just wait and see. De Huang said confidently. De Huang didn't sleep the entire night. He was busy studying the teleportation array. It wouldn't be easy to leave Planet Crimson Afterglow and reach Planet Xianxia. At this moment, the Imperial Garden was filled with people. Lin Zhuo was at the front and Lin Tianlin was at the side. The 4 prefectures and 1 battalion lords were all here to send Jiangchen off. To them, Jiangchen was their savior. They would never forget his kindness. Sister, you must come back to see me in the future. Mu Yizhi hugged her sister tightly. Her eyes were filled with tears. Don't worry. I will. Mu Yibai's eyes were red. She didn't know when she would be able to return. However, she couldn't bear to part with her sister. No. One day, I will leave this place and go to Planet Xianxia to find you. Brother Jiangchen, De Huang, brother-in-law, and you, Xiaolong. Wait for me. I will definitely come to find you. Ozzy said solemnly. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked into her sister's eyes for a long time. Teacher, Tianlin still has a lot to learn from you. From now on, Tianlin will work hard. One day, I want to be like you. Lin Tianlin said solemnly. Good. I believe in you. Xianxia nodded. People strive for higher things. Mr. Jiangchen, with my help, you will have a meteoric rise. There will always be people waiting for you on planet Crimson Afterglow. Lin Zhuo nodded solemnly. His heart was heavy. One day, I will come back. Everyone, let's meet again if fate allows it. Jiangchen bid farewell to everyone, and the group of 5 stepped onto the teleportation array, preparing to leave planet Crimson Afterglow. Jiangchen gazed at the vast land of the Crimson Afterglow planet, his heart was filled with emotions. The moment he left the divine world, he followed his brothers to the eternal world, and when they parted ways, he stepped into the Crimson Afterglow planet. Today, he was finally going to embark on his journey again, because there was still no news of Feng Er. Jiangchen absolutely could not stop his footsteps. As a father, that kind of worry and sigh was something that no one could understand. Activate the formation, De Huang. Jiangchen said. Alright, let's take off to planet Heaven Awaken, he. De Huang activated the array formation. Next stop, planet Tianqi. Jiangchen and the others were quite excited. Of course, Muibai's heart was filled with anticipation. After all, she had left her father and sister, and this was the first time she had traveled so far away. Perhaps it would be 100 years or even 1,000 years before she returned. Chi, what's going on? Jiangchen frowned, looking very serious. Oh no, there might be a problem with the formation. De Huang's heart sank, and he said, gritting his teeth. Damn it, D*MN dog, do you want to kill us all? Once there's a problem with the formation, what if we die in this universe? Even star emperors can't pass through the universe. Long Shan rolled his eyes. Do you think I want to? De Huang mumbled, but he knew that once there was a problem with the formation, anything could happen to them. Let's not talk so much. Just maintain the formation. It's useless to talk about this now. Jiangchen said with a serious face. Let me try. De Huang said. The next moment, De Huang hurried to control the formation, but he couldn't do it no matter what. I said before that this formation can only be controlled by a star emperor, and it needs the power of the star emperor. I thought I could use source stones instead, but, what's going on? Xiaolong asked, looking surprised. I can't control the formation anymore, which means, we are likely to be annihilated in the vast universe. If we're lucky, we don't know where we'll be sent to. De Huang smiled bitterly, and his heart sank. In an instant, everyone fell silent. I'm sorry, little Chenzi. I didn't mean it. De Huang's voice was very low. He didn't want to do this, but he still hurt everyone in the end. No one is blaming you. Long Shan said. He was just joking with De Huang. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Jiangchen smiled. At this moment, he also tried to control the formation, but it didn't work no matter how many times he tried. As time went by, the sound of the formation getting louder and louder, like a small boat that could break at any time. Let's hold hands. We'll be fine. Muibai took Long Shan and De Huang's hands, and they held each other's hands tightly. However, Jiangchen had a bad feeling about this. He hoped that it was just his imagination. Suddenly, a white light flashed. Everyone closed their eyes because the light was too bright, and they couldn't open their eyes at all. Jiangchen's heart sank. He knew that what was going to happen had finally happened. No, Xiaolong screamed at the top of his lungs, but his voice was getting weaker and weaker in Jiangchen's ears. He felt like the sky was spinning and the earth was spinning. Dazzling lights could be seen in front of him. There was no one around him. Jiangchen felt as if he had gone through thousands of reincarnations. Finally, he fell from the sky and smashed into a huge mountain, creating a huge hole in it. Jiangchen stretched his body and jumped out of the mountain stream. He stood on the mountain peak and looked around. His heart was extremely gloomy. No matter what he saw, De Huang, Long Shan, Muibai, and Xiaolong were no longer here. Where is this? Xianxia murmured. In the distance, the boundless Tsang mountain range stretched on endlessly. Other than the Tsang mountain range, there was only the earth, the rivers, and the lush forests. Other than that, there was nothing else. This place was more like an uninhabited, primitive land that was rarely visited. The sun had just risen, but its light was extremely dim. It was even darker than a rainy day, and there was a damp smell in the air. Xianxia looked around, trying to find traces of De Huang, Longshan, and the others. Unfortunately, he found nothing. A woo, the howl of a wild wolf echoed through the mountains. The world here seemed to be between darkness and light. Xianxia's heart was pounding, and he was filled with doubts. Where was this place? Was it some corner of the Crimson Dawn planet? Was it the uninhabited region of the Heavenly Enlightenment planet? Or was it a region he didn't even know about? Sigh, this damned formation. De Huang, De Huang, King tricked me. Xianxia smiled bitterly, his face full of worry. However, he had to find a way out as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to know where he was. Their bodies, which were hundreds of feet long, kept roaring and rushing in the sky, blocking out the sun and the sky. Explosions were heard in the dim sky. The two silhouettes smashed into several mountains in succession, causing the mountains to tremble and rocks to tumble down. They crushed the ancient trees that were thousands of years old and drew a terrifying arc between the mountain streams and the dense forest. So powerful. Xianxia squinted his eyes slightly. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Both of them were extremely powerful. Both of them were above the fourth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Their huge bodies were awe-inspiring. The mountains set off their strong and vigorous figures. The fierceness of the battle was completely beyond Xianxia's imagination. Even he felt his blood was boiling while watching it. This kind of life-or-death battle was frightening and dangerous. They seemed to be two dragons, Xianxia murmured. However, those two ferocious beasts were completely different from the dragons he knew. One of them was like a lion with mottled antlers on its head. The other one was bloated, similar to the divine dragons in the divinity realm. However, its body was shorter and thicker, and there was something like a desert cistanche growing on its head. Xianxia could only speculate that those two beasts looked like dragons, but they were not. Even he did not know where they came from. Xianxia watched from afar. The battle between the two demonic beasts was very fierce and destructive. Xianxia watched with great interest, because he could learn a lot of skills and experience from the battle between the two Star Emperor experts. At least, it would give him a better understanding of the existences in this place. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Seconds and minutes passed. The collision between the two of them was extremely fierce. Both of them had suffered extremely heavy injuries. Compared to their previous charge, they were much weaker. Xiao, you have no way out. I advise you to give up the Zhongshan milk. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're going to die here, the fat dragon with antlers said with a cold smile. The fat dragon with the antlers of a deer laughed coldly as he spoke in the human language. His voice reverberated around the mountain, creating a deafening sound. In your dreams, Claude. Even if I die, I will not give you the Zhongshan milk, you better keep your naivety. Xiao coldly snorted. Her voice was incomparably gloomy. She had gone through untold hardships, traversing countless mountains and roofs, and was lucky enough to obtain the Zhongshan milk. But at this moment, it had become the talisman that hastened her death. Claude came out at this time to snatch her harvest, she would never let this matter go. Zhong mountain milk was much more precious than origin stones, and it was hard to find one even in 1,000 years. A fist-sized piece of Zhong mountain milk was worth tens of millions of grade 5 origin stones. Its value was self-evident. Even the tribute that Planet Awakening demanded from Planet Crimson Cloud was only 100 million grade 5 origin stones. The piece of Zhong mountain milk that Xiao obtained was definitely worth no less than that, which was why Claude's eyes were red. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. He, you guys who don't know what's good for you always think that you're infallible. You can't escape from my palm. In fact, I want to be with you, Princess Xiao. Unfortunately, you're too selfish, so I can only come up with this plan. Good things naturally belong to those who are capable. Roar, roar, Claude let out two furious roars and madly charged forward. He was determined to kill her. The Zhong Mountain milk must not fall into her hands. Dream on. You robber, I, Jin Xiaoxiao, would rather die than surrender. If you want the Zhong Mountain milk, I won't give it to you even if I die. Since you want it so much, then let's die together. Jin Xiaoxiao's hysterical rage shocked Claude even more. Their strength was about the same. Although he could suppress her, he would have to pay a huge price to kill her. He didn't want to injure the enemy while injuring himself. Go to hell. Claude's ferocious attacks gave Jin Xiaoxiao an enormous pressure. Lightning bolts shot out from his mouth. The dark blue lightning bolts struck Jin Xiaoxiao's body, causing her to be in extreme pain. She held in pain as she retreated step by step. Although both of them had already suffered heavy injuries, Jin Xiaoxiao was clearly in a more difficult situation. Claude's strength was extremely terrifying. It wouldn't be easy for her to perish together with him. With a dignified expression, Xianxia watched all of this. Initially, he didn't want to be a busybody, but this guy called Claude had gone too far. Furthermore, he needed to have a better understanding of this world. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to attack. Bang! Bang! The confrontation between the two seemed to be surging, but in fact, both of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have taken such a risk if he didn't have absolute confidence. He didn't know if there were any unpredictable dangers here. Therefore, the opportunity that Xianxia found was perfect. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that both of them were injured so that they wouldn't be a threat anymore. Piss off. Xianxia slashed out with his sword. Cold light shot out in all directions, like a flying sword from the heavens. It traversed 800 zhong and forced Claude to retreat. Claude's expression suddenly changed. He rolled down the cliff and slammed into the cliff. He was in an awkward situation, cursing in his heart. That slash had made his injuries even more serious. His expression froze as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Mother ***, who is it? Who dares to ruin my business? Claude roared angrily, his two large nostrils panting heavily. It's you? Claude gazed at Xianxia in the sky. He didn't expect to be pushed back by a ninth Sky Star Lord. It was a great humiliation. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Claude became even more furious. He would rather die than be humiliated. If word got out that he lost to a ninth Sky Star Lord trash, how could he live in the future? Brother, run, you're no match for him. Jin Xiaoxiao said nervously. This unknown guy in front of her was only a ninth Sky Star Lord. How could he be a match for Claude? If he hadn't caught him off guard and had her own counterattack, he wouldn't have been able to fight against Claude. She knew that her life was in danger. She wouldn't feel at ease if she dragged others into this. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although Claude was seriously injured, he wasn't someone who could be shaken by anyone below the Star Emperor realm. It doesn't matter. I can't just stand by when I see injustice. Xianxia stood with his sword in his hand. He looked straight ahead and met Claude's eyes. He gripped the heavenly dragon sword tightly. The atmosphere was extremely tense and could erupt at any moment. Brad who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, die. Xianxia was not afraid at all, nor did he take Jin Xiaoxiao's advice to heart. Two streaks of light dashed forward again. Xianxia's figure was tiny compared to Claude's, but he shot forward like a shooting star. Beams of sword radiance surged, and the borderless sword pierced through the sky and earth. With Xianxia's current strength, he could easily defeat a cultivator at the second sky of the Star Emperor realm. A seriously injured guy was not even as good as a chicken. There was no reason for him to retreat. Xianxia charged forward step by step with a shocking momentum. Not only Claude, but even Jin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. How could this guy be so fierce? He did not look like a cultivator at the ninth sky of the Star Lord realm at all. His overbearing strength was astounding, and no one dared to underestimate him. Claude advanced cautiously at every step. He had completely fallen into a passive position. Facing Xianxia's borderless sword, he could not fight back at all. It was obvious who was stronger. Damn it! You little brat! The mountains never change, and the rivers never stop flowing. Let's wait and see. I won't let you go. Claude roared furiously. He retreated after striking out, and no longer hesitated. If he continued fighting with Jiang Chen, he would die for sure once Jin Xiaoxiao regained her consciousness. Claude was stronger than him, so he did not intend to fight with Jiang Chen at all. He turned around and ran away right away. Even Jiang Chen was taken aback. This guy did not have the burden of being a star emperor at all. He would run when he needed to run, and would never linger in a fight. Claude had run away. Jiang Chen naturally did not intend to chase him to death. He just wanted to know what kind of world this was and where he was. Seeing Claude running away in embarrassment, Jin Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief. She had finally dodged a bullet. Of course, she did not expect Jiang Chen, a guy at the ninth sky of the Star Lord realm, to kill Claude. Once Claude fought to the death, Jiang Chen would not be able to gain any advantage. Brother, thank you for saving my life. Jin Xiaoxiao pays her respects. With a shake of her body, Jin Xiaoxiao turned into a white-clothed woman. However, more than half of her body was covered in blood. Her charming face was rather pale, but it still couldn't cover her stunning appearance and charming posture. That frosty arrogance was also extremely domineering. However, she didn't reject Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was her savior. It's no trouble at all. Anyone else would have stepped forward bravely. Miss, you don't have to be so courteous. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Xiaoxiao will never forget brother's kindness. Jin Xiaoxiao said. Jiang Chen had stepped forward bravely with the strength of a ninth heaven star lord. He had already cast aside his own life and death. How could such a righteous act not be touching? May I ask, Miss Xiaoxiao, where is this place? Jiang Chen said. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chen in surprise and covered her mouth in disbelief. Aren't you from Ancient Dragon Planet? Ancient Dragon Planet? Jiang Chen frowned. It seemed that he had indeed been separated from De Huang and the others. The teleportation array had suddenly failed and he had been teleported to an unknown astral boundary. This place wasn't Xianxia Planet at all. That's right. This is Ancient Dragon Planet. How did you get here? No one has been here for tens of thousands of years. Even people from Xianxia Planet can't get here. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. If Jiang Chen hadn't saved her, she would have captured Jiang Chen and interrogated him. I see. It's good that I'm still in Xianxia Planet. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. To tell you the truth, my friend and I activated the teleportation array to go to Xianxia Planet. However, something happened to the array on the way and we were teleported to different places. I don't know if they are in Ancient Dragon Planet or where they are. Jiang Chen's expression was bitter. Oh, in that case, you were teleported here by accident. Jin Xiaoxiao said. Did you just say that no one has entered this place for tens of thousands of years? What happened then? Jiang Chen was filled with curiosity, but he also had a feeling of unease in his heart. Tens of thousands of years ago, the big forces of the Ancient Dragon Planet had an earth-shattering battle. In the end, the teleportation array was destroyed. Even the elites of the Xianxia Planet can't come here. Only the legendary stellar-level elites can come here. Otherwise, we can't get out, and people from other astral realms can't get in. Jin Xiaoxiao shrugged and said indifferently. For her, it might not matter, but for Jiang Chen, it was a fatal blow. Jiang Chen had a dejected look on his face as he murmured, in other words, it is impossible to leave the ancient dragon star planet without reaching the eternal star realm? In theory, yes. Jin Xiaoxiao said confidently. Since we are already here, we should take things as they come. There will always be a way. We shouldn't be so depressed. Jin Xiaoxiao was very magnanimous as she patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, but he immediately felt relieved. At this time, there was indeed no other way. He could only take one step at a time. Does that mean you have a way to help me leave this place and go to the Xianxia Planet? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. No. Jin Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders. Her eyes were filled with hope and yearning as she murmured, I want to see the Xianxia Planet too. I heard that the Xianxia Galaxy City is the most beautiful place on the entire Xianxia planet. I must go see it in this lifetime. Xianxia rolled his eyes. What she said was equivalent to not saying anything. This girl seemed to be very ambitious, but in order to find Feng Big Yellow, Dragon Shursan and the others, he was worried about their safety. That will only be possible when you reach the Eternal Star Realm. Don't forget about me then. Xianxia laughed at himself. Don't worry, Jin Xiaoxiao, am definitely not an ungrateful person. Ha ha ha. By the way, what is your name? Jiangchen. De Jiang Ruken. Not bad, a good name. This is your first time coming to the ancient Dragon Star, so let me introduce you. Anyway, you can't leave this place in a short period of time. Follow me. I will definitely treat you well. Jin Xiaoxiao patted her towering chest and said. She looked carefree and calm, without any arrogance, as if she was treating Jiangchen as her little brother, completely getting along well with Jiangchen. Okay. The ancient Dragon Star is the 9th astral realm in the Xianxia Star area. I heard from the older generation that the ancient Dragon Star used to be an all-powerful existence in the Xianxia Star area. However, there was a civil war and the teleportation formation was destroyed. Our ancient Dragon Star became a barren land in the universe. Even so, the 4 forces of the ancient Dragon Star are at loggerheads with each other and do not give in. I forgot to tell you that this place is called the ancient Dragon Star because it is the world of dragons. Jin Xiaoxiao said. The world of dragons? Jiangchen was getting more and more curious. No wonder Jin Xiaoxiao and Claude both looked like dragon-shaped demonic beasts. That's right. The 4 dragon tribes control the 4 directions of the ancient Dragon Star. I am from the Golden Dragon tribe. We like peace but we are forced to fight again and again. There is also the proud Sky Dragon tribe. They are the favorites of the sky and are famous for their speed. No dragon tribe can compete with them. There is also the Dinosaur tribe, which is Claude. He is a Karame dragon. The Dinosaur tribe is the most diverse among the dragon tribe. The real king is the Lightning Tyrant dragon. And finally, the Dragon Clan, the Eternal Dragon Clan, the leader of the 4 clans. They are the true kings. What? There is an Eternal Dragon tribe here? Jiangchen took a deep breath. He did not expect that there would be an Eternal Dragon tribe in the world of dragons. You don't have to be surprised. The Eternal Dragon tribe is just a small branch of the strongest Eternal Dragon tribe in the universe. Because of this, they are unable to convince the masses, which led to the outbreak of a race war. The ancient Dragon Star was also in deep trouble. Jin Xiaoxiao could not help but feel emotional. If it was not for the war between the races, she would have been chasing her dream of becoming a powerhouse on the Xianxia Star. It seems that the ancient Dragon Star is really a terrifying place. Jiangchen said with a sigh. There were no people here, only countless dragons. Jiangchen believed that neither Jin Xiaoxiao nor Claude, who had run away, could be considered true experts. Planet Crimson Afterglow was ranked last in the Heaven Awakened Star field, while Ancient Dragon Star was ranked in the top 10 of the Heaven Awakened Star field, so it must be much more terrifying than Planet Crimson Afterglow. The Eternal Dragon race caused Jiangchen's expression to turn serious. They were one of the strongest races in the universe, and they were definitely not to be trifled with. Apart from me, who else has come to your ancient Dragon Star? Jiangchen looked at Jin Xiaoxiao. Jin Xiaoxiao shook her head. She was very interested in Jiangchen. After all, Jiangchen did not come from the ancient Dragon Star. At least, he could give her some understanding of the outside world. The vast universe was full of mysteries and mysteries. Her dream was to explore the universe and become a real universe wanderer. The 2 of them chatted as they rushed toward the Golden Dragon territory. Ahead is the territory of the Golden Dragon tribe. Jin Xiaoxiao pointed at the mountain range in front of them and said with a smile. The Genesis Chi here was indeed very rich, and the mountains were steep. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was indeed much better than the place where he had landed. The Golden Dragon tribe had treated this place as their base and lived here for generations. It was obvious that this place was extraordinary. Aunt Jean is back. Your Highness, you've become even more beautiful. Ha ha ha. Aunt Jean, look, it's Aunt Jean. Aunt Jean, I love you." From time to time, voices could be heard echoing in the mountains and forests, causing Jean Xiaoxiao to giggle. It was obvious that she was already used to it. Jiangchen was curious. The elusive figures were mostly peak star lords or initial star emperors. As he followed Jean Xiaoxiao, he sensed at least 100 auras of star emperors. Claude had previously said that she was a princess. It seemed that Jean Xiaoxiao's status in the dragon tribe was not low. Our Golden Dragon clan is divided into 4 major clans: Azure Dragon, White Dragon, Red Dragon, and Golden Dragon. I am the princess of the Golden Dragon clan. I'm the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe. Jean Xiaoxiao could see Jiang Chen's confusion and explained with a smile. Why did Aunt Jean bring a man back? Yes, who is this man? He doesn't look strong. Is he a gigolo raised by Aunt? Ha ha ha. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or Aunt will tear your mouth apart. Shoo, many people were suspicious of Jiang Chen's identity. After all, as the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe, Jean Xiaoxiao's status was not something ordinary people could compare to. She was very prominent even on Ancient Dragon Star. Don't mind those gossips. Just follow me in the future. Jean Xiaoxiao did not seem to care at all. She seemed to be very straightforward and did not mind at all. She completely ignored the gossip of her tribe members. Jiangchen went with the flow. Since he did not even care about the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe, what was there for a man like him to worry about? I'll bring you to see my father, Jean Xiaoxiao said. The two of them entered the territory of the Golden Dragon tribe. They were surrounded by mountains, birds were chirping, flowers were fragrant, and a small river flowed by. It was really a secluded place. Clear springs flowed above the rocks and it was very beautiful. There were thatched cottages of different styles everywhere in the mountains. There were all kinds of people and they were all part of the dragon tribe. They don't live in the mountains. Even the dragon tribe likes to transform into human form. Not only is it beautiful, but it also reduces energy consumption. They will only show their true form when they are in battle. Jean Xiaoxiao explained to Jiangchen continuously. Your Highness, the old tribe leader has been waiting for you in the mountain hall for a long time. A calm-looking young man stood with his hands behind his back and said softly. His eyes were cold and sharp like a sword. He was very majestic and his strength was not any weaker than Jean Xiaoxiao's. Behind him, there were 4 burly men with serious expressions on their faces, and they were meticulous and meticulous. Who is he? The man stared at Jiangchen coldly with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He was aggressive. Jiangchen was unconcerned. He had never lost to anyone in terms of aura. Even if someone was much stronger than him, it was impossible for them to suppress him with their aura. He's my friend, Jean Xiaoxiao said. Friend? Doesn't Your Highness know that the Golden Dragon tribe is not allowed to bring outsiders in? He shouldn't be one of us, right? The man, Leng Leng, said. He seemed to be very hostile towards Jiangchen. However, he was full of admiration towards Jean Xiaoxiao. When he saw this outsider chatting happily with Jean Xiaoxiao, he was infuriated. I know. However, it's not up to you to interfere in such matters. Lead the way, Fang Tong. As the deputy commander of the Golden Dragon tribe's guard team, this is my duty. Your Highness shouldn't make things difficult for me. The coldness on Fang Tong's face didn't decrease at all. Even if she was the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe, he wouldn't hesitate. You've gone too far, Fang Tong. Jean Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Let him come in. On top of the mountain peak, an indifferent voice sounded out from the mountain palace. Jean Xiaoxiao looked at Jiangchen with a smile on her face. She grabbed Jiangchen's hand and brought him to the mountain palace. At this moment, Fang Tong's expression turned even uglier. The two of them were actually holding hands? And he said it was okay? Jean Xiaoxiao was the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe. She was the goddess of many people, but, brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're courting death. Fang Tong glared at Jiangchen's back. Jiangchen had an innocent face. Who did I offend? Do you think I wanted to come to this damn place? I also want to go to the Tianqi planet, but reality won't allow me. Miss Jean, I just want you to help me check the teleportation formation. Next time, don't use me as a shield. I'm weak. I've made too many enemies in your dragon tribe. I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Xianxia said with a frown. He could clearly see through Xianxia's intention, which was to make Feng Tong's expression turn ugly. Ha ha ha, it's a misunderstanding. You should feel honored that your highness is holding your hand. No one else in the dragon tribe has this kind of treatment. Xianxia's honesty and cheerfulness made Xianxia speechless. Her carefree personality made it hard for people to get angry. Plus, Xianxia had a favor to ask of Xianxia. You win. Xianxia shrugged. Xianxia followed Xianxia into the Zhongshan Palace. The magnificent palace was antique. There were no decorative beams or painted rafters, but it was full of traces of vicissitudes of life. Everywhere was majestic. In the main hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance was sitting. He was very powerful. Xianxia couldn't see through his face, but he was sure that the man was above the seventh sky of the Star Emperor realm. Such a powerful man was indeed undefeatable. The middle-aged man's aura was forceful and domineering, but the moment he saw Xianxia, his face was filled with love. Father. Xianxia quickly walked up to Xianxia and said with an excited expression on her face. We are not allowed to bring any outsiders into the clan. What if he is a spy from the other 3 clans? Exactly. Your Highness is being too presumptuous. This is the Zhongshan Hall, the meeting hall of our Golden Dragon clan. Clan leader, I suggest that we get rid of this fellow as soon as possible to calm the hearts of our Dragon clan's people. That's right, kill them and be quick. Those who are not of our Dragon clan must have a different heart, clan leader. Each of the 4 great elders had a serious expression on their faces. They had given the order to kill Xianxia, an uninvited guest. Xianxia remained calm. She said in a deep voice, this is my new friend. His name is Xianxia. If it weren't for him, I might not have been able to go home. What's going on? Genie squinted his eyes and looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. This young man's strength was not yet at the Star Emperor realm, but he was fearless. Interesting. Xianxia was as still as a mountain. With Xianxia here, he didn't believe that these barbarians would dare to kill him. At this moment, the Black King had already started cultivating. He could only rely on himself. However, with the sky-ascending stairway, even this Golden Dragon clan leader might not be able to do anything to him. However, unless it was a life-and-death situation, Xianxia wouldn't fall out with him. After all, he was in someone else's territory. He didn't want to offend the Dragon clan. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and go to the Apocalypse planet to find De Huang and the others. It's the dinosaur clan. I found a piece of Zhongshan milk in a barren mountain. Claude, that scum of the dinosaur race, tried to rob it and almost killed me. Luckily, Xianxia was there to save me. He is my savior. That's right. Xianxia stood in front of Xianxia, blocking his path, as if she was protecting him behind her. The dinosaur clan. Genie frowned and his face was gloomy. His daughter almost died outside. The dinosaur clan had gone too far. These bastards. One day, I'll grind their bones to ashes. Genie voice was like a great bell, resounding through the mountain hall. The 4 elders also kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say a word. This matter was of great importance. It was related to Xianxia's safety, the dinosaur clan's revolt, and the reputation and prestige of the Golden Dragon clan. Since you're here, take things as they come. Since you're Xiaxia's savior, the Golden Dragon clan welcomes you. But remember, if you have any ulterior motives, I won't let you go. Genie was incomparably majestic and overbearing. Xianxia remained calm and collected. He was just a passerby. He knew better than Genie that he didn't want to have anything to do with the people and matters here. If it didn't concern him, he would just ignore it. The Blood Dragon pool will open in 3 days. You must be prepared. As a member of the Golden Dragon clan, don't let others look down on us. Understood, father. After Xianxia paid her respects to her father, she left the mountain hall with Xianxia. The Blood Dragon pool is the ancient land of the Golden Dragon clan. I'll take you there. How about it? Isn't it nice? Maybe you can also use this chance to break through to the Star Emperor realm. Xianxia said. The ancient land of the Golden Dragon clan. It sounds interesting. Jiangchen rubbed his nose and said. However, he was most concerned about the teleportation formation. Let's go. I'll take you to the teleportation formation. Xianxia was swift and decisive. She didn't hesitate at all. The two of them came to a deserted mountain. In the Dragon Clan, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, they found a place like this. It was different. Between the two mountains, there was a canyon. The canyon was full of obscure symbols. The rocks around it were abnormally red. However, those symbols seemed to have been corroded to the point that they couldn't be seen anymore. This is the teleportation formation. Since the formation was destroyed 10,000 years ago, no one has come here. Xianxia said with a sigh. She too wanted to leave this place and see the outside world. Although the ancient dragon star was her home, to Xianxia, a man's ambition was to travel far and wide. A mere ancient dragon star couldn't hold back her restless heart. Although she knew that Jiangchen wouldn't be able to leave this place with the needle technique, she still had a trace of hope in her heart. It's indeed the teleportation formation. Unfortunately, half of it has been destroyed. To think that he could break the formation in a few days like De Huang did was simply wishful thinking. Even if he had a few years, Jiangchen might not be able to do it. Not only was it incomplete, but it was also an abandoned formation. Jiangchen was full of disappointment. He shook his head and sighed. However, if he relied on the no-beginning formation to figure it out, it would take him at least 10 years. Too many things could happen in 10 years, and too many things could change. De Huang and Long Shersan were nowhere to be found, and Feng Er was nowhere to be found. Jiangchen's eyes were full of melancholy. Looks like this formation is hopeless. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. If I have 10 years, or if I become stronger, maybe I won't even need 10 years. Jiangchen's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had to leave this place as soon as possible and go to planet Xianxia. Repairing the formation was urgent. Really? Xianxia's eyes were full of joy. 10 years was just the blink of an eye to her. If she could really leave this place and go to planet Xianxia in 10 years, she would be very excited. However, 10 years was too long for Jiangchen. I will try my best to repair the formation here. Jiangchen took a deep breath. He glanced at the remaining marks of the formation and engraved them into his mind. Ha ha ha, I believe you can do it. Xianxia patted Jiangchen's shoulder with confidence. You rest first. I will go and heal. I will take you to the Blood Dragon Pool in 3 days. Xianxia arranged a place for Jiangchen to cultivate in next to her own cave before she left to tend to her own wounds. Jiangchen calmed himself down. Since he could not leave Ancient Dragon Star in a short period of time, he could only cultivate as soon as possible. Even if the array could not be repaired, as long as he had the power of a stellar class elite, flying across the universe would not be a problem. However, this was 1,000 times more difficult than repairing the array. Moreover, cultivation was not something that could be achieved overnight. 3 days passed quietly. Xianxia's injury had almost recovered. However, if Jiangchen wanted to break through to the Star Emperor realm, he would have to work harder. It was not easy to transform. Once he broke through to the Star Emperor realm, he would be more than 100 times stronger than he was now. Alright. Jiangchen said that he was curious when he heard it from the Dragon Clan's patriarch. The Blood Dragon Pool is a good place. In our Dragon Clan, we only have a chance to enter once every 100 years. After entering the Blood Dragon Pool, we can upgrade our bloodline. Dragon veins range from grade 1 to grade 9. Some people may not even be able to upgrade grade 1 even after thousands of years. Speaking of the Blood Dragon Pool, Xianxia became serious. What grade of dragon vein are you now? Jiangchen asked. Grade 5. Xianxia said with a proud face. In our Golden Dragon Clan, I am the strongest rising star of the younger generation. Xianxia's tone was full of pride. It was not difficult to see that her bloodline and strength were very strong. Being at the peak of the 4th heaven of the Star Emperor realm was indeed enough to show disdain for everyone. Let's go. Although you are not a member of the dragon clan, the Genesis Chi in the blood dragon pool is enough for you to benefit a lot. Consider it my reward to you. Maybe you can break through to the Star Emperor realm in one go. Xianxia smiled without saying anything. The two went straight to the Golden Dragon clan's forbidden area, the Blood Dragon Valley. This place was heavily guarded all year round. Without the orders of the Patriarch and the Elders, no one was allowed to approach. At this moment, there were hundreds of people standing outside the Blood Dragon Valley. All of them were experts of the Golden Dragon clan. Most of them were at the initial Star Emperor realm. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. The baptism of the Blood Dragon pool that happened once every 100 years was about to begin. How much they could gain would depend on their own luck. Stop. A low roar sounded. Everyone's gaze fell on Xianxia and Jin Xiaoxiao. You again, Fang Tong. What do you want? Jin Xiaoxiao said Ling. He is an outsider. Does he want to enter the blood dragon pool of our dragon clan? He overestimates himself. Humph. Fang Tong said in a low voice. Exactly. What right does an outsider have to behave atrociously in our dragon clan? I heard that this person saved His Highness' life. So what? The blood dragon pool of our dragon clan is a forbidden area. How can we let an outsider in? But I don't think there's any rule that says outsiders can't enter the blood dragon pool. Everyone's gaze fell on Xianxia, an outsider. This matter had nothing to do with him. However, Fang Tong didn't think so. He was the deputy commander of the Guardian team and shouldered the responsibility of protecting the Golden Dragon clan. Moreover, he had always seen this outsider as an infuriating person. Mingling with Jin Xiaoxiao and talking and laughing with each other, he was filled with anger and jealousy. In his eyes, Jin Xiaoxiao could only be his woman. No man could get close to her. Otherwise, only death awaited them. This outsider who didn't know his place must pay the price for touching his forbidden area. His Highness, I advise you to get this guy out of our Blood Dragon Valley. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. This is an important place for the Golden Dragon clan. How can an outsider enter? Fang Tong's cold and murderous voice made many people shudder. Everyone knew how domineering Fang Tong was. In the Golden Dragon clan, no one in the younger generation dared to disobey him. Don't go too far. Fang Tong. Jin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said. She could bring Xianxia into the blood dragon pool, but in the eyes of others, she would be destroying the dragon tribe's territory. The dragon tribe's important land could not tolerate others. It's not impossible for him to enter the blood dragon pool. At the very least, he'll have to get past Fonda. Fang Tong said in a deep voice. A young man who was even more muscular than Fang Tong slowly walked out. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his face was ferocious. He was about 3 meters tall, and as he stood there, he looked like a small mountain. Everyone's expressions changed. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Fang De wasn't as formidable as his elder brother, Fang Tong, but he was also in the second sky of the Star Emperor realm. With his strength, he could be compared to the third sky of the Star Emperor realm. In the entire Golden Dragon tribe, he could be regarded as a top-notch master. However, Xianxia hadn't even reached the Star Emperor realm yet. Little bastard, get out of here now and I can pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, Gagaga, I will tear you apart. Fang De clapped his hands ferociously. Fang Tong. You're obviously going against me. I'll go to my father now and see if he will let Xianxia in or not. There's no need. Xianxia held Jin Xiaoxiao's hand. At that moment, Fang Tong was even more furious. Everything that was related to Jin Xiaoxiao was the source of his anger in his eyes. Don't you want to try the blood dragon pool? This is very likely to be of vital importance to the advancement of your cultivation. Jin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Who said I'm not going? Xianxia asked with a smile. Then you, since Commander Fang said that I can enter the blood dragon pool as long as I pass his test, it's reasonable to rely on my own ability. Xianxia and Fang Tong looked at each other. Although Xianxia was weaker than the latter, the domineering look in his eyes was not weak at all. You're crazy. He's a peak second heavenly layer Star Emperor. Even an ordinary third heavenly layer star emperor is not his match. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Her face was full of worry. Jiang was playing with fire. This guy was too arrogant. Wasn't he courting death? Xianxia frowned. She was not looking down on Jiang, but she was worried about his safety. Ha ha ha, what a hothead. Is this guy really the savior of Her Highness? How could he save Her Highness? What a joke. Sigh, this guy is probably trying to show off in front of Her Highness to win her favor. No matter what the reason is, I can only say that he's too young. Does he really think that he has 3 heads and 6 arms? Is there anything easier than wanting to die in this world? Kakik. Overestimating himself. The experts of the Dragon Clan sneered at Jiang impulsive action. That's not the right way to stand out. Isn't this a joke? Isn't this the same as playing with one's life? In other words, no one could stop him if he wanted to die. Feng Da's strength was obvious to all. Although he was not as abnormal as his brother Feng Tong, he was not someone that anyone could compete with. He. I haven't fought for a long time. Today, Grandpa will teach you a good lesson. How dare you steal my brother's woman? Courting death. Feng Da walked towards Jiang step by step. His fierce gaze made people shudder. Don't hold back. Feng Tong said indifferently. At this moment, everyone knew that Jiang was going to die. You're too impulsive. Jiang, hurry up and admit defeat. Xianxia's face was full of resentment. She didn't like men who tried to be brave. I, Jiang, can't swallow the humiliation of being humiliated by these brothers. Jiang said with a smile, completely ignoring Xianxia's worries as he confronted Feng Da, not giving an inch. Good lad, you're interesting. Grandpa will give you a quick death today. Feng Da roared in anger and threw out a punch. It was filled with explosive power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Everyone held their breaths as they waited to see what would happen. In Xiaoxiao's view, wasn't Jiang completely throwing an egg at a rock? The reason why he was able to repel Claude back then was because Claude had exhausted 99% of his strength and was on the verge of death. That was the only reason why he was able to take advantage of the situation. But now, Feng Da was a true peak 2nd Heavenly Star Emperor while Jiang was only a 9th Heavenly Star Lord. What could he use to fight him? Feng Tong's mouth was full of a cold smile. You want to steal my woman? You don't know how to write the word death. No one in the Golden Dragon tribe can fight with him. Just as everyone was waiting for Jiang to be ruthlessly crushed, or even killed, a miracle happened. No one thought that Jiang thin and weak body would actually resist Feng Da's punch. The contrast between the two was extremely clear. That kind of gap was hard to replace. However, Jiang relied on his fierce strength and fiercely collided with Feng Da. The punch that seemed to have no fighting power directly stunned Feng Da. The collision between the two should have been easy to destroy. Jiang should have been killed instantly, or at least seriously injured, but Jiang gave everyone a slap, including Feng Da. With that punch, Jiang seemed to have taken root in the ground. Facing Feng Da's punch that was as heavy as Mount Tai, Jiang chose to face it head-on. The two retreated, but everyone could see that Feng Da's footsteps were more chaotic and deeper than Jiang. Everyone was in an uproar and sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were full of shock. The energy that erupted from Jiang thin and weak body was shocking. You're courting death. Feng Da's roar was like thunder. He constantly beat his chest and rushed forward again, directly attacking Jiang face. Jiang sneered and didn't think much of it. He attacked with all his strength. His dragon body wasn't inferior to Feng Da's at all. The two exchanged blows, but Feng Da was at a disadvantage. Jiang physique was comparable to his, but he was more flexible and faster. Strength didn't represent everything, especially in this kind of head-on battle. The terrifying power that Jiang erupted made everyone full of shock. How was this possible? He was just a 9th Heavenly Layer Star Lord? How could he be so strong? Just as they were shocked, the fierce battle between Jiang and Feng Da had reached a white-hot situation. The two's flesh and blood collided fiercely, but Jiang recovery was even more terrifying. His strength didn't decrease at all when facing Fangda. On the contrary, his opponent was already panting, his face was full of anger, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. Xianxia's heavy punches weren't weaker than his fists at all, and were even stronger. The two fought without any fancy moves, making people's blood boil and dazzled. Even Xianxia was stunned. This guy was actually so strong. Oh my god. Is he still human? It's so terrifying. Even Fangda can't take him down. This guy's strength may be stronger than mine. With that little body of yours? TCH. You're definitely not his opponent. Everyone's eyes flickered. They ridiculed the weak, but there was no doubt that they were in awe of the strong. In this world where the strong were respected, only strength was the absolute truth, and only then would you have the right to speak. Xianxia's crazy attacks made Fangda's situation more and more difficult. Although he couldn't directly kill him, Fangda's situation was getting worse and worse. It wouldn't be long before he was defeated, and when he was defeated, it would be the moment his soul returned to heaven. Xianxia's continuous encroachment made Fangda's body suffer an unprecedented strangulation. At the same time, Fangtong's eyes were getting colder and colder. You've already lost. Fangtong said. No. I haven't lost. I can't lose to this bastard who's only a star lord. Fangda roared furiously and continued to charge at Xianxia. Enough. Fangtong shouted in a low voice. If the battle continued, he would definitely die. Scram. Xianxia condensed the power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants and blasted out a palm seal. Fangda was pushed back several hundred meters and smashed into the mountain. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he was gravely injured. Bastard! Fangtong took a step forward and faced Xianxia. His eyes were filled with hatred and rage. You're courting death. What are you trying to do? Fangtong? Jin Xiaoxiao stood in front of Xianxia and blocked Fangtong's path. What's done cannot be undone. He has already made his move. Am I supposed to just stand there and let him trample on me? Xianxia sneered and didn't mind. At this moment, Fangtong gritted his teeth and wanted nothing more than to devour Xianxia's flesh. Even Fangda wasn't a match for this guy. It seemed like he had underestimated Xianxia. What? Are you going to go back on your words? Fangda is bullying the weak. Do you want to make it worse? You're the leader of the guards, right? Jin Xiaoxiao said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Fangtong was speechless in public. After all, words spoken were like water that was spilled. Moreover, he was the leader of the guards of the Golden Dragon clan. He had to swallow this resentment. Fine, let's wait and see. Fangtong let out a cold snort and stared at Xianxia with a murderous look, like a poisonous snake. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He just wanted to cultivate, but Fangtong didn't want to let him have his way. You're really something. Brother Xianxia, you're too ferocious. Jin Xiaoxiao said with a gratified expression. The fact that Xianxia was able to give Fangda a good beating made her feel good. Usually, many people were bullied by him. Plus, with his brother's strength and identity, no one dared to fight him. Today, not only was Fangda beaten up, even Fangtong's expression didn't look good. This made many people secretly feel good. I was just lucky. However, I don't think I'm a match for that Fangtong. Xianxia said. Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but purse her lips and roll her eyes. You want to fight Fangtong? Big brother, you are really too arrogant. Even I am not a match for Fangtong. Do you really think that you are an invincible little tornado in the universe? Let's go. Let's hurry up and enter. There aren't many good spots in the Blood Dragon pool. If we are late, they will likely be snatched away by others. Jin Xiaoxiao dragged Xianxia all the way into the valley. The Blood Dragon pool was not big. It was an oval blood-red pool, but it was still more than 10,000 square meters. It filled a corner of the valley. The water in the Blood Dragon pool was extremely hot, and there was even steam rising from it. It was blood-red in color, giving people an extremely warm feeling. Xianxia was filled with shock as he gazed at the Blood Dragon pool before him. This was no ordinary pool. The water here contained the blood of the dragon clan, and endless dragon vein chi floated within. The Genesis chi within was unimaginably dense. It was no wonder that this pool only appeared once every 100 years. How is it? This blood dragon pool is not bad, right? Xianxia said proudly. This time, I must strive to break through to the grade 6 dragon vein. Xianxia said confidently. It was not easy to break through to the 6th grade dragon vein. She had not broken through for thousands of years. This time, she must break through to the 6th grade dragon vein in one go. The higher the grade of the dragon vein, the greater her potential and the stronger her strength would be. Her strength would rise along with the rise of the dragon vein. Come down and give it a try. Let me see your potential. Before Xianxia's voice faded, Jiang Chen had already impatiently dashed into the blood dragon pool. The endless dragon chi here would definitely be of great benefit to him. Whether he could break through to the Star Emperor stage depended on this. This time, I must break through to the grade 3 dragon vein. So what? I came here for the grade 4 dragon vein. Look, I estimate that Commander Feng will definitely break through to the grade 6 dragon vein. Given his potential, it is very likely that he will take over our Golden Dragon clan in the future. That's right. In our Golden Dragon clan, strength is the most important thing. If you are not capable, who will listen to you? Everyone said at once. Feng Tong, who was in the center, could not wait to start cultivating as soon as he entered the blood dragon pool. This guy has a grade 5 dragon vein like me, but he is also known as the most outstanding genius of the Golden Dragon clan. It is very likely that he will break through to the grade 6 this time. As for my father, he has a grade 7 dragon vein. He was not as strong as he is at his age, Xianxia said in a deep voice. Xianxia said in a deep voice. She glanced at Jiang Chen and started cultivating without hesitation. Jiang Chen silently glanced at Feng Tong. This guy was indeed stronger than him, but in terms of potential, Jiang Chen had never been convinced by anyone. The dragon vein chi here was like adding wings to a tiger to a tiger. Jiang Chen looked at Feng Tong silently. Let's start. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. In the next moment, the source dragon in his body that had been dormant for a long time began to frantically plunder. That's right, plunder. Endless dragon vein chi was devoured by the source dragon. That feeling was like a whale swallowing hundreds of rivers into the sea. Jiang Chen could feel that every strand of dragon vein chi was constantly flowing into his body, making his bloodline stronger and his physique more terrifying. The source dragon continued to grow, and terrifying dragon might gathered on Jiang Chen's body. Many people around felt a great pressure, but they did not know where this pressure came from. They all looked at Feng Tong because at this moment, Feng Tong's dragon vein had broken through to the grade 6 dragon vein. Exclamations were heard continuously. Jiang Chen was very careful, but the endless dragon vein chi seemed to have a home. The source dragon in Jiang Chen's body had been dormant all this time and had never erupted. But at this moment, Jiang Chen had a deep understanding. The moment the source dragon erupted, it absorbed 99% of the dragon vein chi. Jiang Chen felt that even he could not control that power. The source dragon seemed to be about to break out of his body. Damn it, I don't believe it. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with shock, but the source dragon was formed from his dragon marks. Therefore, he had to control it completely. Even if it wanted to escape, it would be impossible for it to do so. Jiang Chen's dragonization art circulated once again. The source dragon was gradually suppressed by the dragonization art, but things were not as simple as Jiang Chen had imagined. The source dragon continued to transform and absorb the surrounding dragon vein chi. Right now, Jiang Chen even felt a little helpless. Was the source dragon really going to break out of his body? No. I can't let it escape. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. The source dragon was growing stronger and stronger. The destructive chi wasn't something that Jiang Chen could control right now. It wouldn't be long before the source dragon went out of control. An idea suddenly occurred to Jiang Chen. Right. The Eternal Dragon's reverse scale might have a miraculous effect. The source dragon was also a type of dragon, and the Eternal Dragon's reverse scale was a true treasure. Every Eternal Dragon only had one reverse scale, and only the Almighty would have it. If it was an ordinary dragon, it would be impossible for them to have a reverse scale. It was a supreme treasure of the world, and suppressing the source dragon should not be a problem. Suppress it. Xianxia activated the Eternal Dragon's reverse scale and began to suppress the source dragon. However, he had not expected that the source dragon would be so terrifying. It kept struggling and charging as if it wanted to break free and leave Xianxia's body. The source dragon seemed to have developed its own intelligence. A pair of strange dragon eyes had been silently staring at Xianxia. Xianxia was also very careful, not daring to make any mistakes. If the source dragon suddenly erupted, he would be finished. The source dragon that he had painstakingly cultivated would devour him. There was no such ridiculous thing in the world. When the source dragon had been refined, Xianxia had felt that it was very terrifying, far beyond his imagination. Most importantly, the source dragon had been in a completely silent state. It had suddenly come out when he was about to break through to the Star Emperor realm. This was definitely not a coincidence. This guy's intelligence was a kind of existence that transcended him and was not bound to him at all. This was also what Xianxia was most worried about. The source dragon seemed to have suddenly erupted and became a time bomb in his body. If he did not quickly subdue it, his life would be in danger at any time. It was very likely that he would be devoured by the source dragon and be occupied by it. However, Xianxia would never let this happen. The source dragon was formed by his dragon mark. He must completely suppress the source dragon at this time. Roar. The roar of the dragon was incessant. When the reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon clan pressed on the Yuan dragon's body, Xianxia found that it was still useless. The Yuan dragon even felt like a fish in the water. That kind of pleasurable roar made Xianxia speechless. Mother ****. Could it be that even the reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon clan couldn't suppress it? Am I really going to be killed by the source dragon? That would be too tragic. Xianxia would never allow such a thing to happen. However, the only person he could rely on now was himself. The source dragon was in his body, and nothing else could help him. The source dragon's rampage was getting more and more intense. The reverse scale that Xianxia controlled was about to be refined by the source dragon. For Xianxia, the source dragon was a new creature, but it couldn't be used by him. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case at all. As the source dragon's oppression grew stronger and stronger, Xianxia swallowed more and more Genesis Qi. The Genesis Qi in the blood dragon pool was crazily devoured by him like a bottomless pit. The majestic aura seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn the seas. The countless golden dragon experts around Xianxia were stunned. What is the origin of this guy? Why is he so terrifying? He's completely suppressed by a hungry man who hasn't eaten for half a year. The dragon origin Qi in our blood dragon pool is most likely going to be completely devoured by him. Who knows? We don't dare to say. We don't dare to ask. The person brought by His Highness shouldn't be too drunk. Be careful that trouble comes from the mouth. So much dragon origin Qi. Be careful that he explodes. The people of the dragon clan were watching silently. Xianxia was the one who was crazily absorbing the dragon origin Qi in the blood dragon pool, followed by Feng Tong and Jin Xiaoxiao. However, even if Feng Tong and Jin Xiaoxiao joined forces, they wouldn't be able to fight 1/10 of Xianxia. That guy was truly devouring like a whale. Xianxia's heart was extremely solemn. At this moment, it was a matter of life and death, and he had to make a decision. Although he hadn't reached the Star Emperor realm yet, the only thing that could save him now was perhaps the astral pole. If he could successfully cultivate the astral pole, he might be able to change his current situation. Isn't this forcing me? Xianxia said with a bitter smile. The astral pole was so terrifying that even the Eternal Lord was afraid of it. It was his only life-saving straw at this time. The extreme of the universe, the strength of the stars. The transformation of heaven and earth, the bewilderment of the six paths. The primordial destruction of all things, the lightlessness of the Starl One. Xianxia was cautious because he hadn't reached the Star Emperor realm yet. He needed to rely on the astral pole to make a breakthrough and reach the Star Emperor realm. Only in this way could he defeat the Yuan dragon. Of course, if he failed, Xianxia would have no other way. Refine the stars, extract their cores, and refine them into steel, at present, Xianxia could only continue to cultivate according to the contents of the astral pole, hoping to achieve his goal. Once he broke through to the Star Emperor realm, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. The cultivation of the astral pole was far more difficult than Xianxia had imagined because what he had to absorb and devour wasn't just Genesis Qi, but also the light of the stars in the sky. Only by cultivating the light of the stars could he refine the astral pole more perfectly. The astral pole didn't only cultivate Genesis Qi, but also the real stars, but when Xianxia began to practice the astral pole, his body seemed to have undergone tremendous changes. The Genesis Qi in his body began to constantly divide, and the Yuan dragon also suffered a great struggle. The astral pole allowed Xianxia to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians, countless acupoints, and thousands of pores in his body. What he absorbed and refined was like all things in heaven and earth, like rivers running into the sea, but it was incomparably heterogeneous. This was what Xianxia was most worried about. However, the carefree feeling that the starlight entering his body brought him was incomparable. The starlight emitted by the stars in the sky was constantly refined by Xianxia, and there was even a dazzling feeling on his body. Endless starlight and dragon origin Qi almost burst into Xianxia's body. The astral pole began to spin, and Xianxia's absorption speed was 100 times faster than before. He couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this too fast? Not long after, Xianxia felt an even more terrifying change. The power of the stars didn't come from the stars in the sky, but from the earth. Could the astral pole be able to absorb the core of the ancient dragon star? The core of a star was the core of a planet. However, it was rare to see a planet with a star core. Back when he first learned about the astral stars, he already knew that the light of the stars was only a small part of it. What could truly allow his strength to skyrocket and his cultivation to be successful was the core of a star. Xianxia's heart began to beat with excitement. If the ancient dragon star had a star core, wouldn't he be rich? Once he refined a star core, Xianxia couldn't imagine how crazy it would be. His strength would most likely soar along with it. A star core would be Xianxia's greatest harvest. Xianxia kept trying to calm himself. The most important thing now was to break through to the Star Emperor realm. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. No matter how powerful the astral pole was, it would be useless. No matter how terrifying the star core was, he could only look at it and lament his inadequacy. I'll break through to the Star Emperor realm first. Xianxia kept trying. The starlight and the dragon origin Qi in the blood dragon pool worked together. Soon, he reached the peak of the Star Lord realm. Xianxia had been accumulating for a long time just for the day when he could break through to the Star Emperor realm. Time passed by. At this moment, everyone had woken up. Xianxia and Fang Tong had both reached the 6th class dragon vein. Everyone in the blood dragon pool cheered. I've also broken through to the 4th class dragon vein. It feels great. He, me too. In the future, I'll be able to get more resources in our Golden Dragon clan. Sigh, it's a pity that I've returned empty-handed this time. Don't be discouraged. You're already a 4th class dragon vein. It won't be easy to break through to the 5th class. Some people were happy, while others were sad. After all, the higher the dragon vein, the more resources they could get. Therefore, many people worked hard in this direction. It was the only motivation for their cultivation. He's indeed the absolute genius of our Golden Dragon clan. Fang Tong broke through to the 6th class dragon vein calmly. This is called strength. Isn't it? Even Her Highness isn't as strong as Fang Tong. You can't be envious of him. If you had such strength, I'm afraid you'd be able to make a name for yourself in our Golden Dragon clan. Geniuses are still a distance away from us. He. You'd better take care of yourself. If you follow Boss Fang Tong, you'll definitely have a good life in the future. That goes without saying. Fang Tong and Her Highness are practically a golden couple. Both of them are grade 6 dragon meridians. TSK. There's no point in being envious. More and more people were filled with envy towards Fang Tong and Xianxia. As top-notch experts and geniuses of the Golden Dragon tribe, everyone was in awe of them, especially Fang Tong, who was like their eldest senior brother. In fact, the Golden Dragon tribe might even be controlled by Fang Tong in the future. His status in the Golden Dragon tribe was also relatively high. Fang Tong's face was filled with pride. Although Xianxia had also reached the grade 6 dragon vein, it was far more difficult for her than him. After all, there was still a slight gap between her strength and his. Why isn't Jiangchen awake yet? Xianxia said with a serious expression. At this moment, he was the only one who was still frantically devouring the dragon vein energy in the blood dragon pool. Hundreds of people in the Golden Dragon clan had already woken up from their cultivation in the blood dragon pool. This guy, Xianxia shook her head helplessly with a serious expression. Perhaps, he could really break through to the Star Emperor realm with the help of the dragon vein energy in the blood dragon pool. Everyone has finished their cultivation. Why isn't this guy awake yet? The blood dragon pool of our Golden Dragon clan isn't that easy to use. Humph. Someone questioned. Jiangchen was an outsider, and everyone was waiting for him. No matter what, it wouldn't make sense for him to do so. Could it be that the dragon vein energy in the blood dragon pool has been devoured by this guy? It's something left by our ancestors. That's right. I think we should quickly chase this guy out of the blood dragon pool. Ha ha ha, not just anyone can chase someone out. Don't forget, this guy is backed by Her Royal Highness. The people of the Golden Dragon clan spoke one after another. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction towards Jiangchen. Previously, Jiangchen had defeated Fang De, which was a form of oppression for the Golden Dragon clan. All of them had made breakthroughs in their strength. The arrogance and fighting will in their eyes were also very strong. Some people who had a good relationship with Fang De were even eager to fight against Jiangchen to regain their dignity. It seems that this guy really doesn't consider himself an outsider. He doesn't know when he is cultivating in our Golden Dragon clan. It's already a great fortune for him to cultivate in the Blood Dragon pool. Now, he is pretending to be cultivating. Your Highness, I don't think there's such a good thing in the world. I think it's time for him to leave. Fang Tong said Leng Leng. What do you mean, Fang Tong? He's still in the midst of cultivation. Do you really want to disrupt his cultivation? I brought him here. There's no way you can make him leave. Unless you defeat me first. Xianxia said in a low voice. Your Highness, what are you saying? Ha ha ha, I naturally won't fight with you. However, this guy can't continue to cultivate here. Even if I agree, the other people of the Golden Dragon clan may not agree. What do you think? Fang Tong said with a smile. Yes. We can't let him stay here. He is taking up our resources. In the future, when we cultivate in the Blood Dragon pool, we will have to spend twice the effort with half the result. Taking over the nest of the magpie. Humph, this must not happen. Lao Wang is right. If this goes on, our cultivation resources will be squeezed in the future. Who can we reason with? This guy is not a member of the Golden Dragon clan and I don't know where he came from. In any case, I won't do it. More and more people started to stand on Fang Tong's side because they didn't want their own cultivation resources to be used by others. The dragon vein energy in the Blood Dragon pool originally belonged to the Golden Dragon clan. At this time, they were already indignant about letting an outsider in. How could they let Jiangchen continue to cultivate now? Fang Tong's words made them even more clear that they had to fight for their own benefits. As you can see, Your Highness, this isn't my problem. Jiangchen has taken over the benefits of the Golden Dragon clan. I'm just thinking for everyone. What do you say? Fang Tong's expression was the same as usual as he sneered at Jiangchen. This fellow had injured his brother. If he wanted to show off in the Golden Dragon clan, he would have to pass through Fang Tong first. Furthermore, Fang Tong hated people who flirted with Xianxia the most. In his eyes, Xianxia belonged to him. In the future, she would definitely become his woman. No man could take her away from him. This outsider couldn't even think about showing off in the Golden Dragon clan. All of you, shut up. Xianxia shouted. No matter where Jiangchen came from, he is my, Xiao's, honored guest. He is an honored guest of the Golden Dragon clan. Are we not even letting him eat his fill? Is this the so-called style of a large clan? Is this the breadth of mind that you should have? If this is the case, then I feel deeply ashamed to be a member of the Golden Dragon clan. Xianxia's words made everyone silent. They were even speechless because she was right. Could it be that when a guest came to eat, they wouldn't even let him eat his fill? This was simply too ridiculous. Fang Tong's eyes were cold. This woman was really sharp-tongued. Thank you, Your Highness. What a horrible oppression. Is this the oppression of the dragon might? Why haven't I felt it before? That's right. Our dragon clan has never experienced such a thing before. I'm afraid that even the pressure from our clan leader wouldn't be this great, right? Shoo. Don't talk nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Everyone's heart became incomparably heavy, because they could feel an inexplicable pressure. The fear of being in a superior position made them not even dare to breathe loudly. The source of this terrifying aura was none other than Jiang Chen. Fang Tong's eyes were cold and his pupils contracted. The dragon might from Jiang Chen was indescribably sacred. He had never felt such an aura before. He had only felt such an aura from the Eternal Dragon tribe. Even the leader of the Golden Dragon tribe didn't have such a strong dragon might. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of excitement. This bastard had already broken through to the Star Emperor realm. That was great. Plus, his chi had become incomparably strong. Congratulations, Jiang Chen. You've finally reached the Star Emperor realm. Jin Xiaoxiao smiled. Everyone was still in a state of suppression. It was a suppression that originated from the depths of their souls. It was something that no one could change. Regardless of whether it was their bodies or souls, they were both being suppressed. The strength of the dragon's might was quite terrifying to any demonic beast, especially to those of the same race. That kind of incomparable impact caused people's hearts to tremble. I have to thank Your Highness. If Your Highness didn't argue for me, I might have been harmed by a scoundrel. Jiang Chen said coldly. He seemed to be referring to Fang Tong. The others did not dare to look at Jiang Chen's eyes. The invisible pressure made them not dare to utter a single word. Jiang Chen was like their god. The whole blood dragon pond kept quiet out of fear as his dragon mightiness swept across the whole pond. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Jiang Chen, what do you mean by that? Could it be that there's someone from the dragon clan who wants to harm you? You're not grateful at all. How dare you say that there are scoundrels in our dragon tribe? I must teach you a lesson today. Let's see who this scoundrel is. Fang Tong shouted in a low voice. You are slandering my Golden Dragon clan. I definitely cannot sit back and do nothing. Fang Tong's words were like pearls of wisdom. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, but right now, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Not to mention them, even Fang Tong clenched his teeth and wanted to fight with Jiang Chen. If this fellow's arrogance was allowed to grow, would there be any place for him in the Golden Dragon tribe in the future? Fang Tong, that's enough. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the Star Emperor realm, and you were already at the peak of the Star Emperor realm. How could he be a match for you? Do you still have any shame? Jin Xiaoxiao said angrily. This Fang Tong was clearly using his position to avenge a personal grudge. She knew that Fang Tong liked her. This fellow had been making things difficult for Jiang Chen right from the start, wanting to expel Jiang Chen from the Golden Dragon race. He had been pressuring Jiang Chen step by step. As long as he had a chance, he wouldn't let it go. He brought this upon himself for speaking rudely. However, I, Fang Tong, have never bullied the weak. If he can take 3 attacks from me, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Fang Tong's eyes met Jiang Chen's and stared at him. Good. Since Commander Fang is in such a good mood, I will play with you. However, I, Jiang Chen, have never insulted the Golden Dragon clan. I have always been a man of facts, not people. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You're crazy. He is at the peak of the Star Emperor realm 5th. You are no match for him. Jin Xiaoxiao frowned. Even if he could only take 3 attacks from him, Jiang Chen had just broken through to the Star Emperor realm. How could that be possible? If he was not careful, these 3 attacks would probably kill Jiang Chen on the spot. What? Don't you dare? What kind of man are you if you hide behind a woman? Fang Tong said calmly with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. As long as it was a man, he would definitely get angry. Psychological methods had been very useful since ancient times. Why wouldn't I dare? But wouldn't it be boring if there is no reward? What if I can take 3 attacks from you? How do you explain that, Commander Feng? Xianxia asked back. 3 attacks from me? Ha ha ha, if you can take 3 attacks from me and still stand here, I will apologize to you in front of everyone, Feng Tong said disdainfully. 3 attacks? 1 attack and you will be looking for your teeth all over the ground. Who would dare to underestimate him when there was a gap of 5 levels? Good. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. Come on. Let me see how strong the most excellent genius of the Golden Dragon clan is. Xianxia wanted to stop him, but Xianxia would not listen to her at all. Just admit defeat if you can't do it. Do you think Feng Tong is like Fengde? Xianxia felt bitter. Feng Tong was pushing her, and Xianxia was trying to save his face. If he kept giving in, he would not be a man. Everyone was looking forward to the battle, however, everyone had witnessed Xianxia's strength. It was wishful thinking for him to withstand 3 of Feng Tong's attacks. Many of them sneered at Xianxia's action of hitting a rock with an egg. Initially, they thought that Xianxia must be someone extraordinary since he had broken through to the Star Emperor realm and possessed such terrifying dragon prestige. Now, it seemed like Xianxia was just a rash young man who didn't know what was good for him. He was hooked by Commander Feng's words. He couldn't be called a hero at all. Watch carefully. The first attack. Feng Tong stepped forward and threw a punch. The terrifying power made everyone hold their breath. The strength at the peak of the 5th level of the Star Emperor realm was unparalleled among the young generation. Feng Tong's strength was a topic that everyone was talking about. Xianxia was asking for trouble. Xianxia struck out with his fist, causing mountains and rivers to rumble with lightning. He wasn't afraid at all, and he too struck out with his fist, colliding with Feng Tong's. The terrifying force formed an invisible ripple and exploded. Xianxia took a few steps back with a solemn expression, but he didn't feel any discomfort. On the other hand, Feng Tong's face was cold, but his heart was filled with shock. Xianxia was able to withstand his attack, and he wasn't injured at all. This was beyond his expectation. The second attack. Feng Tong didn't hesitate at all. He launched the second attack, which was even more powerful than the first one. As a strong warrior in the 5th sky of the Star Emperor realm, how could he not defeat a guy who had just become a Star Emperor? Xianxia did not move at all. He lowered his shoulders and crouched down, looking calm and composed. The two stared at each other again. That kind of confrontation was like fire. This time, Feng Tong used 99% of his strength. He was going to wound Xianxia severely. If he dared to take it head-on, his meridians would be broken for sure. Xianxia didn't look at Feng Tong. He blocked the attack with both of his fists and slashed out with his blade. With a furious roar, he unleashed an insane amount of dragon pressure. Everyone were startled by this scene. Initially, they thought Xianxia was going to be defeated, but right at this moment, Xianxia had once again blocked Feng Tong's attack with his powerful dragon pressure, causing Feng Tong's expression to turn serious. His dragon pressure spread out in all directions, causing everyone to instinctively retreat. Xianxia only took 3 steps back. At that moment, Feng Tong's eyes were as sharp as knives. Good. 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 There's still the last move. Xianxia, die. Feng Tong was furious. He hadn't managed to kill Xianxia with 2 moves. He hadn't even been seriously injured. How could he be willing to accept this? In the eyes of the Golden Dragon clan's experts, this was undoubtedly the biggest doubt he had. How could a brat who had just broken through to the Star Emperor plane be so strong? Although Feng Tong had used 99% of his strength, he hadn't gone all out. Because of this, Xianxia had managed to escape. Otherwise, if Feng Tong had used his killing move right from the start, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to escape his clutches. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the Golden Dragon clan, he had to get rid of all the obstacles in his way. Xianxia, who had appeared out of nowhere, was his obstacle. If he didn't get rid of Xianxia as soon as possible, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to do anything in the Golden Dragon clan in the future. This guy had a close relationship with Xianxia. Moreover, Feng De was already no match for him before he broke through to the Star Emperor plane. If Feng De was allowed to grow stronger, he might very well become Feng Tong's rival. It had always been Feng Tong's style to nip danger in the bud. He wouldn't allow and absolutely wouldn't accept that there was someone stronger than him in the Golden Dragon clan who wanted to take his position, unless he died. Looks like Commander Feng is getting serious this time. Those two moves were just probing attacks. The real show has just begun. No one knows Commander Feng's strength better than me. It's a piece of cake for him to deal with a guy who has just broken through to the Star Emperor plane. He's just giving face to Jiangchen for the sake of Her Highness. However, if he wants to take Commander Feng's position, I can only say that he's thinking too much. Feng Tong's strength and position in the Golden Dragon clan were well known. It was impossible for Jiangchen to take his place. Besides, Jiangchen didn't want to do so at all. He was just a passerby. However, Feng Tong kept pushing him, so he had no other choice. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiangchen, clenching her fists tightly. No one was more nervous than she was. Jiangchen was her savior. If she forced him into a life-or-death situation at this moment, how could Jin Xiaoxiao feel at ease? Jiangchen's expression was cold and indifferent. At this moment, he was filled with determination. He had just broken through to the Star Emperor realm. He wanted to see how strong he had become. Feng Tong had made things difficult for him again and again. If he continued to cower, he would think that Jiangchen was afraid of him. Jiangchen didn't know what to do with Feng Tong. Jiangchen sneered and faced Feng Tong fearlessly. "I'm waiting for you." Jiangchen's coldness had ignited Feng Tong's anger. The two of them clashed once again. Feng Tong clasped his palms together and changed his palm seals. Numerous terrifying energies gathered together, causing the surrounding space to solidify. It was as if countless lights and shadows were intertwining with each other. When the palms merged together, the color of the sky changed, and the entire valley was filled with the howling of the wind. Soaring Dragon Seal. Feng Tong gritted his teeth with a solemn expression. He had to destroy Jiangchen with this seal, as it was related to his reputation. He couldn't afford to lose it. Feng Tong's seal made many people suck in a cold breath. The power that could destroy the heavens and earth had caused everyone to look at it with surprise. It's Feng Tong's trump card. That guy is shameless. Jin Xiaoxiao said while clenching her teeth. However, she couldn't interfere with the agreement between the two. Now, it depended on whether Jiangchen could withstand this seal or not. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Dragon transformation. Jiangchen shouted in a deep voice. His human and dragon body suddenly changed. The dreadful dragon aura rose once again. His arrogant roar shook the entire valley. The half-human and half-dragon Jiangchen punched out with both of his fists, hitting Feng Tong's seal. In an instant, the entire valley was filled with layers of dust and sand. Even the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Impossible. Feng Tong stared at Jiangchen. What's the background of this half-human half-dragon guy? Even his soaring dragon seal was unable to do anything to him. This was simply too unbelievable. Jiangchen took a few steps back, but each step was filled with power. He was like an ancient tree, deeply rooted in the ground. A wave of shock was set off in the crowd. Everyone was staring at Jiangchen with their eyes and mouth wide open. The human and dragon form was too magical. Jiangchen's identity had become a mystery that no one knew. Even Jin Xiaoxiao's face was filled with astonishment. After Jiangchen's dragon transformation, he was completely different from before. Not only had his strength increased by a lot, most importantly, his dragon prestige seemed to have been unleashed to a greater extent. Who is this guy? Is he really a spy of the other three dragon clans? Even Jin Xiaoxiao was a little hesitant. However, she chose to believe in Jiangchen, not only because he saved her, but also because of the sincerity in his eyes. Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't resist it. Although Feng Tong wasn't willing to admit it, he had to admit that he lost this time. He lost completely. Not only did he fail to kill Jiangchen in 3 moves, but Jiangchen wasn't even injured. How could this be justified? Dragon form. Who are you? Fong Tong said in a deep voice. Are you a member of the Dragon Clan? Fong Tong's series of questions echoed the thoughts of countless people. Who was Jiang Chen? The 4 dragon clans didn't interfere with each other. If he was really an expert from the other 3 dragon clans, then his intentions would be suspicious. Jiang Chen, are you really not a member of the Dragon Clan? Jin Xiaoxiao asked. No. Jiang Chen shook his head. If you're not a member of the Dragon Clan, then why can you transform into a dragon form? What's your purpose in entering my Golden Dragon Clan? Fong Tong was aggressive and continued to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Who do you think you are? Questioning me? Ha ha ha, do you have the qualifications? Whether I'm a member of the Dragon Clan or not, I'm afraid it's not up to you to ask. 3 moves have passed and you've already lost, yet you're asking me like a winner. Your skin is probably thicker than the bark of a 10,000-year-old tree, right? Jiang Chen sneered as his eyes flickered coldly. If it wasn't for Jin Xiaoxiao, he would have fought Fong Tong to the death today. Fong Tong's face was dark and even a little awkward. Although he lost, it didn't mean he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. This guy's arrogance enraged him. If you don't dare to admit it, could it be that you're guilty? Fong Tong faced Jiang Chen directly. Jiang Chen, since you have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, then what's the grade of your dragon vein? Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed as she thought of something. She had always been curious as to why Jiang Chen had such a terrifying dragon aura. It might be related to his dragon vein. Jiang Chen pressed his palm on the blood dragon wall. At that moment, 9 halos spread out. The entire blood dragon pool became completely silent. Even the sound of a drop of water falling could be heard clearly. Jiang Chen looked at the blood dragon wall. Shouldn't the 9th class dragon vein only exist in legends? The supreme dragon vein was the symbol of a supreme god. No one knew whether the ancestors of the Golden Dragon tribe had ever reached the 9th class dragon vein. Among the 4 major dragon tribes, no one had the 9th class dragon vein. Even the current patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe could not reach the strength of the 9th class dragon vein. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's 9th class dragon vein was completely beyond their understanding. But it was indeed the symbol of the 9th class dragon vein. Fong Tong and Jin Xiaoxiao only had the 6th class dragon vein, which was a far cry from it. Jin Xiaoxiao was stunned on the spot. Then she looked at Jiang Chen excitedly. She was so excited that she couldn't say a word. She could only give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Awesome. No one knew who said this, but immediately, the entire blood dragon pond was filled with deafening cheers. Jiang Chen shrugged and looked at Jin Xiaoxiao with a noncommittal expression. He had never thought that he could reach the 9th class dragon vein. It should be because of the source dragon in his body. But now the source dragon had been suppressed. Jiang Chen had practiced the astral pull. Starlight had just entered his body. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the profound realm. However, the astral pull had suppressed the source dragon in his body and completely stabilized it at the first heaven of the Star Emperor realm. You're really too abnormal. Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but say. 9th class dragon vein. Even in the dragon tribe, there might not be one in millions of years. The dragon vein symbolized the purity of the dragon tribe's bloodline. The 9th class dragon vein was the purest dragon tribe's bloodline. Commander Fong, do you think the other 3 major dragon tribes will send a genius with the 9th class dragon vein to us as a spy? Jin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. She snorted coldly, but she was speechless. Who would send the most terrifying genius in their tribe as a spy? Unless the 3 major dragon tribes were fools. Commander Fong, could it be that you've forgotten our previous agreement? Jiang Chen Lungling said. At this time, Fong Tong was about to leave, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to stop him. Fong Tong abruptly turned around and locked eyes with Jiang Chen. Needless to say, there was no need to express their anger. In front of so many experts of the Dragon Clan, this Jiang Chen actually embarrassed him. More importantly, if he went back on his word, he would be ridiculed by everyone. I was careless with my words today. I'm sorry. Fong Tong said in a deep voice. This was the first time in his life that he had lowered his head to someone. He would definitely settle this debt in the future. Jiang Chen, just you wait, Fang Tong left the blood dragon pool with his tail between his legs. However, Jiang Chen's name had already spread throughout the entire Golden Dragon tribe. 9th class Dragon Vein. Such a talent was enough to shock everyone. It would definitely cause a great disturbance in the dragon tribe. Jiang Chen looked calm. He was also very satisfied with the result of his fight with Fang Tong. After all, there was a huge gap between them. Jiang Chen had already used all his strength to take 3 attacks from Fang Tong. 9th class Dragon Vein had undoubtedly become his biggest trump card. In the dragon tribe, the level of one's bloodline was very important. When fighting against experts of the same level, the suppression of bloodline might be the key to victory. Jiang Chen's 9th class Dragon Vein might be extremely terrifying to the Golden Dragon tribe and even the entire ancient dragon star. The Dragon Vein determined the future talent and potential of the experts of the dragon tribe. Jiang Chen's 9th class Dragon Vein was a hot topic for the people of the dragon tribe. I've just broken through to the Star Emperor realm. My strength is not stable yet. I'm going back to cultivate. Jiang Chen said. Okay, but you have to be careful. This Fang Tong won't let this go easily, Jin Xiaoxiao said, unable to hide her excitement. Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't hide her excitement. Although Jiang Chen had blocked 3 of Fang Tong's attacks, it was almost impossible for him to fight Fang Tong head-on. Jiang Chen nodded and left the blood dragon pool. Breaking through to the Star Emperor realm was undoubtedly something to be happy about for Jiang Chen. Only those in the Star Emperor realm could be called experts. Jiang Chen had already seen the power of the astral pole. Without the astral pole, he might not have been able to suppress the source dragon in a short time. He might even have lost his life. The biggest gain that the astral pole had brought him was the power of the stars. The power of the stars was more than 10 times stronger than the power of origin. With the help of the starlight, he kept tempering his body. With the tempering of the starlight, his dragon transformation was also a lot stronger. The power of the stars was linked with the stars in the sky. It was almost endless. However, he had already gained such a great understanding of the astral pole. When he reached the great accomplishment level of the astral pole, his strength would definitely soar to the 9th heaven. The first layer of starlight had entered his body. Jiang Chen had reached the small accomplishment level. However, if he wanted the astral pole to have a qualitative change, the only way was to devour the stars. The energy in the core of a star was endless, and the power of the stars was also unimaginable. As long as he integrated with the core of a star, Jiang Chen's strength would definitely soar. Moreover, after he cultivated the astral pole, the starlight entering his body made his perception of the core of a star more intense. There was a core of a star in the ancient dragon star. As long as I get the core of a star, I will definitely have a chance to leave this place. Then, repairing the formation will be a piece of cake. Jiang Chen's eyes twinkled as he took a deep breath. Having a goal was the most important thing, but the core of a star was not easy to find. He was completely clueless about the ancient dragon star. If Jiang Chen wanted to find the core of a star, he had to complete it as soon as possible. The cultivation resources of the ancient dragon star were not bad, but he wanted to leave this place and go to the Tianqi star. Whether it was news of Feng or the life and death of De Huang and Long Shan, they were all constantly worrying about Jiang Chen. The chi of the dragon vein in the blood dragon pool had created the source dragon, and it had even become a rank 9 dragon vein. This made Jiang Chen very serious. The source dragon had only been suppressed by him, but it would not be easy to completely refine it. The source dragon was originally a part of Jiang Chen's body, but it had eventually become a living creature. It wanted to take over his body, so Jiang Chen could not let it have its way. However, because of this, Jiang Chen saw the terror of the source dragon. The rank 9 dragon vein was the highest bloodline. Even the golden dragon tribe could not compare to its bloodline. Only after refining the core of a star would Jiang Chen have the confidence to completely suppress the source dragon. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only hurry up and cultivate. Once he completely stabilized his cultivation, the first thing he would do would be to find the core of the ancient dragon star. Only by finding the core could he rekindle his hope. 3 days later, Jiang Chen was still in the midst of cultivation when he heard a deep voice ringing through the skies outside his residence. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This voice was somewhat familiar. Could it be the Golden Dragon clan's leader? What was he doing here? Xianxia was slightly moved. However, this was the patriarch's territory after all. He had to give the patriarch some face since he was living under their roof. Xianxia is flattered by the clan leader's presence. May I know what the clan leader wants? Xianxia walked out of the cave dwelling and saw the Golden Dragon clan's leader, Genie Ba, standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at him with a face full of smiles. Genie Ba had made a huge decision to come here. As the Golden Dragon clan's leader, he had sacrificed a lot. My father is here today to discuss something with you, Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia said with a smile. Her father had told her to keep Xianxia in the Golden Dragon clan at all costs. She was naturally very happy. Clan leader Jin, please speak your mind. Xianxia said without batting an eyelid. Although he didn't know why Genie Ba had come, he was like a completely different person this time. Needless to say, it must be because of his bloodline. A 9th-grade dragon vein was probably unique in the entire Golden Dragon clan. Previously, he had a request from the Golden Dragon clan. This time, it was the exact opposite. Genie Ba's eyes were filled with joy. When he looked at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with gratification. Since my little friend is so sincere, I won't hide it anymore. I, Genie Ba, am also a straightforward person. I came today because I have an extremely important matter to discuss with you. Are you willing to marry the daughter of the Golden Dragon clan? Genie Ba said with a smile. What? Father, what are you talking about? Xianxia's face was flushed red and her eyes were incomparably bashful. To a girl, this was a huge matter, and at this moment, Genie Ba had actually said it out loud in front of everyone. Did she still want her face? There were many members of the Golden Dragon clan watching. This made her want to find a hole to hide in. Even Xianxia looked at Genie Ba with a face full of shock. Wasn't he being too blunt? How could his daughter's marriage be decided so hastily? Xianxia looked at Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't dare to look at Xianxia at all. Embarrassed, she turned around and ran away. Xianxia knew that it was very likely that Xianxia didn't know about this. Ha ha ha, my daughter is too shy. Little friend, what do you think? Genie Ba was filled with joy as he waited for Xianxia's reply. Xianxia was also very clear that Genie Ba's reality was reasonable. He only had one goal, and that was to keep Xianxia in their Golden Dragon clan. A 9th-grade dragon vein. This kind of talent was definitely an unprecedented existence. In addition, he heard that Xianxia blocked 3 moves from Feng Tong and the latter couldn't do anything to him. Thus, he favored Xianxia even more. If Xianxia could become the son-in-law of their Golden Dragon clan, then the rise of the Golden Dragon clan would be just around the corner. As the leader of the clan, Genie Ba's decision was indisputable. It was even the most correct decision. To Xianxia, courage was a little frightening because she didn't have such thoughts at all. It was completely Genie Ba's wishful thinking. But now, Xianxia couldn't back down. After all, this was someone else's territory. Genie Ba personally came out to matchmake for his daughter. This was already a great pressure for Xianxia. Yeah, I think Brother Xianxia and Her Highness are a perfect match. That's right, a 9th-grade dragon vein. I've never heard of it before. In the future, if Xianxia can stay in our dragon clan, he might become a legend. That's for sure. A 9th-grade dragon vein. That's something that only exists in legends. It wasn't just Genie Ba. Many members of the dragon clan who were watching at the foot of the mountain were also full of hope for Xianxia. They didn't doubt him like before. No matter where you were, as long as you had absolute strength, you would be able to gain respect. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. If he directly rejected Genie Ba, not only would the Golden Dragon clan lose face, even Xianxia wouldn't know how to face it. I appreciate clan leader Jin's good intentions, but matters of the heart can't be decided by one person. This matter needs to be discussed at length. But rest assured, I will definitely not become a sacrifice for the other 3 clans. Xianxia said with a serious face. Genie Ba smiled. Although Xianxia didn't directly agree to him, he didn't reject him either. Most importantly, he had directly rejected the other 3 clans. There was only one goal, and that was to let Genie Ba have no worries. Genie Ba let out a sigh of relief. As long as Xianxia didn't join the other three clans, it was the best news for them. If that's the case, I won't say much. You young people should settle your own matters. However, the doors of the Golden Dragon clan will always be open to you, ha ha ha. Genie Ba laughed calmly. Xianxia had given him enough respect, so he naturally wouldn't pester him. Retreating for the sake of advancing was the best way. Moreover, although Xianxia didn't agree to his proposal, he didn't reject it either. Thank you, clan leader Jean. Xianxia bid farewell to clan leader Jean and continued his cultivation. The night wind was slightly chilly. Xianxia sat on the peak of the mountain, constantly breathing in and out and cultivating the astral pull. The starlight entering his body was getting stronger and stronger, completely stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of the first level of the Star Emperor realm. Come out. Xianxia said calmly. He wasn't surprised by Xianxia's appearance. I'm really sorry about what happened during the day. I didn't know father would make such a request. Xianxia said in a low voice. It's okay. I know what clan leader Jean wants. You want me to stay. However, to each his own. You also know that I can't stay on the ancient dragon planet forever. I'll leave when my strength reaches a certain level, or when the teleportation portal is repaired. I'm the one who should be apologizing. Xianxia chuckled. As long as you're not angry. Xianxia said while biting her lips. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She didn't like Xianxia, but Xianxia's refusal made her feel upset. Could it be that she wasn't charming enough? Xianxia shook her head. She was never an indecisive person, but Xianxia's appearance had disrupted her plan. What's there to be angry about? I'm just thinking about the clan. Clan leader Jean, you're not wrong. If I were you, I would do the same. Xianxia shrugged. Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled. She teased him. You're really shameless. Who praises themselves like that? You really think you're so popular? Hee hee hee. Xianxia's smile was beautiful and charming. To Xianxia, he didn't have time to care about anything else. He couldn't have any other thoughts. That's right, in a month's time, it will be the ranking competition between the 4 great dragon clans. You can go and give it a try. The most important thing is to participate. If you can take 3 moves from Feng Tong, you might even be able to get a good ranking. Ranking competition? Xianxia looked at Xianxia suspiciously. The resources on the ancient dragon planet are limited. Plus, there's a place that the 4 dragon tribes control. Only those who rank high in the ranking competition have the right to cultivate there. Who would have thought that there would be such a place in the ancient dragon star? Xianxia also looked at Xianxia curiously. That's right. That is the forbidden area of the entire ancient dragon star. Not many people go there, and it is guarded by the elites of the 4 big dragon tribes. No one can enter that place easily. Every 500 years, there will be a battle between the 4 big dragon tribes. The top 10 in the ranking competition will have the opportunity to go there to train for a year. Xianxia's face was full of excitement as she vowed. What is that place? The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Legend has it that the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was created when the leaders of the 4 great dragon tribes joined forces to suppress a peerless heavenly demon. In the worst case, the leaders of the 4 great dragon tribes exhausted their life force to kill the peerless heavenly demon. In the worst case, the 5 of them perished together. The 5 peerless elites became the rocks and ancient trees of the entire Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. That was a bottomless abyss. Even the people of the 4 great dragon tribes had never entered it before because the depths of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss were extremely terrifying. Some people wanted to explore the deepest part of the abyss, but they never came back. Hence, no one knew how deep the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was. From then on, no one dared to venture deeper into the immortal abyss. The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss is also the place with the densest dragon vein chi in the entire ancient dragon star. After all, it is the place where the 4 immemorial dragon tribe ancestors died. Xianxia's eyes were filled with hope. She had long wanted to go to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss to take a look. That place is known as the last cradle of the ancient dragon star's geniuses. Almost all of the elites in the ancient dragon star have entered the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. The mysteriousness and power of that place are shocking. Everyone is filled with yearning for that place. However, it is not that easy to enter the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss to cultivate. Sigh. Looks like that place is indeed worth going. It is known as the most mysterious place on Ancient Dragon Star, and it is still unknown. There must be something extraordinary about the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Even the natives of Ancient Dragon Star are curious about that place. I, Xianxia, must go and take a look. Xianxia's eyes faintly narrowed as he thought in his heart. Even Xianxia was extremely secretive about that place. From the looks of it, entering the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss would definitely not be as easy as imagined. The ranking competition would be the most simple and violent, but also the most terrifying training. Even Xianxia was filled with sorrow. There's still less than a month's time. You should hurry up and train. Otherwise, even if you have the chance to enter the ranking competition, you will only be cannon fodder. Xianxia patted Xianxia's shoulder and smiled. Anyway, you'll be the scapegoat. Xianxia looked indifferent. TSK. If you want me to be your scapegoat, you need to have the strength to do so. In the ranking battle, does Feng Tong have a chance? Xianxia asked. It's hard to say. Last time, he was ranked 17th. This time, his goal is to enter the ranking battle. In the past 500 years, I wonder what kind of geniuses have emerged from the 4 major dragon clans. What about you? Xianxia blushed, appearing a little embarrassed. 29th. But this time I'm aiming for the top 10. Humph. Do you think a 6th grade dragon vein is a lot? This time, I must get a spot for the Golden Dragon clan. Xianxia's face was filled with pride, as if she was determined to get it. I hope so. Xianxia smiled. Since Feng Tong had the chance to enter the top 10, then even if he had to risk his old life, he had to get a good ranking in the ranking battle. He was already a little curious about this legendary Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. A month passed quietly. During this month, Xianxia started devouring source stones like crazy. He had hundreds of millions of 5th grade source stones now, which was enough for him to squander for a long time. He only had one goal in this month, which was to break through to the 2nd heaven of the Star Emperor realm. However, Xianxia had greatly underestimated the amount of energy a Star Emperor realm expert needed to absorb to break through. Even after devouring millions of source stones, it didn't help. He was still at the peak of the 1st heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Xianxia knew that if he wanted to break through, it wasn't enough to rely on source stones alone. He needed an opportunity. A month later, the leader of the Golden Dragon clan personally selected 10 young geniuses of the Golden Dragon clan to follow him to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Xianxia, let's go. If you want to get the spot for the Golden Dragon clan, it's up to you. Xianxia said to Xianxia, who was standing beside her. There were hundreds and thousands of experts in the Golden Dragon clan, but only 10 of them were willing to follow their patriarch to participate in the ranking battle. Among these 10, it was up to them to get a good ranking in the battle. Xianxia looked at the sea of experts of the Dragon clan around him and felt a chill in his heart. The Ancient Dragon clan was indeed one of the 4 major dragon clans of the Ancient Dragon planet. There were tens of thousands of people from the Dragon clan gathered here. There were even over 1,000 experts who had surpassed the Star Emperor realm. Such a force was indeed something that Planet Crimson Afterglow couldn't compare to. The Ancient Dragon planet was worthy of being called one of the top 10 planets in the Apocalypse Star area. On the peak, Genie Ba looked calm and dignified. He looked at the tens of thousands of people of the Dragon clan and said in a deep voice, "The ranking battle that happens once every 500 years is about to begin. The ranking tournament that happens once every 500 years is about to begin. I believe that all of you are more or less prepared. However, if you want to participate in the ranking tournament of the 4 great dragon clans, there are only 10 slots. These 10 slots will determine whether anyone can kill the top 10. I hope that this time, all of you will not disappoint me." 500 years ago, only one person from the Golden Dragon clan entered the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss to cultivate. Genie Bai's voice was extremely solemn. The ranking battle not only concerned the reputation of the 4 major dragon clans, but also their status in the Ancient Dragon planet. Whoever could make it to the top in the ranking battle would have the future of the ancient dragon planet. This was because the experts who made it to the top in the ranking battle were the true pillars of the ancient dragon planet. 500 years ago, only one person from the Golden Dragon clan made it to the top 10. It's a bit shabby indeed, Xianxia said in a low voice. Sigh, do you think the ranking battle is that easy? Many people might lose their lives in this battle, Xianxia said sadly. Xianxia said in a sorrowful tone. Xianxia was slightly surprised. She had never shown such a sorrowful side before. It seemed like the ranking battle had given Xianxia a different kind of sentimental feeling. A real battle between experts should be like this. The road is smooth. How can there be a real expert? They are just flower buds in a greenhouse. Xianxia's face was calm. He was already prepared and his eyes were shining. As the saying goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. You are all the top geniuses of our Golden Dragon tribe. You are courageous enough to participate in the ranking battle of the 4 great dragon tribes. Only 10 people can obtain such a quota. Whether you can stand out from the crowd of geniuses will depend on your luck. Genie Ba said in a deep voice. As the leader of the Golden Dragon tribe, it was even more impossible for him to make a decision. If he did that, wouldn't it disappoint the majority of the disciples of the dragon tribe? Hence, Genie Ba decided to let them undergo the baptism. The quota for the ranking battle would naturally be given to those who were capable. I wonder what new tricks the leader has up his sleeves this time. He, but I am determined to get it. Che. No matter what the leader has prepared, I don't care. In front of absolute strength, I am the strongest. Of these 10 quotas, I will reserve one. Ha. Many experts of the dragon tribe swore. Every one of them wanted to participate in the ranking battle. Although they might not be able to enter the top 10, those who could participate in the ranking battle were all true geniuses. Even if they couldn't obtain a good ranking in the ranking battle, they would definitely be able to attract a lot of attention in the battle between the experts of the 4 great dragon tribes. Being famous was like a pig being fat. Who didn't want to become an expert that could look down on the world? Father intends to treat everyone equally this time. However, this is also a great opportunity for you. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. This wasn't how the selection of spots for the ranking battle was supposed to be. Her father must have rearranged the selection just for Xianxia. I understand. Xianxia wasn't an ignorant person. He must have made preparations for such an important matter. This time, he was able to participate. Needless to say, Genie Ba had given him enough face. The temptation of a 9th grade dragon vein was obviously something that no one could resist. You have 3 days at the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff. Whoever lasts the longest will be the final winner. The final 10 winners will represent our Golden Dragon tribe in the ranking battle of the 4 great dragon tribes. Are you all prepared? Genie Ba said in a deep voice. Always be ready. Their roars reverberated throughout the land, echoing through the mountains and valleys for a long time. This was the power of the Golden Dragon race. Xianxia gasped in amazement. Everyone was eager to have a try. Hundreds of Star Emperor realm experts were ready. The Heavy Mystery Cliff is one of the cliffs of our Golden Dragon clan. It is also a place for cultivation. However, almost no one is willing to go there normally because the pressure at the bottom of the Heavy Mystery Cliff is just too great. Almost no one can cultivate at the bottom of the cliff forever. Even my father can only stay at the bottom of the cliff for 4 or 5 days at most. The gravity there is unimaginable. It is a headache. Xianxia explained to Xianxia. Isn't that good? No pressure, no motivation. Ha. Xianxia laughed heartily. He wasn't afraid in the slightest as he followed the group towards the Heavy Mystery Cliff. This time I will definitely kick you out of the Dragon Clan. You still want to represent our Dragon Clan in the ranking competition? Humph. Wishful thinking. Feng Tong gazed at Xianxia from afar. He had already contacted 5 experts, all of whom were geniuses of the Dragon Clan at the 4th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. If they worked together, it wouldn't be difficult for them to deal with Xianxia. They would make it difficult for him to move an inch at the bottom of the Heavy Mystery Cliff. The gravity at the bottom of the Heavy Mystery Cliff is terrifying. If you think you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Xianxia said in a low voice. I know. Xianxia watched the experts of the Golden Dragon clan enter the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff one after another. There were more than 700 of them. As soon as he entered the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff, a tremendous pressure pressed down on him from all directions. That terrifying gravity made it hard for him to breathe. Everyone looked solemn and found it difficult to move. They had to find a spacious area to cultivate. The gravity at the bottom of the heavy mystery cliff was getting stronger and stronger. It was like the intersection of heaven and earth, and they were struggling to survive in the cracks. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not bad. These guys are much stronger than before. I hope they won't disappoint me in the ranking competition this time. Genie Bai stood at the top of the mountain, silently gazing at the disciples of the Golden Dragon clan. He was quite excited. Grade 9 Dragon Vein. Jiangchen, I hope you can bring me more surprises. The person that Genie Bai valued the most was Jiangchen. Although he was slightly weaker now, his talent and future were limitless. Grade 9 Dragon Vein. Even the leaders of the other 3 clans would be envious of him. Although Jiangchen couldn't be considered a member of the Golden Dragon clan, Jiangchen had already made him a promise. With his daughter's peerless beauty, how could he not be tempted? Since ancient times, heroes had a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Jiangchen was no exception. As long as he could become the son-in-law of the Golden Dragon clan, wouldn't the Golden Dragon clan be controlled by him in the future? Grade 9 Dragon Vein. I wonder if you can handle such a great responsibility. In less than half a day, people had already left the heavy mysterious cliff one after another. This was because the gravitational force of the heavy mysterious cliff was too terrifying. Most importantly, the gravitational force was constantly increasing. When they first entered the heavy mysterious cliff, they didn't have such an intense feeling. As time passed, everyone became drenched in sweat. Those who were able to stay were mostly like arrows at the end of their flight. In less than half a day, more than half of the people had already chosen to leave. Although the ranking battle could make their reputation rise among the 4 great dragon clans, they still needed to be alive to go. If they couldn't even withstand the pressure of the heavy mysterious cliff, they would only be cannon fodder even if they went. Not only would it be shameful, they might even lose their lives there. However, there were also quite a number of people who gritted their teeth and endured the pressure of the gravity with great difficulty. The number of people became fewer and fewer. By dusk, there were less than 100 people left. Among these 100 people, only a few would be able to endure the first day. Everyone had a difficult expression on their faces. Some were silent with their veins bulging, while others were grimacing in pain, waiting for their last chance. Xianxia was also sweating profusely, but she didn't seem to be affected. The peak of the 4th level of the Star Emperor realm was no joke. Even in the entire Golden Dragon clan, there weren't many who could reach that level. Jiangchen, on the other hand, surprised Xianxia. There were less than 50 people left, but all of them were above the 3rd heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Jiangchen was the only one in the 1st heaven of the Star Emperor realm. You're such a weirdo. Grade 9 Dragon Vein. Interesting. Xianxia's eyes lit up even more. Jiangchen was as still as a mountain. He sat with his legs crossed and didn't seem to feel any pain. It wouldn't be easy to force him to leave the heavy mystery cliff. Jiangchen frowned, because at that moment, he felt at least 5 powerful forces exerting pressure on him. It seems that someone doesn't want me to participate in the ranking battle. Jiangchen said with a smile. Fang Tong's cold smile when he looked back from afar had also revealed his target. Several pressures came from all directions. Jiangchen was already under the pressure of the dark cliff, and now he was under the pressure of 5-star Royal Realm experts. The pressure was unimaginable, but no one could feel it at the moment. Pressure was intangible, not to mention that they were under the dark cliff. No one cared about it. Those people had obviously come prepared, and their target was clear. If Jiangchen was right, those people must have been arranged by Fang Tong. That guy wanted to kill him here. If he couldn't even participate in the ranking battle, wouldn't his 9th-class dragon vein be an exaggeration? By then, the chief of the Golden Dragon clan wouldn't think so highly of him. What a sinister plan. It seems that the Golden Dragon clan is also a place of filth. Xianxia sneered. However, with his 9th-class dragon vein, the dark cliff couldn't suppress him at all. Even the 15 experts in the 3rd or 4th heaven of the Star Royal realm couldn't do anything to him. Xianxia's way of ascending to the heavens was invincible. No one could suppress him in terms of momentum. Facing the encirclement of so many people, Xianxia was still calm and unruffled. Since you want to kill me so much, don't blame me for being merciless. Xianxia shifted his consciousness and started to fight back. It wasn't difficult for Xianxia to fight back. He just didn't want to get himself into trouble at the moment. However, those guys from the Golden Dragon clan were too aggressive, so he had no choice but to fight back. Xianxia had always been a person who wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him. However, if others offended him, then they wouldn't have it easy either. Xianxia's level 9 dragon vein was completely released at this time. The terrifying dragon might kept suppressing the 5 experts of the Golden Dragon tribe. In less than 15 minutes, the 5 experts of the 3rd or 4th heaven of the Star Emperor realm all changed their expressions. It was already difficult for them to bear the pressure in the dark cliff. With the addition of the pressure from Xianxia, each of them was in great pain. The power of the level 9 dragon vein made them feel extremely bitter. None of them had expected that Xianxia could have such a terrifying chi power when he fought against the 5 of them alone. The reason was that his level 9 dragon vein was not something these people could compare with. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be the first to be kicked out. So what? That fella is way too scary. We're no match for a grade 9 dragon meridian. That's right. We can't do anything to him under the heavy mysterious cliff. What a coward. You don't have to say that. If I could kill him in minutes. If it weren't for the level 9 dragon vein, I could kill him as easily as killing an ant, considering that he has just broken through to the Star Emperor realm. Many experts of the dragon tribe were in great pain. Blue veins were bulging on their faces, and their scalps were numb. Facing Xianxia's level 9 dragon vein, they could only lament their inadequacy. At first, no one had expected such an ending, but it was even more difficult for them than it was for Xianxia. No, I can't hold it anymore. Me too. People were kicked out by Xianxia one after another. Under the heavy mysterious cliff, those experts in the 3rd or 4th sky of the Star Emperor realm were kicked out one after another, which surprised many people. They had thought they could have the last laugh, but it turned out to be a big blow to them. In this ranking battle, those 5 people had been very confident. But now, it seemed that they had failed. In order to help Fang Tong deal with Xianxia, they went for wool and came home shorn. Xianxia sneered. Seeing the 5 people being kicked out of the heavy mysterious cliff, everyone looked gloomy. They gnashed their teeth and wished they could eat their flesh. Xianxia's grade 9 dragon meridian showed them what real terror was. We can't let this guy live. Otherwise, we won't have a good time in the future. For the 5 of them, losing the opportunity to participate in the ranking battle was painful. The patriarch had set the rule that whoever could stay under the heavy mysterious cliff for the longest time would be the final winner. If they couldn't even get a spot, then there was no way they could stand out in the ranking battle. Fang Tong didn't expect that Xianxia could stay calm in the face of 5 experts in the 3rd or 4th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Moreover, he fought back with all his strength and kicked all of his people out. It was a slap in his face. Looking at the resentful eyes of the 5 fellows, Fang Tong felt that he had lost his face. After all, he was the one who had harmed them. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished he could cut Xianxia into pieces. This outsider had turned the Golden Dragon clan upside down in less than half a year's time. If he was allowed to become more arrogant in the future, there would be no place for him in the Dragon clan. Xianxia, I won't let you go. We'll deal with this later. I'll teach you a lesson in the ranking battle. Fang Tong said fiercely. Xianxia smiled calmly. After a day and a night of pressure, the experts of the dragon tribe were eliminated one after another. Finally, there were only 10 people left, and these 10 people would be the final participants. Seeing that there were only 10 people left, Xianxia left the heavy mysterious cliff first. After all, he had already obtained a place to participate in the ranking battle. There was no point in staying here any longer. However, for the people of the dragon tribe, fighting for the first place was the most honorable thing to do. Everyone was clenching their teeth and persisting. Xianxia had already escaped. He, it said that it's a 9th grade dragon vein, but I think it's just SOSO. Compared to our commander Feng, it's much weaker. That's right. The difference in strength can't be made up. So what if it's a 9th grade dragon vein? Do you think he can soar to the sky in one go? You can't say that. After all, a 9th grade dragon vein is an extraordinary talent. Under the pressure of the heavy mysterious cliff, it's already not easy for him to enter the top 10. Towards Xianxia, there were people who respected him, but there were also people who mocked him. After all, a 9th grade dragon vein was too rare. No one knew how terrifying a 9th grade dragon vein was. But at least from the looks of it, it was far inferior to Commander Feng and the princess. Xianxia couldn't be bothered with those crazy words. He only wanted a place to participate in the ranking battle. I'm not a masochist, I don't want to be pressured to the point where I can't breathe. Moreover, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. After all, he was in someone else's tribe. What if he made the people of the dragon tribe lose face? What should he do? The top 10 had already been obtained. Xianxia knew when to stop. At this moment, his face was calm and contented. On top of the mountain, Xianxia frowned and murmured, on the evening of the second day, the last two people, Xianxia and Fang Tong, slowly walked out of the heavy mystic cliff, causing a burst of cheers. Fang Tong! Fang Tong! The cheers resounded throughout the heavy mystic cliff. Fang Tong was able to become the commander of the Golden Dragon clan because of his reputation. Even Xianxia was slightly inferior to him. It's still Commander Feng after all. He's much better than those useless good-for-nothings. Ha ha ha. Second Ant, it's hard for you to enter the Hall of Elegance. Do you really think that fellow can become the pride of our Golden Dragon clan? That's true. We don't need to be afraid of not knowing what's good for us. It seems that Commander Feng is the most trustworthy one. The disciples of the Golden Dragon clan all gave a thumbs up to Fang Tong. His position in the Golden Dragon clan was unquestionable. Your Highness, now you should understand who is the one who can protect you, right? If you encounter any difficulties in the future, he won't be able to protect you. So what if he's a 9th grade dragon vein? In the end, he can't even withstand the pressure of the heavy mystic cliff. I really don't dare to praise him. Ha ha ha. Fang Tong's face was full of arrogance and his eyes were cold. In the dragon clan, he was the one who could truly carry the flag. The others were just trash. No one could compete with him. Even Xianxia, who had a 9th grade dragon vein, was just a flash in the pan. His position in the dragon clan was earned by his own ability. That's right. Xianxia's face was cold. No one would remember the second place. After all, she was still inferior to Fang Tong. Xianxia left the heavy mystic cliff hastily. She was also very surprised. Logically speaking, Xianxia shouldn't be like this. The one who had the highest chance of competing with Fang Tong was him. It's still too early to talk about this. Let's talk about it after you get a ranking in the ranking battle. Xianxia turned around and left. However, Fang Tong didn't care. Right now, he was the most outstanding person in the dragon clan, enjoying the cheers and support. Fang Tong's eyes were cold. He murmured in his heart. Pretending to be noble. Humph. One day, I'll make you scream under my crotch. Fang Tong did not disappoint, causing Xianxia to have a whole new level of respect for him. Although Xianxia had obtained the top 10 at the heavy mysterious cliff, he was only ranked 10th. Could it be that he had placed too much hope on Xianxia? Xianxia sighed in his heart. A grade 9 dragon vein was indeed an outstanding talent, but if Xianxia did not work hard enough, he would also fade into the crowd. He was blessed by the heavens, but he did not know how to cherish it, so he could not blame anyone else. Xianxia arrived at Xianxia's residence. He was in the middle of cultivating. You left the heavy mysterious cliff a long time ago and stayed away from the hustle and bustle by yourself. You really know how to hide in peace. Xianxia smiled. There's no difference between first place and 10th place. Why should I be bullied there? As long as you can get a spot in the ranking battle, it's fine. Whoever can laugh until the end will be the one with the best smile. Xianxia said lightly. Xianxia frowned and said, Fang Tong and the others made a move against you? You could say that, but those people shot themselves in the foot. I've already kicked them out of the competition. Xianxia had an indifferent expression. I knew it, this guy will definitely not let it go. Xianxia felt apologetic. If it wasn't for her, Xianxia would not have to suffer Fang Tong's harassment. You can't be blamed completely. Perhaps he is already afraid of the grade 9 dragon vein, afraid that I will steal his thunder in the dragon clan. Of course, Xianxia knew that this Fang Tong was not someone who could be easily dealt with. It wasn't that he didn't want to take revenge, it wasn't the right time yet. Once the ranking battle began, if he had the chance to kill Fang Tong, he wouldn't show any mercy. This Fang Tong, I will teach him a lesson sooner or later. Xianxia said fiercely. Get ready, Xianxia. The day after tomorrow, Father will bring us to the High Sun Mountain Range. The gathering place of the 4 great dragon clans is there. Moreover, the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss is at the High Sun Mountain Range. It will be jointly managed by the 4 great dragon clans. Got it, thank you. The High Sun Mountain Range was located slightly west of the center of the ancient dragon star. Along the way, there were endless mountain ranges, rivers, glaciers, and green fields. Moreover, many demonic beasts on the ancient dragon star were descendants of the dragon clan, and more or less carried some dragon clan bloodline. After all, this was the world of the dragon clan, and only a small number of demonic beasts were independent. However, after tens of thousands of years of metamorphosis, the demonic beasts that could survive were considered very tenacious. The mountains around the mountain range were strangely dangerous, and filled with a general trend. Perilous peaks towered into the clouds, dotting the landscape like stars in the sky. We're here. Genie Bai took a deep breath. 500 years ago, only one member of the Golden Dragon clan had entered the ranking battle, and the cultivation path of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was out of reach for the Golden Dragon clan. This time I will not return empty-handed. Fang Tong's face was grave. Back then, his cultivation was only at the initial 4th layer of the Star Emperor realm, and he did not enter the top 10. This time, however, he would definitely avenge his previous humiliation. Even if he could not come out on top, he would definitely become the pride of the Golden Dragon clan. This place is indeed vast and rich in Genesis G. Xianxia nodded. The legendary land of dragons and tigers was likely nothing more than this. This is the place with the densest Genesis Chi in the entire ancient dragon star. It is said that millions of years ago, the ancestors of the 4 great dragon clans fought over this place. In the end, they made an agreement that this place would be designated as a training ground, and a place for the geniuses of the 4 great dragon clans to cultivate. No one is allowed to set foot here. Xianxia's expression was grim. Xianxia nodded, not daring to tarry. It seems that there were many secrets on the ancient dragon star. Genie Bai led 2 Golden Dragon Clan elders and 10 Dragon Clan geniuses as they swooped down towards the 10,000-foot platform below the mountain range, brimming with confidence. Welcome, clan leader. The 4 elders were all smiles as they cupped their hands together and nodded at Genie Bai. They were naturally overjoyed to see the Golden Dragon Clan members. The 4 elders are all at the 6th layer of the Star Emperor realm, and are extremely powerful. They are the guardians of this place, guarding the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. There is a cycle every 500 years. After the ranking battle, they can return home and be replaced by another clan elder. Xianxia said to Xianxia beside her in a low voice. No wonder, they're so powerful. Xianxia was inwardly surprised. It seemed that the foundations of the 4 great dragon clans were quite powerful. Just the 4 6th-layer Star Emperor experts alone made one feel an immense pressure. Ha ha ha, elders, you've worked hard. I'll hold a welcoming banquet for all of you when you return to the dragon clan after the ranking battle. Genie Bai said with a face full of gratification. These protectors were the backbone of their dragon clan. Thank you, clan leader. Joy was revealed on the faces of the 4 elders, already eager to return home. Ha ha ha, it's been 500 years, but clan leader Jean is still as impressive as ever. Genie Bai's expression was a little gloomy. This guy would always mock him whenever he was down and out. He was also the person Genie Ba hated the most among the 4 great dragon clans. Han Che, the patriarch of the proud Sky Dragon clan. Likewise. Clan leader Han, you look just as graceful as you were back then. Humph, Genie Ba sneered. I can't. 500 years ago, only 3 people from our proud Sky Dragon clan entered the ranking battle. After I went back, I thought about it and became even more nervous. This year, we must let those little brats show off their abilities. No matter how bad it is, it shouldn't be that only 1 person entered, right? Ha ha ha. Han Che laughed loudly, obviously mocking Genie Bai. This guy is simply too detestable. None of the people from the proud Sky Dragon clan are good people. Xianxia said through gritted teeth. Clearly, the relationship between the AO Sky Dragon clan and the Golden Dragon clan wasn't that good. Thank you, Clan Chief Han. This time, your proud Sky Dragon clan will definitely not be able to compare to our Golden Dragon clan. Genie Ba said coldly. Is that so? Then I'll have to wait and see. It's good that Chief Jean is so confident. I wouldn't be surprised even if none of your Golden Dragon clan entered the top 10. After all, 500 years ago, your Golden Dragon clan only managed to obtain 1 spot. But you don't need to be discouraged, clan leader Jean. Don't worry, there's always a way out. Our lifespan is endless. We have at least 10,000 years left. This 10,000 years is enough for you to see someone enter the ranking competition. I believe that the people of the Golden Dragon clan will not be so disappointing. Han Che's face was filled with arrogance. Back then, the Golden Dragon clan had lost all face. Now that he had finally caught hold of Genie Bai's weakness, how could he let him off so easily? Every dog has its day. Who knows who the flower will fall to this year? Patriarch Han, don't be happy too early. You might end up crying in the future. He. Genie Bai didn't want to be outdone. At this moment, as the clan leader, he naturally couldn't lose the limelight. Until the most crucial moment, no one knew who would have the last laugh. I hope so. Han Che said calmly. This time, you must show mercy. Don't let our brothers from the Golden Dragon tribe lose too badly. Do you understand? Han Che looked at the disciple of the proud Sky Dragon clan behind him with a solemn expression. Yes, clan leader. We definitely won't let them get hurt. The valiant man leading the group said disdainfully as he looked at the sky. This fellow is the proud Sky Dragon clan's proud Cloud Dragon. Back then, he was only a step away from obtaining the qualifications to enter the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Unfortunately, he was kicked out in the end. His strength cannot be underestimated. Compared to Feng Tong, he might even surpass him. Jin Xiaoxiao explained to Jiang Chen. He's at least at the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Jiang Chen nodded and said. As expected of an expert from the proud Sky Dragon clan. Looks like he's really aggressive. Yun Dragon, he Jin. Che. Should, first. Should. Take care. First. Yun. First. Dawn. Should. Start, Che, Dawn. Mind, Dawn. Should. I. Should. Yun, and 1. That's right. Take care of yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. The proud Sky Dragon clan is as arrogant as ever. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. You have to be capable if you want to come out on top in the ranking battle. For the experts of the Golden Dragon tribe, they were also suppressing their anger. Their terrible results 500 years ago had left them speechless. This time, they had to come out on top. At the very least, they couldn't let the people of the Golden Dragon tribe look down on them. Let's wait and see, Ao Yunlong said coldly. Ao Yunlong said coldly and glanced at the people of the Golden Dragon race. He had never placed this group of people in his eyes from the start. The people of the Golden Dragon tribe and the proud Sky Dragon tribe all had gloomy expressions. This ranking battle would definitely be very exciting. At that time, there would probably be countless sparks flying. Rumble, a series of earth-shaking sounds could be heard. More than 10 figures descended from the sky, blocking out the sun and the sky. They were all giants that were hundreds of feet tall, causing all the demonic beasts in the forest to retreat in fear. The dinosaur clan has always been so high profile. That's right. It's like they're afraid that others won't know they're here. Humph. I wonder how strong they are. The dinosaur clan is just bluffing. This time I'll teach them a lesson. A scholar who hasn't seen for 3 days must be looked at differently. Plus, it's been 500 years. Who knows how much the dinosaur clan has changed? But, this is a big problem. More than 10 terrifying dragon silhouettes filled the sky. They were the experts of the dinosaur clan. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes turned incomparably cold because Claude, who almost caused her to lose her life, was one of them. She would absolutely not let this matter rest. Bastard! This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Xianxia said fiercely. As long as we enter the ranking battle, we'll have a chance. Xianxia said with a smile. You have to be careful. He hates you more than me. If you hadn't saved me, he would have succeeded. Xianxia reminded. Once Xianxia was caught by him, he would be in a very dangerous situation. I know. But, the one who wants to kill me, Xianxia, hasn't been born yet. In the sky, the giant dragon with 2 claws was Claude's clone. Claude and Xianxia stared at each other. Terrifying rays of light shot out from their eyes, as if they wanted to skin each other alive. Little bastard, I didn't think we'd meet again. This time, I'll crush you to death. Claude raised his head and said with an evil smile. Long time no see, Lanyu. Your dinosaur clan always likes to be so high profile. Genie Ba said indifferently as he looked at the giant dragon. That guy was the chief of the dinosaur clan, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, Lanyu. He, if you don't have any influence, how can you live up to the reputation of the 4 great dragon clans? You're just a nobody, and you're not qualified to be the champion of the ranking battle. Lanyu was gasping for breath. His voice was loud, but he said it in a light tone. His face was filled with pride. The strength of the dinosaur tribe was even stronger than that of the proud Sky Dragon tribe and the Golden Dragon tribe. This was where his pride came from. Chief Lan is really domineering. Be careful, don't bite your tongue. Ha. Han Che's face was also gloomy. The feeling of being trampled on by others was very unpleasant to him. Even if he couldn't come out on top this time, he would definitely trample these 2 fellows under his feet. Otherwise, the dinosaur tribe would be too arrogant. The ranking battle has always been based on one's ability. Lanyu didn't care about Han Che's threat at all. At this moment, a wave of dark clouds enveloped everything within 1,000 miles, causing the entire mountain range to turn dark. It's the Eternal Dragon Clan. Eternal Dragon Tribe. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he looked straight at the dark clouds in the sky. Everyone on the scene became solemn and held their breaths in rapt attention. To every disciple of the Dragon Tribe, the Eternal Dragon Tribe was the highest existence in their hearts. Since ancient times, the dignity of the Eternal Dragon Tribe could not be violated. Although there were 4 dragon tribes in name on the ancient dragon star, the Eternal Dragon Tribe far surpassed the other 3 dragon tribes in terms of strength, power, and presence. The legend of the Eternal Dragon Clan had spread across the entire universe. There was no one who didn't know about it. Xianxia had also heard about it a long time ago. He even had a reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Xianxia looked sincere. To her, the existence of the Eternal Dragon Tribe was superior to the other 3 tribes. This was established and acknowledged. It seems like the Eternal Dragon Tribe is the real king of the ancient dragon star. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Of course. In the ancient dragon star, no one can go against the ancient dragon tribe. Xianxia bowed slightly as if she was welcoming the arrival of the Eternal Dragon Tribe. Welcome, Tribe Leader Mo. Welcome, Tribe Leader Mo. Dozens of people from the 3 dragon tribes bowed to the dark clouds. Their voices were filled with respect. A giant black dragon was soaring in the sky. At that moment, the experts of the dinosaur tribe had transformed into their human forms under Lanyu's lead. They did not dare to fight with the experts of the Eternal Dragon Tribe. The black dragon flew up and roared. The dragon might swept across the area, sending chills down everyone's spine. Only Xianxia did not look at the black dragon. He wore a solemn smile. The dragon might of the black dragon was very strong. His strength was unquestionable. 8th grade dragon vein. Xianxia was surprised. It seemed like the tribe leader of the Eternal Dragon tribe was a ruthless character. Behind the black dragon, more than 20 figures appeared in the sky and followed closely behind. Everyone, I trust you have been well since we last met. He, after 500 years, all of you are still as graceful as ever, said the black dragon softly. However, his voice was filled with an incomparably intense pressure. Although it was released invisibly, it was clearly done intentionally. Especially when the black dragon looked at Xianxia, a look of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Clearly, the bloodline of Xianxia had caused him to be extremely puzzled. Xianxia's heart sank. This guy's eyesight was rather sharp. Thank you for your concern, Clan Chief Mo. I hope that the experts of the Eternal Dragon clan will show mercy in today's battle. Ha ha ha. Lan Yu laughed heartily and said. He was also very respectful towards clan leader Mo. After all, clan leader Mo's strength was there for all to see. The Eternal Dragon clan could become the leader of the 4 great dragon clans. It was not a joke. If clan leader Mo was stronger than clan leader Mo, who would be willing to be under him? That's right. In my opinion, the experts of the Eternal Dragon clan should not participate. Of the 10 spots, 5 of them will definitely be from the Eternal Dragon clan. Han Che chimed in. To them, the prestige of the Eternal Dragon clan was something that no one could challenge. No matter what kind of person they were, they all liked to listen to flattery. Han Che and Lan Yu were very good at flattery. Genie Ba had never liked this. His status among the 4 great dragon clans was also the lowest. Although it might not be that bad, the Golden Dragon clan was also the most disliked. It seems like your father is indeed too straightforward. Xianxia smiled. However, the competition between the 4 great dragon clans could not be decided by a few witty words. In the end, it still depended on each party's means. This time, I will definitely not let my father down. Compared to back then, Xianxia's confidence was definitely even greater. It was already extremely good if she could obtain a spot for the Golden Dragon tribe. More importantly, if Xianxia could emerge victorious in the ranking battle, her father would no longer have to be as disappointed as he was back then and be mocked by others. Old friends, you are too polite. This year's competition will definitely surpass the past. He. Mo Xiaolong smiled calmly. Half of the top 10 experts of the Eternal Dragon clan behind him were at the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. In an instant, not only Genie Ba, but even Han Che and Lan Yu, who had been smiling, looked at each other and gasped. It seemed that the Eternal Dragon clan had indeed produced a lot of experts over the past 500 years. Such a force made the experts of their clan very nervous. There were already 5 experts at the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. It was obvious that they would occupy at least half of the seats. No wonder Mo Xiaolong was so calm. It seemed that he had been prepared for this. Damn it, these Eternal Dragon clan guys are too ruthless. Exactly. The experts of the Eternal Dragon clan are far superior to us. It seems that it will be very difficult to stand out among them. Sigh, so what? We'll just take it one step at a time. After all, the Eternal Dragon clan is the leader of the 4 great dragon clans. I'm definitely going to suffer a setback in this ranking battle. I had some confidence at first, but now it seems that it's really depressing. Many experts of the 3 clans began to complain. However, the situation was worse than the people. If one did not have the ability, then it was reasonable to be eliminated. Survival of the fittest, this was the truth that had existed since ancient times. This time, we should be more relaxed. Let these juniors struggle on their own. White Bamboo Peak stretches for 90,000 miles and is the largest primeval forest in the High Sun Mountain Range. I will put 10 Chaos Source Orbs into it. Whoever obtains them will be qualified to be the final winner. There are clear numbers on the Chaos Source Orbs, from 1st to 10th. You can decide for yourselves. The reward for the first place will be increased from 50 million grade 5 source stones last year to 100 million grade 5 source stones. What do you think, chiefs? Mo Xiaolong's arrangement caused everyone's expression to turn gloomy. After all, this was not a joke. Although 50 million origin stones was not a small amount, they could still afford it. However, White Bamboo Peak was filled with dangers. It was not that easy to obtain 10 Chaos Source Orbs. Wasn't this clearly telling them to fight among themselves? At that time, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. This was extremely advantageous for the Eternal Dragon clan, but for the other 3 clans, it was like walking on a tightrope. But who asked the Eternal Dragon clan to be the leader of the 4 clans? Who asked the Eternal Dragon clan to be stronger? The value of this Chaos Source Orb is not cheap, but most importantly, it contains a large amount of Dragon Vein Qi, which can raise the grade of bloodline by a lot. It's quite attractive. Xianxia said. But this White Bamboo Peak battle is too disadvantageous for us. The experts of the Eternal Dragon clan are too strong. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of worry. This time, even if she wanted to squeeze into the top 10, it would be extremely difficult. To Lan Yu, Han Che, and the others, Mo Xiaolong's arrangement was simply tailor-made for their Eternal Dragon clan. This gave them an incomparable headache, but with Mo Xiaolong's status and prestige, even if they had any thoughts, they dared not speak up. After all, the strength of the Eternal Dragon clan was not something they could compare with. Genie Bai's eyes flickered, but he was also speechless. If anyone dared to oppose Mo Xiaolong at this moment, wouldn't that be clearly opposing the Eternal Dragon clan? As the leader of the 4 great dragon clans, they had to give him face. The 3 looked at each other and could only nod while clenching their teeth. Mo Xiaolong also nodded slightly, calm and unruffled. Since everyone is willing to give me, Mo Xiaolong, face, I will not pass on this responsibility. These 10 Chaos Origin Orbs are numbered from 1 to 10, and each one is different. Which one you obtain will depend on your luck. The ranking battle is about to begin at this moment. Mo Xiaolong said with a smile, as if he was sure that he would win. Even Jiang Chen was displeased to see that. The 5th Heavenly Layer Star Emperor experts had already occupied half of the ranking battle. Those who were as strong as them were not as strong as them. The ranking battle in White Bamboo Peak would be filled with bloodshed, and many people would die in it. Jiang Chen was not sure if Mo Xiaolong's group was strong enough to compete with them. Looks like we can only take it one step at a time. Jiang Chen shrugged. He had always been ready to deal with whatever came his way. Preparing for a rainy day was too troublesome, and he would just use his fists. The 3 swordsmen of the Eternal Dragon clan, Mo Yun, Mo Di, and Mo Chen, are not easy to deal with. They were already famous 300 years ago. Legend has it that the 3 of them once killed a 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm demonic beast. They are the most frightening characters in this ranking battle. Jin Xiaoxiao had obviously made sufficient preparations for the ranking tournament this time. Even if there were strong enemies on all sides, she still secretly resolved that she must get into the top 10, and she would do it at all costs. We will follow clan leader Mo's arrangement. Genie Bai said indifferently. Since there was no other choice, they could only leave it to fate. Who would have the last laugh would depend on their own luck. All right. Since that's the case, listen to my command. From now on, all of you can enter White Bamboo Peak for a month. At that time, whoever obtains the Chaos Origin Orb will have the qualifications to enter the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss to cultivate. The Chaos Origin Orb will emit its unique aura within a radius of 10 miles, so do your best. I declare, the ranking battle starts. Mo Xiaolong waved his hand and 10 Chaos Origin beads were scattered around White Bamboo Peak. Following his command, the entire High Sun Mountain range began to stir. Numerous meteor-like figures rushed towards White Bamboo Peak. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Follow me, Jiang Chen. If we manage to obtain 2 Chaos Origin Orbs, it will be your good fortune. Jin Xiaoxiao solemnly said. From her point of view, Jiang Chen was still the fellow that needed her protection. Although his strength was not ordinary, his cultivation was still there. If he were to clash with Feng Tong head-on, Jiang Chen would not be able to last more than 5 rounds. Even she would be able to easily defeat him. Back then, he had been able to distinguish himself at the heavy mysterious cliff due to his grade 9 dragon vein. However, in a true battle, the benefits that a grade 9 dragon vein could bring him were negligible. Then I'll be waiting for you to give me a Chaos Origin Orb, Xianxia said with a smile, before entering White Bamboo Peak together with Xianxia. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant for. Xianxia, I will definitely kill you this time. Feng Tong clenched his fist and turned his head to look at Xianxia. He had already rushed forward. When everyone had left the High Sun Mountain range, only the leaders of the 4 great dragon tribes were left on the mountain peak. Everyone began to exchange pleasantries. However, there was an extremely solemn look on their faces. These were the most outstanding geniuses of their tribes. If anyone could distinguish themselves, not only would their names shake the entire ancient dragon star, it would also greatly increase the strength of their tribes. The experts of the Eternal Dragon tribe had always held an absolute advantage. Furthermore, the Eternal Dragon tribe was revered. This was also the reason why they were able to dominate the universe. The Eternal Dragon tribe was always the highest tribe, even above the humans. The climate and environment of White Bamboo Peak was extremely harsh. When Xianxia and Xianxia stepped into it, they finally understood. In the forest, thistles and thorns were everywhere. Almost all of them were barren hills and rugged ancient trees. Occasionally, there would be a few ear-piercing roars that reverberated in the air. It was terrifying. There are many beasts here. I have never seen many of them before. Their strength is no weaker than the dragon tribe. These beasts can survive in the ancient dragon star for thousands of years and continue to evolve. Other than not being as strong as the dragon tribe, they are also a force that cannot be underestimated. Xianxia reminded. Their existence is reasonable. The fact that they can coexist with the 4 great dragon tribes is enough to prove their strength. Xianxia agreed with her. No matter which astral it was the same. Ecological balance was extremely important. If there were only the 4 great dragon tribes left in the ancient dragon star, they would be destroyed step by step. In the past, one of our brothers from the Golden Dragon tribe died here. He was bitten to death by a poisonous python. We could only watch him die without being able to do anything. That was because the poisonous python was too strong. It was stronger than any of us. Xianxia was a little disappointed. Thinking of the past, it was hard for her to let go. It was something that she could not forget. She had been brooding over it. This time, only by obtaining a place in the ranking tournament and completing the wish of the brother in the tribe, she might be able to completely untie the knot in her heart. Don't think too much. Living in the present is the most important thing. I believe that we will not return empty-handed in the ranking tournament this time. Xianxia said firmly. Xianxia looked at him in a daze. This guy was rather confident. Even she was starting to believe him. I hope it will be as you say. Xianxia stroked her hair and said with a smile. She was like a white lotus, clear and charming. However, there was an indescribable wildness in her. She seemed to bring out the best in this gloomy and mysterious primitive forest. The 2 of them ran all the way and began to search for the mixed origin pearl. It was the pass to enter the Earth Dragon ancient abyss. It was a treasure in everyone's eyes. Whoever found the mixed origin pearl first would be equivalent to obtaining the key. As for whether they could bring it out of this place, it was hard to imagine. At dusk, the sun set in the mountain stream. Hard work did not fail those who put in effort. Xianxia and Xianxia could be said to be extremely lucky. They actually found a mixed origin pearl. Furthermore, there were 7 lines on the mixed origin pearl. In other words, it was the 7th mixed origin pearl. Primal origin pearl. It's really the primal origin pearl. Xianxia tightly grasped the primal origin pearl in her hand. Her face was filled with excitement and her eyes were filled with starlight. She was so excited that she couldn't control her emotions. In other words, as long as she could hold on to the primal origin pearl, she would definitely be able to enter the top 10 in the ranking battle. Xianxia held the primal origin pearl in her hand. This time, she would definitely obtain a spot for the Golden Dragon tribe. Looks like your luck is really too good. Xianxia smiled. Xiaoxia's excitement wasn't only because she had obtained a spot in the top 10 of the ranking battle. More importantly, she had become her father's pride and the face of the Golden Dragon tribe. This was the most important thing. Jiangchen. I won't be courteous with this primal origin pearl. Let's continue searching and find another one for you. Xiaoxiao cautiously said. She looked around, afraid that someone was secretly spying on them. Jiangchen nodded. The 7th-ranked primal origin pearl was naturally not his goal. His goal was first place. The allure of 400 million grade 5 origin stones was quite great. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. Whoever could come out on top and obtain the 400 million grade 5 origin stones would become the most dazzling existence on White Bamboo Peak. I'm afraid that you won't have this chance. He he he. A lustful laughter was heard. 3 silhouettes appeared beside Jiangchen and Xiaoxiao. They were none other than Claude, an expert of the dinosaur race who had fought them before. You again? Xiaoxiao's face darkened. This guy was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Ha ha ha, I've been following you guys since the beginning. I still remember the hatred from that sword strike. If I don't deal with you too, where would I put my face? Claude said with a cold smile. He had been scheming for a long time. However, he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest. These 2 unlucky bastards must have stepped on some kind of dogshit luck to find a primal origin pearl. Wasn't good things coming in pairs? Brother Da, these 2 actually dared to provoke you. Aren't they tired of living? He's simply courting death. Isn't that so? There's also a burden. Ha ha ha, we'll have to play with this woman later. The princess of the Golden Dragon tribe. TSK, TSK, TSK. That figure, that skin, that face. The faces of the 2 men behind Claude were also filled with desire, and the corners of their mouths were already drooling. Don't worry, there will be plenty of benefits for you later. Claude stood with his arms crossed, speaking with fervor and assurance. This time, don't even think of escaping from my hands. Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and subconsciously passed the Chaos Origin Orb in her hand to Jiangchen. If I really can't beat them, I'll take the Chaos Origin Pearl and run as far as I can. Jiangchen looked at her in surprise. He did not expect Xiaoxiao to be so decisive, directly handing over the Chaos Origin Pearl to him. This trust touched Jiangchen slightly. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if we have to fight to the death, we can't let them succeed. Jiangchen grabbed Xiaoxiao's hand and returned the Chaos Origin Pearl to her once more. Xiaoxiao was even more astonished. Jiangchen was actually not tempted by the Chaos Origin Pearl at all, and even insisted on dying together with him. You were the one who fled for my life previously. Humph, Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flickered with incomparable coldness. Trying to be eloquent and not knowing what's good for you. However, consider yourself unlucky to fall into my hands. He he he. The 2 of you, die. Claude sneered with killing intent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wasn't it perfect to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, killing and robbing? Leave this little girl to me. The 2 of you deal with that guy. Claude was the first to attack, closing in on Xiaoxiao with lightning speed and ferocious might. Be careful. Jiangchen said with a solemn expression. Xiaoxiao still wasn't sure if she could fight Claude again. Both of them had improved a lot. Their situation was still worrisome in this second battle. In front of Jiangchen were 2 guys who had just broken through to the 4th heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm. Their strength was obviously unstable, but they were still 3 heavenly layers stronger than Jiangchen. Moreover, they were fighting 1 against 2. They were not to be underestimated. Kid, it's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, you're doomed. That's right. I like steaming the most. The 2 fellows of the dinosaur race said with a sneer. Their eyes were filled with disdain. In their eyes, Jiangchen was just a plaything that wasn't worthy of their attention. Any one of them could easily crush him to death. Then I'd like to see which one of you can roast me and steam me. Jiangchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with interest. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Grandpa will teach you how to behave today. The pointy-mouthed young man squinted his eyes and shouted in a low voice. His figure was like a gust of wind, whistling through the air. His sharp claws were like lightning, streaking across the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was gloomy and cold. These two fellows were not a threat to him. This time, it was a good opportunity to test his strength by using these two fellows as an example. Jiang Chen's body shook like steel. His feet moved like tigers and dragons, clashing with the expert of the dinosaur tribe in a split second. Jiang Chen's strength was like a vast ocean, surging and crashing. This simple exchange had shocked the expert of the dinosaur tribe. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded his expectation. The clash between the two was extremely exciting, like a needle against an awl, extremely intense. Jiang Chen rose up step by step, using his flesh and blood to fight against the expert of the dinosaur tribe. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. "I've underestimated you." "Humph." The expert of the dinosaur tribe sneered, his face as gloomy as water. Jiang Chen's sprinting gave people the feeling of Mount Tai pressing down on them. Every step he took was like carrying 9 bulls, crazily attacking. The two hadn't even exchanged 20 moves, but Jiang Chen had already gained the upper hand. Although there was a difference of 3 heavens, his strength was quite abnormal. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack!" The expert of the dinosaur tribe shouted angrily. Under Jiang Chen's crazy attack, he had completely lost the initiative. Although he had lost face, his life was more important. Even if 2 Fourth Heaven Star Emperor Realm experts attacked Jiang Chen at the same time, as long as they could kill him here, no one would know. Jin Xiaoxiao also looked at Jiang Chen worriedly. His fighting strength was not bad, but his opponents were not easy to deal with either. 2 Fourth Heaven Star Emperor Realm experts, even he would have to fight for a long time. Could Jiang Chen really stop them? Jiang Chen didn't change his countenance even though he was fighting 2 enemies at the same time. However, it was time for him to show his real strength. Under the dragon transformation, his body expanded. The expressions of the 2 experts of the dinosaur tribe slightly changed. Jiang Chen's half-human half-dragon body was indeed ferocious. His strength and momentum skyrocketed. Even Jin Xiaoxiao and Claude couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of bird dragon was this? How could he be so fierce? When did such a mutant appear in the Golden Dragon tribe? The two were full of doubts. However, Jiang Chen's aggressiveness gave them a headache. They couldn't take him down at the same time. The situation was in a stalemate. This was the most embarrassing moment in their lives. The two of them had joined hands to fight against a guy at the first heavens of the Star Emperor realm. It was too shameful. "Both of you have to die." Jiang Chen's strength was on full display at this moment. He had already reached the peak of the first sky of the Star Emperor realm. After using the dragon transformation, his strength soared. Facing 2 Fourth Sky Star Emperor realm warriors who had not yet stabilized their strength, he had no fear at all. His strength was invincible. Although his dragon transformation was not as big as 100 zhang, his body was covered with iron bones. His dragon fist made the 2 velociraptors groan incessantly. "Damn it, let's fight. Activate the dragon form." Both of them looked at each other and unleashed their most powerful skills. Their movements were so fast that even Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Their movements were so fast that even Jiang Chen was shocked. "Be careful, Jiang Chen. These 2 are velociraptors. They are very fast." Before Jin Xiaoxiao's voice died away, she had already been pushed back dozens of zhang. The scene was extremely violent. The fight between the two was even fiercer and more brutal than theirs. No wonder they are so fast. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. With a shake of their bodies, the 2 of them transformed into giant dragons that were 30 meters tall. Their claws were like crescent blades, looking extremely strange. They were staring at Jiang Chen at all times. With a roar, the 2 clumsy dragons swooped down without any resistance and squeezed Jiang Chen in the middle. The huge impact was enough to break a mountain. Jiang Chen used both of his arms to block, grabbing the fangs of the 2 dragons. The terrifying force caused his body to sink down to his knees. One could only imagine how crazy it was. However, Jiang Chen didn't move an inch. Instead, he slowly separated the 2 dragons, using his body as the axis, and began to swing them. The tiny Xianxia and the two gigantic tyrannical dragons formed a sharp contrast. However, Xianxia's strength was beyond their imagination. He spun them 3 times, and they were instantly sent flying away. Both of them crashed into a huge boulder. Rows of ancient trees were smashed into smithereens, and everything within a few hundred meters radius was razed to the ground. Roar roar accompanied by 2 violent roars, they even formed sonic booms, like sharp rips, turning into bursts of explosions in the air. 2 idiots, come on! Xianxia sneered. His roar was not any weaker than the 2 velociraptors. In the blink of an eye, the 2 velociraptors had already arrived. They knew of Xianxia's methods, and did not dare to be careless. In this battle, they had to bring out their trump cards. The velociraptor's sharpest weapon was speed. This was also their pride. Thus, they wanted to use their strengths to attack Xianxia's weaknesses. If they could deal a heavy blow to Xianxia in terms of speed, then their chance would come. Kid, Grandpa will play with you today. Kill. The 2 velociraptors turned into 2 beams of light, streaking across the horizon. Xianxia's heart sank. These 2 were not easy to deal with. At least, if they were fast enough, they would be invincible. Wanting to defeat them would not be an easy task. Xianxia immediately raised his blade, meeting the 2 velociraptors head-on. He did not dodge or evade, but instead began a direct confrontation. However, these 2 had obviously changed their tactics. Previously, they had been tossed out by Xianxia like trash. Now, they naturally had to prepare a foolproof plan. Time and time again, they only lightly attacked. They did not cause too much of an impact on Xianxia. The 2 of them wanted to exhaust Xianxia's stamina, squeezing out his strength to the lowest point before killing him. This was indeed a smart move. But how could Xianxia just sit and wait for death? Since these 2 did not want to fight him head-on, then he would take the initiative to attack. Passively defending was always a bad idea. Once he was given a chance to counterattack, then he would be suppressed like a storm. Although speed wasn't Xianxia's forte, it wasn't too difficult for him to evade these 2 fellows. Although he had sustained some minor injuries, Xianxia had been accumulating his strength and waiting for the right opportunity. Once he seized the opportunity, he would definitely make those 2 fellows die a graveless death. Chi-chi, ear-piercing sounds continuously rang out in Xianxia's ears. This was enough to show how terrifying these 2 were. However, Xianxia's thoughts were also very meticulous. He was waiting for an opportunity, not panicking in the slightest. Here it is. Xianxia suddenly made his move. The situation of passively taking a beating instantly changed. He gathered all the strength in his body and directly grabbed one of the velociraptors. Without any flashy moves, Xianxia madly rushed forward, firmly gripping the velociraptor's teeth. Punch after punch, his strength was astonishing. The velociraptor felt as if it was being crushed by a mountain. The velociraptor let out miserable cries. Even when facing the other velociraptor, Xianxia did not move an inch. Grab one and beat it to death, his fists were like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Punch after punch, the velociraptor was badly mutilated. Its bones were completely shattered. Fresh blood spurted out, splattering all over the forest. Pung! 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 Invincible iron fist. Xianxia was like a madman. He wanted to go all out in a single spurt of energy. Even if his back was heavily injured, he would not hesitate. Finally, after more than 100 punches, that terrifying strength was perfectly demonstrated. The velociraptor's head had been smashed to smithereens by Xianxia. Its flesh and blood were mangled, and it looked like a decapitated dragon. It had long since ceased to breathe. And when Xianxia turned his head, the other velociraptor felt its heart tremble. Seeing its comrade beaten to death by Xianxia, it couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Motherf ***, isn't this fellow too ruthless? The velociraptor's heart trembled, and it subconsciously took a step back. In terms of momentum, it had already lost to Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the velociraptor's heart. In its heart, there was only one thought, run, but Xianxia did not give it this chance. Want to run? No way. Although the velociraptor was extremely fast, Xianxia stepped on the sky-ascending stairs. With a flash, he appeared beside the velociraptor. Previously, he had merely concealed his presence. This time, Xianxia was swift and decisive. With lightning speed, he once again captured the velociraptor. "This is impossible," the velociraptor exclaimed in disbelief. However, the collision between the two had already begun. The velociraptor was forced to fight against Xianxia, but the tragic death of its comrade was still fresh in its mind. In its heart, it was already complaining incessantly. "Brother De, save me!" Xianxia was gasping for breath. He had also lost a lot of blood. However, these two guys had died far more miserably than him. Claude was furious. These two brothers had a close relationship with him. They were the people he trusted the most. However, they had been killed by Xianxia. Not only that, but they had also died without a complete corpse. One could imagine how angry he was. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Xianxia's life was no longer in danger. Moreover, he had killed 2 fourth heavenly layer Star Emperor experts. Although she was shocked, she didn't need to tremble in fear anymore. At the same time, she was also shocked by Xianxia's strength. This was the true definition of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This guy's bones were filled with valiance, just like a ferocious tiger that had escaped from its cage. "You Golden Dragon clan trash, go to hell." Fury of Storm. Claude's roar shook the sky. He was so powerful that he triggered a storm that swept across the sky. Xianxia's expression changed. She kept retreating, not daring to face his attack head-on. Soaring Dragon and Leaping Tiger. Xianxia's figure kept flashing as she kept attacking the storm. However, this fury of storm was too terrifying. It was difficult for her to move forward. Moreover, she was blocked at every step. The pressure kept increasing, and her injuries became more and more serious. Although she could exhaust Claude, it would be extremely difficult to defeat him. Moreover, Claude's current strength was even stronger than hers. "Let me give you a hand," Xianxia growled. He didn't retreat. Although he was already seriously injured, he had to step forward. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't be able to stop him alone. This scene is extremely similar. However, the result is destined to be vastly different. "This time around, none of you will be able to escape," Claude said with a cold smile. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was severely damaged, how could he have been defeated by Xianxia? This time, he had to kill the two of them to vent the hatred in his heart. "Unfortunately, you don't have the strength to do so." Xianxia's eyes were as sharp as a knife. His figure didn't change. He used his dragon transformation and charged into the storm. The violent storm couldn't do anything to him. The wind blades could barely hurt his flesh. Xianxia was like an invincible diamond. He was invincible in the fury of storm. "Damn it," Claude said while clenching his teeth. He was extremely angry. This bastard's body could actually be this strong. He had underestimated Lin Fan. Xianxia's eyes flickered. Her chance had come. She could resist the fury of the storm. If the two of them joined forces, killing Claude would be just around the corner. It's only a matter of time. "Xianxia, you hold the line for me," Xianxia shouted. She didn't retreat at all. Even though she was facing Claude's fury of storm, she was still calm and composed without Xianxia's strength. This was her only chance. She had thought that she was in a critical situation and her life was hanging by a thread. However, after Xianxia killed the 2 velociraptors, Xianxia's hope was rekindled. This time, she wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Xianxia nodded slightly. The two started to fight back against Claude's fury of storm. Claude's facial expression was extremely grim. Xianxia's strength was beyond his expectation. Xianxia had killed 2 fourth heavenly Star Emperor experts. It was enough to show how abnormal this guy was. Plus, he was only at the first heavenly Star Emperor realm. Such a monstrous genius really shocked him. If Xianxia was allowed to grow in the future, he was afraid that the entire Golden Dragon clan would rise. Although Claude was startled, he didn't panic. He had no way out now. He had to fight with Xianxia and Xianxia to the death. Claude didn't expect that Xianxia and Claude would clash head-on. The fury of storm could destroy heaven and earth, but Xianxia still withstood it. It was obvious how terrifying this guy's body was. Xianxia was still fighting like crazy, holding Claude and not letting go. In this way, Xianxia would have more chances. "You're crazy," Claude cursed. Xianxia seemed to have gone mad. There was no pause in his violent battle, he was like a mad bull. Claude's heart was filled with bitterness. Although he was able to deal with Xianxia's assault and the fury of storm had bought him enough time, Xianxia's attacks were all-pervasive. Under the joint attack of the two, it was difficult for him to move forward. Bang! Bang! Xianxia didn't even need to use his full strength. He only needed to attack Claude, and the rest would be left to Xianxia. Xianxia was also quite surprised. Xianxia was like a lioness. She had completely opened her conception and governor vessels and began to attack without holding back. Because of Xianxia's presence, she didn't have any worries. Compared to before, she was more troublesome. "This day next year will be the day of your death." Xianxia was as fast as lightning. She put all of her strength into the sky-raising strike. Claude's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His complexion was ashen. He could only keep retreating and running for his life. "Want to run? You'll have to get through me first." Xianxia sneered and blocked Claude's path of retreat. Under the two-pronged attack, Claude was injured one after another. Xianxia's long blade went straight in, making Claude feel a fatal threat. Time was ticking away. There was no room for him to turn back. Xianxia and Xiaoxia's cooperation was perfect, it could be said to be flawless. Claude staggered step by step as he was besieged from left and right. It was difficult for him to take care of his head and tail. "I admit defeat." Claude finally bowed his head because he didn't want to die here. He, who had taken every conceivable possibility into account, had been defeated by Xianxia twice. Xianxia's strength was the only thing he had overlooked. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He was already filled with regret. "Unfortunately, it's useless," Xianxia said disdainfully. Her pretty face was drenched in sweat. However, as long as she could kill Claude, she wouldn't hesitate to injure the enemy and herself. Moreover, she didn't need to risk her life. With Xianxia's help, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. Killing Claude was just a matter of time. How could he surrender now? Xiaoxiao's killing intent and anger made even Xianxia a little afraid. This woman was too crazy. She also loathed Claude. She had almost been killed by him in the past. Now that the tables had turned, how could she let Claude go? "You dare. The dinosaur race will never let you go." Claude put on a strong front. He could feel death approaching. He didn't even have 1/10 of his strength left. If Xiaoxiao and Xianxia wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping their palms. Xiaoxiao ignored Claude and rushed to the peak of the void. Her saber swept horizontally like a scorching sun, aiming for Claude's chest. With Xianxia's assistance, Xiaoxiao was unstoppable. She charged forward valiantly and valiantly. No, no, Claude's desperate roar reverberated in the sky, but his figure had already fallen to the ground. Xianxia smiled faintly and looked at Xiaoxiao. Her face also revealed a knowing smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Not bad." Xianxia gave Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. Xiaoxiao smiled brightly. The saber dripping with blood could no longer support her heavily injured body. She spurted out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. Xianxia quickly helped her up. Xiaoxiao instantly went limp in Xianxia's arms. Her face was blushing, and she looked slightly embarrassed. "It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him." Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. Her face was pale and weak. "That guy's strength is indeed not weak. We let him escape once, but this time, he didn't leave behind any trouble." Xianxia said. "Claude isn't the only expert of the dinosaur tribe. We still need to be careful. Moreover, with the experts of the 4 great dragon tribes gathered here, White Bamboo Peak will surely be filled with carnage. More and more people will die," Xiaoxiao said in a solemn voice. Although Claude was killed, they were still not safe. Enemies could appear at any time. Even the Golden Dragon tribe might not be completely trustworthy. There were many people who would stab others in the back. In such a difficult environment, obtaining a Chaos Origin orb was extremely difficult, and it was related to one's future potential and status. Under the absolute temptation, even people of the same tribe might betray them. However, Xianxia made Jin Xiaoxiao see the light in him once again. This man was worthy of trust. Your cultivation is extremely unstable. It's very likely that you're about to break through. Moreover, you've suffered such heavy injuries. You should take a rest first. Xianxia said. Yes. Jin Xiaoxiao's voice was low like a mosquito's bite. She took a deep breath, pulled herself together, and began to cultivate. Xianxia's injuries were also not light, but he insisted on protecting her, which made Jin Xiaoxiao feel quite touched. At critical moments, Xianxia was also the person she trusted the most. 3 days later, Jin Xiaoxiao's strength had completely stabilized at the 5th heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. Her aura was steadier and more solid than before. Even her temperament had become more enchanting. Congratulations. Xianxia said with a smile. Stop teasing me. Let's go. We need to find another Chaos Origin bead. Jin Xiaoxiao still felt that she owed Xianxia. He had tried his best to buy more time for her, but he did not mention a word about the Chaos Origin bead. If she obtained the Chaos Origin bead but Xianxia did not, she would definitely blame herself. Therefore, she had to find another Chaos Origin bead for Xianxia. The two of them moved forward in White Bamboo Peak, constantly searching. At the same time, they had to be cautious of their surroundings. Any movement would affect their hearts. I sense a very dense aura of the Chaos Origin bead? Xianxia's expression changed as he said in a low voice. Is that so? Why can't I sense it? Jin Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly as she said in a daze. She did not sense anything. Could Xianxia have made a mistake? Over there, let's go. Xianxia pulled Jin Xiaoxiao and quickly sped away. Jin Xiaoxiao blushed a little, feeling a little touched in her heart. But she knew that Xianxia only regarded her as a good friend. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xianxia finally found the hidden cave at the bottom of the mountain. It was surrounded by dense bushes and there was no path, but Xianxia's eyes were as bright as torches. He was certain that the aura must have come from here because the source dragon in his body had a very strong feeling. It did not feel like this when he encountered the Chaos Origin bead in Jin Xiaoxiao's hand, but the source dragon in Xianxia's body had already begun to stir restlessly. It was enough to tell that the Chaos Origin bead was absolutely extraordinary. Are you sure? Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Xianxia in surprise. The Eternal Dragon Clan's clan leader had said that the Chaos Origin bead exuded an extremely dense Genesis chi that could be sensed within a 10-mile radius, but Jin Xiaoxiao did not feel anything at all. She could only stare suspiciously at Xianxia. That's right, it's here. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curved in an imperceptible smile. Xianxia pushed aside the bushes and plunged into the cave. His face turned incomparably solemn because he saw a fist-sized Chaos Origin bead exuding a faint cyan light. At that moment, Xianxia felt as if he had seen the sun through the clouds. It was too shocking. The Chaos Origin bead was much larger than the one in Jin Xiaoxiao's hand. Moreover, the extremely dense Genesis chi it exuded was refreshing and made his breathing quicken. The Genesis chi contained in it was extremely terrifying. Even a starry sky origin stone might not be as dense as it. This, Jin Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. She stood rooted to the spot and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The Genesis chi contained in such a large Chaos Origin bead was dozens of times greater than her own. It was simply a treasure. The Genesis chi in a starry sky origin stone was far from comparable. It was refined by the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon Clan, and every bead was worth thousands of gold. It was quite terrifying for the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon Clan to take out such a large sum. Now that Xianxia had obtained the Chaos Origin bead, Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel envious. First place. This is the starry sky origin stone that represents the first place in the ranking battle. Jin Xiaoxiao said excitedly. She even danced with joy. Xianxia's luck was too good. The huge one engraved on the Chaos Origin bead was incomparably dazzling and resplendent. Jiang Chen's expression remained the same. Although he was also very excited, Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't see how happy Jiang Chen was. It was as if all of this wasn't happening to him. Jiang Chen held the Chaos Origin bead in his hand with an incomparably solemn expression. However, he was also very shocked. The treasure taken out by the Eternal Dragon clan was indeed valuable. This Chaos Origin bead could definitely raise his strength by a level. What? You don't seem happy. Are you scared, silly? Ha ha ha. Jin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and giggled. Jiang Chen shook his head. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. I'm afraid that this Chaos Origin bead won't be easy to guard. It will definitely attract a lot of bloodshed. The treasure was in their hands, but there was no guarantee that no one would come to snatch it during this period of time. The Primal Origin orb in Jiang Chen's hand must have raised their safety to the limit. You're right. Looks like we have to be more careful. Jin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Chen looked at each other. For them, the Battle of White Bamboo Peak was secondary. Whether or not they could keep the Chaos Origin orb was the most important matter. This hot potato could very well send them to eternal damnation. Perhaps, it's already too late. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. Jin Xiaoxiao's heart sank and her expression changed abruptly. Before Jiang Chen finished his words, two terrifying auras had already surrounded them, leaving them with nowhere to retreat. Tyrant Sky Chen. Jin Xiaoxiao's voice was incomparably solemn. This guy was a peerless expert of the dinosaur clan. He was even stronger than Claude. His appearance also made Jin Xiaoxiao feel that it was quite troublesome. Li Kongyi. Proud Sky Dragon clan's Fei Tianlong was also an expert with eyesight that was comparable to dominating Sky Chen. These two fellows were geniuses that had risen to fame in the past few hundred years. They were also very popular candidates in this ranking tournament. I didn't expect us to be so fated. Miss Xiaoxiao, we've met once 100 years ago. I've always been fascinated by you. He. Li Kongyi said with a smile. He was thin, tall, and wore a white robe. He gave people a very modest and gentlemanly feeling. There was even an indescribable feminine feeling. However, Jin Xiaoxiao knew that this guy was a sanctimonious person who had done countless dirty things in secret. He was a top playboy in the Aotion Dragon clan. Is that so? But my memory is a little bad, so I didn't remember. Jin Xiaoxiao said with a cold smile. These two guys obviously came with ill intentions. Cut the crap and hand over the item. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Tyrant Chen Lungling said. He had the tyrant body and was more than 3 meters tall. His entire body was bursting with muscles. He looked as strong as an ox. He stood there like a wall, a mountain, or a towering tree that had taken root under his feet. He gave off a great pressure. I didn't expect the two of you to be together. Jackals of the same tribe. Jin Xiaoxiao curled her lips and teased. At this time, no one was more nervous than her, because she knew that these two people were more terrifying than Claude. There was no chance of winning this battle. Jiang Chen stood beside Jin Xiaoxiao. These two fellows had been eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. It seemed like they had planned this beforehand. These words are a bit hurtful. Xiaoxiao, do you know that the person I've been thinking about day and night all these years, isn't it you? As long as you and I work together, I'm afraid that not many people will be our match, right? Wouldn't it be wonderful to hold hands and cultivate together? Ever since you killed Claude, we've been eyeing you. We were planning to take action, but we didn't expect him to have a great discovery. That's why you can live a little longer. Li Kongyi looked at Jin Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face, as if he was admiring a beautiful painting. I'm afraid I don't have such luck. If you want to find someone to dual cultivate with, I'm afraid there are more than 3,000 or 5,000 people in your Aotion Dragon clan, right? Jin Xiaoxiao said calmly. It turned out that they had been eyeing them for a long time. It seemed that they had come with bad intentions. How can those mediocre women compare to you? Don't compare them with you. That's an insult to you. Li Kongyi shook his head and said. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Unfortunately, you don't have the luck to enjoy it. Tyrant Chen had been eyeing Jiang Chen all along. He only had one target, and that was Jiang Chen. He didn't care about that woman at all. Tyrant Chen, Li Kongyi, are you two going to fight? Xianxia's aura was released, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Compared to before, she was much stronger. Even if she had to face these two people, she wouldn't retreat even half a step. Women are indeed not inferior to men. Unfortunately, you're destined to become my woman today. He. Li Kongyi said lecherously. I'll stop them later. You run away quickly. These two aren't like Claude. We have no chance at all. I have my own way to get out of here if you run away. Otherwise, you'll only be a burden to me. Do you understand? Xianxia transmitted her voice to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. This was his usual trick. However, he also knew that these two guys were much more ferocious than they had imagined. Jiang Chen remained silent. Xianxia looked at him and frowned. This Jiang Chen didn't seem to be convinced. He didn't want to fight to the death with these two guys, did he? If you want to go, let's go together. If we're going to die, let's die together. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely firm. Xianxia's heart was getting warmer. However, she knew that it wasn't the time to be sentimental. It wouldn't be easy to leave this place. Tyrant Chen and Li Kongyi wouldn't let them go easily. What if I'm not willing? Xiaoxia's eyes were burning. I'll just kill him and take his treasures. Tyrant Chen stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. Obviously, he was getting impatient. I'll just suffer a little. As long as you're willing to follow me, everything will be fine. However, if you're not willing, I don't mind using force. Of course, I won't kill you. I'll ravage you slowly. I'll also use your Chaos Source Pearl. Actually, I also have a Chaos Source Pearl. What I want more is you. Li Kongyi gradually stopped smiling. His sinister and terrifying eyes emitted a dim light. Xiao, don't challenge my bottom line. My patience is limited. Then. All right. Before Xiao finished her words, she had already pulled Jiang Chen and started to run. Jiang Chen didn't expect Xiao to be so fast. She directly flew into the sky, broke out of the cave, and galloped away. Go after them. Tyrant Chen looked at Li Kongyi coldly. Li Kongyi was also very cold and full of killing intent. Kill. The two looked at each other. Killing intent burst out from their eyes. They turned into long rainbows and instantly chased after Li Kongyi. Want to run? You're too young. Li Kongyi arrived in the blink of an eye. He was even faster than the velociraptor. In the Audiobook dragon tribe, the representative of the winged dragon was Li Kongyi's family. It could be seen that he was the son of the sky. His speed was so fast that only a few people could rival him on the entire ancient dragon star. Jiang Chen was right. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. They had nowhere to run. Although the Chaos Source Pearl was good, it was a life-taking pearl that made people despair. You have nowhere to hide. Only death awaits you. Tyrant Tianchen stood proudly and sealed the void with Li Kongyi. Xiaoxia's face was pale and she was a little disappointed. Bringing Jiang Chen into the Golden Dragon tribe and into this ranking battle might have been a mistake. She could not absolve herself from the blame for Jiang Chen's death. Since there is no other choice, let's fight. Jiang Chen, who had not spoken for a long time, said in a low voice. He looked at Xiao. Sometimes, death was not scary. What was scary was not having the courage to face death. Running away was, after all, the last resort. In Jiang Chen's dictionary, there was no such thing as a deserter. Xiao looked at Jiang Chen with mixed feelings in her heart. She kept telling herself that she had to carve out a bloody path for Jiang Chen. Her life was given by Jiang Chen. She had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Jiang Chen was also very courteous to her and never had any selfish motives. Even when facing the Chaos Source Pearl, he did not have any other intentions. It was enough to tell what kind of person Jiang Chen was. He was a man worthy of being entrusted to. Moreover, he was the most important man in her life. Xiaoxia's temper was explosive and she was not good with words. However, she knew that Jiang Chen was in her heart. Especially at this time, she could not ignore Jiang Chen. Even if she had to die, she must die before him. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Jin Xiaoxiao was already prepared to face death with equanimity. You can't blame me for not taking the road to heaven. Xiaoxiao, you can't blame me. Don't say that I don't know how to be tender to the fairer sex. I've already given you a chance, but you're useless. Li Kongyi said with a sinister smile. He was practicing with Tyrant Tianchen and had begun to approach Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao. Leave him to me. That bitch is yours. Tyrant Tianchen pointed at Jiang Chen and said. All right. Li Kongyi raised his eyes slightly and walked toward Jin Xiaoxiao with a smile. Jiang Chen, leave as soon as you have the chance. Now is not the time to be indecisive. Every person that can escape counts. Do you understand? Jin Xiaoxiao reminded. Jiang Chen nodded slightly with a cold look in his eyes. He did not plan to leave this place at all because he had his eyes on the Chaos Source Bead in Li Kongyi's hand. If he could get another Chaos Source Bead, it would definitely be of great benefit to his strength. Li Kongyi wanted to kill and rob, and so did Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and Ba Tianchen stared at each other. A battle was about to break out. Brat, I will tear you into pieces. At that time I will eat you bite by bite and chew your bones into pieces. It will definitely be a very enjoyable thing. It will be super delicious. Ba Tianchen said fiercely. He took a step forward with the strength to pick up a mountain, giving people the feeling that a heavy rain was coming. Ba Tianchen threw a punch at Jiang Chen's face. The curtains of a life and death battle had finally begun. Jiang Chen looked indifferent and his killing intent was like a rainbow. He brazenly met Ba Tianchen's attack with a punch. The confrontation between the two was like a heavenly thunder stirring the earth fire. It was very exciting. Jin Xiaoxiao kept retreating, but at this moment, Li Kongyi had also caught up with her. How could he give her any chance to escape? Little beauty, tonight, you're mine, he he he. Li Kongyi's sinister fangs were revealed at this moment, vividly and vividly. The punch between Jiang Chen and Ba Tianchen was also earth-shattering. Jiang Chen was directly knocked back dozens of steps, while Ba Tianchen did not move at all. Not bad. You can even take a punch from me. Interesting. On the other hand, a smile appeared on Ba Tianchen's face as he continued walking forward. The peak of the fifth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He is much stronger than Claude. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Ba Tianchen's momentum and ferocious breath were really terrifying. Ba Tianchen was stronger than Jiang Chen by the fourth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. It was not easy to defeat him. However, Jiang Chen liked this kind of challenge. If there was no passion, life would be so boring. Jiang Chen wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth gently. This kind of fight was what he liked most. Jiang Chen directly displayed the dragon transformation. In his dragon form, he started a fierce fight with Ba Tianchen. The horrible power set off an unparalleled wind. After displaying the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength had reached the peak of the third heaven of the Star Emperor realm, or even higher. The collision of their flesh and blood aroused Ba Tianchen's bloodthirsty fighting intent. You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish. Ba Tianchen roared. Facing Jiang Chen's crazy attack, he was still calm. He was the most powerful Tyrannosaurus rex of the dinosaur tribe. The strength of a Tyrannosaurus rex was far beyond that of an ordinary dinosaur tribe. The Tyrannosaurus rex's body was almost unparalleled. The power of their bloodline was comparable to that of the eternal dragon tribe. The innate strength and majesty of the Tyrannosaurus rex made them invincible. Every Tyrannosaurus rex was a ferocious and ruthless beast. Once they were angry, they would go out of control. Tyrant Tianchen's strong physique wasn't any weaker than Jiang Chen's. The confrontation between the two of them was extremely bloody. They clashed against each other again and again, breaking mountains, smashing boulders and rolling down the valleys and rivers. Their destructive power was like that of a master of destruction. Everything within a radius of a dozen miles was turned into ashes. Although Jiang Chen was ferocious, the gap between the two wasn't something that could be easily made up for. You are still too young. Killing you will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Ba Tianchen rushed forward and waved his thick arms. Xianxia took the attack head-on. Even if his body could take it, the pressure of the momentum was not something that could be made up for with strength. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Xianxia performed the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique again. His strength rose again and reached the fifth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. However, the price he had to pay was also very high. It was impossible for Xianxia to hold on for too long. Performing the dragon transformation and the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique at the same time was very taxing. This is getting more and more interesting. Ba Tianchen sneered, his mind was solemn. Xianxia's Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique must be a secret technique of the Dragon Clan, as it was able to increase Xianxia's strength. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to reach the next level? Xianxia was just a rookie at the first heaven of the Star Emperor realm, but he could use the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique to fight against him. Ba Tianchen had long been interested in this secret technique of Xianxia. However, Xianxia had shocked him too much. No one knew how high Tyrant Chen's evaluation of Xianxia was. On the ancient dragon star, there was only one member of the dragon tribe who could fight head-on with the tyrant dragon, and that was the Eternal Dragon tribe. However, things were different now. Tyrant Chen had never dreamed that he would be so troubled by a half-human half-dragon guy. It was not that he was in deep trouble, but that Xianxia's strength was simply too shocking for him. Hot blood and anger filled Tyrant Chen's heart. The tyrant dragon was high up in the mountain, and no one could fight against it. However, Xianxia had done it. Over the years, few of his opponents had been able to withstand more than 10 moves from him. It seems that it is time to teach you a lesson. Tyrant Chen obviously did not want to tangle with Xianxia any longer. His greatest advantage was the physique of the tyrant dragon. His true form was his strongest form. I also want to see how strong the so-called tyrant dragon is. Xianxia's eyes were burning, and his fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. Tyrant Chen had completely aroused his desire to fight. He had not fought to his heart's content for a long time. Roar, Tyrant Chen roared. He shook his body and transformed into a dragon that was hundreds of feet tall. He stood upright on the peak of the mountain, full of arrogance and contempt for the world. Die. It's your good fortune to be able to die under my dragon body. Tyrant Chen rose into the air and fell from the sky. The moment he fell from a height of thousands of meters, the sky above Xianxia's head became dim and blocked out the sun. Xianxia's eyes were incomparably sharp. His expression was as calm as usual as he rapidly retreated. Along with a loud bang, Jin Xiaoxiao and Li Kongyi's scalp went numb. Ba Tianchen, who was like a mountain, finally landed on the ground. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Cracks appeared under his feet. Xianxia dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, but Tyrant Skychen didn't give up. He didn't slow down at all. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Again and again, Xianxia could only evade the attacks. His body was huge, and the impact and explosive force of his attacks had increased exponentially. Compared to before, he was much stronger. Sword, come. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked up to the sky. The dragon's shadow roared, and the dragon's sword roared. The heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword rushed up to the clouds. Tyrant Chen became very serious. Facing Xianxia's terrifying sword, he did not dare to be careless, but he was fearless and became more courageous. Xianxia was as small as an ant in Tyrant Chen's eyes, but this guy had given him a lot of surprises. You're just an ant trying to shake a tree. Let's see how long you can last. Tyrant Chen pressed on. The huge figure, which was hundreds of meters tall, had a strong impact on people's senses. In Jin Xiaoxiao's opinion, Xianxia must have a slim chance of survival. However, the truth was not so. The perfect combination of the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword, in addition to the integration of Xianxia and the heavenly dragon sword, was not something Tyrant Chen dared to underestimate, even if he was only at the first heaven of the Star Emperor realm. It's time to make a breakthrough. Xianxia clenched his teeth. Facing Tyrant Chen's reckless attack, he felt more and more oppressed. The more pressure he felt, the stronger his fighting spirit became. Xianxia used his fighting posture and the oppressive momentum to constantly squeeze out his strength and strength. This battle would definitely help him make a breakthrough. Tyrant Tianchen's sharp claw was like a heavenly hook, tearing through the sky. Wherever Xianxia went, everything was torn apart by the giant claw. The deep ravine on the ground, the cave on the mountain, the stairway to heaven, everything was destroyed. 24 moves of sword, 25 moves of sword, 26 moves of sword. Layers of sword wills came one after another, stronger than the previous one. Even Tyrant Chen did not dare to take the attack head-on. The limitless sword was so powerful that it left a sound when it passed by. The buzzing sword chi broke the mountains, rivers, and dragon veins. Although Xianxia was small, his strength was surprisingly great. Even Tyrant Chen could not do anything to Xianxia. He could only rely on his strong body to wear down Xianxia, trying to kill him here. Xianxia fought and retreated at the same time. The pressure was so great that ordinary people could not imagine it. There were 4 heavens between them, and only he could fight back and forth with the Tyrant Dragon King. Now's the time. Xianxia's Genesis Chi constantly gushed out, gathered at the 8 meridians around his body, and rushed to the top of his head. At that moment, as the heavenly dragon sword roared and roared, Xianxia's body reached its limit. The dragon transformation had brought out the full potential of his body, and his strength had reached the 2nd heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. He had broken through the shackles and leaped through the dragon gate. Xianxia's strength rapidly soared. Although it was only a difference of 1 heavenly layer, it was a huge difference for Xianxia. After the breakthrough, Xianxia was like a tiger that had grown wings. The limitless sword shot out, and the sword will shot out, splitting the wind and splitting the waves. It was omnipotent. 27 moves of sword. A blood-red color filled Xianxia's eyes. He exerted all his strength and began to blow the horn of a counterattack. Soaring to the clouds, the sword soared to the clouds. Sword light raged, cutting through the void. Thousands of feet of sword will descended from the sky. Tyrant Tianchen raised his head and died. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He raised his arms to block, but it was impossible to stop Xianxia's sword. It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk. His 100-foot dragon body sank 20 feet into the ground, and his arms were completely crippled. Xianxia took advantage of the victory and relentlessly attacked. With the sword in his hand, he turned into a dark blue shadow, constantly shuttling through the void like a stream of light, illuminating the sky. The shadow constantly passed through Tyrant Tianxin's body in an astonishing arc, like a blue pattern. The next moment, Xianxia emerged with the heavenly dragon sword in hand. He silently stood on the mountain peak, gasping for breath. The 100-foot dragon body also crashed to the ground. Boom! It was deafening and shocking. On the other side, Li Kongyi unblinkingly looked at Ba Tianxin and sucked in a breath of cold air. Unknowingly, his heart had also sunk to the bottom of the valley. Damn it! How could this guy be so strong? Li Kongyi had never thought that Xianxia could kill Tyrant Tianxin. Tyrant Tianxin was an expert of the Tyrant Dragon tribe. This guy was one of the top experts even in the dinosaur tribe. He was at the peak of the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor tribe. Although he was not a real top expert on the ancient dragon star, he had a promising future. He was even sure to get a good ranking in this ranking battle. However, he was defeated by Xianxia, which was totally unbelievable. No. The current situation is too disadvantageous for me. It's better to leave. Losing a powerful helper like Tyrant Tianxin was a fatal blow to Li Kongyi. Although he had the upper hand over Jin Xiaoxiao, he had been waiting for Tyrant Tianxin to finish off Xianxia before coming to his aid. In that case, he would be able to get rid of Jin Xiaoxiao easily. However, the stalemate between the two of them wouldn't last long, because once Xianxia joined the fray, he would be in grave danger. I didn't expect the younger generation of the Golden Dragon tribe to be so ferocious. I was blind. Ha ha ha, Miss Xiaoxiao, I will leave first. Let's meet again another day. Ha ha ha. Li Kongyi turned around and left. However, Xianxia was already prepared. There was no way for Li Kongyi to leave. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Since it was a life and death battle, it must be fought to the end. If you want to leave first, have you asked us? Go back. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and descended from the sky. He almost slashed Li Kongyi's face. Li Kongyi was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. Xianxia was chasing him from behind. Li Kongyi could not do anything even if he had the fastest speed in the ancient dragon star. This time, it's your turn to run away. Xianxia sneered and said. Ba Tianqin's death had shocked her. The powerful talent that Jiang Chen had shown had even surpassed her. Ba Tianqin was an expert of the dinosaur tribe and even she could not catch up to him. Now that Jiang Chen had killed him, Li Kongyi would definitely not be able to escape if the two of them joined forces to fight against him. Ha ha ha, that's not good. No matter what, we can be considered as old friends. Miss Xiao, how about we each take a step back today? If the two of you really want to fight to the death with me, it won't be beneficial to the two of you. Don't forget that the two of you have also suffered quite a bit of damage. Is it really worth it to injure 1,000 of the enemy and 800 of your men? Li Kongyi said with a smile. He was good at judging the situation. At this time, both Jiang Chen and Xianxia were injured. Although he might not be a match for them together, it was still uncertain who would win the final battle. Your wishful thinking isn't bad. Unfortunately, I don't buy it. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. If we were the ones who lost today, would you still say that? Humph. I think it's safest to nip the danger in the bud. Jiang Chen sneered at Li Kongyi. Li Kongyi's smile gradually disappeared. It seemed that this guy was really a hothead. He didn't even care about his life. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Very well, I will fulfill your wish today. Li Kongyi Lengling said. Jiang Chen, kill him. Don't hold back. A dog like him deserves to die. Xianxia also hated Li Kongyi to the extreme. This guy still wanted to flirt with her. He really didn't know what was good for him. Following Xianxia's powerful attack, Jiang Chen followed closely behind. The tacit understanding between the two of them was needless to say. They were facing Li Kongyi together. There was only one goal, and that was to kill Li Kongyi to eliminate their worries. You want to kill me? No way. Even if I can't beat you, I will run away. Li Kongyi sneered in his heart. However, in the face of Jiang Chen and Xianxia's sprint, he still decided to give it a try. If he won, he would get 2 Huiyuan beads. Moreover, the Huiyuan bead in Jiang Chen's hand represented the first place in the ranking battle. Such a temptation was great for Li Kongyi. The Huiyuan bead in Jiang Chen's hand was worth the risk for Li Kongyi. He didn't care about women like clothes, but who could be indifferent to such a big Huiyuan bead? Li Kongyi held the 9-foot Lingyun saber in his hand and cut through the thistles and thorns. Fighting against 2 people, his heart was also full of fighting spirit. He could either flee in embarrassment or take a gamble and soar to the sky. Since Ba Tianqin was dead, no one would compete with him. On the contrary, it made Li Kongyi feel that the clouds were dispelled. However, neither Jiang Chen nor Xianxia were easy to deal with. Although they were injured, in the face of a strong enemy, the strength and overbearingness they showed were not reduced at all. Jiang Chen and Li Kongyi's saber light and sword shadows constantly overlapped. Xianxia's figure was agile and incomparably sharp. The 3 people constantly exchanged blows. Li Kongyi finally felt powerless. The double suppression of Jiang Chen and Xianxia made him completely breathless for a moment. It was no wonder that even Ba Tianqin was killed by Jiang Chen. It seemed that this guy did have some skills. Li Kongyi's face was pale. He became more and more passive and his injuries also increased. Now that he was completely trapped by the 2 people, even if he had the advantage of speed, it was wishful thinking to escape as soon as possible. He must find an opportunity to escape. Li Kongyi retreated in defeat again and again. His heart was even more bitter. If this went on, he would definitely die. Therefore, he constantly looked for opportunities to break through. As long as he could escape from the 2 people's suppression, there would be a chance of survival. His original plan had completely failed. Not only did he not get the beauty back, but he also almost lost his life. He went for wool and came home shorn. Despair involuntarily arose in his heart. Jiang Chen and Xianxia also used all their skills. At this time, they could not casually fall down, but to deal with Li Kongyi, it was impossible to stop him without using some real skills. Xianxia was already a little out of breath. Jiang Chen's footsteps were disorderly, but in the face of Li Kongyi who wanted to break out of the encirclement like crazy, they could only clench their teeth and persevere. They would not let go until the last moment. Good chance. Li Kongyi's eyes lit up. Just when Jin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Chen relaxed, he hurriedly soared into the sky and wanted to escape. As long as he could escape from the two people's control, he would be a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. Oh no. Jin Xiaoxiao's face slightly changed. At the moment when she could not continue her attack, Li Kongyi seized the opportunity to escape. This guy was known as the fastest winged dragon in the entire ancient dragon star. Once he returned to the sky, it would be as difficult as climbing up to the sky to catch him. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and saw a stream of light descending from the sky. At this time, Li Kongyi was kicked back like a ball. He lay at the feet of Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao, dying. It's Fang Tong. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. She did not expect that Fang Tong would pass by and kick Li Kongyi half to death. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Fang Tong said with a smile. I'm fine. Thank you. Jin Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression became cold and indifferent. Give me the chaotic source pearl. Fang Tong looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had already taken Li Kongyi's chaotic source pearl. Give it to you? Jiang Chen, can you give this chaos origin orb to Fang Tong? I will definitely make it up to you later. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, this chaos origin orb was obtained by Jiang Chen. It was indeed inappropriate for him to give it to Fang Tong at this moment. However, Jin Xiaoxiao was also thinking of the bigger picture. Fang Tong represented the Golden Dragon tribe. If all three of them could enter the top 10 of the ranking tournament, it would be greatly beneficial to the entire Golden Dragon tribe. One must know that only one member of the Golden Dragon tribe entered the ranking tournament 500 years ago. That was also the most miserable time for the Golden Dragon tribe. For Xiaoxiao's sake, this chaos origin orb, Jiang Chen frowned. He did not blame Jin Xiaoxiao. After all, she was the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe. It was not wrong for her to think for the Golden Dragon tribe. Moreover, she had already said so much. If he still chose to ignore it, it would be too unreasonable. This was the ancient dragon star, and Jiang Chen still needed the Golden Dragon tribe's help. In short, he could not become enemies with the Golden Dragon tribe. No. You misunderstood. This small one is yours. I want the biggest one in your hand, Chaos Origin Orb. Fang Tong said with a smile and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered and shook his head. He kept the Chaos Origin Orb in his hand and his expression gradually turned cold. I gave you face, but you don't want it. It seems that Xiaoxiao has not seen through your wild ambition. Do you have the qualifications to take my Chaos Origin Orb? Fang Tong, what are you trying to do? Jin Xiaoxiao also sensed that something was wrong with Fang Tong. This guy actually wanted to snatch the Chaos Origin Orb in Jiang Chen's hand, insatiable. Jin Xiaoxiao had never thought that Fang Tong would still point his spear at Jiang Chen in the end. Fang Tong, he is a member of our Golden Dragon tribe. Don't go overboard. A member of the Golden Dragon tribe? I will not admit that this guy's life or death has nothing to do with me. I only know that I am a member of the Golden Dragon tribe. I will fight for the honor of the Golden Dragon tribe. Fang Tong said righteously. His sharp gaze was directed at Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, he wanted to snatch the Chaos Origin bead from Jiang Chen's hands. This fellow had a deep grudge with Jiang Chen, and Jin Xiaoxiao probably shouldn't have allowed the two of them to meet in the first place. Moreover, Fang Tong was very fond of her, and this was something Jin Xiaoxiao knew as well. However, matters of the heart couldn't be forced. It was precisely because of this that any man who had a relationship with her would become Fang Tong's target. This was why she hated Fang Tong more and more. In the past, Jin Xiaoxiao had liked Fang Tong. After all, he was the most outstanding person in the entire Golden Dragon tribe. However, he was too overbearing, which made Jin Xiaoxiao hate him more and more. They should have been the perfect couple in the Golden Dragon tribe, but Jin Xiaoxiao had her own dreams. She didn't want to be a canary. She wanted to be a super warrior that could travel the universe. She wanted to see the outside world. She didn't want to be cooped up in the ancient dragon star for the rest of her life. Xiao, shouldn't you be on my side at a time like this? We are a match made in heaven. We are the true members of the Golden Dragon tribe, and this fellow is just an outsider. Do you have to go against me for an outsider? He is just a withered cripple now. If I want to kill him, it will be as easy as flipping my palm. A wise man submits to circumstances. I don't want to make things difficult for you, but you must understand your own position, my most respected princess. Fang Tong sneered. He was undoubtedly trying to show Jin Xiaoxiao his strength, hoping that she would back off. It seems like you've got me for sure. Jiangchen shook his head. That's right. You make me very unhappy. Ever since you came to the Golden Dragon tribe, I've been feeling disgusted. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to quench the hatred in my heart. Fang Tong said viciously. He couldn't wait to tear out Jiangchen's tendons and bones. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Xiao, I've already done my best. Unfortunately, he still wants the primal origin pearl in my hands and wants to kill me. Ha 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 ha, your Golden Dragon tribe is truly laughable. Jiangchen laughed maniacally. Jin Xiaoxiao felt a little awkward. However, she still stood on Jiangchen's side. Fang Tong had committed many unrighteous acts. This fellow had already reached the point of insanity. I'm sorry. Fang Tong, you're not fighting for the Golden Dragon tribe. You're discrediting our Golden Dragon tribe. Don't you know that? If you dare to touch a single hair on Jiangchen's head, I won't let you off for the rest of my life. Jin Xiaoxiao said solemnly. TSK 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 TSK. What a touching scene of lovers parting. Do you think I care about that? It's enough for me to obtain you. I must obtain you. As for this fellow, I must kill him. Not even the Heavenly Emperor can stop me. Fang Tong straightforwardly said. Jin Xiaoxiao shook her head. The current Fang Tong was no longer the Fang Tong she knew in the past. The current him was becoming more and more frightening. He had become colder and colder, numb to killing. You bastard. Fang Tong, you're an unpardonable executioner. The Golden Dragon tribe feels ashamed because of you. Jin Xiaoxiao was trembling from anger. Right now, she was like a fish on the chopping block. Jiangchen had nowhere to run. Isn't it all because of you? If it wasn't for you, would I have become like this? I won't allow anyone to approach you. Anyone. I love you. In this lifetime, you can only be my woman. Fang Tong roared furiously. With the 3-foot azure sword in his hand, he approached Jiangchen step by step. Madman. You're a madman. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with despair. Don't find excuses for your selfishness and tyranny. You don't love anyone. The only person you love is yourself. Jiangchen said Lung. You don't have the right to judge me. Because, you will become a dead man. Fang Tong looked at Jiangchen with disdain. Once he killed Jiangchen, everything would return to normal. Everything would return to normal, and he would be able to obtain the biggest chaotic origin pearl and become the champion of the ranking battle. Fang Tong smiled confidently. This time, he would become the pride of the Golden Dragon tribe. He would become the legend of the entire ancient dragon star. He wanted everyone to remember him. Arrogant. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. However, blind confidence will only lead you astray. There are many people who want to kill me. It depends on whether you have the ability to do so. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed. Even the Golden Dragon tribe will not stand a chance. Jiangchen looked at Jin Xiaoxiao and said. Ha ha ha, that's easy for you to say. What a shameless boaster. The current you is just a little bird that can be pinched by anyone. Do you think that you can escape from my palm? The current you is just an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you really think that you can be my enemy? You're not qualified. Fang Tong's confident look was filled with domineering aura. Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't do anything about it. Her current injuries were very serious, and it was impossible for her to fight Fang Tong. Jiangchen was also in a similar situation. His current situation was extremely precarious. If you want to kill him, you have to get past me first. Xianxia blocked in front of Jiang Chen. Hiding behind a woman, looks like you're really a coward. Wahahaha. Fang Tong laughed wantonly. Jiang Chen, leave quickly. I'll stop him. He won't dare to kill me. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. No need. Jin Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned. I don't want to keep this dog's life anymore. Killing him will eliminate my worries. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. Jiang Chen smiled, pushed Jin Xiaoxiao away, and faced Fang Tong. Not bad, this is what a man should be like. However, what awaits you is only death. Fang Tong unsheathed his sword and charged at Jiang Chen. His wild, mountain-lifting strength completely suppressed Jiang Chen. Jin Xiaoxiao's gaze was gloomy, and her expression was ugly. She couldn't understand why Jiang Chen insisted on fighting against Fang Tong. If this wasn't a moth flying into a flame, what was it? From the moment Jiang Chen saved her life, she already had this man in her heart. However, she wasn't good at expressing herself, and she didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking. Therefore, Jin Xiaoxiao would never take the initiative to speak her mind. However, when Jiang Chen was in danger, she would still rush in front of Jiang Chen without hesitation. She didn't want Jiang Chen to suffer any harm. But now, Jiang Chen's actions made her feel puzzled. Where did he get his confidence from? He was already severely injured, and his strength had been greatly reduced. Fang Tong was already suppressing him in terms of cultivation. How could he win? However, doubts were just doubts. Jiang Chen had never disappointed her before. At this moment, she didn't continue rushing towards Jiang Chen. This was a battle between men, and it concerned his dignity. She could only watch silently from the side. Jiang Chen, you can't let anything happen to you. Fang Tong's sword was getting closer and closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp, and he quickly retreated. He didn't want to confront Fang Tong head-on. His speed was extremely fast. He stepped on the heavenly dragon sword and flew in the sky. Do you only know how to run? It's not easy to be a deserter. Humph. Fang Tong sneered. Jiang Chen had been forced into a miserable state by him. At this time, he could only scatter and flee like a stray dog. As Fang Tong laughed, Jiang Chen's miserable state could be seen. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth were incomparably cold. From the moment Fang Tong appeared, he had already begun to set up the Azura sword formation. He didn't have much strength left, and the Genesis chi in his body was also very limited. Jiang Chen now only had one way, and that was to make Fang Tong lower his guard and use the Azura sword formation to kill him in one blow. If Jiang Chen was at his peak, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Fang Tong, but now was a special time. After fighting with Ba Tianchen and Li Kongyi, Fang Tong had taken advantage of the situation to attack him with a proud look on his face, which made Jiang Chen very unhappy. Moreover, even if Jiang Chen didn't kill Fang Tong would always be watching him, wanting to kill him. Jiang Chen could only choose to strike first. Even if the Golden Dragon clan blamed him, there was nothing he could do. Run. Why don't you run? Ha ha ha. Boy, it's time for you to die. Fang Tong's imposing manner was like a rainbow, and his sword chi buzzed endlessly. He was at the peak of the 5th layer of the Star Emperor realm. His strength wasn't inferior to Ba Tianchen's, but Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time with him. Run? Look back, you should be the one running now, right? Jiang Chen sneered. His expression was as usual, and with a flick of his palm, the heavenly dragon sword rose, heading straight for Fang Tong. When Fang Tong turned around, his expression abruptly changed. 18 divine weapons and heavenly swords descended from the sky, and with the heavenly dragon sword as the eye of the formation, the Azura sword formation had already been set up. Terrifying sword chi crisscrossed, completely covering Fang Tong's sword chi. What a terrifying sword formation! Fang Tong sucked in a breath of cold air as his heart turned cold. These sword chi were too terrifying, and he could already feel that he was in imminent danger. In less than 10 seconds, Fang Tong was overwhelmed by the endless sword chi in the Ashura sword formation. At that moment, Jin Xiaoxiao realized what Jiang Chen was relying on. This guy had too many trump cards. He was only at the second heaven of the Star Emperor realm, but he could make countless superior cultivators bow down to him. Ba Tianchen and Li Kongyi were both famous geniuses on the ancient dragon star, but they were not worth mentioning in front of Jiang Chen. At that moment, even though he was at the end of his tether, he still showed no mercy to Feng Tong. The sword formation was completed, which made Xianxia's blood freeze. Not to mention Feng Tong, even a master in the sixth heaven of the Star Emperor realm might not be able to escape alive. The sword chi within this sword formation had already reached an infinite level. Infinite, infinite. All swords returned to the void. This sort of pervasive sword chi was enough to cause one to feel despair. Kill! Jiangchen shouted angrily. The murderous intent in the Ashura sword formation became stronger again. Feng Tong was completely invincible. He could not resist it at all. At that moment, Feng Tong was filled with despair. Xiao, help me! Help me, Xiao! Feng Tong was exhausted, but he was already seriously injured. His eyes were full of fear. The Ashura sword formation was his nightmare. Jin Xiao stared at him silently. Jin Xiao stared at the scene silently. This scene made her feel rather bitter and complicated. The number one genius of the Golden Dragon clan, Feng Tong, had now become a real stray dog. Logically speaking, she should be pleading with Jiang Chen. After all, he was the hope of the Golden Dragon clan. However, Jin Xiao didn't know what to say because Feng Tong's goal was to kill Jiang Chen. How could she have the face to beg Jiang Chen to let Feng Tong go? Jin Xiao was not being selfish. She was only doing this out of consideration for her clan. Was the hope of the Golden Dragon tribe really going to be destroyed? There was no way Jiang Chen would show any mercy, because once he did, he would be nurturing a tiger that would invite calamity. Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, but Jiang Chen had to spare his life. How could there be such a thing in this world? Jiang Chen knew that Jin Xiao was hesitating, but he would not show the slightest mercy. Cut. Jiang Chen's palm moved, and the Ashura sword formation launched its final charge. Sword chi crisscrossed the area, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble and the ground to crack. The entire area had turned into ruins. Feng Tong's cries for help rang out incessantly within the sword formation. In the end, he slowly disappeared into the forest. Jiang Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and ultimately fell to the ground. He held on to the heavenly dragon sword, but there was not a trace of Genesis chi left in his body. The Ashura sword formation had drained all the Genesis chi in his body. However, Feng Tong had also been completely torn to pieces by his sword chi. Jin Xiao blankly stared at this scene. She did not know whether she should feel pity for the Golden Dragon tribe or feel happy for Jiang Chen. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Half a month's time passed by in a blink of an eye. The deadline of 1 month was getting closer and closer. It was unusually quiet during this period of time. Jiang Chen and Jin Xiao did not encounter any danger, not even a single wild beast. However, the more this was the case, the more they did not dare to lower their guard. The entire mountain range and dense forest was abnormally quiet, just like the calm before the storm. As long as they were able to safely guard the primal chaos orb in their hands for the remaining few days, this ranking battle would truly come to an end. The best thing to do now is to find a place to hide. Jin Xiao said. Do you have a pig brain? Hide yourself and not move. Others might not be able to discover you, but can they not discover this primal origin orb? Don't forget what the Eternal Dragon Clan's patriarch said. Within a 10-mile radius, this primal origin orb will radiate its own aura. We can't conceal it even if we want to. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said. Yes, I've thought too simply. Jin Xiao bitterly laughed. Jiang Chen's words were not without reason. Therefore, they absolutely could not sit and wait for death. They had to quickly make their move, and definitely could not bide their time in one place. Once others discovered them, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Although they might encounter danger during the process of making their move, moving without a fixed direction would definitely create a false impression to others. Even if they wanted to capture them, it would definitely be extremely difficult. The two of them had gone through a series of battles. Now, not only had they recovered their strength, they had even improved quite a bit. However, they still could not let their guard down. The slightest mistake could lead to a fatal disaster. It was better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Chen's heart was solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. The primal origin orb in his hands was definitely the most important one, and would definitely attract even more experts to fight for it. If anything were to happen to him, this treasure would fall into the hands of others. He absolutely could not let this duck that was already in his mouth fly away. The two of them advanced day and night, seemingly not resting at all. Day after day, gradually, there were less than 3 days left of the 1-month deadline. A knowing smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Finally, they were about to obtain victory. Their hard work had not been in vain. It was not easy to obtain. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a sword as he scanned his surroundings. At this moment, he felt a formless danger approaching him. Let's go. The feeling of being shrouded in pressure was extremely clear to Jiang Chen. He had fallen into desperate situations countless times. This kind of superhuman perception was hard to describe. However, Jiang Chen believed that this was definitely not an alarmist talk. Danger was approaching. Is it dangerous? Xianxia was startled. She did not dare to believe what Jiang Chen had said. She did not feel uneasy at all. Every blade of grass and every tree was emitting a calm and peaceful aura. Hurry up and go. We can't stay here for long. Jiang Chen didn't have time to say anything. He pulled Xianxia's hand and hurriedly flew into the distance. I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. A cold voice rang out. Within a radius of 10 miles, it reverberated endlessly, lingering in the air. Who? Xianxia's heart sank. It seemed that Jiang Chen's perception was far sharper than hers. In an instant, 3 figures had appeared in front of him. They were dressed in black robes with an intimidating aura. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. What was supposed to come had finally come. It seemed that it would not be as easy as they had imagined to keep the Chaos Source Orb in their hands. Mo Chen. Xianxia gnashed her teeth. Mo Chen was one of the top 3 experts of the Eternal Dragon clan. His strength had reached the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He was unfathomable. Even the 2 people behind him were at the peak of the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Once they fought, they would have almost no chance of winning. I have a Chaos Source Orb here. I'll give it to you. How about it? Jiang Chen said with a smile, playing with the Chaos Source Orb he had obtained from Li Kongyi. This thing is not attractive to me at all. You know what I want. Don't play dumb with me. Mo Chen stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Both of them were well aware of the situation. I'm afraid we can't do that. Our sincerity is already very good. But if you insist on fighting, we'll have to fight you to the end. Jiang Chen shrugged and said calmly. Yawning like a toad. You talk big. A young man wants to fight with me. It seems that you're overestimating yourself. Mo Chen squinted and said in a daze. Jiang Chen was only at the 2nd heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even Xianxia was no match for him. For him, this battle was not a challenge at all. It seems that we can't run away this time. Xianxia glanced at Jiang Chen, feeling a sense of farewell. These 3 men weren't people they could fight. If they were defeated in this battle, it would mean certain death for them. We have to fight them as long as there's a chance of survival. If we really can't do it, I have a way to escape. Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia calmly. Xianxia's eyes lit up. This guy still has a trick up his sleeve? Then let's run now? Xianxia said in a deep voice. I want the Chaos Source Orb in their hands. Xianxia rolled her eyes. So you're going after someone else's stuff? I'm worried about your safety, but you're thinking about the treasure in someone else's hands. What? Have you decided to hand it over? Mo Chen said calmly. Yes, then come and get it on your knees. Jiang Chen said with a smile. How dare you trick me? Mo Chen's eyes turned cold. The 2 people behind him were eager to try as well. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Shameless be asterisk starred. Kill them. With a wave of Mo Chen's hand, the 2 experts at the peak of the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, Mod and Mo Gu, arrived in an instant. They were resolute and aggressive. Emotion didn't even need to do anything. The two of them were enough to kill Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao. Watch out. Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao looked at each other. The two of them fought their own battles against Mod and Mo. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword and faced Mod without hesitation. He raised his sword proudly to the sky, his aura surging. The charging momentum of the infinite sword was unstoppable. The suppression of 3 levels was a piece of cake for Jiang Chen. Mod's eyes were sharp and murderous. A mere Star Emperor realm in the second heaven could be taken care of in minutes. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen's charge to be so terrifying. Even he had to go all out. The two of them fought for a long time. It was hard to tell who would win. The battle between Jin Xiaoxiao and Mo seemed to be at a disadvantage, but at least they were still able to stabilize the situation. Jiang Chen's limitless sword was an eye-opener for Mo Chen. This guy was indeed a master who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Such a powerful technique was unimaginable. Jin Xiaoxiao was very anxious. At this moment, Mo Chen had yet to make a move. Once that guy made a move, it would be an apocalyptic disaster. Is that all you've got? Jiang Chen was unruffled. The sword chi became more and more terrifying, one after another. 25th blade. 26th blade. 27th blade. The limitless sword was endless. Along with the limitless sword's charge, Mod retreated continuously. The injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. His face was full of shock. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. Facing the heavy attacks of the limitless sword, he had already become difficult to move. Kill, Jiang Chen's voice was like a great bell. With a roar, Mod lost his previous arrogance. He was forced to retreat by the heavenly dragon sword and rolled down the mountain peak. Rays of light and shadows filled the air, tearing his clothes. He was covered in wounds and blood, which scared Mod to death. Trash. Mo Chen frowned and said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's technique was indeed not bad, but it was impossible for him to retreat. Although Mo Chen had already been defeated, it was just the beginning for him. The Patriarch had already given them the first-ranked Chaos Source Orb. If they still could not get it, they would definitely not be able to escape. To them, this was not only the first-ranked Chaos Source Orb, but also the glory and belief of the Eternal Dragon clan. They must get this Chaos Source Orb. Mod snorted and glared at Jiang Chen. He bared his fangs and turned his spearhead to Jin Xiaoxiao. It was enough for Mo Chen to deal with Jiang Chen. If he and Mo joined forces, Jin Xiaoxiao would definitely not be able to escape. It seems that your Eternal Dragon clan is not that great. Jiang Chen was high-spirited and said with a cold smile. Ignorant brat, today, I will show you how strong the true Eternal Dragon clan is. Mo Chen roared furiously. With a shake of his body, the black dragon turned into a clump of black mist and soared into the sky. The 300-meter-long black dragon coiled in the sky, causing the entire sky to darken. It gave off a feeling of shortness of breath. Mo Chen's dragon might rippled, his aura unparalleled. The experts of the Eternal Dragon clan were truly extraordinary. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly cast dragon transformation and unleashed all his means. It's all up to you, Heavenly Dragon Sword. Jiang Chen grasped the Heavenly Dragon Sword tightly and soared upwards. His strength was also raised to the limit. However, at this time, Mo Chen did not expect that his unparalleled dragon might had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. This guy was really abnormal. However, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, Mo Chen must kill him today. Jiang Chen and Mo Chen exchanged blows in an instant. His long sword was like frost, the sword chi was 100 meters long. As he clashed with Mo Chen, he cut through the void and the entire sky became dark. The seemingly small Jiang Chen entered and exited 3 times. He held his sword and stood upright. He was not inferior to Mo Chen at all. Although there was a huge difference in cultivation between the two, it was not a problem for Jiang Chen at all. He went all out and fought with Mo Chen for a long time. Mo Chen constantly swung his huge dragon body, smashing through the mountains one after another. The surrounding mountains and boulders rolled down. It felt like the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The momentum was incomparably great. Today, I will crush you alive. Imochen sneered. Waves of terrifying dragon might shocked Xianxia, MOD, and the others. Jiangchen was completely shrouded in it. He felt that it was impossible to escape. Dragon Vein Power. Jiangchen roared and waved his sword. The 9th grade Dragon Vein aura instantly soared and filled the entire void. How is this possible? This is 9th grade Dragon Vein? Gosh. MOD and Mogu exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts were in turmoil. They had never imagined that someone could reach the 9th grade Dragon Vein. This was simply a fantasy. Even the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon clan only had an 8th grade Dragon Vein. And Imochen only had a 7th grade Dragon Vein. Feeling Jiangchen's continuous rise, the Dragon Vein power that broke through the sky like mushrooms after the rain made Imochen feel like he was fighting head-on. A guy at the 2nd heaven of the Star Emperor realm could force him to this step. It was too abnormal. Jiangchen's aura kept getting stronger, stronger, and stronger. He already had a feeling that he couldn't suppress it anymore. This wasn't good news for Imochen. Even if you have 9th grade Dragon Vein, you will have to kneel today. Imochen's dragon body kept shaking. His dragon shadow changed endlessly. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He roared and crushed the void with absolute suppression, facing Jiangchen. Soaring Dragon Shadow. The 7 black dragons turned into layers of light and shadow, advancing side by side. Jiangchen was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Imochen exerted all his skills, determined to kill Jiangchen in one move. Even the 9th grade Dragon Vein seemed to be unable to resist Imochen at this moment. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Jiangchen. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She had been suppressed to the point that she had no chance of winning. But at least she could hold on with difficulty. However, Jiangchen had already been annihilated by Imochen's soaring dragon shadow. No one can escape from my soaring dragon shadow. The 7 black dragons kept entangling with each other. The void collapsed inch by inch. Jiangchen was completely in a passive position, with only a slim chance of survival. It's a pity that you ran into me. A cold voice rang out from the void, causing everyone to hold their breaths. How could it be Imochen? You are still alive? Ancient soaring dragon skill, break out. Reverse dragon scale. Jiangchen took out the reverse dragon scale. That was the treasure of the Eternal Dragon clan. It was the goal of their life, and also the strongest form of the Eternal Dragon clan. Those who possessed the reverse dragon scale were the chosen ones of the Eternal Dragon clan. Imochen subconsciously retreated, but Jiangchen's strength soared once again. His aura expanded to an unstoppable level. Jiangchen swung his sword, causing blood to flow. The reverse dragon scale combined with his 9th grade Dragon Vein and the shocking attack of the limitless sword. Imochen's expression changed completely. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. The reverse dragon scale was an unreachable existence for Imochen and the other Eternal Dragon clan members. The suppression of a superior made them feel an indescribable fear. I'm afraid it's too late to escape now. Jiangchen said faintly. The pressure brought by the reverse dragon scale was unimaginable. MOD and Mogu sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they only wanted to escape and had no intention to fight at all. To the Eternal Dragon tribe, the reverse scale of a dragon could only tremble. But of course, Jiangchen would not let them go. He swung his sword at them, leaving them no chance to escape. At this moment, facing the suppression of Jiangchen's dragon prestige, they could only tremble in fear. Even though they knew that they were no match for Jiangchen, they could not just sit still and wait for death. In the end, under Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword, they were scared out of their wits and died without a burial place. Dragon blood splattered and the entire sky became silent. Smoke lingered and the smell of blood filled the air. Jiangchen's face was a little pale. He kept his heavenly dragon sword and was drenched in sweat. The reverse dragon scale was powerful, but it consumed a lot of energy. It was as if his body was hollowed out. At least they were safe after killing these 3 people. At this time, Jiangchen was pleasantly surprised to find that all 3 of them had a Chaos Origin orb. It was a great surprise. He thought that there would only be one orb, but it was a full harvest, which made Xianxia feel gratified. Xianxia was out of danger, but she was also close to death. However, at this moment, she was full of doubts about Xianxia's identity. She thought that he was just an alien who had fallen to such a state. She did not expect him to be from the Eternal Dragon tribe. Who else in the Eternal Dragon tribe could possess the reverse dragon scale? Who are you? Where are you from? What is your purpose in coming to the ancient dragon star? Xianxia said in a deep voice. Purpose? Xianxia smiled. What do you think my purpose is? If I had a purpose, why would I go to the weakest golden dragon tribe? Why couldn't I choose the proud sky dragon tribe or the dinosaur tribe? Who told you that those with the reverse dragon scale must be from the Eternal Dragon tribe? Do you think that I'm full of conspiracy? If I really am from the Eternal Dragon tribe, why would I kill these geniuses of the Eternal Dragon tribe? Isn't it too much of a price for me to kill so many Eternal Dragon clan geniuses just for a so-called absurd conspiracy? Xianxia's consecutive questions rendered Xianxia speechless. Under the interrogation of her soul, Xianxia realized that she had been too nervous. She had been wholeheartedly focused on the Golden Dragon tribe. Xianxia's reverse scale was like a time bomb to her that could explode at any time. Xianxia was right. If he was really a member of the Eternal Dragon clan, there was no need for him to mingle with him at all. Wouldn't that be too degrading? Moreover, Xianxia's strength had also made her extremely speechless. This fellow had completely exceeded everyone's understanding. To be able to surpass 4 levels and kill a genius of the Dragon clan, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Sorry, I was too sensitive. Xianxia said embarrassedly. On the other hand, Xianxia had already saved her countless times, yet she still doubted him. It was indeed a little unscrupulous. Forget it. It's nothing. It's already extraordinary that I have the reverse scale. However, I do have a part of the Dragon clan's bloodline in me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached the 9th grade dragon vein. Xianxia shrugged and didn't take it seriously. Xianxia's suspicion wasn't unreasonable. Now, they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Now that the ranking battle was coming to an end, and he had killed 3 experts of the Eternal Dragon clan in a row, this time, he was bound to set off a frenzy in the High Sun Mountain range. Let's go. Xianxia nodded slightly, and the two of them quickly left this place. Finally, when Xianxia and Xiaxia's strength had completely recovered, the sun rose 1 month later. At the end of White Bamboo Peak, the patriarchs of the 4 dragon clans were already welcoming their triumphant return. I wonder who will be the first this time. He. Xianxia said with a chuckle. His eyes narrowed slightly, full of expectation. This time, it's definitely Patriarch Mo. There's no doubt about it. Lan Yu said with a smile, but he was a little unwilling. However, who asked them to have the advantage in numbers? That's not for sure. Who knows, this ranking battle might give everyone a surprise. Anyone could be the final winner. Genie Bai was in high spirits, but he didn't dare to agree. Patriarch Jean is right. Everything has to be sealed before a conclusion can be made. Nobody knows who the final winner will be. However, this scene will be revealed soon. Mo Xiaolong said faintly. His face was full of smiles, completely not worried about the experts of the Eternal Dragon clan. This time, they would thoroughly understand the gap between them and the Eternal Dragon clan. Look, it's out, it's out. It's my Ao Tian Dragon clan's Ao Yunlong. Xiaxia's eyes lit up, incomparably excited. Ao Yunlong was in high spirits, and his eyes were like golden crystals. His appearance brought a lot of pressure to the Golden Dragon clan and the Dinosaur clan. How is it? Yunlong? Xianxia asked impatiently. Patriarch, fortunately, I didn't fail. 8th. Ao Yunlong said. The Chaos Source Pearl quietly appeared in his palm, but his eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha, 8th is also not bad. This time, you should take the lead. Xianxia waved his hand, signaling him to leave first. One after another, 7 or 8 people walked out from White Bamboo Peak. There were people from all 4 clans, but all of them silently shook their heads, their faces ugly. The people of my Eternal Dragon clan finally came out. Mo Xiaolong said with a smile. 3 people of the Eternal Dragon clan walked out from White Bamboo Peak together. Patriarch. The 3 of them said in unison. Their imposing manner and sharp eyes made many disciples of the other clans shake their heads and sigh, feeling that they couldn't catch up. Second. Third. Fourth. Apart from Mo Xiaolong, Genie Bai, Han Che, and Lan Yu all held their breaths. This was a true expert. It seemed that the Eternal Dragon clan would once again come out first. After waiting for a long time, Genie Bai and Lan Yu's faces were the ugliest. At least Han Che's proud Sky Dragon clan had Ao Yunlong, but the disciples of their clan still hadn't come out. Why aren't they coming out yet? Lan Yu frowned. Don't tell me they can't come out? Ha ha ha. If they're a commander without an army, it'll be too ugly. Han Che said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Shut your crow's mouth. Lan Yu said coldly. Genie Bai didn't say anything, but he wasn't any more relaxed than Lan Yu. Now that his daughter was still inside, she wouldn't be in any danger, right? And Fan Tong, whom he had high hopes on, still hadn't appeared. After waiting for a long time, Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao finally came out. Genie Bai's eyes lit up, and he relaxed a lot. Regardless of whether they obtained a ranking or not, at least nothing happened to his precious daughter. That was his greatest relief. Father. Tell us, what rank did you get? Genie Bai was even more impatient, anxiously waiting. 7th. Hearing Jin Xiaoxiao's words, Han Che's face turned ugly. We got 8th, but you're 7th. On the other hand, Lan Yu's face was as red as a pig's liver. No one from their dinosaur tribe had gotten the Chaos Source Pearl. Only 3 of them had gotten it, Ba Tianchen and Claude. He was more anxious than anyone else. It's not easy for Jiang Chen to come back alive. The most important thing is to participate. Genie Bai said with a smile. I got it too. Jiang Chen said helplessly. What? You got it too? Genie Bai wasn't the only one who found it hard to believe. Even Mo Xiaolong, Han Che, and Lan Yu widened their eyes. Many experts around them looked disdainful. They didn't believe it. He was only in the 2nd sky of the Star Emperor realm. Could he really get the Chaos Source Pearl? Even if he got it, could he really keep it? 10th. Jiang Chen said and took out a Chaotic Origin Pearl. Everyone's face was filled with shock. However, the 10th place was already enough. To Genie Bai, this was enough to suppress Lan Yu and Han Che. This fellow really made him proud. The person whom he looked down upon the most had obtained the Chaotic Origin Pearl, while Fan Tong, whom he had high hopes for, did not appear. What's the hurry? Haste makes waste. Aren't there 4 more Chaos Source Pearls? Lan Yu said in a low voice, but he was panicking inside. Only his dinosaur tribe was left without an army. None of them could get into the top 10. This is the 9th, this is the 6th, this is the 5th, this is the 1st. When Jiang Chen took out the other 4 Chaotic Origin Pearls, everyone was dumbfounded, including Mo Xiaolong of the Eternal Dragon clan. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, especially Lan Yu, who felt like he had been slapped in the face. He felt worse than eating a fly. How could this be? This is impossible. Lan Yu couldn't accept this. The result of the ranking battle had already been revealed. Regardless of whether the dinosaur tribe sent out their experts or not, it was destined that none of the dinosaur tribe would be in the top 10. Han Che shook his head with a bitter expression. When they were mocking Genie Bai and the Golden Dragon clan, they had never imagined that such a thing would happen. To him, it was like a dream. Only Mo Xiaolong's face was ashen and extremely ugly. According to his calculations, at least 5 of the 10 Chaos Source Orbs should belong to them. Furthermore, the top 3 definitely could not be left outside. However, he had not calculated it well this time. Even the Chaos Source Orb ranked first had been obtained by Jiang Chen. The Golden Dragon clan had completely raised their heads. The value of a Chaos Origin bead was not small. It belonged to whoever obtained it. The number 1 Chaos Origin bead was definitely comparable to the other 9 Chaos Origin beads. In Mo Xiaolong's opinion, it was a great humiliation for someone from another race to obtain it. Damn it! What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mo Xiaolong cursed in his heart. His face was as cold as frost. I originally only had one, but they insisted on taking it from me. I had no choice but to snatch the Chaos Source Orb from them. I was really in a passive position, Xianxia said with an innocent expression. Everyone's lips twitched slightly. This guy was simply pretending to be innocent after getting a bargain. However, he had 5 Chaos Source Orbs in his hands. He had every right to brag. Genie Bai's face was already blooming with joy. This was even more exciting than a dream. Xianxia was only at the second heaven of the Star Emperor realm, but he had obtained 5 Chaos Source Orbs all by himself. Moreover, the most valuable Chaos Source Orb was also obtained by him. This honor was something to be proud of for the Golden Dragon clan. This time, Genie Bai was extremely excited. He could finally hold his head high. Damn it, I'm finally awesome. Ha 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 ha. Genie Bai was indescribably happy. It was even better than eating honey. At this moment, he had completely forgotten whether Fang Tong had come out or not. Xianxia had brought glory to the Golden Dragon clan for 5,000 years. Lan Yu and Han Che's faces were gloomy, but they were speechless. As for Lan Yu, his face had turned green. He no longer had any extravagant hopes. As long as the experts of the dinosaur clan could return safely, everything would be fine. It seems that sometimes, when luck comes, it really can't be stopped. What do you think, Chief Lan? Genie Bai wanted nothing more than to announce this to the world. At this moment, how could Lan Yu still have the mood to talk to him? He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. With a cold snort, he gazed at the white bamboo peak. In his heart, there was still a sliver of hope. Hopefully, they could return alive. If not, their losses would be disastrous. Xianxia, have you thought about the matter I told you before? Are you going to settle it when you return home? Xianxia asked with a smile on his face. Genie Bai smiled as he looked at Xianxia. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. What matter? Xianxia was stunned. Stop playing dumb. Of course, it's about your marriage with Xiaoxiao. Do you think my daughter is not good enough for you? Isn't this double happiness? He he he. Genie Bai almost wanted to hold Xianxia in his palms and touch him. His joy was indescribable. Dad, what are you talking about? Jean Xiaoxiao stamped her feet as a blush flashed across her face. Chief, let's talk about this later. Huh? Xianxia's face was filled with awkwardness. You just escaped from death and you're planning to kill me in the Golden Dragon clan to be your son-in-law? You're really ambitious. I don't want to die of old age in this ancient dragon star. Stop looking. There's no sign of life in the entire white bamboo peak now. Mo Xiaolong said in a low voice. Everyone's eyes were on him. What? It can't be. Chief Mo, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. There's no sign of life in White Bamboo Peak. Does that mean everyone from the dinosaur clan died here? This was like a bolt from the blue. Do you think I would lie to you? Mo Xiaolong snorted. Han Che's eyes flashed. Does that mean everyone from the dinosaur clan is dead? There were less than 20 of them, and that's all of them? What a pity. Fang Tong died in White Bamboo Peak too. Genie Ba shook his head, a hint of sadness flashed across his face. However, compared to the result of the ranking battle, he did not care at all. Lan Yu and Han Che were filled with resentment towards Xianxia. If nothing unexpected happened, the deaths of their clansmen were definitely related to him. This ranking battle had consumed a lot of the geniuses of their clans. In the next 1,000 years, it would be hard to find such a peerless genius. More importantly, they had lost all their face. Whether it was the dinosaur clan or the proud sky dragon clan, they all hated Xianxia to the core. Mo Xiaolong became even more furious. Even though he was extremely unwilling in his heart, as the leader of a clan, he had nothing to say at this moment. After all, this ranking battle was personally supervised by him. Moreover, the final outcome was something that the 4 great dragon clans had to abide by. No matter how many people died, he had to uphold justice. At least, that was how it was on the surface. Since Xianxia monopolized 5 primal origin orbs, and the first-ranked primal origin orb is also in his hands, then he deserves to be the first. Mo Xiaolong said in a deep voice, his voice reverberating through the entire High Sun Mountain range. Many clans were unwilling, especially Lanyu and Hanche. However, since things had come to this, they could only choose to remain silent. What else could he do? Interrogate Jiangchen, fight him to the death? Obviously, it was not realistic. Thank you, Leader Mo. The 400 million grade 5 origin stones should be mine. Jiangchen said with a smile. Everyone looked at him with a face that was asking for a beating. That's right, here are the 400 million origin stones. Here. Mo Xiaolong waved his hand, throwing the storage ring in his hand to Jiangchen. Jiangchen glanced at it. It was indeed 400 million grade 5 origin stones. This was simply a huge fortune. Currently, he had close to 1 billion grade 5 origin stones in his hands, and so many primal origin orbs. After leaving the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss this time, he would use all his strength to try and repair the teleportation formation. Regardless of success or failure, he still had to try, he could not just sit and wait for death. Everyone looked at Jiangchen, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The first place of the ranking battle, the reward of 400 million origin stones was enough to make people's eyes red. First place wasn't just a simple ranking, it was also the fact that they had taken all the Dawn stones. In fact, the glory of the 4 great dragon tribes would be remembered by everyone. Mo Xiaolong had schemed and schemed for a long time. He had originally been prepared to monopolize the top 5, but he hadn't expected that these 400 million origin stones would end up in someone else's pocket. How could he not be angry? It was to the extent that he wished for nothing more than to tear out Jiangchen's tendons and bones to vent the hatred in his heart. However, as the leader of the Eternal Dragon tribe, there were many things that he could only think about. If he wanted to put them into action, he couldn't do it casually. Tomorrow, I will send all of you into the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss. I hope that all of you will be able to improve your cultivation there. Mo Xiaolong's expression was cold and dignified. He glanced at Jiangchen, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. This fellow, what a powerful aura, what a domineering gaze. It was obvious that Mo Xiaolong was not friendly to Jiangchen because he had snatched away the things that should have belonged to their Eternal Dragon clan, wealth, and glory. Many thanks, Patriarch. Many thanks, Patriarch Mo. Everyone retreated. The next morning would be the day they would enter the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss to cultivate. After a short rest, they would begin their true training. Everyone had racked their brains trying to cultivate in the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss. It was obvious that the benefits would definitely be indescribable. The 4 dragon clan patriarchs retreated one after the other. However, at this moment, Jiangchen could clearly feel hostility from all directions. Xianxia's eyes darkened. Leng Leng stared at the surrounding people. They were all moving towards Jiangchen. Kid, I feel that you're very interesting. With so many Chaos Origin pearls, you better keep them well. Ao Yunlong looked at Jiangchen with a smile, his eyes were filled with mockery. Do you want to fight here, Ao Yunlong? Jin Xiaoxiao coldly said. Protect yourself first. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as pie, let alone him. Ao Yunlong indifferently said. After finishing, he turned around and left. From the looks of it, Mo Chen, Mod, and Mo Ge have all died in your hands. The 3 experts of the Eternal Dragon clan walked towards Jiangchen with gloomy expressions. The triangular-eyed youth in the lead said with a feminine expression. What do you think? Jiangchen asked in return. There were many people who wanted him dead, but most of them had already gone to hell. Good. 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 Interesting. I hope you can still say such words in the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss tomorrow. Emochi glanced at Jiangchen. A small tree will not flow if it is not trimmed, and a person will not be trimmed. Ha ha ha. Tomorrow, we brothers will teach you how to cultivate in the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss. Ha ha ha. Emori sneered, snorting disdainfully at Jiangchen, as if he did not care at all. Don't go too far. Cultivating in the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss is not a place for you to behave atrociously. It is not a place for you to train. If you want to kill someone, you should first consider yourself. Xianxia angrily said. These guys completely disregarded any rules. In their eyes, there was only the strong and the weak, victory and defeat. Xianxia, don't be unconvinced that you are naive. The Earth Dragon's ancient abyss is so vast that even our patriarch has not explored it. Isn't it normal for accidents to happen in such a dangerous place? Ha 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 ha, if you want to live a comfortable life, then go back to your eternal dragon clan. Of course, this chaos source bead must still be left behind. Mo Guang said mockingly. You guys, Xianxia was infuriated, but she knew that these guys would kill without batting an eyelid. At this moment, she also became hesitant. If these bastards really wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Chen, then it was very likely that they would not be able to walk out of the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss. That cultivation ground would very likely become a burial ground. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, did not care. Everyone gradually retreated, leaving behind an anxious Xianxia. Right now, she was already thinking of retreating. It was not that she was afraid, but she was worried that Jiang Chen would be ganged up on by these guys. Including Ao Yunlong, there were 4 sixth heavenly layer star emperors. Even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was impossible for him to be their opponent. These guys had clearly made preparations. Jiang Chen had killed someone from the Eternal Dragon clan, so they had already made Jiang Chen their primary target. Jiang Chen, are you really going? Xianxia had a nervous expression as she looked at Jiang Chen hesitantly. Do you think I shouldn't go? Jiang Chen asked in return. However, even though you killed Mo Chen, the other party has at least 3 experts in the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. That Ao Yunlong doesn't look like a pushover either. Who knows, he might point his spear at you. Xianxia continued. So what? I, Jiang Chen, have never been afraid. Moreover, entering the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss this time will probably be a great opportunity for me to grow. If I can obtain the secrets of the ancient dragon clan or gain something, then my trip to the ancient dragon star this time will not be in vain. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen said calmly. You, why are you like this? His Majesty is not anxious, but the eunuch is. I really have to give it to you. Jiang Chen knew that she was thinking for his sake. But since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was not a place that anyone could enter. If those Eternal Dragon Tribe fellows did not provoke him, it would be fine. But if they did, then he would send them to the 18th level of hell. The next morning, Mo Qi, Mo Ri, Mo Guang, Ao Yunlong, Xianxia, and Jiang Chen all appeared on the High Sun Mountain range. Today, Lan Yu did not even show up. The experts of the Terror Dragon tribe were completely annihilated. No one entered the top 10. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation. How could he still have the face to show up? Jiang Chen, Xiao, I thought about it last night and couldn't sleep at all. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Your current situation is not good. If those Eternal Dragon tribe fellows attack you, the situation will not be optimistic. How about, you stop while you're ahead? Don't go to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Genie Bai said with a gloomy expression. It's not too late to regret it now. Otherwise, once you enter the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, you will be in great danger. Genie Bai's heart was beating like a drum. After all, Jiang Chen was the most outstanding genius of the Golden Dragon clan in the past 5,000 years. Although he was still an outsider, he had already treated Jiang Chen as his son-in-law. Jiang Chen would definitely become his son-in-law in the future. As for Xianxia, there was no need to talk about it. She was his precious daughter, and if anything happened to her, his life would be taken away by her. Therefore, Genie Ba had to make sure no matter what. Tribe leader, I appreciate your kindness, but if I don't go, I will definitely become the laughingstock of the 4 great dragon tribes. Since I have obtained the qualification to enter the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss to train, I must not waste it. Even if I know that the road ahead is filled with thorns, I must still give it a try. A true man's ambition is to travel far and wide. If I were to shrink back like this, I'm afraid that I will never forgive myself. I might even become the laughingstock of the ancient dragon star. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Every word came from the bottom of his heart. Even Genie Bai could not refute him. Daughter, Genie Bai's gaze turned towards Jin Xiaoxiao. Father, Xianxia is right. If I don't go, it will be a loss for the Golden Dragon tribe. We will be the laughingstock of the entire ancient dragon star. You don't want your daughter to become useless, do you? Jin Xiaoxiao said with a chuckle. She had decided to follow Xianxia to the end. You little girl. Sigh. Genie Ba was speechless. Since she had already made up her mind, there was nothing more he could say. After so many years, Genie Ba knew that Jin Xiaoxiao was like a man deep down, wanting to make a name for herself. She wanted him to see it, wanting him as a father to relax a little and not have to work hard for the family. Her character was always so carefree, but her thoughts were as meticulous as a needle. As her father, how could Genie Bai not know this? She never retreated in the face of danger. This time, she wasn't just doing this for the sake of the Golden Dragon tribe. She was also doing this to give herself an explanation. Be careful. Genie Bai patted Jin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, his eyes filled with affection and reluctance. Are you all ready? Mo Xiaolong said calmly. This trip to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was definitely the chance for the Eternal Dragon tribe to make a comeback. At that time, all the Origin Stones and Chaos Source Pearls would be spat out. Xianxia, you arrogant fellow. You should not have appeared here in the first place. You don't have the ability, yet you insist on showing off. If you knew when to retreat, he might still have a chance to live. However, now that he has resolutely charged into the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, the outcome will definitely fill him with despair. Everyone took a step forward, their eyes shining brightly. Xianxia and Jin Xiaoxiao looked at each other. They were already fully prepared. The trip to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was imminent. Go. Mo Xiaolong's palm moved, and a terrifying force descended from the sky, blasting into the valley below the High Sun Mountain range. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly, overwhelmed with shock in his heart. It seems that Mo Xiaolong is indeed terrifying, making everyone's heart palpitate. It was at this moment that the valley continuously caved in, forming an incomparably huge pit. It was pitch black, and one could not see the bottom. It was like an incomparably huge ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth to devour people. Deep, pitch black, cold, and terrifying, around the heavenly pit, there was a stone staircase that spiraled downwards. The stone staircase was around 2 feet in height. Every single stone staircase was filled with an ancient aura, as though it had experienced the baptism of countless years. It continuously spiraled around the heavenly pit, giving one a misconception that it was bottomless. Is this the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss? Xianxia's gaze fell on the deep pit, and a mournful feeling rose in his heart. This was definitely not a good place, but he could clearly feel waves of terrifying Genesis Chi continuously gushing out from the pit. The Genesis Chi here was indeed rare in the world. How terrifying. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. No matter how strong a girl was, they would still feel an indescribable fear towards the darkness. It seems that the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss lives up to its reputation. A rare smile was revealed on Ao Yunlong's face. He took a step forward and leapt down, silently heading towards the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. You guys have 1 month. If you guys don't come out after a month, I will seal the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. When that happens, you guys will not be able to come out. Therefore, you must not be greedy. 1 month is enough for you guys to break through. If you want to stand above others, work hard and begin your path of cultivation. Mo Yunlong stood with his hands behind his back, an indifferent expression on his face. Genie Ba sent off Xianxia and Jin Xiaoxiao with his eyes, the worry in his heart self-evident. The 3 members of the Eternal Dragon clan closely followed Ao Yunlong into the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, with Xianxia and Jin Xiaoxiao following closely behind. Xianxia was very cautious. The surrounding pitch-black darkness made everyone extremely nervous. The group slowly descended, entering the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. With a rub of his hand, Ao Yunlong ignited a rock and threw it into the pit. The flame continued to descend until it disappeared from sight. In the end, there was nothing to be gained. Besides the pitch-black walls, they could not see anything else. The only thing they could be sure of was that the Genesis chi from the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was endlessly gushing out from the bottom of the abyss. Looks like this Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss is really bottomless. Ao Yunlong's eyes were incomparably serious. His face was filled with shock and excitement. Although he was worried, his eyes were also burning with passion. The more it was like this, the more mysterious this Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was. If entering it was only for cultivation, wouldn't it be too boring? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Back then, there were people who disappeared in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Therefore, there were almost no people who dared to dive 10,000 feet down. Back then, there were people who had disappeared from the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Therefore, there was basically no one who dared to dive to 100,000 feet below. No one knows what kind of changes there are underground in the 10,000-meter deep pit. However, ever since the continuous disappearances, the 4 great dragon tribes have an unwritten rule. Everyone can only dive to a depth of 10,000 meters after entering the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. No one knows what is further down. However, it cannot be denied that those who have disappeared have all dived to 100,000 feet below. No one wants to die. Therefore, no one has dared to take this risk during these years. The gains do not make up for the losses. There are indeed people who know that there are tigers in the mountain, but they all become legends. As long as they don't want to die, no one will take the path to their own death. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with warning. Jiang Chen did not know about the agreement between the 4 great dragon clans. Therefore, he did not have any thoughts. If he directly rushed 10,000 feet down, then it was very likely that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. I understand. Don't worry. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Xianxia was afraid that a moment of recklessness would lead to an irreversible mistake. There was indeed something strange about this place. Even if Jiang Chen's divine soul kept probing, he could only see things that were 100 meters away from him. There was no way for him to probe further. It was pitch black in here, giving him a sense of crisis. They actually did not make a move. It is a bit strange. Xianxia frowned. Her heart was beating like a drum as she silently thought about Mochi, Ao Yunlong, and the others. Right now, the most important thing for them is to cultivate. They need to find a suitable place to start cultivating. Without ensuring their own safety and the safety of their surroundings, they won't make the first move because I'm not their primary target. In other words, they don't care about me at all. When their path of cultivation is completely completed, or when I threaten their interests, they might make a move. Jiang Chen said with a sneer. It's better for them to ignore me, lest they keep buzzing around my ears like headless flies. Jiang Chen had a feeling that the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was extremely dangerous, but as long as it was a place of great danger, there would definitely be great auspicious things. Although this place was filled with danger, it was very likely that there would be different harvests. I see. Looks like we still have to be careful. Xianxia said with a sudden realization. However, ever since they entered the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, Ao Yunlong, Mochi, and the others had all become extremely quiet. They had always been silently searching for a suitable place to cultivate, searching for the mysteries of the existence of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. It would be great if De Huang was here. That guy's ability to locate dragons was pretty amazing. Wherever there was a treasure, he could sniff it out with one hand. Thinking of De Huang and Longsher-san, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with sorrow. The best thing to do now was to leave the ancient dragon star first. Who the hell would have thought that the teleportation array here was broken? They dived all the way to the abyss that extended 10,000 meters underground. Besides pitch-black darkness, there was only endless silence. The clear sound of footsteps was transmitted into everyone's ears. No one dared to let their guard down. Besides the bottomless abyss, there was nothing else they could see. Besides the rich Genesis chi, no one discovered anything. It was like a cave, but the deep cave gave off a feeling that it could devour everything. We can't go any further. Otherwise, we may never be able to return. Xianxia grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and said. At this moment, Mochi, Ao Yunlong, and the others who were in front of them stopped their steps hesitantly and looked at each other. What Xianxia said was right. Every one of them was filled with longing for the future, but that bottomless abyss seemed to have infinite magic that deeply attracted them. One step forward, and the bottomless abyss, one step back, and the sea and sky would be boundless. No one wanted to die here. Most importantly, Mochi, Ao Yunlong and the others finally stopped. Jiangchen glanced at Jin Xiaoxiao, and his heart grew increasingly determined. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He had a feeling that there was definitely something he wanted in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. To leave the ancient dragon star, Jiangchen had to take this natural risk. I know, but I have to go. Some people live to fight to the death, to live to the death. Jiangchen said meticulously. Jin Xiaoxiao knitted her brows, but before she could continue speaking, Jiangchen had already turned towards the depths of the darkness. Jin Xiaoxiao did not expect Jiangchen to be so determined. Does he not want to live? Mo Guang said coldly. It seems that he is indeed a hothead who doesn't know his limits. Mo Ri sneered. If you want to live, you should know everything. If even he dares to go deep, what are we afraid of? Let's go. Mochi's eyes were sharp. Looking at the bottomless abyss, he made up his mind. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Without any scruples, they went down the abyss again. I am alone. What is there to be afraid of? Ao Yunlong smiled self-mockingly. The abyss 10,000 meters below was indeed full of dangers, but if he did not even have the courage to face the abyss, he would be a failure. Jiangchen going deep made the people of the Eternal Dragon Tribe and Ao Yunlong angry. Even a young man at the second sky of the Star Emperor realm like him dared to take the risk. What right did they have to pretend to be cowards here? If he got some treasure, it would be a great loss. You are going to piss me off. Jin Xiaoxiao stamped her feet hard. Everyone had gone deeper. What reason did she have to stay here? Not for the treasure, but for Jiangchen's safety. The fire in Jiangchen's palm rose slowly. The flickering flame illuminated the area within 100 meters. He went deeper into the abyss along the stone stairs. Since there were stone stairs, it meant that someone had gone into the abyss. When Jiangchen reached the bottom of the abyss, he started to hear terrifying roars. The roars were hysterical and crazy, but they were intermittent, which made Jiangchen very confused. But he still didn't stop his footsteps. Only, in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, on the stone walls, there appeared one after another lifelike huge dragons. In front of the cliff, the ferocious and terrifying huge dragons seemed to open their bloody mouths, wanting to devour those who came. It was a ghastly sight, causing people to be overwhelmed with shock. The evil qi is so strong. Accompanied by the horrifying dragon qi, it is getting more and more interesting. Jiangchen continued to descend into the abyss. Mochi and the others were very smart. They followed behind Jiangchen. Once any danger arose, they would be able to react immediately. In that case, it would be equivalent to having one more shield for them. I didn't expect this guy to be so bold. He. The bold will be stuffed to death while the timid will starve to death. However, this guy is just foolishly bold. Won't all the treasures he obtains be ours? It's best to be careful. Jiangchen is just a stone to test the waters. If there's any danger, we should retreat as soon as possible. The old ancestors' words are not without reason. Many people who enter the abyss never come out and completely disappear in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Mochi and the others were far more cautious than Jiangchen. At this moment, Jiangchen discovered a dilapidated stone tablet at the bottom of the stone steps. 2 lines of words were written on the stone tablet, Boundary Tablet. Trespassers will die. Boundary Tablet? Jiangchen frowned. He was somewhat puzzled. What boundary was this? Could it be that it was a separate world? Trespassers will die. Needless to say, these words were naturally a warning to trespassers. However, the words on it were engraved in blood. On the surrounding walls, there were still vivid and lifelike dragons embedded in the walls. Each and every one of them had a repulsive and ferocious appearance. To outsiders, this was definitely a form of deterrence. However, as time passed, Jiangchen no longer cared. After passing through the boundary tablet, an eerie and terrifying aura penetrated his entire body. A bone-chilling sensation assaulted him. However, the rich Genesis chi also gave Xianxia a refreshing feeling. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Today, I will see exactly how deep this abyss is. Xianxia sneered and charged down the abyss with large strides. The surrounding stone steps began to tremble unceasingly. Everyone's heart became anxious. What's going on? Why is this happening? You're asking me. How would I know? Be careful. Let's stabilize it first. Mochi's eyes were sharp as he said in a deep voice. However, before he could finish his words, the giant dragons on the surrounding rock walls suddenly came to life. Roar, roar, rumble. As the huge dragons broke free from the stone walls, dozens of dragon shadows soared into the sky, roaring deafeningly. Oh no! Xianxia's heart sank. Xianxia was still at the bottom, but the dragons on the stone walls suddenly came to life. It was simply too shocking. Moreover, the surrounding stone steps were constantly shaking, on the verge of collapse. Looks like I really can't come here. Ao Yunlong was a little regretful. These crazy dragons were circling above their heads. That kind of pressure was self-evident. Moreover, the dragon might of these dragons was far from what they could compare to. The dragons continued to charge towards them, but their cultivation levels were unclear. The only thing that made them strong was their draconic might and the momentum of their attacks. The 300-meter-long dragon swept through the sky palaces and turned the entire abyss upside down. Xianxia punched out, and the giant dragon directly rushed up, pressing Xianxia down thousands of feet. Xianxia had no choice but to retreat. One giant dragon after another made everyone complain incessantly. However, the attack power of these giant dragons was extremely simple, and they only rushed and collided. Xianxia drew out his sword, pointed it at the giant dragon, and blasted it up. The sword was like a rainbow, slashing in the sky. The giant dragon was smashed into pieces, and the boulder scattered. At this time, everyone unleashed all of their skills, slashing all of the giant dragons into pieces. The sky continued to fall, the surrounding stone steps were all shattered. Xianxia and the others fell into the abyss. Motherf *Ker, we can't fly here? Ao Yunlong's words caused everyone's breathing to become sluggish. A wave of fear surged into their hearts. Not being able to fly meant that after they fell into the abyss, it was very possible that they would never be able to return. That kind of despair spread in everyone's hearts, unceasingly spreading out. This was simply sealing off their path of retreat. Everyone used all their strength, but it was of no use. That kind of despair when falling freely was something that no one could bear. If they lost the ability to fly, their strength would be greatly reduced, and it was hard to imagine how they would be able to leave this bottomless abyss. Xianxia's state of mind was as one. At this time, he was calmer than anyone else, because he had the Sky Ascension stairway in his hand. He didn't need to worry about his own safety. After a full 2 hours, everyone finally saw a trace of light. The light continued to expand, and in the end, it became more and more dazzling. During these 2 hours, they were all falling continuously. One could imagine how long they had been falling, and how deep this abyss was. No one knew. Xianxia landed lightly on the ground. He looked up and saw Ao Yunlong directly smashing into the deep pit like a ray of light. Immediately after, Mo Qi, Mo Ri, and Mo Guang also smashed into the ground with 3 loud bangs, creating huge pits of over 10 feet. Immediately after, Xianxia's eyes flickered, and finally, Xianxia's figure directly fell into his embrace. Xianxia's eyes were tightly shut, and her face was ashen. The moment she opened her eyes, Xianxia's figure was right in front of her, and the two of them were tightly hugging each other, making Xianxia extremely nervous. Are you all right? Xianxia asked, and her expression was a little awkward. I should be the one asking you that. Xianxia said with a smile, and Xianxia lowered her head in embarrassment. Around them, Ao Yunlong, Mo Qi, and the others also stood up slowly. However, all of them were covered in dust and spat out blood. They were clearly injured from the fall. Although they had terrifying dragon bodies, they were not invincible Vajra bodies after all. Falling from such a high altitude, it was inevitable that they would be injured. The surroundings were bright, and even a little dazzling. They had finally reached the bottom of this abyss, and it was an underground plaza that stretched as far as the eye could see. Since they were already here, they might as well make the best of it. Xianxia was not anxious at all, and decided to look around first. On the ground, there were many corpses. Some were human, and some were dragon. However, they had all been here for billions of years, and even the bones would fall apart with a touch. Could these all be the ancestors of our dragon race? Xianxia said in a low voice. At this moment, she had already gotten off Xianxia's body, and her face was still a little flushed. Damn it, what the hell is this place? Mo Guang said with a gloomy face. He looked around, unwilling to let go of anything. Seems like it's not very possible for us to get out. Ao Yunlong's words once again became a nightmare in everyone's hearts. Looking at the eerie corpses around them, these people were very likely to be a lesson for them. Their initial impulse had finally paid the price at this moment. It's all your fault. Xianxia. If not for you, we wouldn't have followed you down. You're a jinx. Mo shouted angrily. You didn't have to come down. It was you who was greedy and wanted to search for treasures. Who can you blame? Xianxia said, unwilling to be outdone. Mo Ri's face changed, but he was stopped by Mo Chi now. I'm afraid we have to work together. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's really impossible to leave this place. Mo Chi said faintly. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking. However, it was at this moment that they had to be calm. In order to search for treasures, they didn't want to lose their lives here. At this moment, Xianxia's hatred was completely unimportant. You're right. Only by working together can we leave this place and escape. Ao Yunlong nodded. At the center of the plaza, a stone well appeared before everyone's eyes. The stone well was extremely simple and unadorned, and was covered in extremely strange patterns that resembled the red spider lily. However, the well was not tall. When Xianxia and the rest appeared beside it, they could feel extremely rich Genesis Qi pouncing towards them like smoke rising from a chimney. Is the Genesis Qi in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss all released from here? Xianxia was rather curious, but the scene before her was already as clear as day. The Genesis Qi in the stone well was endless, and it was even more intense than what everyone had felt before. It feels so comfortable. Since we can't leave now, let's just train here. Ao Yunlong was not the slightest bit worried. Since no one could leave, they could only take things one step at a time. At the very least, the endless Genesis Qi made him feel an unconcealable excitement. You're right. Since we don't know if we'll live or die, we might as well train for a while. Perhaps we'll be able to lead once our strength increases. Mo chuckled. Everyone was currently on the same starting line, and the three brothers had a huge advantage that no one else possessed. Regardless of whether it was the Golden Dragon clan or the Proud Sky Dragon clan, they needed to properly deal with Ao Yunlong's strength. As for Xianxia and Xianxia, they were also filled with doubt. If the Mo clan brothers had died at Xianxia's hands, it was very likely that he was a hidden expert. However, no matter how strong a second-layer Star Emperor was, how strong could he be? This was something that everyone was rather puzzled about. Ao Yunlong sat down on the ground, and the three Mo clan brothers also sat down around the stone well. Xianxia looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia did not say anything, and was instead observing his surroundings. Xianxia would not easily let down his guard until he was absolutely certain that nothing would go wrong. Moreover, he had to be on guard against anything that might appear in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Only a ghost would know if the three Mo clan brothers and Ao Yunlong would attack him. It was better to be safe than sorry. A proper investigation would not go wrong. Xianxia's expression was solemn. After carefully observing the surroundings, he nodded at Xianxia, indicating that she was fine. Then, he sat down beside the stone well. There was nothing in this square, only a stone well. It made people feel very strange, but there was no danger at all. Xianxia was also puzzled. Could it be that those who entered all died of old age here? That didn't seem very likely. However, no one who had entered by mistake had managed to leave this place alive. This was quite puzzling. Although he had the sky ascending stairway in his hands, Xianxia still had to be careful. Xianxia's eyes were also filled with worry. She was born and raised on the ancient dragon star. She understood the dangers of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss even better. Is there really no danger here? Xianxia asked. At the very least, I haven't discovered anything. It should be safe for now. There are no signs of life in the surroundings. There are no signs of demonic beasts or the aura of the dragon clan. The dragon bones we encountered when we first entered seemed to be the greatest danger. Jiangchen looked towards Xianxia and shrugged helplessly. It was better if there was no danger. The Genesis Chi gushing out from the stone well was more than enough for 10 people to cultivate. Jiangchen and Xianxia exchanged a look. The two of them sat down on the ground like everyone else. It would be best if they could take advantage of the situation to make a breakthrough. They had yet to find the exit, and even more so did not know how to leave the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. However, in the face of the unceasing surging Genesis Chi Sea, it was understandable that they wanted to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Everyone was living in harmony, and they didn't disturb each other. This was because up until now, there hadn't been any conflicts of interest. Without any treasures, no one would make a move. However, there was no guarantee that they would remain silent forever. Jiangchen could feel the fierce gazes of the 3Mo brothers, and they were constantly hovering above his head. I hope you guys don't provoke me. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Jiangchen's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, even the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison pagoda had become excited. The Genesis Chi was a great supplement for them and would allow them to recover their strength as quickly as possible. The Black King's strength had exceeded Jiangchen's imagination. He had previously given the Black King the other 4 chaos orbs with the exception of the largest one. Jiangchen had not expected the latter to absorb them so quickly, and was now leading his numerous subordinates to begin a new round of frenzied devouring. For the Black King and the others, as well as the millions of demonic beasts in the Buddha prison pagoda, this was simply a gluttonous feast. Without any distractions, Jiangchen finally began to frantically devour the Genesis Chi after confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings. In less than a day, Jiangchen felt that he was already on the verge of a breakthrough. The third layer of the Star Emperor realm was almost without any resistance. Jiangchen was extremely shocked and pleasantly surprised. It's really effortless to obtain it. This Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss is really a treasure land. Jiangchen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At this time, Ao Yunlong also broke through to the Star Emperor realm. His strength had reached the Star Emperor realm. At that moment, Ao Yunlong's imposing manner suddenly skyrocketed. Although there was only a difference of 1 layer between the 6th and 7th Star Emperor realm, the difference was huge. Reaching the 7th Star Emperor realm would definitely allow one to occupy a place in the Dragon Clan. Even if one was not good enough, it would be very easy for them to enter the Elder Council. Therefore, the 6th and 7th Star Emperor realm was a very terrifying watershed. Some people might not be able to break through even after thousands or even tens of thousands of years. In particular, the closer one was to the peak of the Star Emperor realm, the more difficult it was to break through. Xianxia was still cultivating, but Jiangchen frowned. He felt that something was wrong because Ao Yunlong had locked onto him. That guy's eyes were filled with battle intent. Is he going to start a war with me? Jiangchen did not expect that the first person to attack would not be the 3Mo brothers, but Ao Yunlong. What do you want? Jiangchen asked Leng Leng. Of course I want to kill you. My body is surging with source power now, and I must release it. Ha 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 ha, the 7th Star Emperor realm. I have been waiting for too long. I didn't expect to break through so soon today. I must commemorate my breakthrough to the 7th Star Emperor realm. I want to see how strong you are. Killing you is just the right time to sharpen my blade. Ao Yunlong's face was flushed as he spoke in an incomparably domineering manner. At this moment, his heart was filled with battle intent, and his entire body was filled with endless Genesis Chi. He felt like the sun in the sky, full of light. In this battle, he wanted to completely release it. Killing Jiangchen was his goal. What a high-sounding reason. You are so arrogant even when killing someone. As expected of someone from the Ao Sky Dragon clan. But if you want to kill me, it will depend on whether you have the ability. Xianxia opened her eyes. Her strength remained at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, unable to break through. However, seeing that Xianxia was in danger, she did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. She and Xianxia were completely bound together. Neither of them could leave the other. If Xianxia was killed, then she would be all alone in the Earth Dragon ancient abyss. Not only Ao Yunlong, but the three brothers of the Mo family were also eyeing covetously. At this moment, the relationship between the three parties was extremely delicate. A slight move in one part could affect the whole. Therefore, even the three brothers of the Mo family did not dare to act rashly. However, Ao Yunlong could not bear it anymore. He actually wanted to use Xianxia as his whetstone. This guy was too arrogant. Looks like this Ao Yunlong can't bear it anymore. He, if he can get rid of Xianxia and Jin Xiaoxiao, then we'll save a lot of effort. Yeah, this Xianxia has been an eyesore for a long time. If it weren't for you, second brother, holding me back, I would have chopped him up a long time ago. This kid isn't as weak as you all think. He didn't only rely on luck to get to where he is today. Even Jin Xiaoxiao, that arrogant woman, has faith in Xianxia. Also, don't forget how the few brothers of our Mo family died. That's right. The three from the Mo family squinted their eyes and watched the situation unfold. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. For the three brothers of the Mo family, the best outcome was none other than the three of them all dying in battle. By then, they would be able to reap the benefits. Be careful, Xianxia. This guy is very terrifying. He is the first to break through the seventh heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Do not underestimate him. Jin Xiaoxiao stood next to Xianxia, ready to strike. Since you like to bully pushover so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia was also ready. He exchanged a look with Jin Xiaoxiao, his fighting spirit soaring. You don't know what's good for you. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my methods. Ao Yunlong's eyes were like fire, and the disdain on his face was clear. At this moment, he felt invincible. The power that the seventh heaven of the Star Emperor realm brought him was too great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to find an opponent to train with, to see how strong he really was. Cut the crap. It's not that easy to kill us. Don't go for wool and come home shorn. Jin Xiaoxiao sneered. Since you're so stubborn, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's become a pair of doomed mandarin ducks. Ao Yunlong attacked first with an imposing manner. Jin Xiaoxiao's expression changed abruptly. She didn't expect the gap between the seventh and sixth sky of the Star Emperor realm to be so huge. She took the lead, but facing Ao Yunlong's fists, she couldn't take it at all. After 3 punches, she was already stumbling backward. Her face was as red as blood. Obviously, she couldn't match up to him at all. Xianxia's heart shuddered. It seemed that this guy was stronger than he imagined. Like a huge mountain, he pushed forward and pursued with great force. Xianxia directly used the dragon transformation to fight against Ao Yunlong. His body was like a diamond, but it couldn't stop Ao Yunlong's footsteps at all. The difference in strength between the two was huge. Xianxia being able to exchange dozens of punches with him without collapsing was already quite terrifying. Not only Ao Yunlong, but even the 3 Mo brothers looked at each other in shock. This Ao Yunlong's strength has indeed increased by too much. It seems that the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm is called the watershed of experts for a reason. Emori said with a stern expression. That's right. This Xianxia has given us a great shock. Even if it's me, I'm afraid that I'll have to use all my strength to resist such a powerful attack. Mo Guang's expression was solemn. He had underestimated Xianxia before. Only now did he realize that this guy also had a terrifying dragon body. However, his dragon body was half human and half dragon. It was extremely strange, but its power was something they had never heard of before. It seems that we have to seize the opportunity to make breakthroughs as well. Without enough strength, we can only become stepping stones for others. Once this Ao Yunlong kills Xianxia and Jin Xiaoxiao, if we don't make breakthroughs, I'm afraid we'll also become ghosts in his hands. With his current strength, we might not be a match for him even if it's 1 against 3, Emochi said. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Right now, the 3 of them were only 1 step away from the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. If Ao Yunlong beat them to it and made things difficult for them, then they would very likely be doomed beyond redemption. They would be at the mercy of others just like Jiang Chen. The three of them nodded heavily. They were no longer in the mood to watch the battle and once again entered cultivation. However, Ao Yunlong's attack was far from over. Jiang Chen looked steadily forward with a solemn expression. At the same time, Jin Xiaoxiao also followed closely behind. The two of them joined forces and barely managed to stop Ao Yunlong's charge. However, the situation could not be ignored at all. A slight mistake and they would lose their lives on the spot. You two are too weak. You're no match for me at all. Even if you try hard, you won't be able to escape this time. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ha ha ha. Ao Yunlong's roar reverberated through the sky. It was as terrifying as his strength. Jin Xiaoxiao used all her means, but it was still difficult to resist his sharpness. Jiang Chen was in the front, but he was constantly pushed back by Ao Yunlong. That violent aura was suffocating. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's strong resistance and terrifying body, he might have already been smashed into a meat patty. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword in hand. The heavenly dragon sword soared up, and the sword chi was terrifying. However, Ao Yunlong's body of flesh and blood resisted it head-on, and it was still full of power. Jiang Chen's space was shrinking, and he was in a dilemma. At this moment, he could only fight to the end to have a chance of survival. Jin Xiaoxiao had also displayed her true form. Her 300-meter-long dragon body swept across the sky. Together with Jiang Chen, they fought back in desperation. The limitless sword, the sword chi was like frost, which made Jiang Chen's combat strength rise continuously. At this moment, he could only entangle Ao Yunlong. It was impossible to defeat him. It was already extremely difficult for him to be in a stalemate. The seventh sky of Star Emperor. Jiang Chen had a taste of it today. It seemed that it was too difficult for them to defeat Ao Yunlong. Jiang Chen, I can't hold on for much longer. Think of a way quickly. Jin Xiaoxiao felt incomparably bitter. Even if she revealed her true form, the help she could provide Jiang Chen was still limited. Perhaps even 10 sixth heavenly layer star emperors couldn't defeat a 7th heavenly layer star emperor. This was the gap between them. 27 swords. Jiang Chen drew out his sword. The sword head tore, and the sound echoed through the entire underground square. 27 sword wills covered the whole place. Ao Yunlong roared, resisting the startling sword chi above Jiang Chen's head. However, he was also shocked. The people of the Mo family did not die in vain. He had already overestimated Jiang Chen's means. However, if he were in the 6th sky of Star Emperor, he would definitely not be able to compete with the continuous attacks. Both of you must die. Ao Yunlong roared and transformed into his true form. It was a silver dragon with a single horn and a body length of 500 zhang. It was much smaller than Jin Xiaoxiao's 300 zhang dragon body. However, that kind of explosive power was something Jin Xiaoxiao could not compare to. With a sweep of the divine dragon's tail, Jin Xiaoxiao was instantly thrown to the ground, unable to dodge. Watch out! Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He flicked his long sword, and the sword chi was 800 zhang, instantly cutting off Ao Yunlong's path. Even if Ao Yunlong was strong enough, he did not dare to face Jiang Chen's sword chi head-on. This guy came and went like a ghost, and had innumerable tricks. He had to kill Jin Xiaoxiao first. Only then could he defeat them one by one. Taking advantage of the gap when the sword chi approached, Jin Xiaoxiao quickly retreated. She reversed her momentum and faced Ao Yunlong again. However, Jiang Chen followed closely behind. The two joined together again and began the final attack. I can't hold on much longer, Jiang Chen. Jin Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice, complaining incessantly in her heart. This Ao Yunlong had completely exceeded their imagination. The 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm was unstoppable. It looked like it was time to fight him to the death. Jiang Chen knew that continuing to drag on would not do them any good. Moreover, the 3 Mo brothers were still watching from the side. They had to finish this battle quickly. Black King! Kill him! Jiang Chen gave a low roar, and a black shadow shot out from the void. At that moment, not only Ao Yunlong, but even Jin Xiaoxiao was stunned. What kind of monster was this? The Black King directly transformed into his true form. The horrifying black shadow covered the sun and the sky. The tiger roared again and again as it clashed with Ao Yunlong. Their aura soared to the sky. Ao Yunlong's expression changed drastically. This black tiger was rather terrifying. It was like a mountain, unmoving. You have helpers? For such a long time, Xianxia didn't know that Jiangchen had a helper. He wasn't alone, and his helper was even stronger than him. He was in the sixth heaven of the Star Emperor realm, right? After the Black King swallowed the chaos source beads that Jiangchen gave him and cultivated here, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the sixth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even Jiangchen was shocked. Holy crap! This time, the Black King had completely turned the tables and became the master. Bastard! Ao Yunlong cursed angrily, his face livid. He was disgraced by the Black King's 3 attacks. This guy's strength was on par with his. Since when did a beast in the sixth sky of the Star Emperor realm become so strong? Ao Yunlong was enraged. The reason why Jiangchen was able to kill the people of the Mo clan was definitely because of this monstrous beast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to do it by himself. Just a little brother. Let's kill this guy first. Jiangchen smiled faintly, calm and unruffled. However, his sword was getting sharper and sharper. Cooperating with the Black King's Black Tiger Charge and Xianxia's Rising Dragon and Crouching Tiger, Jiangchen's sword chi was able to unleash its full potential. Ao Yunlong was suffering bitterly, but his initial elegance was already gone. The addition of the Black King was a reassurance for Jiangchen and Jin Xiaoxiao. In the battle of the 3 elites, they were unafraid of death. Jin Xiaoxiao was extremely shocked. If she wasn't in a desperate situation, perhaps she wouldn't have known that Jiangchen had such a powerful expert by his side. The Black King took the initiative to attack first. He was the main force and gave Ao Yunlong a fatal blow. Jin Xiaoxiao followed up. Her initial grievance was completely released. Now, Ao Yunlong was already covered in bruises. He was no match for the 3 of them and could only run for his life. Black King, kill without mercy. Jiangchen's order made the Black King's tiger body tremble. He didn't hold back and started to crazily attack Ao Yunlong. Jin Xiaoxiao was extremely excited. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, Ao Yunlong was completely in a passive position. His life was hanging by a thread. One after another, Black Tiger Steel's heart. Ao Yunlong's dragon scales flew off. He was riddled with wounds. For a moment, he didn't have any strength to retaliate. The heavenly dragon sword sealed off all his possible escape routes. He could only passively take a beating without any choice. Ao Yunlong finally felt the threat of death. Jiangchen, why don't we shake hands and make up? If you want to leave this place, it's impossible for you to do it alone. Ao Yunlong staggered and said solemnly. You have the cheek to say such words? Truly shameless. Your Ao Yunlong clan is too disgusting. Jin Xiaoxiao said in disdain. Jiangchen, if you kill me, it won't do you any good. Even if I fight with my life on the line, you won't have it good either. Let me go. You're the one who benefits the most. Ao Yunlong said solemnly. He didn't believe that Jiangchen wouldn't stop. Whether I leave or not, it's not up to you to say. If I want to leave, I leave. If I want to stay, I stay. What can the heavens do to me? What use do I have for you? When I, Jiangchen, do things, I never like to procrastinate. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return it tenfold or hundredfold. So, you don't have the right to talk terms with me. Jiangchen sneered. He didn't care about Ao Yunlong's words at all. Bastard. You're courting death. I'll fight it out with you. Even if I die, I'll drag you, trash, down with me. What right do you have to step on my head and shit on me? Ao Yunlong roared angrily. He roared again and again as he completely launched his final attack. Ao Yunlong was already forced into a corner by Jiangchen. At this time, he already didn't have any path of retreat. He could only fight with his life on the line. But the result was very likely to be a tragic death. But even if he died, he also had to make Xianxia stay behind. He was only making his final struggle in a certain death situation. Even if he died, he couldn't die without any value. Xianxia naturally knew Ao Yunlong's goal. This fellow was fighting with his life on the line to make him stay behind. It was nothing more than to seek a chance of survival. If Xianxia cowered, then it would very likely give him a chance to escape with his life. But it was a pity that he completely didn't know just how strong Xianxia was. Even if he wanted to exchange for Xianxia's life, it wasn't that easy. You're thinking too much. You want to drag me down with you? You're not worthy. Xianxia sneered. He didn't retreat, but advanced instead. The pressure formed by the three of them joining forces against Ao Yunlong was already completely formed. It was simply impossible for him to survive in the cracks. Roar! The Black King let out a desperate roar and collided with Ao Yunlong. He retreated with a loud bang, while Ao Yunlong took advantage of the situation and charged towards Xianxia. He used all his strength and wanted to make a move on Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were like lightning. He didn't fear danger. One big and one small, the two figures overlapped. In an instant, there was a violent tremor as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Pfft, a mouthful of blood spurted out. At that moment, Ao Yunlong could no longer hold on. His entire body was covered with cuts and bruises, and he no longer had the elegance from before. Although Xianxia had also suffered severe injuries, it wasn't fatal. Meanwhile, Ao Yunlong was isolated and helpless. With Jin Xiaoxiao and the Black King working together, he had nowhere to retreat. The dragon and the tiger clashed, and the two swords combined to form an irresistible force. Ao Yunlong was no match for Yi Chen. In the end, he slowly fell. His gaze became lifeless. He never thought that he would really fall in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Moreover, he lost to a brat at the third heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. Ao Yunlong's heart was filled with unwillingness, but he couldn't resist Xianxia's strength. The Black King didn't hesitate at all. With a heavy punch, he directly shattered Ao Yunlong's internal organs. Ao Yunlong died on the spot. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he couldn't blame anyone. Who asked him to provoke Xianxia? Xianxia didn't want to make a move, but he had no choice but to kill Ao Yunlong. The Black King was like a spear, standing behind Xianxia. At that moment, Jin Xiaoxiao knew that she couldn't help but look at Xianxia in a different light. Moreover, she didn't know much about his secrets. It seemed that she had really underestimated Xianxia. Even when his life was hanging by a thread many times, he didn't call out the Black King. One could imagine how confident he was. Jin Xiaoxiao had a complicated look in her eyes. Xianxia's background was also a mystery. Even though she trusted Xianxia very much, she didn't know where to go. Don't worry, I'm no threat to the ancient dragon star, and even less to the Golden Dragon clan. I just don't want to cause trouble. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He had also been injured in this battle. Killing Ao Yunlong was not as simple as he had imagined, but it made Xianxia's blood boil. This was because the Genesis Chi here was far too dense. It was very likely that he would be able to obtain a burst of Genesis Chi here. As long as he succeeded, his strength would surely soar. The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was definitely a treasure trove. It was like an unending spring, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. I hope so, but it won't be easy for us to leave now. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. However, she knew very well that Xianxia had no intention of harming her. She hoped that what he said was true, that he was just a passerby in the ancient dragon star. What a good Xianxia. You do have some skills to be able to kill Ao Yunlong. Looks like the people of our Mo family really died in your hands. Mo Qilingling said. The three had also awoken from their cultivation. The battle between Xianxia and Ao Yunlong was indeed earth-shattering. 3 heroes against Ao Yunlong, but Xianxia and the others had also suffered varying degrees of injuries. So what if I am, so what if I'm not? Do the 3 of you also want to fight? Xianxia looked steadily at the Emochi trio. You guessed right. If we don't kill you, how can we face our dead brothers? Your appearance has disrupted all the plans of our Eternal Dragon clan, so you must die. To atone for the sins of our Mo clan brothers, all three of you must die. Mo sneered. To be able to kill Ao Yunlong, it means that you have something to rely on. No wonder our people all died in your hands. However, today is the day of your death. Once we kill you, we will be able to rest easy. Mo Guang squinted his eyes. The disdain on his face was obvious. You Mo clan members have gone too far. Jin Xiaoxiao was solemn. She knew they could not run anymore. Plus, they were badly injured. If they wanted to fight against the three, they would most likely lose. Let's try then. Jiang Chen said fearlessly. You are no match for us now. Even Ao Yunlong is just a paper tiger in front of the three of us. Mo Qi shouted. The aura of the three suddenly skyrocketed. The three of them had all broken through to the seventh sky of Star Emperor realm. Jin Xiaoxiao's face changed. She took 2 steps back, her eyes filled with desperation. They didn't stand a chance against 3 experts at the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even if Ao Yunlong was an idiot, he would have paid a great price. However, the 3 people from the Mo clan had all broken through. It was a nightmare for them. They could not even die together with the 3 7th sky of Star Emperor realm experts. The 3 of them had no chance of winning against any one of them, let alone 3 experts. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed gradually. No wonder the 3 of them were so confident. It turned out that they had broken through to the 7th sky of Star Emperor realm. It seemed they were doomed. Hand over the Chaos Source Orb, and I might leave you a whole corpse. Mo Qi said indifferently. That's right. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Otherwise, we won't be merciful. We'll make you wish you were dead, ga ga ga. Mo Guang's feminine laughter echoed in the underground square. Their fighting will was also extremely excited. They wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. They wanted to see how strong the 7th sky of Star Emperor realm was. They could not wait any longer. It's useless to say more. If you want to kill me, you have to do it. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He glanced at the 3 of them. This time even he was not confident. The 3 of them were too strong. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to compete with them. It was indeed the most dangerous moment. I'll send you away first. Don't look back. I can't leave. Jiang Chen said to Jin Xiaoxiao secretly. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at him in surprise. He still had a backup plan? But could he really leave? No. I can't leave you alone. Jin Xiaoxiao was very determined. Jiang Chen had never given up on her. If she abandoned him now, she would never be able to rest in peace. There's no time to explain. Helping you leave is already the biggest limit. Do you think I would choose to stay here if I could leave? The 3 of them are too strong. I can't escape at all. So, I can only send you away. It's death either way. It's the same for 1 person or 2 people. Why do you have to sacrifice your life? Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. He was already prepared to send Jin Xiaoxiao out of this place at any time. The stairway to heaven could help her leave the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. However, it would be difficult for Jiang Chen to leave this place. After all, these 3 men would never give him any chance to escape. If he wanted to bring someone away, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Instead of letting Jin Xiaoxiao wait for her death here, it would be better for him to send her away with all his might. You want to leave? You want to scheme against us? Ha ha ha, you're too naive, Jiang Chen. Mo Ri's laughter was full of mockery. Didn't anyone tell you that in the face of absolute power, all schemes will be useless? If we live together. If we die together. Jin Xiaoxiao was still as resolute and unwavering as ever. In her eyes, there was only Jiang Chen. The mountains had no edges, the heavens and the earth had merged together. She dared not be severed by him. In Jin Xiaoxiao's heart, Jiang Chen was the one she had been waiting for all these years. He was the 3rd Prince Charming of her dreams. She wanted to leave this place and see the outside world. Whether or not Jiang Chen could take her away, she would not regret it. The ancient dragon star was her home. However, she would not be satisfied if she was trapped here for the rest of her life. There would always be someone better than her. She never thought that she would be stuck in a corner of the ancient dragon star. She wanted to leave and go further to find her dream. Xianxia was her hope. He was the only one she could rely on. At first, Jin Xiaoxiao did not want to admit it. How could she fall in love with someone who was weaker than her? However, she understood later that love did not discriminate between countries. It did not discriminate between races. It did not discriminate between people. As long as there was love in one's heart, nothing would be a problem. However, Jin Xiaoxiao also understood that the love in Xianxia's heart was not for her. In his eyes, there was always a melancholy and depth that she could not understand. On his shoulders, there was a weight that she did not know. However, she was still willing to follow him to the end of her life. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This girl was stubborn. He was not a fool. How could he not know what she was thinking? However, he was not in the mood to think about anything else. He just wanted to leave the ancient dragon star as soon as possible. However, this was his last gamble. He did not want to implicate anyone. Since you are so stubborn, I will send you on your way. As for Jin Xiaoxiao, the three of us will enjoy her here. Ha 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 ha, said Emori with a cold smile. His eyes were fixed on Jin Xiaoxiao. To them, this woman was a delicacy. In the entire ancient dragon star, Jin Xiaoxiao's peerless charm was famous. Who didn't want to get close to her? Such a woman, to them, was already enough to make their hearts run wild. Apart from authority and power, what men liked the most were women. If they wanted to become supreme kings, they needed a woman who was worthy of them. However, at this moment, there was only desire in their eyes, so much so that their eyes were filled with desire. A bunch of scum. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were on the verge of splitting apart, and her eyes carried the resolution of facing death with equanimity. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's do it. I can't wait any longer. He he he. Emo Guang's smile was also rather wretched. His eyes continuously swept across Jin Xiaoxiao's body as his heart was extremely agitated. Kill. At Emo Chi's order, the three of them directly rushed to Jiang Chen and the others. How confident are you, Black King? Jiang Chen looked at the Black King. I can stop one of them at most. As for the other two, I can't do anything. The Black King looked a bit bitter. Do your best. At the critical moment, send her out for me. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Okay. The Black King did not hesitate at all, because his mission was to obey absolutely. The battle between the two sides was about to start at any moment. Emochi took the lead, dashing directly to Jiang Chen. His momentum was overwhelming. The Black King fought against Emo Guang, and Jin Xiaoxiao fought against Emori. However, there was a huge gap between their combat strengths. As soon as they started to fight, Jiang Chen felt great pressure. Fighting against Emochi, a star emperor at the seventh heaven, was already too much for him. Moreover, he had been seriously injured before. Taking advantage of this moment, Emochi and his companions did not give them any chance to breathe. The Sky Dragon sword swept out, fighting against Emochi. Jiang Chen exerted the ancient soaring dragon skill, and his strength rose again and again. However, it was still a drop in the bucket. Emochi's strength was not inferior to Ao Yunlong's, and even more formidable. As time went by, the gap between their combat strengths became more and more obvious. Jiang Chen could only retreat passively. His footsteps were disordered, and it became very difficult for him to fight against Emochi. Jin Xiaoxiao was not much better than Jiang Chen. Emori cared about her very much. After a crazy chase, Jin Xiaoxiao could only run for her life. Jiang Chen could still fight against Emochi for a while, but Jin Xiaoxiao could not stand firm anymore. If it went on like this, she would definitely lose soon. Although the Black King could restrain Emo Guang, he could not turn the situation around at all. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao had reached the most dangerous moment. Both of them were in a very worrying situation, and they could die at any time. Jiang Chen looked at them coldly and fearlessly. At this moment, they had to make the final decision, because they could not afford to wait any longer. They would die if they fought for a long time. There was no time or opportunity. Now was the most critical moment. Success or failure depended on this moment. Black King. Go. With a cold look in his eyes, Xianxia activated the sky-ascending stairway. The Black King nodded slightly and retreated. He grabbed Xianxia's arm and stepped on the sky-ascending stairway, soaring upwards. What? Mochi did not expect the Black King to be able to take them away from here. They wanted to fly up, but found that it was impossible. On this square, they could only leap. It was impossible to fly in the air because the flowing Genesis Chi had made the underground square very unstable. It was impossible for them to fly into the sky. But how did the Black King do it? Mochi and the other two didn't expect the Black King to have such a trick up his sleeves. Did that mean that they could probably leave this place? Xianxia, you liar. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot, and she roared at the top of her voice. She did not expect Xianxia to let the Black King take her away. But what should he do? He had to face 3 experts at the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Live well. You may be the only one who can leave this abyss. Xianxia smiled. As he retreated, he stood in front of Mochi and the other two, blocking their way. We have to go too. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. That's right. Otherwise, there's nothing we can do. There's something strange about this Xianxia. We can't let him go. As long as we catch him, we can leave this place. The 3 made up their minds. It was only a matter of time before they caught Xianxia and left this place. Xianxia was fighting 1 against 3, and it was extremely difficult and miserable. Xianxia's tears fell like rain. She watched Xianxia's retreating figure and the 3 Mo brothers' anxious gazes. She was filled with killing intent, but Xianxia became more and more passive. His life was hanging by a thread. Boo, Xianxia felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. She knew that Xianxia had no hope left. Blood kept spurting out, and his chances of survival were slim. The 3 Mo brothers would definitely kill him. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and his life was hanging by a thread. Damn it! The Black King stepped on the sky ascension stairway. No matter how Xianxia struggled, there was no result. In less than a quarter of an hour, they left the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss and appeared in the valley. At that instant, everyone's gazes converged onto the bodies of the Black King and Xianxia. Mo Xiaolong and Genie Ba hurriedly appeared by their sides, their gazes filled with doubt. That's because there was actually a person that they did not recognize beside Xianxia. That fellow did not seem to be someone from this ranking tournament. He's out, he's out. Quick, look. Why is there only Xianxia? Where are the others? Yeah, who is that? Why haven't I seen him before? That person is definitely not someone from this year's ranking tournament. He's not from our Eternal Dragon clan. He's not from our Golden Dragon clan either. In an instant, the crowd was in chaos. What's going on? Where are they? Why did you come back alone? Mo Xiaolong said with a serious expression, looking at Xianxia. If Master is in trouble, I will follow him to the end of my life. Take care, Mississippi. The Black King retreated and leaped into the abyss once again. Everyone's faces turned pale as they watched nervously. Xiao, what's going on? Where's Xianxia? Does he still want him? Genie Ba asked. Xianxia was their Golden Dragon clan's most outstanding genius in so many years. His grade 9 dragon vein was unparalleled. Whether the Golden Dragon clan could rise again depended on him. Yeah, where's our proud Sky Dragon clan's proud Cloud Dragon? Han Che asked impatiently. Everyone stared at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were filled with despair. She shook her head continuously. Xianxia was dead. The Mo clan would never be able to leave alive. It was impossible to escape from the abyss. If not for Xianxia using his unique method to send her out of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, she wouldn't have been able to escape. Unfortunately, because of her, Xianxia was destined to be killed by the Eternal Dragon clan. Even if the Black King returned to the abyss, he would only be sending another corpse. Xianxia risked his life to send me out. No one else will come out, Xianxia murmured. Mo Xiaolong, Han Che, and Genie Bai's expressions changed drastically. You guys went to the deepest part of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss? Genie Bai sucked in a breath of cold air. But Jin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything. She just silently walked forward like a walking corpse. Dead, all dead. Han Che said with a bitter smile. He didn't expect to be completely annihilated in this ranking tournament. But not only him, even the experts of the Eternal Dragon Clan were all annihilated. None of them were spared. Jin Xiaoxiao could come out because she was forcefully pushed out. Why won't they listen to my advice? They're just a bunch of arrogant lunatics, always thinking that they're heaven's chosen ones, able to defy the heavens and change their fates, different from others. What a bastard. Mo Xiaolong's face was full of anger. He was very clear about the dangers of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Because he had also come out from there in the past, but he didn't go deeper. None of the people who went there came back alive. But now, Jin Xiaoxiao had become the only one, and also an exception to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Unfortunately, everyone was dead. The ranking tournament became a farce. None of the 4 great dragon clans were winners. The only thing that made Genie Bai feel somewhat relieved was that he didn't have to send off his son. But the hope of the Golden Dragon clan's rise had also been destroyed at this moment. There was only disappointment and sorrow in everyone's eyes. Those who died, whether it was their relatives or their friends, had already left. Then there was no need for them to continue staying here. No matter who it was, when they looked at the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Even Mo Xiaolong was no exception. The unknown was the most dangerous, because they didn't know what kind of existence was under the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. At this moment, under the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, when the Black King returned, Jiang Chen had already been defeated. He kept retreating, and it was very dangerous. He could even die at any time. Master. The Black King's face changed, and he hurriedly blocked the 3 of them. But it was of no use, because their opponents were too strong. They couldn't resist the attack of Mo Qi and the other 2. Jiang Chen, as long as you can help us lead this place, we can let you go. Mo Qi said in a deep voice, and the 9-feet-long spear in his hand pressed towards Jiang Chen. Dream on. Don't even think about leaving this place. Jiang Chen let out an icy chuckle. The reason he hadn't left was because he wanted to fight to the death with these people. Moreover, the Genesis Chi Stone Well was too domineering and very useful. If he left so easily, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? He wanted to complete a transformation in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. With enough Genesis Chi, he would surely be able to rise to the next level. This place was an incomparable treasure trove. Then just wait for your death. Even without you, we can still leave this place. Mo Ri roared in anger, killing intent surging from his body. He was determined to kill this fiend. That may not be true. Who will live and who will die is still not certain. Jiang Chen fiercely wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with an increasingly intense desire to fight. He was finally going to unleash his full power at this very moment. He didn't dare to use his full power because Jin Xiaoxiao was around. If he hurt the innocent, he would likely feel guilty for the rest of his life because even he might not be able to fully control this power. You still dare to be so stubborn even at death's door. You're too arrogant. I'll send you to the underworld today. Mo Qi charged at the front. Once they captured Jiang Chen, would he still have to be obedient? If they wanted to leave this place, their only hope was Jiang Chen. The Black King did not hesitate to charge forward. Jiang Chen was his master. Even if he had to die, he would die in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were fierce, and his breathing was rapid. At that moment, his body turned dark, and a deep blue light flickered in his eyes like crisscrossing sword chi. However, it was sharper than the sword chi. A blue storm gradually formed around him. Mo Qi and the other 2 were stunned. What kind of technique was this? They had never seen it before. Moreover, Jiang Chen's power seemed to have undergone a tremendous change at this moment, becoming stronger and stronger. Rays of deep blue light entered Jiang Chen's body, and Jiang Chen's aura suddenly soared. What the hell? Mo Ri knitted his brows. However, in the eyes of the 3 experts at the 7th layer of the Star Emperor realm, no matter how amazing Jiang Chen was, he could not escape from their palms. I don't know. Mochi forced the Black King to retreat. With a roar, he swept his long spear and smashed at Xianxia. He did not want to give Xianxia any chance, so he had to seize the opportunity to attack. If he delayed, something unexpected would happen. Starlight enter the body. Xianxia looked steadily forward, and his murderous aura filled the air. His whole body became much darker, and the blue aura spread all over his body, rising like fire. The power of stars gradually gathered. Xianxia held the sky dragon sword tightly with both hands and took a step forward. With the sword in his hand, he cut through the wind and waves. Xianxia tried his best to hack at the sky. The expressions of Mochi and the other two changed drastically. Instantly, they felt desperate. They tried their best to resist Xianxia's attack. However, the dark blue sword shadow fell from the sky with the power to destroy the world. It was too powerful, too fierce, and too domineering. Even though the three of them gathered all their strength, they were still no match for Xianxia. They were cut down by the sword directly and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Their bones and tendons were all broken, and their cultivation was cut off. Dark blue light and shadows appeared on them. The three of them could not believe that Xianxia could kill them with one attack even at the moment of their death. That attack was like a punishment from heaven. They could not dodge it. The sword came from the east and destroyed the sky. The astral pole finally reappeared in the world. The Black King was extremely excited. There were even hot tears in his eyes. He had not seen this day for a long time. Although only starlight entered his body, the Black King had already sensed Xianxia's invincible power. The change of stars was the infinity of the universe. It could evolve into infinite power. Otherwise, how could the Eternal Lord be so afraid of it? This attack killed Mochi and the other two without a burial place. They lost all their vitality. This attack directly made Xianxia's strength achieve a super leap. The three experts in the seventh heaven of the Star Emperor realm died on the spot under this attack. Xianxia also fell to the ground. He was extremely weak. His body was completely hollowed out in an instant. The power of stars was indescribable. Even Xianxia himself was shocked. This attack was so powerful that he could not hold it anymore. However, it also consumed all his strength. The power of stars was extremely powerful. Xianxia smiled slightly. He felt relieved. This attack would be remembered by him forever. At least I didn't disgrace Senior. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. The power of the astral pole was beyond his imagination. He would have another trump card in the future, but he would not use it easily. Previously, the Black King had said that the astral pole was a treasure that even the Eternal Lord was looking for. A gentleman's innocence would arouse the envy of others. Once the astral pole was found in his possession, it would not be a good thing. The gods could only bring death upon him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia would still choose to hide it. Congratulations, Master. You've completely mastered the astral pole. The Black King knelt on one knee and said with a face full of joy. I've only cultivated a little. Xianxia said with a wry smile. Although it was just a little, it had benefited him a lot. He had never heard of the power of the stars. From now on, he had to be even more of a slave and cultivate the astral pole. Only then could he set foot on the top of the stars. I'd better recover my body first. These 4 people all have chaos orbs on them. You should quickly find them and refine them. Xianxia said. Although he had killed Mochi and the other 2 people in this battle, he had also narrowly escaped death. The Black King was overjoyed after hearing this. He hurriedly searched the bodies of Mochi, the other 2 people, and Ao Yunlong. Sure enough, there were 4 chaos orbs, which made him extremely happy. Master, I always feel that there's something strange about this stone well. You'd better be careful. The Black King said with a frown. The Genesis Chi is endless and has even disturbed the entire void. That's why people can't fly in the air. The density of the Genesis Chi is indeed the highest I've ever seen in my life. Xianxia pondered, but he didn't find anything strange about this place. The only strange thing was the endless Genesis Chi. But it was clearly a treasure. Xianxia was puzzled. He also knew that there must be a reason for this abnormality, but he couldn't find any clues. In the end, he shook his head and began to prepare for cultivation. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to make a breakthrough before making any plans. Unknowingly, Xianxia immersed himself in cultivation. The devouring power of the astral pole was even more terrifying. In less than 10 days, his strength had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Star Emperor realm. After another month, he directly broke through to the 4th level of the Star Emperor realm. Xianxia still didn't have any intention of stopping. Even with his powerful devouring power, he was still extremely shocked. Even so, the Genesis Chi in the stone well was still endless and showed no signs of drying up. Xianxia simply stopped thinking about it. But at this time, Xianxia saw that the Black King had broken through to the 8th level of the Star Emperor realm. The 4 Chaos Orbs, coupled with the terrifying Genesis Chi here, naturally made his harvest unparalleled. Moreover, Xianxia also saw many demonic beasts in the Buddha prison tower. All of their strength had improved by leaps and bounds, which made him particularly excited. It won't be long before this terrifying beast army will be able to reach another level. Xianxia smiled happily. The Genesis Chi in his body was rising at an astonishing speed, and Xianxia was already accustomed to it. But at this time, he was about to make another breakthrough, but he found that many of the demonic beasts around him had died. How could this be? Xianxia's expression changed dramatically. Dozens of demonic beasts that had just broken through to the Star Emperor realm had died, which made him quite shocked and puzzled. Xianxia carefully observed and found that these demonic beasts weren't injured at all, but they died for no reason. Moreover, the Genesis Chi in their bodies was extremely rich, and they were in the middle of cultivation. Why did they die like that? That wasn't the end. Xianxia found that the demonic beasts at the Star Lord level cultivating in the Buddha prison tower were even more irritable. Many of them were already attacking each other, as though they were fighting to the death. Hundreds of demonic beasts had died in the Buddha prison tower. Xianxia was increasingly horrified. What the hell is going on? Master, I'm about to break through to the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Ha 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 ha. The Black King said excitedly. His eyes were blazing, and the Genesis Chi he was devouring was quite domineering. His whole body was on fire. Something's wrong. Xianxia took a deep breath. A thought flashed in his mind, and he seemed to find something wrong. Stop cultivating. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. The Black King's face was full of shock, but the look in his eyes was extremely complicated. Didn't you tell us to cultivate? Master, why can't we cultivate again? The Black King said. There's something strange about this Genesis Chi. Xianxia said. What's strange? The Black King was taken aback. Look, almost all the demonic beasts that had broken through to the Star Emperor realm are dead, and they died without any warning. The Black King looked at the hundreds of demonic beasts behind him. Indeed, dozens of them had fallen to the ground, without any signs of life. The Black King's face was deathly pale. He looked at Xianxia and said in disbelief, Master, how could this be? The Black King was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect so many demonic beasts to die. There was no danger at all, and there were no signs of them being killed. They were all cultivating normally, but they had fallen just like that. It was really amazing. It should be the Genesis Chi's doing. What? Genesis Chi? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. I finally understand why Ao Yunlong would suddenly attack me. The 3Mo clan brothers were also impatient to fight with me because their breakthroughs were too quick, causing the Genesis Chi in their bodies to be unstable. Moreover, it's the same logic as boiling a frog in warm water. Once we are enveloped by Genesis Chi, we will no longer feel any danger from it. In truth, Genesis Chi does not pose any threat to us. It's just that we are too greedy and like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, we want to continue our cultivation and devour Genesis Chi. Hence, we ended up in this state. The Genesis Chi in our bodies is not sufficiently fused, and as more and more Genesis Chi accumulates, they are unable to control it. In the end, when the Genesis Chi reaches an uncontrollable level, their bodies will explode and they will die. There are no signs of a struggle, and their sudden deaths can only be explained by this. When that happens, it will not be us devouring Genesis Chi, but the Genesis Chi devouring us. Jiang Chen's heart could not help but shudder. Although there was no danger here, the endless Genesis Chi was like an invisible blade. As long as they continued to cultivate, they would be devoured by the Genesis Chi. This was an endless cycle. If you wanted to leave, you had no choice but to cultivate and grow stronger. The stronger you cultivated, the more the Genesis Chi would devour you. When that happened, the Genesis Chi would swell to a point where you would no longer be able to control it, and death would follow. Isn't this a little too frightening? Black King pondered for a moment and said in disbelief. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's words, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to understand it and might even die here. This is the strange part of this place. Moreover, there is no danger at all, as if it's an unparalleled treasure land. Who would have thought that it's actually hell? Just the thought of it made Jiang Chen shiver with fear. If he had not discovered so many demonic beasts dying unnatural deaths, he may have gradually fallen into this place, unable to extricate himself. In the end, he would be devoured by the Genesis Chi and forever be buried here. What should we do now? The Black King was at a loss for a time, not knowing what to do as he looked towards Jiang Chen. Inform all demonic beasts to stop cultivating and seal their 8 extraordinary meridians. I want to see exactly what kind of existence is hidden beneath this stone well. Jiang Chen's eyes turned frosty as his breathing turned heavy. Should he just leave like this? Jiang Chen didn't want to give up. This was such a good opportunity, such a good place, and he might never have the chance to come back again. Also, he wouldn't be able to calm down if he didn't find out the truth. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Moreover, he had no other way now. Master. I'll go scout ahead. The Black King said solemnly. There's no need. Your strength isn't stable yet. Go and arrange for the rest of your subordinates. I'll be back soon. Jiang Chen said. The Black King was touched. Not only did his master care about his subordinates, but he also did not treat them as cannon fodder. He would rather put himself in danger. He did not follow the wrong person, and the old master did not choose the wrong people. Jiang Chen walked into the stone well step by step. Although it was less than 10 feet in diameter, it was enough to accommodate a person. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, looked at the bottomless stone well, and jumped in. Endless Genesis Chi rushed into his body. The moment Jiang Chen jumped into the stone well, he felt an unprecedented pressure, as if it was caused by the Genesis Chi. However, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. What kind of place was this? He had never experienced such a place before. The bottom of the stone well was like an abyss, without a bottom. Moreover, he had dived for a long time, but he still could not fly in the air. If not for the sky ascension stairs, Jiang Chen would have fallen to his death. The surroundings were hazy and emitted a deep light, but Jiang Chen could feel an incomparable heat. Even the many heavenly flames in his hands could not stop the heat. The world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. It seems that I was really blind before. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The environment here was full of unknown and danger to him. Only now did he understand how arrogant he was. Before entering this universe, he thought that he was already the ruler of the 3 worlds. But now, he understood that he still had a long way to go. At least, he had only touched the threshold of the astral. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant. Chi-chi, an ear-piercing buzzing sound caused Jiang Chen's eyes to flicker. His expression turned solemn, and he suddenly turned his head, only to see a giant creature slowly walking over. The reason why it was called a giant creature was because Jiang Chen really did not know what it was. A dragon head, a human body, 8 legs, and a single horn, it was different from his own dragon body. Jiang Chen was sure that he had never seen such a thing in his life. It was strong, very strong. Its body was milky white and round, but its 8 divine hook-like claws were terrifying. They were thicker and more domineering than dragon claws. What the hell is this? Jiang Chen knitted his brows in a frown, as though he was facing a great enemy. Who are you? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice, but the giant creature did not answer. Its eyes were exuding endless anger, but its gaze was dull and lifeless, seemingly more like chaos. It seems to be an idiot. Xianxia murmured. But the giant creature was shrouded in a sea of Genesis chi, and Xianxia did not feel the slightest aura of life. It was not that it had concealed itself well, but that it did not belong to any living body. Roar, the giant creature roared. Xianxia could feel its strong aggressiveness. It seemed that a fierce battle was unavoidable. The strength of this guy was incomparable to before. Not good. Master is in trouble. Black King's heart sank. He immediately went into the well. The moment he came out, Xianxia and the white giant had already engaged in a fierce battle. However, Xianxia was in a passive position. The white giant had 8 legs and its attacks were ruthless. Although it didn't use any special moves, it was still very overbearing. It made Xianxia feel an unprecedented pressure. Even when he was fighting against the 3Mo brothers, he didn't feel this strong. Xianxia didn't feel this strong. Not good, it's a scent spirit. The Black King said in a low voice. Scent spirit? Xianxia was stunned, his heart filled with doubt. It's the product of countless vengeful spirits gathered together and reforged from Genesis chi. It has already developed a part of its intelligence, and is extremely terrifying. It's not even a demonic beast. In short, it's extremely difficult to deal with. When I followed my master to search for the stars in the heavens, I also encountered such a thing. Fortunately, it hadn't fully formed yet. Otherwise, it would be a new creature with endless Genesis chi as its backing. It would be almost immortal and immortal. What a vengeful spirit. In other words, there is likely to be a star nucleus here? Apart from being shocked, Xianxia's expression was also filled with astonishment. If he could really find a star core in this place, wouldn't that mean his stellar astral would be able to complete its transformation? Fortune comes from danger. There was a glimmer of anticipation and excitement in Xianxia's eyes. No matter what kind of monster this perception spirit was, he must kill it. It's possible. The Black King pondered. However, at this moment, the perception spirit had already charged forward again. It was without any moves, but it gave people an extremely abnormal feeling. Its power had no upper limit, and even Xianxia could not withstand its sharpness. The Black King could only fight passively. The two of them joined hands, but they still could not resist the perception spirit, which made Xianxia miserable. This guy is too difficult to deal with. Black King, do you know its weakness? Xianxia said in a low voice. In the face of endless giant claws tearing through the air, the perception spirit's momentum was even stronger. The continuous supply of Genesis chi was the foundation of its invincibility. Without any hesitation, it charged towards Xianxia again and again. Xianxia, with his invincible body, could not threaten it. If this continued, he might be tortured to death by the perception spirit. The dragon claws were as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The Black King, who was at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, could only fight desperately, but it was useless. To restrain this damn thing, only a powerful living spirit can do it. The Black King smiled bitterly. A powerful living spirit, Xianxia murmured. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He knew how to deal with the perception spirit. He took out the heavenly dragon sword and activated the sword spirit. The sword chi was thousands of feet long, and the sword spirit was matchless. A dragon soul surged out. The shadow of the dragon was graceful, and its power shook the sky. The living soul of the sky dragon sword was an existence that even Xianxia could not completely control. This time, it was all up to it. Whether or not it could defeat the spirit depended on this one move. The appearance of the dragon's soul really made the thought spirit passive, and its whole body seemed to be extremely restless. Xianxia saw that there was a chance, so he stood up with his sword and activated the sword soul again. The dragon soul came out of its body, lingering in the void, and entangling the thought spirit. The two soul shadows kept tearing each other, and with the help of Xianxia's supreme sword chi, they began to fight back. The Black King followed closely behind and assisted Xianxia, forcing the terrifying psyche spirit to retreat again. With the dragon soul at the forefront, Xianxia and the Black King were like tigers that had grown wings. The psyche spirit was forced to retreat again and again. Roar, the thought spirit let out a roar of unwillingness. However, at this time, the heavenly dragon sword's sword soul seemed to be even more violent. It actually began to devour the thought spirit. Good heavens! Xianxia was extremely excited. The heavenly dragon sword soul was going to take the thought spirit as its own. Let's explode and devour it completely. Xianxia's eyes were like torches, like an angry King Kong. Killing the thought spirit was just around the corner. As time went by, the dragon soul gradually devoured the thought spirit. Xianxia and the Black King also pursued it crazily, and finally defeated it completely. After the dragon soul devoured the thought spirit, Xianxia also felt the terror of the heavenly dragon sword. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword had grown to a point where he could not control it. However, he was the master of the heavenly dragon sword after all. Although it was difficult to control the sword soul, it did not hinder the growth of the heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword had even reached the level of an 8th grade battle weapon. Its terror was self-evident. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and roared towards the sky. At that moment, the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword was like a punishment from the heavens. The dragon roared towards the 9 heavens. Even the entire abyss was filled with the roar of the dragon. This sword is too powerful. The Black King could not help but say. Because the sword soul was strong, the heavenly dragon sword was also strong. Therefore, the power displayed was also wonderful. Xianxia's supreme sword art and the heavenly dragon sword were simply flawless. Xianxia waved the sword and danced. The sword chi roared. At that moment, he was constantly searching for the perfect intersection with the sword. The current Xianxia thought that he was not worthy of the heavenly dragon sword, but he never slacked off. At the beginning of man, his nature was good. At the beginning of the sword, it was to resist the cold wind. Between the palm and the sword could shock the wind. Xianxia's limitless sword once again had a new realization. The strength of the heavenly dragon sword made Xianxia more and more powerful. Xianxia's strength also made the limitless sword have a different kind of breakthrough. The limitless sword, the swordless realm, the strength of the sword, the strength of the realm. Xianxia's heart was not distracted. He waved the sword and sprinkled the rain. The 27th blade had already reached its peak. At this moment, there was a turning point. The 27th blade had finally broken through and reached a new height. The 28th blade, the momentum of the sword led the tide of swordsmanship. Xianxia's eyes were full of joy. This time it could be said to be a double blessing. Not only did the heavenly dragon sword have a qualitative improvement, but the limitless sword also had a new change. The 28th blade had perfectly overlapped with the heavenly dragon sword. The power of the sword and the 100 changes of swordsmanship overlapped one after another. Congratulations, Master! The Black King's eyes were shining. Xianxia's swordsmanship and momentum were completely different. At this moment, he felt a great sense of oppression. This sword came and went like the wind. Even the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor was no match for his master. Although the perception spirit has been broken, the Genesis chi here is still endless. It seems that the star nucleus you mentioned may really be here. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He scanned the surroundings of the stone well, but found nothing. Should he continue to look for it? Xianxia asked himself. He had to keep looking for it. Once he found the star nucleus, his strength would improve more than just a little. Although there is no life in the star nucleus, it is the core of a planet. Its energy is extremely terrifying, and it is very likely to devour you. Master, you must think twice before you act. Back then, the old master also reached the stellar level before he dared to swallow the star nucleus, but he still narrowly escaped death and was almost swallowed by the star nucleus. The Black King said in a low voice, as a form of warning. However, he knew that the temper of this new master of his was even more stubborn than that of his old master. Now that he was about to obtain the star core and refine the astral, how could he choose to retreat? Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed was not his character. I know, but I have to do this. Only when I become strong enough can I have more chances to find my child. The image of that stubborn and tough child emerged in Xianxia's eyes, which was exactly the same as his younger self. Feng father will definitely find you at the ends of the earth. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He could not retreat, and he had no reason to. Don't worry, I will be fine. It's just the star nucleus. I will find it no matter where I go. After speaking, Xianxia dashed deeper into the void. He only had one goal, and that was to find the star nucleus. Find the core of the ancient dragon star. Xianxia dove all the way down. There was an end to the abyss, but there was no end to the stone well. He was surrounded by chaos and mist. There were only two things that made him feel deeply. One was that the Genesis chi was getting denser and denser, and the other was that it was getting hotter and hotter. It was a heat that came from the bottom of his heart and made him restless. Not only was the surface of his skin hot, but the fire in his heart seemed to be gushing out. Even though Xianxia had the protection of the five elemental divine fire, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. It was impossible to resist the terrifying heat. Without the protection of the five elemental divine fire, Xianxia believed that ordinary people would have been melted and turned to ashes long ago. It's too hot here. Isn't it too strange? Xianxia scrunched his brows in a frown, and sweat constantly flowed down his body. As time passed, Xianxia felt that his internal organs were about to explode from the heat. In the end, all the sweat on his body evaporated, and even the five elemental divine fire was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Xianxia continued to dive deeper. He didn't know how much time had passed or where he had reached. He only knew that he was about to reach the limit of his body in the heat, but he still couldn't find the location of the star core. I must find you. Xianxia was increasingly certain that there must be a star core here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult to move an inch. Every once in a while, the heat in his body would invade his body again and again, as if his tendons and bones were being torn apart and his flesh was being torn apart. But Xianxia still gritted his teeth and endured. No one knew how much pain he was in, and no one knew what he had experienced. During this trip to the abyss, Xianxia had likely reached the bottom of the earth. Finally, the heavens didn't disappoint those who tried. Xianxia finally arrived at the bottom of a rolling pool of lava. The lava was crimson and emitted boundless heat, making it extremely difficult for Xianxia to breathe. Waves of heat surged into the sky and assaulted his nostrils. The divine fire of five elements kept protecting Xianxia. The slightest mistake could cost Xianxia his life. Above the magma, Xianxia saw a fiery red oval sphere that was roughly 10 feet wide. It spun continuously as the air around it crackled. The surface of the sphere was uneven, but Xianxia could feel an incomparably terrifying Genesis chi pulsing from it. It's him. It was him. That was it. This is the ancient dragon planet's core. The Black King said excitedly from within the Buddha prison pagoda. His excitement was evident in his words. Are you saying that this huge fireball is the star core? A blazing light exploded in Xianxia's eyes. His pupils shrank, and his heart turned incomparably solemn. Star core. Had he finally found the star core? Xianxia rejoiced. If he had given up halfway, he might not have had any fate with the star core. However, he had risked his life to dive deep underground and searched for a long time. If not for the divine fire of five elements, he would not have been able to reach this place. No wonder the Black King had said that even his old master only dared to devour a star core after reaching the star stage. The environment here was already so terrifying that it left one speechless. Any expert below the star stage would undoubtedly die if they entered this place. The scorching fire energy was enough to melt them in an instant. That's right. This is the star's core, the source of energy for countless stars. The reason why a star can keep on rotating is because of the existence of the star's core. Combined with the gravitational force between the stars, it forms a star that keeps on rotating. It's a pity that this star core doesn't have much life left. It's only 10 feet in size. However, it's perfect for you to absorb. The largest star core I've ever seen was nearly 10,000 feet in size. It's pretty terrifying. Even so, this star core can support ancient dragon star for 1 billion years. The star power contained within is continuously compressed and baked by the geocentric star fire, causing the star power to burn and transform into Genesis chi that is continuously emitted from the depths of the planet's core. This is why the scene we saw earlier was formed. Without this stone well, the Genesis chi would seep through the ground and reach the surface of the planet. The intensity of the seepage would be different, and the Genesis veins would be formed. Some places would be filled with Genesis chi, while others would be extremely dry. The Black King's words were akin to enlightenment for Xianxia. It also made him realize that the origin of Genesis chi was the star core. A 10 feet large star core could support a star's Genesis chi for a billion years. It was pretty terrifying. In that case, if I swallow this planet core, won't I cause the collapse of ancient dragon star? Xianxia frowned and asked in a low voice. No, the star core is merely the core of the Genesis chi. When you saw this star core, the geocentric star fire had already burned half of the star core. In other words, the Genesis chi under the entire ancient dragon star is enough to support ancient dragon star for a billion years. Even if the heaviest ancient dragon star gradually loses its Genesis chi, ancient dragon star will not collapse. It will just become a barren land where the Genesis chi will gradually thin and become an abandoned planet. There are countless stars like this in the universe. Do you know how many years have passed in the universe? No one knows, and no one knows. It's not easy to find a planet with a star core. Some of the bigger planets can still last for billions or even billions of years even after their star cores have been burned. Even a planet with lush foliage and dense Genesis chi may have lost its star core long ago. You're pretty lucky this time, the Black King explained to Xianxia. He did not seem to know much about the star core. Xianxia nodded silently. So that's how it was. Previously, he was worried that if he absorbed the star core, the entire ancient dragon star would be destroyed and billions of lives would be wiped out. If that happened, he would become a real homicidal maniac. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Otherwise, as you said, even a planet with dense Genesis chi could be useless. If I can't find a star core that's too big, I might not be able to bear it. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me, Xianxia said excitedly. The geocentric star fire is too scary. Even my 5-elemental divine fire can't resist it. It would be perfect if I could absorb the geocentric star fire. Xianxia's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and covetousness. You can't do that, Master. This geocentric star fire is too domineering. It's impossible to keep it for yourself. Even the star core has been burned to nothingness. If you were to take it into your body, it would instantly melt. Ha ha ha, I'm just saying. Xianxia looked at the geocentric star fire and felt a little unwilling. If he could get his hands on the geocentric star fire, it would be a trump card. Looking around, Xianxia suddenly found a corpse by the side of the magma. The body had been burnt, but the bones were not corroded. Xianxia was shocked. There was no protection in this place, and it had been burned by the Earth core star flame for so many years, but it was still safe and sound. How strong was the owner of this corpse? There's another mace? Xianxia noticed that beside the corpse, a greenish-yellow long mace attracted his attention. Xianxia fixed his eyes on it and became serious. This long mace was not any weaker than his heavenly dragon sword. What kind of treasure was this? Who was the owner of this corpse? Xianxia picked up the long mace. The moment he held it in his hand, an image of a man carrying a long mace on his back appeared in his mind. It was a majestic man with a majestic aura. His eyes were like golden crystals, looking down at the heavens. What an overbearing man. Young man, it is your good fortune that you can come to this place. Please carry my body back to the Eternal Dragon Tribe and this Kong Long Jian will be yours. The Eternal Dragon Tribe will always be your friend. Also, I will give you a reverse dragon scale as a gift. My name is Great Sage Ping Tian. If we are fated, we might meet again after 100 reincarnations. The man's voice was deep and powerful. Xianxia took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. The Kong Long mace in his hand was buzzing. He felt a terrifying aura coming from the Kong Long mace. The aura of the person just now made Xianxia feel suffocated. He was too powerful. Xianxia had never seen such a powerful person before. He did not have the ability to resist at all. He did not even have the slightest intention to resist. In his other hand, a piece of reverse dragon scale appeared. Xianxia could not calm down for a long time. This person was from the Eternal Dragon Tribe. The Kong Long mace was also extremely overbearing. It was not inferior to his heavenly dragon sword at all. It was even difficult for him to control. Another piece of reverse dragon scale. Xianxia now had 2 pieces of reverse dragon scale. His strength would definitely improve a lot. This is the Konglong mace? The Black King let out another cry of surprise. Could he be Great Sage Pingtian? That's impossible. How could a powerful and ruthless person like the Great Sage who pacifies heaven fall here? The Black King said in a deep voice. He said he was Great Sage Pingtian. Do you know him? Great Sage Pingtian? How could I not know? The Great Sage of the Heaven Leveling is an expert on the same level as my old master. The Konglong Jian is his peerless divine weapon. How could he have fallen here? In that case, he really is the Great Sage who pacifies heaven. The Black King said. No wonder. I was wondering why there was an abyssal stone well here that leads to the depths of the earth's core. Did the Great Sage who pacified heaven want to devour this star core back then? Or was he injured by the geocentric star fire? That shouldn't be the case. Even after he died, the geocentric star fire couldn't melt his corpse. It was too difficult for an expert of his level to kill him. The only possibility was the star core. Although the star core looked ordinary, even an expert as powerful as the Great Sage of the Heaven Leveling could only look at it in the dust. He must have discovered the secret of the stellar core. In this universe, there aren't many people who know about the stellar core. How so? Jiangchen was even more confused. I know about the existence of the star core in the Earth's core because of Old Master. There are probably no more than 3 to 5 people in the world who know about the secret of the geocentric star core. Everyone knows about the existence of Genesis Chi, but they don't know how it is produced. I told you before that Genesis Chi is produced by the geocentric star fire burning the stellar core. In addition to the Eternal Lord, my master also knows about it. It seems that Great Sage Ping Tian also discovered this secret. However, do you think anyone can directly devour the power of the stars? Except for the astral pull created by Old Master, no one can solve the problem of devouring and changing the power of the stars. They can only devour Genesis Chi but not the power of the stars. At the end of the day, Great Sage Ping Tian should have died because of his greed. He wanted to devour the stellar core, but he most likely suffered a backlash. The Black King couldn't help but sigh. The Great Sage who pacifies the heavens was a member of the Eternal Dragon clan. Even in the eternal world, he had a transcendent status. There weren't many who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. It's a pity that he died here. From what you said, it seems that Great Sage Ping Tian is a very righteous person. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel sorry for him. Jiangchen said. Since he had taken Great Sage Ping Tian's Konglong Jian and Reverse Dragon Scale, it was only right for him to bring Great Sage Ping Tian's corpse back to the Eternal Dragon clan. That's right. It's a pity that not everyone in this world can devour the stellar core and refine the power of the stars. Even the Eternal Lord can't do it. The Black King said in a low voice. Jiangchen put away Great Sage Ping Tian's corpse and began to prepare to refine the stellar core. Master, be careful. Even the astral pole can't guarantee that nothing will go wrong. The energy of the stellar core is too great. You must continue to compress it in order to devour and fuse with it. You must be careful. The Black King reminded him. I understand. Jiangchen nodded silently. His eyes were burning as he looked at the stellar core without blinking. He took a deep breath. He had to go all out for the astral pull this time. Jiangchen moved his hands and activated the astral pull. His palms were constantly being roasted by the geocentric star fire. Jiangchen frowned and focused. The erosion of the heat waves almost made him walk on the edge of death again and again. No one could understand the feeling of despair. However, he couldn't retreat or fall. He could only continue to move forward and overcome all difficulties in order to see the light. Jiangchen's hands were scorched by the geocentric star fire until they were dry. The surface of his skin had completely become cooked meat. His entire body was also constantly shriveling like a skinny old man. It was difficult for him to move forward. However, even so, Jiangchen still persevered. The pain of his physical body was not worth mentioning compared to the pain of his soul. After Jiangchen activated the astral pull, he gradually compressed the stellar core until it became smaller and smaller until it was the size of a millstone. Xianxia didn't know how much time had passed. However, he was already as thin as a stick and unrecognizable. At this time, he finally compressed the energy of the stellar core to the extreme. From now on, he would truly fuse and devour it. Starlight, enter my body and help me become a sage. Xianxia's eyes were like torches. He roared and roared as he absorbed the energy of the stellar core. The dark blue power of the stellar core began to continuously enter Xianxia's body. Xianxia felt extremely carefree. During this period of time, his body had been in a state of being scorched. However, it was different now. The ice-cold power of the stellar core made him feel refreshed and much more comfortable. There was no sense of time in the mountains. Xianxia didn't know how long he had been devouring the power of the stars, but at that time, his body was in extreme pain. Although this was the smallest star core according to the Black King, the power of the stars still caused Xianxia unspeakable pain. Although he had devoured all the power of the stars, whether or not he could completely refine it depended on himself. If he failed, Xianxia's body would explode and he would die. Xianxia frantically revolved the astral pole, but the power of the stars was too violent, and Xianxia's body couldn't take it anymore. To wear the crown, one must bear the weight. The current Xianxia couldn't bear the excessive power of the stars, which put him in a worrying situation. The Black King was also extremely worried. Whether or not Xianxia could complete the devouring of the star core and completely stabilize the astral pole, success or failure depended on this. This daddy doesn't believe that I can't eat a fatty in one bite. Xianxia's anger rose. Damn it, this time, he had to go all out. He didn't want his body to explode. The endless power of the stars was wreaking havoc in his body. If he couldn't perfectly fuse it for a long time, he would eventually explode. Xianxia endured the tearing of his body and bones again and again. It was as if he was swaying between heaven and hell, and could fall into the bottomless abyss at any time. The pain accompanied Xianxia for a long time. Xianxia relied on a strand of will to hold on until now. He wanted to live, he had to live, find his son, and return to the divine world safely. They were still waiting for his return. Home. This was the unerasable longing in Xianxia's heart. Little Yu, Qingqing, they were all waiting for him. Fuse for me. Xianxia roared as he clasped his palms together. Astral energy circulated in his dantian. The astral pole's revolution was completed. Xianxia had gone through 9 deaths and 9 lives, breaking through the cycle of reincarnation in hell. Finally, at this moment, he returned to heaven and earth. At that moment, Xianxia's strength continued to rise. The peak of the 4th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, level 5 of the Star Emperor realm, the peak of the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, the peak of the 6th level of the Star Emperor realm. Only at this moment did it gradually come to a stop. The eruption of the power of the stars caused Xianxia's strength to have a qualitative leap, and he was as stable as Mount Tai. The benefits that the astral pole had brought to Xianxia were simply too many. Moreover, Xianxia had completely mastered the first level of the astral pole. At this moment, the astral pole could be considered to have truly entered the next level. Ha ha ha, I did it. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed wildly. The Black King was also extremely excited, feeling gratified for his master. He had mixed feelings and was even worried that his master wouldn't be able to withstand the violence of the astral core with his current cultivation. But in the end, his master broke through all the obstacles and reached the first level of the astral pole, the astral core's great achievement. It was worthy of celebration and celebration. Congratulations, master. The astral pole has finally reached the great achievement realm. You'll definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. The Black King said excitedly. Thank you for your kind words. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can kill the 3 brothers of the Mo family with a single punch. Xianxia said with a smile. It won't be easy to find the astral core in the future. It all depends on luck. Although he was lucky this time, it wouldn't be so easy to find the astral core the next time. Although the astral pole was terrifying, it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. If he relied on absorbing the astral core to improve, he might be able to make progress in 10,000 years. Now it was time to leave this place. Jiang Chen's body started to regenerate and he started to restore his previous appearance. The skinny old man also disappeared without a trace. However, at this time, Jiang Chen's eyes still fell on the geocentric flame. Even with his current cultivation, he couldn't withstand the pressure brought by the geocentric flame. Let's try using the myriad chi cauldron. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he took out the myriad chi cauldron. As expected, the myriad chi cauldron carried a cauldron of geocentric flame, but it didn't melt. Jiang Chen's confidence increased and he was very happy. This cauldron of geocentric flame was his trump card. Even a stellar-level expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Logically speaking, when one reached the level of the great sage of the heaven leveling, his body wouldn't decay even after death. However, his body was melted by the geocentric flame. Hence, it was enough to show how overbearing the geocentric flame was. Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. If he encountered the geocentric flame again and his strength reached the stellar level, he would definitely try to devour it completely and make it his own. This myriad chi cauldron is really magical. Master, where did you get it? Even I have never heard of it before. This myriad chi cauldron should at least be a divine item of the same level as the Kong Long Jian. The Black King's face was full of shock. Who knows? It's just a cauldron that I use to refine elixirs. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and couldn't be bothered with him. Now, he had to get up and leave. If he could repair the teleportation formation this time, his trip to the ancient dragon star might come to an end. Now, he was more and more worried about De Huang, Longshan, and Xiaolong. Were they also teleported to other planets? Or were they already in the Tianqi Galaxy City, at the Golden Dragon tribe's 10,000 miles of Grey Mountain? At this moment, clouds and thunder surged and black clouds pressed down on the city. Countless silhouettes of dragons filled the void. Between heaven and earth, even the air seemed to have solidified. Mountain peaks were stacked and dragon roars could be heard. It was frightening. Roar. Roar, roar, a pitch-black figure held a 9-foot steel trident and stood proudly between heaven and earth. Countless huge dragons circled above the void with a monstrous aura. Is Genie Bai in here? An angry roar shook the entire sky. The surrounding area was completely covered. At this moment, the Golden Dragon tribe also turned out in full strength and set up the strongest defense in the mountains and forests. Suddenly, a golden figure rushed up to the peak of the sky. He was wearing golden armor and his eyes were sharp. He stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the black figure silently. Tribe leader Mo, what do you mean? Genie Bai said faintly. However, looking at Mo Xiaolong and the countless experts of the dragon tribe, he had a guess in his heart. In the ranking competition, you used all kinds of despicable methods to kill your own people. Do you admit to such a crime? Mo Xiaolong said. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. Are you forcing the Golden Dragon tribe to submit? Genie Bai's face gradually turned cold. Only your daughter survived. This is the evidence. If you hand over your daughter now, I might be lenient and consider sparing her life. Don't even think about it. Mo Xiaolong, don't you want the Golden Dragon tribe to surrender to you? Don't you want to rule the ancient dragon star? Why do you have to play so many tricks? Why don't you just say that you want us to surrender or die? That's simple. Why do you have to play so many tricks? Genie Bai laughed coldly. At this time, even if he had 1,000 words to say, Mo Xiaolong would only act according to his wishes and attack them. This was slander. Now that the Eternal Dragon tribe had sent a large army, you are telling me that it is because my daughter is guilty? Isn't that bullshit? To put it bluntly, Mo Xiaolong wanted to rule the ancient dragon star. Although the Eternal Dragon tribe was strong and was the strongest among the 4 tribes, his ambition was to trample the entire ancient dragon star under his feet. He wanted the other 3 dragon tribes to be his dogs. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face in the past, Mo Xiaolong said seriously. Mo Xiaolong said in a serious tone. How could they not have a good reason to fight an ancient dragon star? Even though his thoughts had been seen through by Genie Bai, he did not admit it. Since things had come to this, only a battle could solve the problem. Fists could change everything. I guessed that you were ambitious, but I didn't expect you to be so anxious. It seems that the other two dragon tribes are already in your hands. Genie Bai was extremely worried, but he could do nothing. At this time, he could only defend every inch of the Golden Dragon tribe's land. He had to fight for every inch of land. This was the only thing he could do. This was his responsibility as the leader of the tribe. They're the same as you, stubborn and inflexible. However, their endings are worse than you can imagine. You can choose to kneel before me and admit your guilt. That way, I'll be merciful and perhaps give you a way out. Isn't it good to be my dog? Why do you have to go against me? What will you get? Under your rule, the Golden Dragon tribe will only get uglier and uglier. I am giving all of you a chance. I will let all of you become my people. I will let all of you cultivate better and have more opportunities. The ancient dragon planet is one big family. I am doing this for the good of this big family. The world is big, but it must be divided and united. Long ago, the ancient dragon star was united. Now, I am just doing what a great man should do. I believe that in the future, the 4 dragon tribes will always remember me because I gave them a better life and gave them more opportunities to cultivate. As for you, you will only be a sinner of the Golden Dragon tribe. Mo Xiaolong spoke with fervor and composure. His expression was arrogant and his eyes were filled with disdain. There was only one belief in his heart, and that was to unify the 4 great dragon clans. He would be the true master of the 4 great dragon clans. Now that the Dino clan and the proud Sky Dragon clan had been conquered by him, only the Golden Dragon clan was left. That sounds nice. You are doing this for the reverse dragon scale in our hands. Genie Bai said disdainfully. No matter how glib Mo Xiaolong was, Genie Bai knew that Mo Xiaolong was doing this for the reverse dragon scale of the other 3 dragon tribes. Back then, the ancestors of the 4 dragon tribes each obtained a reverse dragon scale. The dragon tribe of the ancient dragon star was split into 4 and became the current 4 dragon tribes. Even though the eternal dragon tribe had the upper hand and was the number 1 tribe, it was still difficult for them to destroy the other tribes. However, Mo Xiaolong had reached the 9th heaven of the Star King realm and was able to suppress the leaders of the other 4 dragon tribes. Genie Bai was very clear that the crime that Mo Xiaolong gave them was completely non-existent. It was all for his own selfish desires, to obtain the reverse dragon scale in their hands. He, seems like you are smart. However, the winner takes all. Your chance is gone. If I don't kill you today, how can I convince the others? From today onwards, there will only be the eternal dragon tribe in the ancient dragon star. You will be slaves forever. Mo Xiaolong's tyrannical voice shook the entire space. Countless people felt their hearts tremble because he was simply too powerful. Even Genie Bai couldn't help but take a step back, his expression extremely ugly. Oh no, our golden dragon race is in for a great calamity. Sigh. This is our fate. The Aoteon dragon tribe and the dragon tribe are probably finished. It seems like the eternal dragon tribe is going to unite the ancient dragon star. Why don't we surrender? At least we can keep our lives. *CK off. Do you think I am afraid of death? Are the Golden Dragon tribe cowards? Even if we die, we will fight them to the end. We will never admit defeat. That's right. Do you think the Eternal Dragon clan will let us go even if we surrender? They can't wait to turn us into slaves. Then, we will live a life worse than death. The people of the Golden Dragon tribe were riled up. Surrendering at this time was not a solution. The Eternal Dragon tribe did not want them to submit to them and become their people. They wanted to treat them like slaves. When that time came, they might be killed mercilessly. They would not even have a chance to fight back. They would only end up in a worse state than they were now. There was still a chance if they fought to the death. However, if they gave up just like that, they would be no different from salted fish. The Golden Dragon tribe swears to follow the tribe leader. We swear to follow the tribe leader. We swear to follow the tribe leader. Loud roars resounded across the land and mountains. The people from the Golden Dragon clan were already prepared to fight to the death with the people from the Eternal Dragon clan. Genie Bai was extremely gratified. At this time, he had obtained the support of the entire tribe. Even if he died now, it would be a worthy death. That was because so many people were his loyal subjects. They were fighting for the Golden Dragon Tribe and dying for the Golden Dragon Tribe. He had no regrets. Another silhouette flashed past. At this moment, Xianxia was wearing a silver armor, looking valiant and heroic, standing proudly beside Genie Bai. Her beautiful eyes flickered with murderous intent. After Jiang Chen's death, there was only battle intent in her heart. Until today, her strength had already reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of Star Emperor, because she firmly believed that she would be able to lead this place one day. Your son swears to protect the Golden Dragon Tribe to the death. I will advance and retreat with father. Xianxia gripped her sword. Tens of millions of Dragon Tribe experts followed behind her. Facing the attack of the Eternal Dragon Tribe, a great battle was about to break out. Good. Good, good, good. Fight for the tribe. My son is brave and fearless. He is the role model of the Golden Dragon Tribe. Ha 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 ha. Genie Bai patted Xianxia's shoulder. I will fight with father. I am a member of the Golden Dragon Tribe in life and a ghost of the Golden Dragon Tribe in death. I have no regrets in this life. You don't know what's good for you. Then I'll send you and your mother to hell. Mo Xiaolong sneered. It seemed that he really had to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they wouldn't have obediently knelt in front of him. You won't give up until you see the coffin. Genie Bai, you will pay the price for your decision. I want your entire Golden Dragon Tribe to die. Mo Xiaolong waved his hand, and the 4 8th heavenly layer Star Emperors behind him attacked Genie Bai. Good. My Golden Dragon Tribe has never been a coward, unless you step over my dead body. Genie Bai directly faced the 4 great experts of the Eternal Dragon Tribe. He was also an 8th heavenly layer Star Emperor. If the 4 great experts attacked with all their strength, Genie Bai would have to go all out to stop their advance. But even so, Genie Bai didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. 1 against 4, this was already very terrifying. Facing these 4, he didn't have any confidence. But in the face of such a great enemy, as the leader of the tribe, what he could do, what he had to do, was to use his life to cheer for his tribe. Kill. Xianxia gave the order. Tens of thousands of Golden Dragon Tribe members began to surge out from the mountains and forests, roaring and bellowing, going into battle to kill the enemy. They disregarded life and death, disregarding everything, in order to protect their home, for their wives and children, and for the eternal glory of the Golden Dragon Tribe. If Genie Bai retreated at this time, the entire Golden Dragon Tribe would be reduced to a land of slaughter. At that time, no one would be able to survive. What a bunch of reckless fools, ha ha ha. Mo Xiaolong stood there like a raccoon, witnessing everything. There was no need for him to do anything. The entire Golden Dragon Tribe could be annihilated. As long as Genie Bai and Xianxia were killed, the Golden Dragon Tribe would lose their backbone, and they would quickly collapse. To shoot a man, shoot the horse first. To capture the bandits, capture the leader first. Killing Genie Bai would save him a lot of trouble. When the time came, the Golden Dragon Tribe would be leaderless, and their battle prowess would drop. They would be utterly defeated, and they would be like a sheet of loose sand. Although the people of the Golden Dragon clan had been struggling bitterly, it was difficult for them to move forward. The most important thing was that Genie Bai didn't have the slightest advantage at the moment. For experts of the 8th heavenly layer were suppressing him. Even if it was a battle of attrition, it was enough to defeat him. It wouldn't be long before this place turned into a sea of corpses. Dragons of both the Eternal Dragon Clan and the Golden Dragon Clan would die one after another. In a war, there was no real winner, only the most important winner, because victory had to be built with sweat and blood. What a waste of time. Mo Xiaolong's face was cold and gloomy. He wasn't in the mood to waste time with Genie Bai. With a raise of his hand, the 9-foot steel trident fell from the sky like a divine weapon. Genie Bai's expression changed drastically. He couldn't avoid it. The 4 experts had put him in a dilemma, so he could only take it head-on. Pfff, Genie Bai coughed out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. His face was ashen, and he was trembling from the pressure. He rolled down, covered in blood. He was seriously injured. Genie Bai narrowed his eyes. He was incomparably shocked. The 9th heavenly layer Star Emperor was simply too strong. He didn't have any strength to resist. At the same time, the four experts attacked again. Genie Bai was finally at a disadvantage. It was a matter of life and death. Father! Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed. She was incomparably worried. However, the experts she was facing were no less than her father. 5 7th Heavenly Layer Star Emperors were attacking and attacking. She was already somewhat exhausted. The experts of the Golden Dragon Clan were almost all suppressed. The experts of the Eternal Dragon Clan were more than twice their number. There was almost no chance of winning this battle. Genie Bai was once again forced to retreat, but this time, he was not so lucky. The attacks of the four fell on him almost at the same time, and he was once again forced to retreat. His face was pale, and he leaned on the long blade in his hand. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Could it be that the heavens want my Golden Dragon Clan to perish? Genie Bai's eyes dimmed. It seemed that this time, the Golden Dragon Clan was really finished. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Whoever blocks this old man's path will not have a good end. Mo Xiaolong said in a deep voice. His imposing manner shook the heaven and earth. It was as if the entire sky was under his feet. Don't even think about it. I, Genie Bai, would rather die than submit. Genie Bai gritted his teeth. Even if he had to risk his life, he would release his last glory. The Golden Dragon Clan would never retreat. You're courting death. Mo Xiaolong's palm was like lightning, whistling through the air. In an instant, the sky darkened, almost blocking all of Genie Bai's escape routes. The purpose of this attack was to take his life. Father! Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She roared hoarsely, but she couldn't help her father at all. There were so many experts around her. Her heart was filled with despair. Could it be that her father was really going to fall? In her heart, her father was always an indomitable existence. He would always be the arm that sheltered her from the wind and rain. But now, he was already in his twilight years. His life was in front of her. At this moment, in the sky, a strong wind suddenly blew. A thunder-like fist shook the void and directly blasted on Mo Xiaolong's palm. Sand and stones flew, and thunder rumbled. Mo Xiaolong's eyes were cold. His palm was broken, but his face turned ugly. In this ancient dragon star, could it be that there was an expert who could match him? Genie Bai had closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. But he didn't expect that he was still alive. Who was it? Who helped him block this attack? When Genie Bai opened his eyes, he was completely stunned. Xianxia was also stunned. She couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen, Xianxia said from her throat. Her expression was extremely complicated. She once thought that Jiang Chen was dead. More than half a year had passed, and there was no news from anyone. The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was once again covered in dust. But Jiang Chen's appearance shocked everyone. He was still alive. He was actually still alive. Xianxia cried tears of joy. Her eyes were full of excitement. Jiang Chen's return brought them great hope, at least in her eyes. Jiang Chen? You're still alive? Where are the people of my Eternal Dragon Clan? Mo Xiaolong stared at Jiang Chen with Lung Lung. This guy was actually able to block his palm. It seemed that he had some strength. But no matter how strong he was just a guy at the 6th sky of Star Emperor realm. In his eyes, he was not worth mentioning. They're all dead. And they told me in my dream that they miss you very much. They want me to send you on your way. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Not bad, you're a sharp-tongued brat. It's a pity that you're on the wrong side. Not only did you kill a member of the Mo clan, but you're also on the Golden Dragon Clan's side. You're courting death, Mo Xiaolong said with a faint smile. I don't know if I'm courting death or not, but if you want to touch the Golden Dragon Clan, you'll have to go through me first. Jiang Chen stood in front of Genie Bai, glancing at him and nodding slightly at Xianxia. He would definitely give the Golden Dragon Clan an explanation in this battle. He was not even afraid of Mo Xiaolong. This battle was a good opportunity to test his strength and see what level he had reached. Arrogant brat, do you really think you can change the Eternal Dragon Clan? In this ancient dragon star, no one can fight with me. Mo Xiaolong said with an arrogant face. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. How do you know if you don't try? Jiang Chen looked expectant. He was not afraid of Mo Xiaolong at all. At this moment, all the members of the Golden Dragon clan did not have much of a reaction, because some of them did not know Jiang Chen. Could a guy of the 6th heavenly layer really save them? This was simply a fantasy. Wasn't it crazy to pin their hopes on Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen, you, Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chen, her heart full of joy and worry. She even hoped that Jiang Chen had not returned to the Golden Dragon clan, because at this moment, he was no longer shouldering the life and death of a single person, but the rise and fall of the entire Golden Dragon clan. If he did not come back, then perhaps he would have a chance to leave this place, but he still came back resolutely. It was very likely that the Eternal Dragon clan would bury him here forever. Jin Xiaoxiao did not have much confidence in Jiang Chen, because Mo Xiaolong was too strong. He had the support of the entire Eternal Dragon clan, while Jiang Chen was only one person. How could he fight the strongest force of the ancient dragon star? Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Chen's unquestionable voice caused Jin Xiaoxiao to be slightly stunned. His confidence was even firmer than she had imagined. In this battle, Jiang Chen might very well die for the Golden Dragon tribe. In that case, she would definitely not live alone. Since you like to play the hero so much, I will fulfill your wish. Mo Xiaolong's smile narrowed as his murderous aura surged. He waved his hand, and the 4/8 Sky Star Emperors behind him charged at Jiang Chen, hoping to kill him in one strike. Genie Bai and Jin Xiaoxiao held their breaths, watching the battle. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was obvious. 4/8 heavenly layer Star Emperors were too strong. Even the 10 Genie Bai could only avoid them. Jiang Chen didn't move at all, and the attacks of the 4 people directly bombarded Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen let out a low shout, and his aura soared to the clouds. He threw out 4 heavy punches in succession, and effortlessly dealt with the siege of the 4 experts. Interesting. Mo Xiaolong's eyes lit up. This Jiang Chen seemed to have some ability. This way, he also became excited. He hoped that this Jiang Chen could bring him more surprises. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? Conquering the ancient dragon star like this was no pressure for Mo Xiaolong at all. Jiang Chen directly used the dragon transformation, fighting 1 against 4. At this time, his move once again shocked the entire Golden Dragon tribe. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would directly fight the 4 experts of the Eternal Dragon tribe with the strength of a 6th Sky Star Emperor. Even their patriarch had to avoid him. However, Jiang Chen was getting fiercer and fiercer. The 4 people couldn't shake him at all, and were even forced back by him again and again. The scene was extremely lively. At this time, the Golden Dragon tribe also raised their arms and cheered loudly, full of confidence. As their blood boiled, it stimulated their potential to protect their homeland. The 4 of you are still no match for me. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword and rushed straight in. The 4 experts immediately felt that they were facing a formidable enemy, because Jiang Chen changed his previous posture of defense and began to counterattack. He was like a sword, unstoppable. The limitless sword began to wreak havoc wildly. The sword shadows made the 4 people complain incessantly. Their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises. Jiang Chen's speed and strength completely crushed them. They almost had no power to fight back. From the initial confidence, they were passive. Not only the 4 experts, but even Mo Xiaolong's face was not good. Jiang Chen was too abnormal, wasn't he? 1 against 4, and they couldn't fight back at all. If the fight continued, the 4 experts' lives would be at stake. The scene became more and more lively. The Eternal Dragon tribe's people were also shocked. Mo Xiaolong knew that it seemed that he had to take action. Otherwise, once the morale was low, the Golden Dragon tribe would likely find a chance to turn the tables. He had to kill them directly. A bunch of trash. Get out of here. Mo Xiaolong shouted in a deep voice. He finally wanted to kill Jiang Chen personally. Jiang Chen looked calm, holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The real battle had just begun. Mo Xiaolong's palm technique was like thunder, rolling and roaring, stirring up the void. Jiang Chen was facing a formidable enemy and did not dare to be careless. Mo Xiaolong was not someone the 4 experts of the 8th heavenly layer could compare to. The ninth heavenly layer astral emperor was only a step away from the stellar-level expert, so Xianxia did not dare to underestimate him at all. After the seventh heavenly layer astral emperor, everyone's strength could not be underestimated. According to Mo Xiaolong, he might really be the strongest expert of the ancient dragon star. How could Xianxia dare to be careless? Die for me. Mo Xiaolong's palm landed on Xianxia's head. Xianxia didn't even bat an eye as he punched out with his fist. However, he was pushed back by Mo Xiaolong. Xianxia took a few steps back with a solemn expression on his face. This palm strike made him feel the domineering aura of the strongest warrior in the ancient dragon star. This Mo Xiaolong really deserved his reputation. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. Mo Xiaolong sneered and took the opportunity to attack Xianxia. He wanted to give a fatal blow to a drowning dog. This was his specialty. Mo Xiaolong's strength was unstoppable. Once he made a move, countless people would tremble in fear. There was almost no one who could match him. Even Genie Bai could not last more than 10 moves against him. This was also the reason why Mo Xiaolong dared to fight against the entire ancient dragon star's 3 great dragon tribes by himself. His confidence was unmatched. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and rushed forward again. He was determined to kill Mo Xiaolong. The two figures continued to exchange blows. Xianxia's dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique made him invincible. Even when facing a strong opponent like Mo Xiaolong, he was invincible. They had thought that Xianxia was here to die. But now, it seemed that this expert who had saved the day was indeed extraordinary. Isn't he too strong? Is he really a level 6-star sovereign? That's impossible. Exactly. This guy makes me speechless. Even our chief is no match for Mo Xiaolong, but he is on par with Mo Xiaolong. If it weren't for the fact that it happened right in front of me, I would have thought that I was seeing things. Maybe he is a true genius. I'm afraid we are all mediocre in his eyes. Sigh, comparisons are odious. My only hope now is that Xianxia can defeat Mo Xiaolong and return the Golden Dragon tribe to its former glory. It's difficult. Although Xianxia is strong, I'm afraid that he doesn't have enough strength. He seems to be able to fight Mo Xiaolong now, but once Mo Xiaolong uses his full strength, Xianxia will be in danger. The people of the Golden Dragon tribe were anxious. They hoped that Xianxia could help them turn the tide. But Mo Xiaolong's strength was too terrifying. He was the #1 expert of the ancient dragon planet. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? As expected, Xianxia found it difficult to move forward. Mo Xiaolong was too strong. Xianxia's aura could not suppress him at all. The Eternal Dragon tribe was indeed strong. Xianxia had to give it his all. This battle was not as simple as Xianxia had imagined. Startling dragon roar. Mo Xiaolong's roar was deafening. The dragon's roar flashed across the sky. Many covered their ears. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They were in extreme pain. So scary. Everyone cried out in alarm. They had no choice but to retreat as their bodies tensed up. Eternal celestial wind. Xianxia roared. Blades of wind fell from the sky. His aura was overwhelming. He did not retreat. The dragon's roar directly scattered Xianxia's eternal immortal wind. However, it was unable to force Xianxia back. Xianxia only retreated a dozen steps. His countenance was as calm as ever, as calm as ever. The cheers of the Golden Dragon tribe became even more fervent. Xianxia and Mo Xiaolong's battle was rather intense. Genie Bai's blood was boiling as he watched. After so many years, he no longer had the passion of his youth. However, Xianxia's appearance made him incomparably excited. Not bad, very good. Very good, very good. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Dying under my reverse dragon scale is your good fortune. Dragon's reverse scale, grant me strength. Mo Xiaolong's body suddenly shone brightly, and 3 reverse dragon scales appeared between his eyebrows. At this moment, his strength suddenly soared. It's the reverse dragon scale. Jin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in disbelief. Xianxia, watch out. Genie Bai's expression changed drastically. No one knew how powerful the reverse dragon scale was. Of course, he was one of the few who knew. Hence, he would rather retreat in defeat than use the reverse dragon scale. As long as he kept the news of the reverse dragon scale, Mo Xiaolong would not exterminate the golden dragon tribe. That was his final trump card. However, it was obvious that Mo Xiaolong had obtained the reverse dragon scales of the Outyan dragon tribe and the dinosaur tribe. 3 reverse dragon scales had boosted his strength considerably. Jiang Chen, retreat. Jin Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. At this moment, if Jiang Chen did not retreat, he would very likely be obliterated by Mo Xiaolong. Your end is here. Mo Xiaolong's sinister smile reverberated in the sky. To anyone, this was a symbol of the end of the world. The 3 reverse dragon scales sealed the entire void. The power that they brought to Mo Xiaolong was also unimaginable. Dragon's reverse dragon scale? I happen to have 2 of them too. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. His eyes turned cold as he activated the 2 reverse dragon scales and fused them with his dragon vein. In an instant, the same radiance was released, shocking everyone. He actually has 2 reverse dragon scales too. Genie Bai and Jin Xiaoxiao looked at each other and gasped. Dragon's reverse dragon scales were not cabbages. Everyone had one. Even the eternal dragon tribe had one. It was a symbol of power and not everyone had one. Yet, Jiang Chen actually had 2 of them. How could they not be shocked? Mo Xiaolong's eyes flickered. He was so excited that he could not control himself. He only had one reason to deal with the other 3 dragon tribes, and that was to obtain the reverse dragon scale. But now, Jiang Chen actually had 2 of them. Could it be that the heavens were on his side? Mo Xiaolong was so happy that he could not close his mouth. This time, he had really struck it rich. Looks like there's a free deal. Ha 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 ha, I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Mo Xiaolong was extremely excited. Jiang Chen was simply delivering milk to him. He was still worried that he did not have the opportunity to break through to the stellar level. He wanted to use the reverse dragon scale to break through to the ancient dragon planet. Yet, Jiang Chen actually gave him 2 reverse dragon scales. This was simply an auspicious sign from the heavens. I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it. Jiang Chen sneered. Both of their auras rose once again. As they looked at each other, their fighting spirit soared. The ultimate battle had completely erupted. Jiang Chen, catch. Genie Bai hesitated. At this moment, he still threw the reverse dragon scale in his hand to Jiang Chen. This was their last hope. If Jiang Chen lost, then the entire golden dragon tribe would be in deep trouble. When the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact. If they wanted to survive, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, if Jiang Chen really managed to turn the tables at this moment and defeat Mo Xiaolong, then they would become the true rulers of the ancient dragon planet. Genie Bai was filled with worry. This was something left behind by their ancestors. It was an existence that the 4 great tribes guarded. He knew very well how powerful the reverse dragon scale was. Jiang Chen only had 2 reverse dragon scales. He would definitely be at a disadvantage against Mo Xiaolong. With the addition of his scale, it might be the key to victory. At this moment, Genie Bai had completely placed his last hope in Jiang Chen's hands. This was something that could not be helped, because he was the only one who could truly fight Mo Xiaolong. I hope you won't disappoint me. Genie Bai murmured. Jiang Chen's body trembled. He took the reverse dragon scale from Genie Bai's hand. This was Genie Bai's trust in him. It was also their entrustment. Jiang Chen was not fighting alone. The entire golden dragon tribe was fighting. He definitely could not lose. If he lost, then the golden dragon tribe would suffer. Jiang Chen, I believe in you. A bunch of ignorant fools. You want to fight with me? You're too inexperienced. Mo Xiaolong's roar shook the heavens. His aura was like that of a tiger. With the support of the 3 reverse dragon scales, his strength and aura had reached an unprecedented height. He was already infinitely close to a stellar-grade being. Mo Xiaolong had been working hard for so many years, but he couldn't reach the stellar level. Therefore, he decided to unify the entire ancient dragon star with the help of the 4 scales. Anyone who stood in his way must die. Even the heavens were no exception. Dragon's reverse scale, reverse the firmament. Mo Xiaolong's strength kept rising. Everyone was suffocating. The mountains and valleys cracked inch by inch. Everyone was shocked. Sword 26. Sword 27. Sword 28. Jiangchen swung his sword towards the west. With the help of the 3 reverse dragon scales, he was no different from Mo Xiaolong. Both of their strengths had reached their peak. At this moment, the entire sky had turned dark gray. Jiangchen's sword was boundless, and with the help of his sword, Mo Xiaolong was being pressured to the point of suffocation. Roar, however, Mo Xiaolong was still from the Eternal Dragon clan. His strength couldn't be underestimated. The scales were very helpful to him. He overshadowed Jiangchen instantly. However, Mo Xiaolong still underestimated Jiangchen's sword. Sword 28, Sword Aura, allowed Jiangchen to increase the power of the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Although he couldn't control it completely, it was enough to deal with Mo Xiaolong. Die. The Sword 28 slashed through the void once again. Mo Xiaolong kept retreating. Everyone was shocked. Everyone gasped. Not only the Golden Dragon clan, but also the people of the Eternal Dragon clan began to feel uneasy because this Jiangchen was too abnormal. The one and only supreme expert in their eyes, the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon clan, Mo Xiaolong, was defeated by a 6th Heavenly Star Emperor brat. This was unacceptable to them. He won? Xianxia was shocked. She began to feel excited. It's not that easy. I keep feeling that this Mo Xiaolong won't be defeated so easily. Bai furrowed his brows. Even though Jiangchen had the absolute initiative at this moment, and Jiangchen's domineering aura had allowed everyone to witness Jiangchen's domineering aura, Mo Xiaolong was forced to retreat again and again. Finally, he was forced to retreat. After being struck by 3 swords and covered in blood, Mo Xiaolong, who was kneeling on one knee, slowly raised his head and looked at Jiangchen with a sinister smile. The battle intent in his eyes had not disappeared. Clearly, he still had not admitted defeat. This is too satisfying. It's been a long, long time since someone was able to fight so happily with me. Now, I want you to die. Mo Xiaolong gradually stood up. However, his body was also constantly expanding at this time. When he finally returned to his original form, he was a gigantic dragon that blotted out the sky. He had 3 heads and 6 legs. He was filled with an intimidating aura that caused people's hair to stand on end. With a dragon roar, all the dragons in the mountain couldn't help but tremble, wanting to prostrate themselves in worship. This was the aura of the Eternal Dragon clan. Jiangchen retreated step by step. However, Mo Xiaolong's oppressive aura was still unbreakable. Jiangchen was pressured to the point that he found it hard to breathe. His expression was incomparably grim. You have 3 reverse dragon scales, so do I. Mo Xiaolong's attacks became more and more powerful because after returning to his original form, his strength had once again reached an unprecedented height. Although his consumption was huge, the benefits were unimaginable. Mo Xiaolong had almost never returned to his original form to fight. Jiangchen had forced him to this point. For Mo Xiaolong, it was already a great ability. However, after returning to his original form, there was no one who could match him in this world. It's over, it's over. Jiangchen is finished. Sigh. Can't you say something more auspicious? How is it over? I think Jiangchen still has some chance of winning. Mo Xiaolong's original form is too strong. It's even stronger than before. Both of them have 3 reverse dragon scales. Do you think Jiangchen can still hold on? It's hard to say. No one can say for sure until the last moment. Previously, we thought that Jiangchen would definitely die, but isn't Jiangchen alive and well now? We should believe in him, just like we believe in ourselves. The experts of the Golden Dragon clan were looking forward to Jiangchen, hoping that he could bring them hope. As long as there was hope, life would not collapse, and the Golden Dragon clan would not be destroyed because of this. The original form of the Eternal Dragon clan is too strong. I don't know if Jiangchen can withstand it. Bai sighed. He couldn't bear to put all the burden on an outsider, but in this situation, what else could he do? If he lives, I live. If he dies, I will die with him. Xiaoxiao's eyes were burning, unwavering. Genie Bai heaved a sigh. He felt sorry for all the parents in the world. This little girl was too heart-wrenching. However, her infatuation also gave him a headache. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, don't let my daughter down. Facing Imo Xiaolong's layers of attacks, Xianxia tried his best, but it was still like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. This was because this giant was too terrifying. What he brought wasn't just pressure, but also unparalleled power. Xianxia's footsteps were getting slower and slower. The sky dragon sword in his hand was brandishing an endless stream of sword chi. Although the limitless sword made him almost invincible, his life could be in danger at any time. Giant dragon's roar. Imo Xiaolong's 3 heads roared, and his 6 claws wreaked havoc. Xianxia was completely in a passive state, unable to continue. This scene made everyone hold their breaths, afraid that Xianxia would directly fall. To them, it was like doomsday. The claws tore through the mountains, and the mountains were as thin as paper. Mountains crumbled, and forests were destroyed. Imo Xiaolong's battle strength and destructive power were unprecedentedly terrifying. Xianxia's body was constantly being injured by Imo Xiaolong's claws. Wounds covered his body, and blood was everywhere. Xianxia's situation was already on the brink of death. Fuck you, if a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll take me for a sick cat. Xianxia was completely enraged. If he didn't rise, he would be killed by Imo Xiaolong. Black King, kill him. Xianxia roared. The Black King appeared, and charged at Imo Xiaolong. The Black King's strength had already reached the 8th celestial layer, which was already very terrifying. When he joined forces with Xianxia, he even brought out 120% of his strength. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No one can stop my advance. Your dragon's reverse scale is mine, ha ha ha. Imo Xiaolong roared. The giant shadow descended once again, and the Black King was directly injured. However, it still fought for Xianxia's survival. What a terrifying defense. Xianxia was shocked. This Imo Xiaolong was really terrifying. Even his defense was monstrous. Damn it, it's all up to you. Kong Long Jian. Xianxia extended his hand and grasped. The appearance of the Kong Long Jian made the tens of thousands of dragon race experts on the mountain range tremble in fear. Even Imo Xiaolong stared at the divine weapon in Xianxia's hand. What kind of weapon is that? Why do I feel so much fear towards it? Imo Xiaolong murmured. When Xianxia took out the Kong Long Jian, all the dragon race experts bowed their heads and no one dared to disobey. I'll let you have a taste of this Kong Long Jian. Xianxia sneered and clashed with Imo Xiaolong again. This time, the Kong Long Jian didn't disappoint Xianxia. The sword shadows hit Imo Xiaolong's body, causing him to cry out in pain. The Kong Long Jian felt like it was hitting his soul. The pain made him feel despair. Kong Long Jian. Is there really a Kong Long Jian? Imo Xiaolong's heart stirred as his face was filled with shock. He remembered that the eternal dragon race's ancient books had records of the Kong dragon truncheon. It was said that it was only a legendary item from ancient times and did not necessarily exist in this world. The Kong dragon truncheon was specially made to spur the dragon race on. No member of the dragon race could disobey it. Once the Kong dragon truncheon appeared, all the members of the dragon race could only look at it and lament their inadequacy. Imo Xiaolong was hit repeatedly by the Kong Long Jian. His heart trembled and his soul was torn. In addition, Xianxia was rushing towards him with all his might. He couldn't unleash his full strength. In front of the Kong Long Jian, he could only unleash 70% of his strength. Xianxia also had the enhancement of the Kong Long Jian. Damn it. You are just a dog that relies on its master's power. You want to use a weapon to finish me off? You must be dreaming. Humph. Imo Xiaolong snorted coldly. 15 minutes later, under the constant suppression of the Kong Long Jian, Imo Xiaolong was already in a desperate situation. He was dispirited. Xianxia was getting stronger and stronger. With the Kong Long Jian in hand, Imo Xiaolong couldn't fight back at all. He could only take the beating passively. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Imo Xiaolong roared. His face was filled with despair. However, the Kong dragon truncheon was too powerful. Its suppression on him was too terrifying. He could endure the physical pain, but the whiplash that came from the depths of his soul made him unable to retaliate at all. That was the saddest thing. Jiang Chen's divine bravery was unparalleled. With the Kong Dragon truncheon in hand, he began his final crazy attack on Mo Xiaolong. Mo Xiaolong had no choice but to run for his life. The Eternal Dragon Clan's patriarch, who used to be insufferably arrogant, had now become a street rat. Jiang Chen. You can't kill me. If you do, the Eternal Dragon Clan will never let you off. Mo Xiaolong roared angrily, but his heart was filled with fear. I won't kill you? Why were the commoners so angry? Not kill you? How can we face those dead dragons? Jiang Chen sneered and showed no mercy. The Kong Dragon truncheon struck Mo Xiaolong's head, completely annihilating his soul. Mo Xiaolong's massive body slowly fell to the ground, stirring up endless dust. The members of the Eternal Dragon Clan panicked at that moment. Without a leader, they were in disarray. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, they did not have to die. The Golden Dragon Clan was saved. Kill. Jin Xiaoxiao took advantage of the victory to pursue. With a shout, the Golden Dragon Clan's experts moved in full force and surrounded the members of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Patriarch, do you plan to kill all the members of the Eternal Dragon Clan? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Genie Bai. Genie Bai had a complicated look in his eyes as he sighed. He waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. Retreat. The members of the Golden Dragon Clan were puzzled. This was the best time to deal with the Eternal Dragon Clan. Why did they have to retreat now? What decision would they make when they made a comeback in the future? We were born from the same root. Why rush to kill each other? As members of the Dragon Clan, they had no choice. Everything has its cause. It's all Mo Xiaolong's fault. Now that he's dead, the Eternal Dragon Clan is in trouble both internally and externally. Without a leader, they are pitiful people. Genie Bai's words caused all the members of the Golden Dragon tribe to fall silent. Indeed, everyone had their own family and children. No one wanted to die on the battlefield. If it wasn't for Mo Xiaolong's desire to obtain the dragon's reverse scale, the 4 great dragon tribes might live peacefully forever. Although there were conflicts between them, it didn't mean that everyone yearned for war. The Eternal Dragon tribe's war was far from over. However, the Golden Dragon tribe should not be the one to end them. Besides the Golden Dragon tribe, the other 4 dragon tribes were struggling at death's door. Genie Ba did not want more killings. That was why he chose to do nothing. It was not impossible for him to unify the ancient dragon star. However, that would require more blood. That was not Genie Ba's intention. Genie Ba was not worried about Genie Ba. He was not worried about Genie Ba. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Genie Bai knelt on one knee and said solemnly. At that moment, the entire Golden Dragon Clan knelt on one knee at Jiang Chen's feet. Chief, please get up. Jiang Chen waved his sleeves and helped Genie Bai up. He shook his head and smiled. I'm just doing my best and leaving the rest to fate. I can't stand Mo Xiaolong. You're right. We were born from the same root. Why rush to kill each other? If we could live peacefully forever, who would want to be involved in war? This time, I'm lucky to have you. Jin Xiaoxiao said affectionately. Jiang Chen was her unparalleled hero. He was the person she would never forget. As long as the dragon tribe is alive, there will be reincarnation. Jiang Chen said noncommittally. Brother Jiang Chen, you have the Kong Long Jian in your hand. All the dragon tribe should respect you as a saint. We, the Golden Dragon tribe, are willing to respect you as the chief of the tribe. Genie Bai said in a deep voice. His words were firm and righteous. No way. Jiang Chen waved his hand. I'm not cut out to be a chief. Plus, I won't stay here forever. Brother Jiang, you're leaving? Genie Bai asked with a troubled expression. To be honest, I came to the ancient dragon star by chance. I don't know where my friend is or if he's in danger. I have to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said. But the teleportation portal of the ancient dragon star is broken. Without a stellar class elite, we can't leave the ancient dragon star. Genie Bai said with a frown. Of course, he didn't want Xianxia to leave the ancient dragon star. He was more than happy to be the leader of the ancient dragon star. It would be perfect if Xianxia could become his son-in-law. With my current cultivation, I should be able to fix the teleportation portal. Are you confident? Xianxia bit her red lips and asked in a low voice. At this moment, she even hoped that Xianxia wouldn't fix the teleportation formation. If that was the case, at least she and Xianxia could be together. Once he fixed the teleportation formation, he would leave the ancient dragon star. He would turn into a bird and fly into the sky. She might never be able to catch him again. Xianxia wanted freedom, but she also wanted love. However, she couldn't have it both ways. No matter which one she wanted, it would be very complicated for Xianxia. I'll try my best. I don't have much time left. A good man has ambitions. It's a good thing that Brother Jiang has such ambitions. Ha 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 ha. Genie Ba laughed. He also knew that a melon that was forcefully taken would not be sweet, regardless of whether his daughter was related to him or not. Genie Ba's disregard for power was admirable. Even if Genie Ba offered the position of patriarch to Genie Ba didn't have any intention of taking it. He was indeed a man of unquestionable integrity. Treating power like dirt, this was a true expert. I'll return this reverse dragon scale to you, Chief Jin. Xianxia handed the reverse dragon scale to Genie Ba. Ha ha ha, how can I return something that I've already given away? Genie Ba rejected Xianxia politely. You can't do that. This is the treasure of your golden dragon tribe. Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia understood the saying that a gentleman wouldn't take what someone else liked. Even if he really liked this dragon's reverse scale, he would never take it for himself. Treasures are only valuable when they are put to good use. Moreover, the other 3 reverse dragon scales of Mo Xiaolong and the others are all in your hands. If I'm the only one left, the Golden Dragon tribe will definitely be the target of the other 3 tribes in the future. Therefore, I might as well give this last reverse dragon scale to you. Furthermore, you've helped our Golden Dragon clan so much, so what's this little bit of stuff? Compared to the lives of our people, this reverse dragon scale is worthless, Genie Ba said. Genie Ba said. His goal was to make Xianxia accept the reverse dragon scale. Xianxia pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll write a gift from Chief Jin. Xianxia and Genie Ba looked at each other and smiled. He already had 6 reverse dragon scales and his strength had completely stabilized at the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. In fact, he could have broken through, but in order to strengthen his foundation, Xianxia was not in a hurry to break through. Xianxia rested for a day. Early the next morning, he couldn't wait to arrive in front of the broken teleportation array. At this moment, Xianxia's Xiaoxiao was already waiting for him. I didn't expect you to be so early. Xianxia said. I know you're desperate to leave this place. I just want to see if there's anything I can do to help. Jin Xiaoxiao said. However, even she herself didn't quite believe what she said. You want to leave Ancient Dragon Star with me? Xianxia smiled. How could he not know Jin Xiaoxiao's goal? This woman was full of longing for the outside world. Ancient Dragon Star could not hold her back at all. No, I'm just worried that you won't be able to do it alone. Jin Xiaoxiao was still very stubborn. All right then. Protect me, I'll repair the formation. Xianxia's expression was solemn and dignified. Whether he could leave this place or not depended on this. Xianxia's understanding of the formation was no weaker than De Huang's. Even now, the no-beginning formation was beneficial to Xianxia. In order to repair the teleportation array, he needed the no-beginning formation. Xianxia was very careful. He started to study the needle technique. He kept modifying and repairing the formation. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xianxia had not been able to repair the teleportation array. However, at least Xianxia saw a glimmer of hope. Is there a chance? Jin Xiaoxiao asked. In another 10 days to half a month, it should be done. Xianxia grinned and looked at Jin Xiaoxiao. Jin Xiaoxiao felt very warm. She had been hesitating. Should she stay in Ancient Dragon Star or should she leave with Xianxia? Xianxia worked day and night, working overtime. He only hoped to solve the problem of the teleportation formation as soon as possible so that he could leave the ancient dragon star. His next destination would be the Heavenly Awakening Star, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Finally, after 10 days, Xianxia had completely repaired the teleportation formation. He was so tired that he felt like he was about to collapse. He had been repairing the formation for nearly a month without rest. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have collapsed by now. Luckily, Xianxia's perseverance was strong enough. During this month, his heart was filled with anticipation. Damn it. It's finally done. Xianxia could not help but curse. However, he could not hide the joy in his heart. Is it fixed? Jin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and looked at Xianxia and the teleportation array in front of her. It was surging with source energy. The array could be activated at any time. Yes. This time, I can finally go to Tianqi planet. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed. He was as happy as a child. Jin Xiaoxiao's lips curled up. A touch of gentleness appeared in her eyes. I might have to leave tomorrow. Do you really not want to go to Tianqi planet? Xianxia asked. Jin Xiaoxiao was silent. In the end, she shook her head. Filial piety is the most important thing. With parents around, one should not travel far. But one day, I will go, Jin Xiaoxiao said seriously. It was not until the Golden Dragon tribe's despair that she realized how important her father was to her. She also understood the true meaning of the saying, with parents around, one should not travel far. All right. It's up to you. I didn't expect you to be such a filial daughter. Xianxia could not help but think of his father. He was far away in the immortal world. He missed him a lot, but he had no choice. He had to find his child before he could go back. To Xianxia, this was not a journey. It was a pursuit of his life. Jin Xiaoxiao smiled. She didn't mind it at all. Another reason was Xianxia. It was impossible for Xianxia to not know that she was in love with him, but he didn't respond to her. This could only mean that he didn't love her at all. However, why would she bother herself by staying by his side? Wouldn't that make him hate her even more? Hurry up and get ready. It's time to leave. I know you have a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders. I won't force you to stay. If you have the chance, come back. There will always be people on Ancient Dragon Star who will remember you. Our Golden Dragon clan will never forget your great kindness. Jin Xiaoxiao said. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Ancient Dragon Star was indeed beautiful. He looked at the mountains in the distance. The green was boundless and the mountains were majestic. However, he was just a passerby. He could not stay here forever. We will meet again, Xiaoxiao. Xianxia said. Then, he stepped into the teleportation array. At that moment, as she watched Xianxia disappear into the teleportation array, Jin Xiaoxiao's heart trembled. It was as if the treasure she had held in her hands when she was young had suddenly disappeared. She finally could not hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face. Above the dusky sky, black shadows were constantly shuttling back and forth like lightning. The dark sky was oppressive. There were uneven mountain ranges, towering peaks, and thousands of ravines. Stalagmites were hundreds of meters tall. Thorns and thorns were everywhere. Low roars could be heard from time to time from the forest, like wild beasts declaring their sovereignty over their territory and would not allow anyone to violate them. This is already the depths of the 100 Sparrow Mountain. If we go any further, we will reach the dark forest. Tong Ling. A skinny young man wearing a white linen robe said in a low voice. He was vigilantly observing his surroundings, afraid to miss even the slightest movement. That's right. Although we are here to kill the heart of darkness, if we venture any deeper, we might encounter danger. Another man wearing a brown robe also agreed. His gaze was also very sharp. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura. They had to be careful at all times. Otherwise, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Not to mention them, even the powerhouses standing at the top of the pyramid wouldn't dare to run amok in the dark forest. What are you afraid of? We haven't even entered the dark forest yet. Besides, we're here to gain experience, not to relax. What we want is excitement, and what we're here to do is to have our hearts race. What about the dark forest? I, Tong Ling, have never met a decent magic beast in my life. I won't leave today. I must see if there are any stronger magic beasts here. Tong Ling said with its sunderer face. She had 2 ponytails and a chubby face with some baby fat, but it was very pleasing to look at. She was a playful and mischievous little beauty. She was dressed in a red fur coat, and the coldness in her eyes was frightening. This seemingly harmless red pepper was not easy to deal with. Even if she was facing the dark forest, Tong Ling didn't have the slightest bit of fear. A newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. In these past few years in Norton City, she had already met many worthy opponents. The only one who could compete with her was her brother, but he had already left. She also wanted to collect the Heart of Darkness. Only by obtaining 100 Heart of Darkness would she be qualified to participate in the beast fighting arena. Although she was a girl, Tong Ling was not inferior to any man. Great Aunt, if anything happens to you, the 2 of us will be buried with you. Balzaha said helplessly. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The 100 Sparrow Mountain was already deserted, and if he went any further, he might have to face the super magic beasts of the dark forest. If he got entangled, he might be buried here forever. This was no joke. Many years ago, his 2 uncles had entered the dark forest in search of magical beasts to kill the Heart of Darkness. However, they had never returned. That's right, Tong Ling, stop playing around. We haven't gotten married yet. You have to let us enjoy our old age. Xianxia had a mournful look on his face as he exchanged a glance with Balzaha. Both of them felt weak in the knees. They were not stellar-level experts. Even stellar-level experts could be obliterated by the black demonic god if they entered the core region of the Forest of Darkness. It was rumored that the black demonic god was the master of the Forest of Darkness. Anyone who entered would be mercilessly obliterated by him. Gradually, the Forest of Darkness became a haven for magical beasts. No one dared to enter its depths. Even those who hunted the Heart of Darkness only dared to move around the periphery. The Heart of Darkness was the heart of the magical beasts of the Forest of Darkness. They lived in the Forest of Darkness all year round, causing their hearts to be extremely powerful. They were also the hard currency here. The standard to enter the beast battling arena was to kill 100 darkness hearts. Only the truly brave could rise in the dark forest and become an immortal legend in the beast battling arena. You 2 cowards, you still want to flirt with me? You're simply cowards. Scram, scram. I'm still short of 12 hearts of darkness. As long as I gather 100, I can go to the arena. Stop being an eyesore. Tong Ling curled her lips and sneered. She pushed away Balzaha, who was standing in front of her. She had an attitude of not fearing the heavens and earth, nor did she respect the gods. To her, this was a big adventure. It was thrilling, exciting, and full of fun. If you want to be a true warrior, you can't be timid. You can't retreat. All dangers are just paper tigers. Tong Ling's domineering appearance left Balzaha and Sancho in the dust. However, the Forest of Darkness was indeed not a place that ordinary people could enter. Furthermore, the level of danger was unprecedentedly high. Once they encountered danger, their lives would be in danger. He, this little girl's bravery is indeed worthy of praise. I like it very much. A bell-like voice resounded through the sky and echoed around the stone forest for a long time. Although the laughter was pleasing to the ears, it made the 3 of them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. At this time and place, this person definitely had ill intentions. You're a human or a ghost, come out. Tong Ling coldly looked around and shouted with a gloomy face. Who? Come out? Don't play dumb here. That's right, I'm not afraid of you. This isn't the Forest of Darkness. Don't play tricks here. Balzaha and Sancho were on guard because they couldn't tell where the voice came from. The 3 of them looked at each other and became serious. The danger was right in front of them, and they were not allowed to leave this place. A shadow that looked like white moonlight slowly walked over from the direction of the dark forest. It was a green ox that was more than 3 meters long. As it slowly walked over, its mooing attracted the gazes of the 3 people. On the green bull was a lady in white with 1,000 braids. She held a conch shell in her arms and blew it gently. The lady was graceful and had an outstanding temperament. Compared to Tong Ling, she was more elegant and charming. To be exact, it was an enchanting charm. She was like a fox spirit. Every frown and smile could make one's soul wander. Her graceful figure swayed on the bull's back like a graceful dance. Balzaha and Sancho frowned because they were attracted by the white-clothed lady in front of them. "You're from the Forest of Darkness?" Tong Ling stared at the lady in white. She held the fire cloud spear tightly in her hand, ready to attack at any time. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Since you're here, then stay. Your bravery will be your end." The woman in white smiled sweetly. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind, and the shadow of the moon waned. Like a white enchantress, she blew the conch shell. Instantly, the expressions of the three people changed. The sound wave attack had thrown their minds into chaos, and their expressions turned ugly. "Don't listen," Tong Ling said through gritted teeth. His brows were tightly knitted, and his breathing was rapid. "I'm afraid it's too late now." Kakik. The sound of the lady in white blew the conch. Tong Ling and the others covered their ears and knelt on the ground. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. "You leave first, Ling Er." Balzaha clenched his teeth. He wanted to help Tong Ling up, but it was difficult for him to move. "I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, we'll leave together," Tong Ling shouted. However, the three of them could not guard their minds at all. The sound of the conch was too abnormal, and they had no way to deal with it. "You want to leave?" "Kakik, not a chance." As soon as the lady in white finished speaking, a meteor-like figure descended from the sky. Her pupils constricted, and her expression changed. Bang! With a loud sound, she was thrown to the ground. Even her mount was smashed into a meat patty. In the dust, a black-robed man rubbed his eyes and slowly stood up. He murmured, "Where is this? Is this the heaven-awakened planet?" The black-robed man flicked his hair with a blank expression. It seemed like there was another problem with the formation he was repairing. He had to be strong enough, or else even if the formation was fine, he would still fall to his death. The white-clothed woman was dumbfounded. She tumbled down from the green ox and had long since lost her peerless appearance. The black-robed man in front of her was like a heavy bomb that gave her a great impact. Even her own mount had suffered a vicious attack. "Justice from the heavens! Justice from the heavens! He he he!" Tong Ling laughed and said. His eyes were full of vigor. Balzaha and Xianxia looked at each other. They were shocked. This black-robed man was too terrifying. He fell from the sky just like that. Who could withstand it? Even the powerful green bull was smashed to death. Everyone was stunned. "Is this the heaven-awakened planet?" Xianxia looked at Tong Ling and asked again. "Yes, yes, yes. This is the heaven-awakened planet." "Where did you come from?" "A friend came from the heavens, ha ha ha." Tong Ling was beaming with joy as he looked at the lady in white with confidence. The lady in white was obviously frightened by Xianxia. She hadn't even figured out the background of this guy, but she had already suffered a heavy loss in the battle. "That's right. How fortunate, how fortunate." Xianxia smiled. Although there were some problems with the formation this time, they didn't deviate from the destination. If they went to another planet again, Xianxia would probably vomit blood from anger. "I'm really sorry. Did I disturb you?" Xianxia looked at the white-robed woman. Her eyes were very cold and filled with hostility towards Xianxia. "Who are you?" the white-robed woman asked coldly. "Xianxia." "Who asked what your name is? What's your relationship with them?" The white-robed woman frowned. "It's fine. This is my first time coming to the heaven-awakened planet. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me." Xianxia glanced at the green ox that he had smashed to death and smiled in embarrassment. "Sorry, I smashed your cow to death." "Madman." The woman in white had a gloomy look in her eyes. She snorted lightly and frowned. This guy didn't come with good intentions, so it was better for her to leave first. "I'll remember you. I'll get even with you sooner or later." The white-clothed woman snorted coldly. Her figure flashed, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, she disappeared at the end of the stone forest. Why did you let her escape? Tong Ling glared at Xianxia. Do you have a grudge? I don't even know her, so how would I know? Besides, I killed her cow. Xianxia said. Forget it, forget it. Since you saved me, I won't lower myself to your level. Where did you get this? You're not from the Heavenly Enlightenment planet? Tong Ling looked at Xianxia. The Heavenly Enlightenment planet isn't a place that anyone can casually come to. Even the Wind Cloud 9 city won't accept outsiders, let alone someone of unknown origin. Balzaha frowned. I'm indeed not from the Heavenly Enlightenment planet. I came from another planet, and I want to go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. Xianxia said. Pfft! Xianxia burst into laughter and looked at Xianxia suspiciously. Brother, you want to go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City with your strength? Isn't that a joke? If you didn't descend from the sky and scare that woman, I really don't know where you got your courage from. What do you mean? Is it very difficult to go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City? Xianxia was stunned. It seemed that the Heavenly Enlightenment planet wasn't as simple as he thought. Do you think that anyone can go to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City? That's the holy land of the Heavenly Enlightenment planet. Even this lady can only take it one step at a time. Going to the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Some people can't even enter in their entire lives. I think you'll need at least 2 lifetimes. Ha ha ha. Tong Ling laughed and said with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She was just that carefree. What are the conditions to enter the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City? I don't think it's difficult. Xianxia said disapprovingly. Not difficult? Hee, you talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? I won't hide it from you. With your strength, let alone the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City, you might not even be able to come out of the bestial battle arena. Tong Ling was not stingy with her mockery of Xianxia. The Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City is the holy land of the Heavenly Enlightenment planet. Outside of the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City, there are the 9 Wind Cloud City. We are from Norton City. If you want to enter the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City, you must challenge the bestial battle arena and become the best beast warrior of the year. Only the top 3 beast warriors are qualified to enter the arena of the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. If you can persist in the arena, you will have a chance to enter the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. However, you only have 100 years. Once the 100 years are over, you must enter the arena a second time. Only those who are called Horsemen of the Apocalypse can stay in the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City forever. Balzaha said in a deep voice. In their eyes, Xianxia was just a 6th Heavenly Star Emperor. It was impossible for him to enter the Colosseum and challenge the warriors of the fighting beasts. It seems that it will be a little difficult to enter the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. Xianxia rubbed his nose, but he wasn't nervous at all. To him, it was just 2 more challenges. However, after listening to their words, he was even more certain that the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City was worthy of being the core of Heavenly Awakening Star Domain. There was indeed a strict hierarchy here. It was impossible to enter the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City casually. What an arrogant fellow. Humph. You are lucky to have met us this time. Otherwise, you might have been eaten by the magical beasts. This is the dark forest, not a place where anyone can come. Let's go quickly. Tong Ling patted Xianxia's shoulder and said in an old-fashioned manner. Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was still unknown who was going to save who. Yes, let's go quickly. This is not a place to stay for long. If that woman comes back, it will be terrible. Xianxia said. Let's go. Balzaha led the way. Everyone couldn't wait to leave this place. Even the arrogant Tong Ling had no objections. If it wasn't for Xianxia descending from the sky, they would have been in danger. If that woman wasn't willing to let it go, she might come looking for trouble again. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Anyway, the heart of darkness could be gathered. Xianxia looked back. That endless dark green forest. Was that the dark forest? That woman also belonged to this forest. It seemed that there were many things he didn't know about the Heavenly Enlightenment Galaxy City. De Huang, Longsher-san, I don't know if you are here or not. The size of the heaven-awakened planet completely exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. Even Norton City was enough to give him a headache. The Wind Cloud 9 cities were the 9 great cities surrounding the heaven-awakened Galaxy City. Each city was as big as the ancient dragon star, which shocked Jiang Chen greatly. It took them 7 days and 7 nights to fly from the coastal forest to Norton City. During this time, they had traveled more than 1,000,000 kilometers. The size of the heaven-awakened planet made Jiang Chen even more curious. During this time, Jiang Chen had also asked Tong Ling and Balzaha. Whether it was Longsher-san or De Huang, there was no news of them at all. It was the same for Feng Er. Jiang Chen had a headache. All he could do now was become stronger and stand in the center of the heaven-awakened Galaxy City. Only then would they be able to see him if they were on the heaven-awakened planet. Moreover, the heaven-awakened planet was just too big. Jiang Chen could not imagine how difficult it would be to find a needle in a haystack like this. However, Tong Ling was right. If he wanted to go to the heaven-awakened Galaxy City, he had to pass the test of the Colosseum. Only by becoming a beast warrior would he be qualified to go to the heaven-awakened Galaxy City and challenge the Colosseum to become a true horseman of the apocalypse. There was still a long way to go. Norton City had a circumference of 10,000 miles. After arriving here, Jiang Chen found out that Tong Ling was the daughter of the city lord. No wonder Balzaha and Xianxia were so protective of her and were full of love for her. Along the way, they had been fawning over her. It was impossible that Tong Ling didn't know that, but she didn't care about them at all. She treated them like brothers. You two are so annoying. You're so close to me. I'm almost home, okay? Tong Ling said impatiently. Balzaha and Xianxia were buzzing around her like flies. We promised the city lord that we would bring you back safe and sound. We can't go back on our word. We've already bowed 18 times. What else can we do? Hee. Balzaha shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Jiang Chen could see that although the two of them liked Tong Ling, they weren't scheming people. It was only right for them to be loyal to someone. The Tong mansion was very big, just like a garden. There were countless houses, pavilions, terraces, and even forests. There were birds and beasts, clear springs, and stone paths. It was like an imperial garden. The guards around were all strong. On his way, Jiang Chen had seen dozens of experts in the 4th or 5th sky of the Star Emperor realm. This city lord's mansion was indeed extraordinary. Finally, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they arrived at the most magnificent city lord hall at the center. It was 30 meters tall, towering, and there was a group of silver-armored soldiers standing guard at the side meticulously. A silver-robed middle-aged man with a calm aura stood on the stone steps, looking at a white-robed young man with a smile in his eyes. Isn't this Master Lu? Xianxia said with shock in his eyes. Master Lu? Which Master Lu? Tong Ling was dumbfounded. Of course it's Lu Deshui from Elan City, Master Lu. Master Lu is a true enchanter. He's well-known and well-loved. Whether in Norton City or Elan City, he has a high reputation. I didn't expect to see him in the city lord's mansion. I'm so lucky, Balzaha said excitedly. Obviously, they all regarded Master Lu as their idol. Oh, he's that enchanter? I've heard of him, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Hee. Tong Ling smiled mischievously. Balzaha and Xianxia felt a headache coming on, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This person wouldn't become their competitor, would he? They had liked Tong Ling for a long time. This Master Lu looked young and had made great achievements. The fact that he was received by the city lord in person was enough to show that his abilities were extraordinary. Father, I'm back. Tong Ling shouted. It's good that you're back. Ha ha ha, I can finally put my heart at ease. The middle-aged man said with a smile. His expression was kind, without the slightest bit of power. He gave off an amiable feeling. Was this the city lord who controlled Norton City? He gave off a feeling of closeness, Jiang Chen thought. Who is he? Tong Wudi noticed Jiang Chen's presence and asked. He shouldn't be from our heavenly awakening planet, but he saved the three of us. If it wasn't for Xianxia, I might have been dead by now. Tong Ling said. Not from the heavenly awakening planet. Tong Wudi murmured. But he didn't neglect Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was his daughter's savior. Thank you for saving us, little friend. Norton City is always open to you. It's nothing. It's nothing. Xianxia smiled. Then what are you still doing here? You clearly want some benefits from the city lord. Humph, I've seen many people like you. You look like you don't care, but you're full of tricks. Lu Desui sneered disdainfully. He didn't care about Xianxia's strength. He was chatting with Tong Wudi when Xianxia's sudden appearance annoyed him. However, when he saw Tong Ling, Lu Desui had a gratified smile on his face. Xianxia frowned. He didn't know him, but he had spoken rudely. Had he offended him? It didn't seem like it. There was only one answer: he was a snob. Xianxia's appearance seemed to be premeditated. Grandmaster Lu, you're using your own petty heart to judge others. Isn't that a bit ungentlemanly? The corner of Tong Ling's mouth raised slightly. Although she had only met Xianxia by chance and he was weak, he was her savior after all. Miss Tong is right. Why should I be angry at these mortals? They don't have the right to make me angry. Lu Desui said coldly. Tong Ling was speechless. Was this guy so arrogant? Tong Wudi remained calm. In his eyes, if he had to offend Xianxia or Grandmaster Lu, he would definitely choose the former. After all, Grandmaster Lu was a true enchanter while Xianxia was only a boy at the sixth sky of Star King. Although he had saved Tong Ling, as the city lord, he didn't mean much to him. However, Grandmaster Lu was different. Enchanter was the noblest profession on planet Tianqi. Is Grandmaster Lu's mouth so smelly? Elevating yourself while belittling others, is this what you call a Grandmaster? Haha, I think you're just fishing for compliments, and you're just a conceited person. Xianxia sneered. If someone wanted to use him as a stepping stone, they had to first weigh themselves first. Both Balzaha and Xianxia's expressions changed. Was Xianxia looking to die? If he offended an enchanter, he wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, an enchanter's influence was very strong. Xianxia was just a guy at the sixth sky of Star King. How could he be so confident? Even if he saved Tong Ling, it shouldn't be enough for him to be so unbridled in front of Grandmaster Lu, right? Ha ha ha, arrogant bastard, who do you think you are? You don't even know how to respect an enchanter. Do you want to die? Believe it or not, I can kill you right now. Lu Desui smiled at Xianxia, his murderous aura surging. For Lu Desui, his identity was what he was most proud of. Otherwise, how could he have been summoned by City Lord Tong Wudi? An enchanter's appeal was very big, not something ordinary people could compare to. With a wave of their arm, countless people would be willing to sacrifice their lives for them. However, at this moment, Xianxia was speaking maliciously to an enchanter. It was obvious that Lu Desui wanted to kill him. This is the City Lord's mansion. Grandmaster Lu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Tong Ling said in a low voice. Naturally, she couldn't just watch Lu Desui attack Xianxia. Even if she was dissatisfied with Xianxia, he was still her savior. Young Miss is right, but if I meet him outside, I will definitely not forgive him. I can turn a deaf ear to his disrespect towards me, but if he dares to disrespect an enchanter, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Lu Desui coldly snorted. Arrogant, despotic, and domineering. Although I don't know what an enchanter does for a living, it seems that a person like you is also quite arrogant. In my eyes, you are just SOSO. Xianxia said calmly. This enchanter was rumored to be mysterious, but in his eyes, he was just SOSO. Apart from being arrogant, there was nothing special about him. Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Lu is still too concerned. Xianxia was just saying it casually. Those who don't know can't be blamed. Grandmaster Lu, why do you need to lower yourself to his level? Tong Wudi said with a smile. He was still as calm as before. As a city lord, he didn't put on any airs. Humph, for the sake of the city lord, I don't want to bother with a country bumpkin like you. City Lord, I will take my leave first. I will enter the dark forest to find these 3 kinds of magical beasts. I will definitely help you. After saying that, Lu Desui flicked his sleeves and left. Father, are you looking for Grandmaster Lu for help? Is it you who wants to upgrade the divine weapon? Tong Ling asked in surprise. However, right now, my divine weapon has already been strengthened by 40%. It will be very difficult for it to improve any further. This time I can only place my hopes on Grandmaster Lu. I hope that Grandmaster Lu can find those 3 magical beasts. Tong Wudi said with a sigh. Enchanters can help weapons subdue demons? To make the weapon stronger? Xianxia asked in confusion. That's right. An enchanter can make a divine weapon even more powerful, thereby increasing their own strength as well. That's why enchanters are the noblest profession on the Heaven Awakened planet. Although Lu Desui is a bit arrogant, he is a true enchanter. This is something that should be expected of anyone. Tong Ling shrugged helplessly and said. Little friend, you've worked hard all the way here. Go and rest first. Since you're an outsider, it's not strange that you don't know the rules and culture of the Heaven Awakened planet. Just now, Grandmaster Lu offended you, so please don't take offense. Tong Wudi was still smiling, giving off a very amiable appearance. Xianxia nodded slightly. It seemed that he knew too little about the Heaven Awakened planet. Although the Heaven Awakened planet was the core of the Heaven Awakened star system, many people would never be able to leave the Heaven Awakened planet. They were natives of the planet and had their own culture and culture. Xianxia wanted to extract the essence and get rid of the dregs. I was a bit rash before. Please don't blame me, Lord. I'll go and rest now. Xianxia smiled calmly, nodded slightly, and retreated. I'll go first, Father. After I help him settle down, I'll come find you. Tong Ling chuckled and followed Xianxia. The rules of the City Lord's mansion are very strict, and no one is allowed to live here. I'll arrange for you to stay in one of the nearby courtyards. There will be night curfews, and no one is allowed to move around. Anyone who disobeys will be taken away by the City Lord's mansion's warrior guards. That won't be a good feeling. I advise you not to run around. Although you're not weak, any warrior guard can take you away. Tong Ling brought Xianxia to a remote courtyard. This place wasn't small, and it was very secluded. It was surrounded by verdant hills and clear waters, making it suitable for cultivation. The guards of the City Lord's mansion are this powerful? I don't think there are many powerful experts here. Xianxia said. Most of those people are in the Colosseum. Many of the warriors in the Colosseum are willing to become the guards of the City Lord's mansion. They have high statuses and are treated well, but it's not that easy to stand above others. Not everyone is a genius, and there are a lot of origin and unity origin experts. Only those who break through to the Star Lord level are qualified to serve the City Lord's mansion, and only those who become Star Emperors are qualified to challenge the Colosseum. Tong Ling curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Xianxia, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After all, he didn't know the culture and current situation here. However, Tong Ling was quite curious about this guy. Where did he come from? Do you really want to go to the apocalyptic Milky Way city? Tong Ling asked curiously. Yes, I must go. Xianxia smiled. You're so sure? Do you have the strength? If you want to participate in the Colosseum, you have to prove that you're a true warrior. The prerequisite is that you have 100 Hearts of Darkness. Hearts of Darkness above the Star Emperor level will do. However, it's not that easy to obtain 100 Hearts of Darkness. After so many years, the magical beasts on the outskirts of the Dark Forest have become fewer and fewer. If you want to obtain more Hearts of Darkness, you can only enter the Dark Forest. However, the danger will increase. You saw what happened before. Tong Ling said. I'll go to the Dark Forest tomorrow. Xianxia said firmly. Going to the apocalyptic Milky Way city was something he had to do. Standing at the peak of the apocalyptic Milky Way city was his goal. He wanted to let De Huang see him, let the monkey see him, and perhaps, let Feng'er see him. Finding a person was difficult, like finding a needle in a haystack. However, if he wanted to become a torch, a bright lamp, he had to become stronger and let more people know of his existence. Are you crazy? Do you think it's that easy to go to the dark forest? In 2 days, I'll enter the dark forest again. At that time, I'll bring you with me. If you go to the dark forest alone, you'll only be courting death. The fog there is extremely terrifying, and you won't be able to enter without a spiritual beast. Furthermore, the poisonous miasma is extremely powerful. You'll definitely need a tranquil pill. In short, we need to prepare a lot of things. Although Xianxia was very stubborn, he wasn't a bad person. That was why Tong Ling was willing to help Xianxia. Moreover, it was almost impossible for him to break through the beast fighting arena and obtain the right to enter the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. The experts in the beast fighting arena were all 1 in a million. Taking him to the dark forest for a walk would show how dangerous it was. A brat from another race who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. 100 hearts of darkness means killing 100 magic beasts. Isn't there a simpler way? Xianxia said helplessly. There is, but only the true king of warriors can find the hearts of any 2 of the 4 legendary magic beasts. They are the flamingo, which has the most violent fire attribute, the stone armor beast, which has the strongest defense and toughest attribute, the thunder cloud leopard, which has the strongest speed and wind attribute, and the snow mountain giant demon, which lives in the land of extreme coldness. These 4 ancient beasts represent the strongest attributes. Only their hearts can represent the strongest warriors. Furthermore, you have to find 2 of them. Legend has it that only the king of warriors, who is favored by the heavens, can rival them. Tong Ling said with a solemn expression and reverence. The king of warriors had always been a legend, the strongest warrior in the hearts of the people of the Heaven Awakening planet. Then go find them. Xianxia said. Do you think these magic beasts are cabbages? They were everywhere. Even if he found them, whether he could defeat them or not was another matter. These were all super magical beasts that had lived for millions of years and evolved for millions of years. Every single one of them possessed an ancient bloodline. Their heart of darkness had an unimaginable effect on weapons. So finding them is very difficult, and defeating them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Tong Ling looked at Xianxia as if he was an idiot. Different situations call for different actions. Since I only need to find the hearts of darkness of 2 of these magic beasts, then there's a way. Xianxia smiled, extremely confident. Haha, I also want to see how you will obtain the hearts of darkness of these magic beasts. I heard that those who have seen them are all dead. How will you know if you don't try? Haha. Compared to Tong Ling, he was much calmer. Alright, I can't be bothered to listen to your boasting. I'll head back first. In 2 days, I'll come pick you up. At that time, we'll enter the dark forest. I look forward to seeing you display your skills. There was a hint of mockery in Tong Ling's smile, but Xianxia did not mind. She did not want him to take the risk alone, and this was for his own good. There were too many things on the Heaven Awakened planet that he did not know, so it was better to be careful and wait for Tong Ling's news. Night fell, and darkness fell. Xianxia had planned to practice in the old house for a few days, but something went wrong that night. 2 experts in the 7th heaven of Star Emperor realm went there overnight, trying to kill him. The wind whistled, and the autumn wind swept up a wave of fallen leaves. In the courtyard, 2 black shadows appeared. Interesting. Looks like the Heaven Awakened planet is filled with hidden dangers. It might not be much better than the dark forest. Xianxia muttered to himself. Bang, with the sound of a door and window shattering, the 2 shadows approached quickly and appeared in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. They were in black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. However, even with his eyes closed, Xianxia knew what they were here for. I've just arrived here, and I have no quarrel with anyone. There is only one person I've offended. It must be Master Lu from the day. Xianxia sneered, looking at the 2 experts in the 7th heaven of Star Emperor realm. Good that you know. Are you going to kill yourself, or do we have to do it? The black-robed person, Lung Lung, said. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Only death awaits you. Humph. The 2 completely blocked all of Xianxia's escape routes. They were at loggerheads, and their murderous intent was terrifying. Looks like Master Lu is just SOSO. Two guys in the 7th heaven of Star Emperor realm want to send me away. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. You don't know what's good for you. Who do you think you are? Go to hell. The black-robed person moved his palm and waved it at Xianxia. He alone was enough to kill a guy in the 6th heaven of Star Emperor realm. However, Master Lu insisted on sending 2 people to make sure nothing went wrong. Xianxia smiled gently. He did not dodge or worry at all. However, the black-robed person's arm was caught in the air. The next moment, the 2 figures had been sent flying. The Black King stood in front of Xianxia like an iron tower. His body of steel was as steady as a mountain. The 2 black-robed people looked at each other and were shocked. They did not expect this guy to have another expert in the 8th heaven of Star Emperor realm behind him. Kill! With a roar, the black-robed man fought 1 against 2. Within 3 moves, he had beaten the 2 of them to the ground. His ruthlessness caused the 2 of them to suck in a breath of cold air. Fresh blood spurted from their mouths as their bodies trembled. He's too strong. Back off. The 2 knew they were no match for him. Things had changed. It was impossible for them to kill Xianxia. Since you're here, just stay here. The Black King's voice was like the judgment of the Grim Reaper. The 2's hearts sank to the bottom. They only had one thought at the moment, run. However, the Black King had reached the peak of the 8th heaven of Star Emperor realm. He could deal with them easily. It was impossible for them to run away. After the screams, the 2 were torn to pieces by the Black King. Their flesh and blood were badly mutilated. Their bones were separated and scattered in the yard. Looks like this Master Lu is prejudiced against me. Xianxia sighed. In the darkness, a few silhouettes quietly retreated. Xianxia knew that they were the people from the City Lord's mansion. It was impossible for the City Lord of the Windy 9 cities on planet Apocalypse to be at ease with him. It was true that Xianxia had saved his daughter, but if Xianxia posed a threat to Norton City or had other intentions, he would definitely kill him immediately. The next morning, Xianxia was no longer in the mood to cultivate. He left the mansion and strolled around Norton City. He wanted to find out what was going on with enchanters. There were countless people on the streets, breathing heavily. Most of them were ordinary people, or in other words, natives at the Origin Realm. When the 2 brothers had first entered the Eternal World, they hadn't even reached the Origin Realm. However, the people here could reach the Origin Realm as soon as they started cultivating. This was something they would never be able to compare to. The civilization here was almost the same as the time in the Divine World. However, source stones were also the hard currency here. There were countless of them being sold on the streets and alleys. Xianxia had visited a lot of places today, but none of them sold the Heart of Darkness. Xianxia was quite surprised. Since it was something valuable, why wasn't anyone selling it? Hey, kid. I've been watching you all day. Are you going to buy the Heart of Darkness? The old man was wearing tattered clothes and a straw hat. He was leaning on a walking stick made of dead wood. His clothes were almost all patched up, making him look like an old beggar. However, the smile on his face was very warm, giving people a warm feeling. Do you know where to buy a Heart of Darkness? Xianxia looked suspiciously at the old man and frowned. He had walked the streets for an entire day and hadn't found it. Xianxia had to be on guard against this old man. He. I know, but the price is a bit expensive. The old man smiled mysteriously. Why isn't there a place selling a Heart of Darkness here? You say you have one, but how do I know if it's true or not? Xianxia said. The old man pulled Xianxia and spoke as they walked. I can tell you're an outsider, not someone from the Heaven Awakened planet. The Heaven Awakened planet has an unwritten rule that Hearts of Darkness can't be bought or sold. No matter how high the value of a Heart of Darkness is, it's not allowed to be sold to form a legal business chain. As for the reason, back then, many descendants of famous families and even wealthy merchants wanted to use a Heart of Darkness to enter the Beast Arena and the Heaven Awakened Galaxy City. This caused the quality of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse to plummet, and the death rate was very high. Some people bought a Heart of Darkness and directly died in the Beast Arena, causing the entire Beast Arena to be filled with foul air. So gradually, the Heaven Awakened planet issued a law that no one was allowed to sell Hearts of Darkness. Once caught, they would be killed without any mercy. Even the son of the Heaven Awakened Galaxy City's third city lord was killed for secretly selling a heart of darkness. As a result, no one dared to have any thoughts about a heart of darkness anymore. Moreover, using a heart of darkness from an origin stone caused the experts participating in the beast arena to be mixed. Whether they were true experts or not would be known as soon as they fought, so many people no longer dared to take the risk. In the end, everyone valued the title of warrior. Heart of darkness is synonymous with warrior, so who would dare to have any thoughts about a heart of darkness? He he he. The old man said with a smile. The two of them chatted as they walked. Unknowingly, they had arrived at a remote street corner. Xianxia understood, but he still didn't quite believe it. Since the heart of darkness had forbidden the sale of it, it seemed that the old man still wanted to take the risk. Don't look at me like that. In this day and age, if it's not for the sake of living, who would be willing to risk their lives? I don't do this business often. I have to take care of my parents and children, so I have no choice. The old man said with a sorrowful expression. This is my business card. It has my address on it. My surname is Yang. Everyone calls me Yang Wolao. Many people on this street know me. Seeing Xianxia's hesitant look, the old man spoke again. How much for one? Xianxia took the wooden sign handed over by the old man. It seemed to be the innermost part of this street. Yang Wolao was overjoyed. 100,000 grade 5 origin stones each, 200,000? It was too expensive. The Genesis Chi in a heart of darkness was at most equivalent to a few thousand origin stones. Xianxia looked at the old man meaningfully. This was too shady. I had no choice. I risked my life to collect these hearts of darkness. They are all worth 180,000 origin stones. If I sell them to you, you should at least let me earn a bit, right? I risked my life doing this. If I was caught by the city lord's people, I would definitely die. Just treat it as a reward for your hard work. I can tell that you are a brave warrior with one look. I have helped many brave warriors before, and they have all passed the beast dueling arena. Some brave warriors are just too lazy to go to the dark forest to hunt. Isn't it better to use their precious time to cultivate? Yang Wolao said seriously. That's true. So be it, 20 million. However, there is one thing that I still need to clarify. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he looked at the old man. Young master, please speak. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Yang Wolao patted his chest as he spoke. What is going on with these enchanters? How do they enchant their weapons? You have asked the right person. Young master, this is an enchanter's secret manual. 5 million origin stones is enough for this old man. Yang Wolao looked around cautiously as he spoke with a serious expression. You must have asked a lot of people on the street, right? Who can tell you the exact time of the day? This enchanter's secret manual was passed down by my grandfather. However, there was no suitable person to cultivate it. Otherwise, if I could become a true enchanter, why would I need to secretly sell hearts of darkness here? Yang Wolao had a pained expression on his face. Alright, give me 100. I want the secret manual as well. Xianxia said indifferently. Alright, young master seems to be a straightforward person. Here are 100 hearts of darkness. Please keep them. Yang Wolao's eyes lit up. He took out a spatial ring and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at it, then took out 25 million 5th grade origin stones and gave it to the old man. Straightforward. I will help young master become invincible in the beast battle arena. Entering the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is just around the corner. Yang Wolao received the origin stones and chanted auspicious words as he walked away with a smile on his face. When Xianxia returned to his residence, he discovered that something was wrong. The 100 hearts of darkness had turned into 100 stones. What a powerful camouflage technique. Xianxia's face sank. He didn't expect that even he would be fooled. He couldn't see through this camouflage technique. This old man was an old swindler. Damn it. Xianxia laughed bitterly. He originally wanted to spend less time and directly enter the beast battle arena to participate in the advancement quota. Only those who obtained the quota could enter the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. However, Xianxia didn't have a good start. He was deceived by an old swindler in tattered clothes. Xianxia was a little depressed, but he could only say that the old man's deceit technique was too powerful. As for the token he left for him, he didn't need to think about it to know that it was fake. It was just to deceive him. 25 million origin stones wasn't a big deal for Xianxia, but he couldn't afford to lose face. Being greedy for small gains resulted in a big loss. This was the first time Xianxia had suffered such a big loss. He wanted to save time, but he didn't expect to be deceived by that old swindler. "Don't let me see you again." Xianxia swore in his heart. If he were to bump into that guy again, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Xianxia picked up the enchanter's accelerated training manual and flipped through it. It looked quite simple. A true enchanter will be able to refine all the heart of darkness in the world and carve it with their bloodline. Only then will they be able to achieve greatness. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, but he was still a little hesitant. Is this true? Is that old liar's stuff really trustworthy? No matter how he looked at it, this enchanter's quick training manual seemed to be made up. Is it really possible to integrate the bloodline of the heart of darkness and carve it with the bloodline? Shouldn't enchanters refine the heart of darkness directly and attach it to their weapons? Xianxia couldn't figure it out. Moreover, he didn't have the heart of darkness right now, so he couldn't experiment at all. It seemed that he had to go to the forest of darkness. Unfortunately, he was tricked by that old bastard. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a man. In the next few days, Xianxia devoted himself to cultivation. This time, that Lu Desui didn't continue to cause trouble for him. The death of 2 7th Sky Star Emperor realm experts didn't seem to be a small matter for Lu Desui. Xianxia also had a lot of peace and quiet. However, the Black King was worried about Xianxia's safety, so he kept guarding outside. Finally, on the 5th day, Tongling came. This time, she was very happy. Her goal was to enter the Colosseum and fight for the title of Colosseum Warrior. However, it wasn't that easy to gather 100 hearts of darkness. Some people might not even be able to gather one even after 3 to 5 years. In order to gather enough hearts of darkness, Tongling had already entered the border of the Forest of Darkness several times. Only then did she obtain 80 hearts of darkness. Last time, she was forced to leave at the border between the Forest of Darkness and the 100 Sparrows Mountain. This time, she was prepared to make a comeback. Let's go. This time, I'll show you what the real Forest of Darkness is like. Tongling patted Xianxia's shoulder and said. Alright, I'll wait and see. Xianxia said. He was also curious about the dark forest. It wasn't easy to obtain more than 100 hearts of darkness, so he tried his best to find the 4 great demonic beasts that Tongling mentioned. That way, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, every demonic beast wasn't easy to deal with. This trip to the dark forest was also unfriendly to Xianxia. The entrance to the bestial battle arena wasn't simple. As the daughter of the city lord, Tongling didn't have any shortcuts. It could be imagined that even if he entered the bestial battle arena, it would definitely be a life and death battle. There are 4 of us this time. You've seen Balzaha and Xianxia before. This time, you are following us mainly for the sake of gaining experience. As for how many magical beasts you will encounter, that will depend on your luck. Only demonic beasts whose strength surpassed the Star Emperor realm could possess the Heart of Darkness. Let's go, young man. It's time to broaden your horizons. Tongling's smile was mellow, brimming with youthful vitality. Outside the old mansion, Balzaha and Xianxia were already prepared. They nodded slightly at Xianxia. The 4 of them were ready and finally set off for the dark forest. After Xianxia and the others left, Lu Desui appeared at the end of the street. His eyes were even colder. What an arrogant guy. Since you chose to enter the dark forest this time, I'll play with you. Humph. After saying that, Lu Desui also disappeared without a trace. After 5 days of rapid marching, Tongling brought Xianxia through the 100 Sparrows mountain range, heading towards the dark forest. Everyone was worried. They had been wandering around the outskirts of the dark forest, but now, there were fewer and fewer devil beasts in the outskirts. If they wanted to hunt devil beasts, they would have to go deeper into the forest. Entering the dark forest would also increase the danger level. Be careful, follow me closely. Otherwise, don't blame me for reminding you when you encounter danger. Tong Ling solemnly said to Jiang Chen. This was not a child's play. Entering the dark forest, no one dared to be the slightest bit careless. The slightest carelessness could cause them to fall into eternal damnation. The reason why the dark forest was called the land of the brave was because only true brave warriors could survive in the dark forest. In the quiet and dusky space, the chirping of birds and insects was incessant. However, it was extremely quiet because there were few people here. Only demonic beasts roamed freely. It could be considered a true primitive forest. Every corner was filled with danger. Ancient trees stood in the forest, around 100 feet tall. No one knew how long they had lived. They were surrounded by long vines and luxuriant leaves. There was practically no path. They could only rely on themselves to find their own path. Among the thistles and thorns, they walked forward. Every step they took was filled with thick leaves. Every step they took was done carefully. Jiang Chen followed behind Tong Ling and the other two. At this time, no one dared to be the slightest bit careless. Their vigilance was also at the highest level. The dark forest was full of danger and excitement for newcomers like them. Whether it was Tong Ling, Balzaha, or Xianxia, it was their first time entering the dark forest. Previously, they had been moving around the periphery of the dark forest, hunting demonic beasts around the 100 Sparrows Mountain. However, the situation was different now. The danger they were going to face and the demonic beasts might be unprecedented. There is no road ahead. There is fog everywhere. Release the spiritual beast in case you get lost. Tong Ling said in a low voice. Balzahan nodded his head and released a small beast from the small cage on his back. It was about the same size as a fox. Jiang Chen finally understood. So this spirit beast was a fox, it was just that they had different names for each other. The spiritual beast was led by Balzaha to find a way out in the fog. This is a tranquilizer pill. Eat it to protect yourself from the miasma. Tong Ling threw a round red pill to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a look at it. It was just an antidote pill, a crude product. He was immune to all kinds of poisons. He did not need it at all. If he wanted to refine it, it would be thousands of times better than this. Awoo, awoo. All of a sudden, the spiritual beast howled in a low voice and refused to go forward. There must be something wrong. Balzaha, go ahead and explore the way. Tong Ling said. Okay. Balzaha walked forward cautiously. The fog around them allowed them to see less than 5 meters away. It was not much better than being unable to see their own fingers. When Jiang Chen saw that the spirit beast was trembling and unwilling to take a single step forward, he knew that there was certain to be danger ahead. These magical beasts were more sensitive to danger than humans. Once they sensed danger, they would never continue forward. Help me. However, Balzahar stood there silently, staring at them. Balzaha. Tong Ling leaped up and ran toward Balzaha. Don't come over. Balzaha's words were a step too late. Tong Ling had already run over and was right next to him. What's going on? Tong Ling frowned, looking at Balzaha with a puzzled expression. I can't move. Balzaha smiled wryly. Tong Ling took a step forward, but found that he couldn't move either. Balzaha was much shorter than him. This is a quagmire? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. This isn't a normal quagmire. It's a mixture of quicksand and mud. Once the mud and mud are mixed, it becomes extremely hard and has a powerful suction and devouring ability. Ordinary magical beasts can't withstand it. This quagmire is a devil's nest that devours people. Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. Then what should we do? We can't just wait for death here. Jiang Chen frowned. Try to pull us out. Quick. Tong Ling panicked. This quagmire could trap star emperors like them, so it must be extremely terrifying. Once they were devoured by the quagmire, they would be completely submerged. Jiang Chen and Xianxia each took out a rope and threw it to Tong Ling and Balzaha. The two pulled with all their might, but the harder they pulled, the harder it was for Xianxia to pull them out. His strength didn't need to be mentioned. Even the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers might not be a match for his, but they couldn't pull them out no matter how hard they tried. Xianxia was already sweating from exhaustion. He was an 8th heaven star emperor, but he couldn't do anything to this quagmire. In the end, Xianxia and Xianxia's ropes were all broken, but they still couldn't be pulled out. At this moment, the two had sunk to their knees. Although they weren't sinking fast, the fear of being drowned in death lingered in Tong Ling and Balsaha's eyes. Are we really going to die? I've always wanted to tell you. I like you. Balsaha said with a pale face. I don't like you. I want to go out. I want to marry Big Brother Yunling Fei, the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Tong Ling's pretty face was also slightly red. She was nervous and scared. It's too painful. Xianxia sighed inwardly. Balsaha was really pitiful. Even at this time, he still had to be stabbed by Tong Ling. However, Balsaha seemed to have already known Tong Ling's feelings and was not sad at all. I know I'm not worthy of you, Ling. Good that you know. But you're not good enough for Yunling Fei, the leader of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Balsaha said, unwilling to be outdone. Tong Ling gritted his teeth and said. What time is it? Can't the two of you talk less? Xianxia paced around anxiously. These two fellows were actually hurting each other here. Xianxia and Xianxia used several ropes, but they were all torn apart. Their situation had become even more dangerous at this time. Xianxia's mind moved. He saw that the surrounding ancient vines in the swamp could actually grow freely. It seemed that these ancient vines could ignore the swamp. Xianxia swept his sword and cut off an ancient vine. He threw it out and wrapped it around Tong Ling. Xianxia used all his strength. Finally, Tong Ling began to be gradually pulled out of the swamp. At that moment, her face was full of joy. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia pulled Tong Ling out and wrapped the vines around Balsaha's body. With everyone's help, Balsaha was finally saved. In the end, he was so tired that he laid on the ground, panting heavily. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Balsaha looked at Xianxia with a hint of admiration. Although Xianxia's strength was not as good as theirs, he had extraordinary courage and was commendable. Since we're a team, we should help each other. Xianxia said with a smile. Tong Ling also nodded slightly at Xianxia. She had really underestimated him. Bringing him into the dark forest this time might be a really wise decision. Swish, 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 the low voices caused Xianxia and the others' hearts to freeze. Their expressions suddenly became solemn. The surrounding ancient vines began to sway and twitch. There were hundreds and thousands of them, and it was a strange scene. Be careful. Tong Ling shouted in a low voice. 2 ancient vines pierced through the void and flew past Xianxia's back. Xianxia bent his knees to avoid the attack, but the vines almost pierced through his heart from the back. Could it be the man-eating vine? Xianxia's forehead flashed with a black line. Most likely. Tong Ling nodded. Didn't they say that the man-eating vine only exists in the depths of the dark forest? We've just entered, and we've already encountered this thing. It's really too unlucky. Tong Ling said gloomily. They had just escaped from the swamp, and now they were surrounded by swaying ancient vines, which made the 4 of them extremely nervous. The man-eating vine is something between an animal and a plant, but it has its own consciousness of protecting its master. Countless experts have died in its hands. Facing the man-eating vine, we can only escape. Balsaha had a bitter expression. This man-eating vine is not like ordinary magical beasts. Its vines spread in all directions, and it's possible that everything within a radius of a few thousand meters is already under its control. We have no way out, so we can only fight. Tong Ling also knew how terrifying the man-eating vine was. It would not be easy for them to escape. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's fight. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, ready to fight at any time. Not bad, it's time to show the glory of the Norton heroes. Xianxia stretched out his hand, and a long knife appeared in his hand, filled with murderous intent. Right at this moment, the hundreds and thousands of vines in the surroundings began to dance in the air. Furthermore, they came in an endless stream, and their speed was extremely fast. They could turn into ropes and were as sharp as swords. The four of them had only just made their move when they were forced into a corner. Tong Ling held a long spear in her hand, and the shadows of the spear swept out. Although she was a girl, her ferocious and domineering momentum made even Xianxia exclaim in surprise. This little girl was quite capable. It seemed that her cultivation was similar to the Black King's, and she could even challenge the Star Emperor Ninth Firmament. No wonder she was so arrogant and confident. Balzaha was not to be outdone. As the three advanced and retreated, their coordination was perfect. It was obvious that they had often fought together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have such tacit understanding. These vines were very terrifying. They could be hard or soft, and they were everywhere. Some even sprang out from the ground, and the branches tore Balzaha's arm. His flesh was badly mangled, and his bones could be seen. Ah! Xianxia pulled out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword chi buzzed and swept out. In an instant, dozens of vines were cut down. The sword was like a meteor, terrifying and extraordinary. Good sword. Tong Ling's eyes flashed with colorful streamers. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword instantly attracted the attention of the three people. Because the heavenly dragon sword was too strong, it even covered Xianxia's sharpness. As the sword fell, Xianxia directly cut off dozens of vines, which bought enough time for them. Originally, Xianxia was only entangled by the vines, and it was difficult for him to move. However, with the addition of Xianxia, it made him more confident. Moreover, his own vines were also cut by Xianxia's sword. The sharpness and overbearing of the heavenly dragon sword were displayed incisively and vividly by Xianxia. Even without the support of any sword techniques, the heavenly dragon sword was enough to make everyone stunned. Tong Ling even drooled. Such a peerless sword, even her father did not have it. This guy Xianxia was really more and more mysterious, and she was more and more curious. If it was someone else, Tong Ling might be ready to rob him at this time. The heavenly dragon sword was like a fierce dragon roaring, cutting melons and vegetables. No matter how tough the ancient vines were, they could not escape from the attack of the heavenly dragon sword. The sword was extraordinarily sharp, and the sword chi was oppressive. Wherever the sword passed, not even a blade of grass grew. This guy's strength is not so good, but his equipment is very powerful. I am afraid that even the fire cloud spear in the hands of the city lord may not be comparable to his sword. Xianxia's face was full of envy and jealousy. Xianxia relied on the edge of the heavenly dragon sword to make the man-eating vines unable to approach them. Xianxia waved his sword wildly, but it was unstoppable. Xianxia smiled, killing happily. The man-eating vines could not get close at all, and more vines were cut down. The attacks of the man-eating vines also gradually slowed down. The attacks on them were also becoming less and less. The vines that were cut down were like its living limbs. From the original thousands of vines, there were only a few dozen left. Moreover, Xianxia actually started to chase. The man-eating vines were the heaviest, and they were cut into pieces. The remaining vines also quickly retreated. Although it did not have its own soul, it also knew to protect itself. If it allowed Xianxia to continue to cut it, it was very likely that its life would be completely exhausted. The man-eating vine hid and disappeared from everyone's sight. It was very difficult to find it at this time. Since the man-eating vine had disappeared, Xianxia did not continue to chase it. At that moment, with the sword in his hand, Xianxia was like a god of war, which made Tong Ling and the others look at him in a new light. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. What an overbearing sword. Tong Ling's eyes flashed, looking at Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword with incomparable jealousy. As the eldest daughter of the city lord, it was really shameful that she did not have a divine weapon like Xianxia's sword. If I had this sword just now, I would definitely be able to defeat this man-eating vine. Xianxia said with a smile. Don't brag here. By the way, Jiang brother, this sword of yours was also enchanted by an enchanter. Balzaha glanced at Xianxia lightly, then turned to Xianxia and asked. No, but I want to try and see if I can enchant it. If I can enchant it, perhaps this sword will reach a higher level. Xianxia said. It's already so strong without enchantment. If the enchantment is successful, won't it be even more terrifying? Go back and find Master Lu to enchant your sword. I'm also looking forward to seeing how terrifying the enchanted sword will be. Tongling laughed. Let's talk about it later. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, who knows if this man-eating vine will make a comeback. Xianxia dismissed it with a smile. The next time he saw Master Lu, he wanted to kill him directly. Everyone nodded and quickly went deeper into the dark forest. The dark forest is the territory of the black demon god, and all magical beasts are his subordinates. However, the black demon god is not willing to interact with humans. As long as we don't invade his territory, we can only move around the periphery of the dark forest. Look, that's a yellow-skinned wild boar. As Tongling spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. In a dense thicket, 2 yellow-skinned wild boars were doing bad things. Hurry, these 2 wild boars are having a good time. Take advantage of the chaos to kill them. It's best to cut the Gordian knot and not let them escape. If they really escape in the dark forest, it will be difficult for us to catch them again. Tongling said with a serious expression. That's too ruthless. The 2 of them are doing that. No matter what, let them finish their bad things first. Cruel. Xianxia laughed dryly. Tongling was not the least bit embarrassed. What do you know? This is a rare opportunity. It's fleeting. You two, hurry up and do it. Tongling looked at Balzaha and Xianxia. The 2 nodded, blushing and feeling a little embarrassed. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. Tongling's spear directly pierced through a yellow-skinned wild boar, and the other one was instantly killed by Balzaha and Xianxia, not giving them any chance to escape. Xianxia sighed. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. 2 poor wild boars that were in love fell just like that. After throwing the body of the wild boar away, Tongling took out the heart of darkness with a smug look in his eyes. Women are indeed cold-blooded. Xianxia glanced at Tongling. How do you know whether they're cold-blooded or not? Tongling said with a smile. Balzaha and Xianxia subconsciously covered their lower bodies. You really came early but didn't enter at the right time. He, hand over the heart of darkness in your hands. A cold laugh appeared behind the 4 of them. More than 10 figures had gradually formed an encirclement. Moreover, these people were all experts at the 8th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. Everyone looked at each other with gloomy expressions. Damn it, we actually encountered bandits. Tongling was extremely depressed. In the dark forest, there were not only terrifying unknown demonic beasts, but also perverted bandits. They wanted to snatch the heart of darkness that they had painstakingly obtained. They wanted to obtain it without putting in any effort. Tongling and the others naturally would not hand it over. They had exchanged their lives for it. How could they just hand it over to others? I'm afraid these people have been watching us for a long time. Xianxia said with a cold smile. He scanned the people in front of him. Confiscation was not scary. What was scary was the hearts of people. These people were just like them. They all lived on the edge of a knife, but they used the gains of others to fill their pockets. Dream on. If you want the heart of darkness, you'll have to step over my body. Balzaha shouted in a low voice. We are from the City Lord residence. Do you want to die? City Lord's mansion? Ha, I'm so scared. Here, even the City Lord of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City has to be obedient. I will kill you and take the heart of darkness. What can the Heavenly King do to me? What I want is the heart of darkness. If you don't give it to me, I will have to kill you and take it. This is what we do. We are not easily frightened. Our heads have been hanging on our waistbands for a long time. Little girl, if you are willing to play with me for a couple of days, maybe we can negotiate. The masked man in the lead said with a creepy smile. His eyes kept lingering on Tongling. This little girl had a hot body. You are courting death. Xianxia looked angry. These guys dared to insult Tongling. He swore to protect his beloved even at the cost of his life. Moreover, there was no turning back in the current situation. So, they had to fight back. A bunch of arrogant B***stards. It seems I have to teach you a good lesson. The masked man waved his hand. All of a sudden, all of them launched an attack, approaching Jiang Chen and Tong Ling. Be careful. Take care of yourself. If you can't do it, you can run away first. Tong Ling said in a low voice. Then she went up to the two experts in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Both of them were ruthless. They were bandits with blood on their blades. They didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Their killing intent was so overwhelming that Tong Ling didn't dare to be careless. Once she was distracted, she might be killed by these bandits. Tong Ling kept retreating. Attacked by the two experts, the other two didn't have it easy either. They were more miserable than Tong Ling. They were defeated after every move. After more than 10 moves, all three of them were forced to retreat. Surprisingly, no one cared about Jiang Chen at this moment. Even Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do they look down on me, the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm? When Jiang Chen was about to help Tong Ling, he was surrounded by the remaining 6 experts in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. They can leave, but you can't. A familiar voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. It was Master Lu Deshui, whom he had met once before but had already put him on his kill list. Master Lu stood behind the 6 experts with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a feminine smile on his face. I didn't expect you to escape. What a blunder, what a blunder. Lu Deshui shook his head and sighed. You've killed 2 star emperors in the 7th heaven. You've really impressed me. So, you gathered so many people to kill me, just to make sure nothing goes wrong? You really think highly of me. Jiang Chen smiled. Who do you think you are? It doesn't matter if I kill you sooner or later. Only death awaits you. However, if I can meet Miss Tong here, isn't that a wonderful thing? When the time comes, I'll save the damsel in distress. Do you think she'll fall in love with me? Ha ha ha. Lu Deshui said excitedly. Although he had a good status, he was still far behind the city lord of Norton City. The city lord only gave him some face. However, if he could marry Tong Ling, things would be different. At that time, his status would definitely rise. Moreover, his identity as an enchanter would make him stand above everyone else in Norton City. If one day, he accidentally killed Tong Wudi, then he would be the master of Norton City. The city lord of Windy Nine City would be second only to the city lord of the Apocalypse Star City. That would be the proudest moment of his life. Lu Deshui had already planned all of this. He would create a crisis, and the robbers would appear. Then, he would come and save the damsel in distress. At that time, how could Tong Ling not fall in love with him? However, after seeing Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, Lu Deshui changed his mind. He must kill Jiang Chen first. Once he killed Jiang Chen, he would seize the combat sword in his hand. Then, his strength would definitely increase by a few levels. Lu Deshui did not know what kind of luck this guy had. Where did he get such a supreme-grade combat sword? He did not deserve it at all. Once Lu Deshui got his hands on this combat sword and enchanted it, his strength would definitely make everyone look at him in a different light and reach an unprecedented height. For Lu Deshui, a handy divine weapon would increase his strength greatly. Moreover, he was an enchanter. Therefore, the temptation of Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was no less than Tong Ling's. The first thing he wanted to do was to take the sword in Jiang Chen's hand and make it his own. You're really meticulous. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. Then, you'll kill me, take the sword, and save the damsel in distress. It seems to be a flawless plan. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said with a straight face. It's good that you know. Now kneel down and accept your death. I'll leave your corpse intact. Lu Deshui stood with his arms crossed and spoke with fervor and assurance. The 6 experts at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm were eyeing Jiang Chen covetously. They could launch a fatal blow at Jiang Chen at any time. In Lu Deshui's opinion, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. That will depend on whether or not you have the ability to do so. Many people have wanted my sword, but all of them have died, becoming ghosts under my sword. Since you want to take the sword, come and get it yourself. Jiang Chen said solemnly. He looked into Lu Deshui's eyes, and his battle intent surged. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Then I'll cut you into pieces and dismember you. You'll never be able to reincarnate. Lu Deshui's expression became gloomy and furious. He stared at Jiang Chen with ferocious eyes. The battle was about to begin. Jiang Chen looked at the people around him cautiously. They looked fierce, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Kill. With Lu Deshui's order, these guys rushed toward Jiang Chen like wild horses. The 6 experts blocked Jiang Chen's way, leaving him with no way out. Jiang Chen sneered. This guy was really overestimating himself. He wanted to take the Sky Dragon sword from Jiang Chen's hand. He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's heart. At the moment when the 6 experts attacked, the Black King also waited for an opportunity to attack. He was fighting against 6 people alone, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. The appearance of the Black King put great pressure on Lu Deshui. He did not expect that Jiang Chen had a helper. Black King's chi was vigorous and vigorous. His momentum was ferocious, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. No one could stop him. Jiang Chen didn't even need to make a move. He had already arranged the positions of these 6 experts clearly. Bastard! It turns out that you've been prepared. Lu Deshui was very depressed. The Black King's strength was not weaker than the 6 experts under him. The 6 people were quite afraid of the Black King because the Black King's strength was too fierce. Although they were all in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, the Black King was much stronger than any of them. They had no chance of winning this battle. Lu Deshui was more and more curious about Jiang Chen's identity. This guy not only had such a powerful weapon, but he also had such powerful servants and guards. He couldn't be an ordinary person. Jiang Chen was not moved at all. He just wanted to watch the tigers fight. Lu Deshui was very depressed. At this moment, he had to cut the Gordian knot because he wanted to be the hero and save the damsel in distress. Once Tong Ling and the others found out, he wouldn't be able to keep his dignity. He had to kill Jiang Chen. Although the idea was good, killing and robbing to relieve the hatred in his heart, the 6 experts under Lu Deshui were obviously losing in the hands of the Black King. The Black King was fighting to the death. The 6 of them were holding back and didn't want to die here. After all, these people were helpers that Lu Deshui found. They thought it would be a piece of cake to deal with a guy at the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Who would have thought that they would have to fight with their lives? These people didn't know each other, so who would be willing to let someone else watch their back? Coupled with the Black King's strength, the 6 gradually lost their backbone. They didn't have any fighting strength and were afraid of the slightest thing. Lu Deshui was furious, but he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. They were in a stalemate for a while. Looks like your subordinates aren't that great, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Don't be complacent. I'll fight you. Lu Deshui was infuriated. He had to kill Jiang Chen to appease his anger. Plus, the heavenly dragon sword was too attractive to him. It was definitely the most powerful divine weapon in the entire heavenly awakening star. With it, he would be able to sweep through everything. At that time, a mere Norton City wouldn't be able to trap him anymore. Lu Deshui was very ambitious, so he had to take down Jiang Chen. Keep your spirits up. Kill him, and I'll double the reward I promised you. Lu Deshui roared angrily. Suddenly, the eyes of the 6 experts lit up. They attacked crazily as if they were injected with chicken blood. With a great reward, there would always be brave men. In the face of profit, everyone brought out their special skills. When there was enough profit, it was not impossible for them to put their lives on the line. The Black King finally felt a huge pressure from the 6 experts. No matter what, the strength of the 6 people was similar to his. At this time, it would be very difficult for him to suppress all of them. Lu Deshui sneered. At this time, he had also firmly locked on to Jiang Chen, but he did not care. Previously, Jiang Chen was able to kill the 2 people he sent was completely because of this black-robed man. Now that he was entangled with 6 great experts, Jiang Chen had no way to escape. Now, let's see who else can save you. Lu Deshui grinned hideously. Finally, he would take action in person. His strength was superior to Jiang Chen's by the 2nd heaven. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Chen. Lu Desui moved his palm as fast as lightning. Xianxia did not move at all. It was not until Lu Desui arrived that Xianxia quietly punched out. The punch was shockingly powerful. Lu Desui did not expect Xianxia to be so horrible that even he was knocked back. That punch was like an iron hammer, numbing his whole arm. How could Xianxia, a star emperor in the sixth heaven, have such a horrible combat strength? Lu Desui was shocked and dumbfounded. Xianxia stood there calmly, but he had been knocked back dozens of steps. His qi and blood were surging in his body, and he was short of breath. What a horrible strength! Lu Desui sucked in a breath of cold air. With a serious expression, he no longer dared to underestimate Xianxia. However, he couldn't understand why this guy was so strong. It seems that your strength is really mediocre. Xianxia clapped his hands and said calmly. Lu Deshui's eyes were cold. The anger in his heart was once again provoked by Xianxia. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. He was a dignified enchanter. How could he be ordered to retreat by Xianxia? The battle has just begun. Let me see how strong you are. Lu Desui was surprised but not panicked. He was just testing his strength and did not really display his full strength. Pure Fire Yang Blade. Take this. Lu Desui drew his blade. It was a 5-foot-long blade with silver rings. As it flashed, it shone with a golden light, as if it was burning with raging fire. The blade was sharp, as if there was a light on one's back, giving people an extremely hot and stimulating feeling. Xianxia's expression froze. This was the first time he had seen such an extremely powerful enchanted blade. This blade was also a 5th-grade Genesis weapon. After adding the fire attribute enchantment, it became extremely hot. Even from dozens of meters away, one could still feel the heat from the magic weapon. It's indeed a good blade. Xianxia sighed. To be more precise, the enchantment had given the blade a new lease of life, making it even more powerful. It's good that you know. This is a magic weapon with a 50% fire attribute enchantment. You have no way of resisting, so you'd better surrender. Humph humph. Lu Desui was proud and conceited. His eyes were sharp. His blazing pure yang saber had never failed before. He rarely fought because of his status. Others always respected him very much. Even if he wanted to fight, there would be many people willing to risk their lives for him. This was the strength of an enchanter. However, it was not that Lu Desui was not strong, but rather that he had the pride of an expert. He would not fight unless it was absolutely necessary. Pure Yang Blade Technique. Lu Desui tyrannically charged forward, directly approaching Xianxia. His pure fire Yang Blade was 50% enchantment, making it seem as if the entire blade was burning with raging flames. The blade's edge flickered, making it many times more powerful than the previous attacks. Come at me. Xianxia's smile became more and more brilliant. Once the heavenly dragon sword was drawn, the roar of a dragon shook the sky. Facing the pure fire Yang Blade, there was no fear at all. As the blade and the sword clashed, clanging sounds could be heard. Lu Desui was 100 times more confident. After all, his strength was much stronger than Xianxia. Even with a divine weapon in hand, Xianxia might not be his opponent. His pure fire Yang Blade was also enchanted, so it did not lose out at all. The pure fire Yang Blade was attacked by waves of fire, filled with blazing light and shadow. Like a tongue of fire, it was almost at the edge of the blade. It had already approached Xianxia's body. However, Xianxia was still fearless. In his opinion, this fire attribute enchantment was child's play. His own 5-elemental divine fire was far from being comparable to this fire attribute enchantment. The flame of the pure fire Yang Blade shone. To Xianxia, it was as comfortable as the warm sun shining on his body. This is impossible. I'm going to kill you. Lu Deshui's embarrassment turned into anger, because his blade's skill had been unleashed to the extreme, and the fire attribute enchantment had been activated to the extreme. The fiery blade light could destroy anything, but in front of Xianxia, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lu Deshui's continuous attacks did not succeed. He was really depressed. Moreover, Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was like a flying dragon and dancing phoenix. Lu Desui was starting to feel a little weak. If this continued, Lu Desui was worried that he would really be killed. Now, it's my turn. Xianxia smiled faintly as he pointed his sword forward. He was finally starting his counterattack. The limitless sword crossed the sky. Wherever the sword went, it was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Lu Desui did not have the slightest chance to fight back. Even the enchantment divine weapon could not help him to stand in an invincible position. In an instant, Lu Desui retreated in defeat. Although he was extremely shocked, there was nothing he could do. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was too strong. This was also what he coveted. With this peerless divine weapon, even an idiot could hang a god of war. Therefore, Lu Desui was not satisfied. I'm going to fight you till the end. The anger in Lu Desui's heart was burning. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Xianxia. With Xianxia's strength, how could they fight to a draw? No, he should be beating Lu Desui up. Lu Desui was not satisfied. Moreover, the temptation of the heavenly dragon sword was too great. He had to get it. If he had the heavenly dragon sword, he might even be able to fight against a stellar-level elite. Just thinking about it made him excited. Lu Desui exerted all his strength. This time, he absolutely could not fail again. Ah bow! While Lu Desui was calling, a mottled shadow came out from the forest like lightning. Xianxia was stunned. That slender and strong leopard immediately knelt beside Lu Desui, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This leopard's strength was actually similar to Lu Desui's. So fast. Is this a thundercloud leopard? Xianxia said in surprise. At least you have some knowledge, humph. I know this is a thundercloud leopard. Today, I will join hands with a leopard to kill you. It's a worthy death for you to die under a Bao's sharp claws. Lu Desui was extremely confident. The thunderbolt-clouded leopard was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. This was the most critical moment, and if he didn't reveal everything, he wouldn't be able to subdue Xianxia. You really get what you want. Isn't the thundercloud leopard one of the 4 great magical beasts? As long as I can obtain the heart of darkness of 2 ancient magical beasts, I would be able to obtain over 100 of them. Looks like my luck today is pretty good. Xianxia's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Killing this thundercloud leopard, wouldn't that be equivalent to 50 hearts of darkness? At that time, as long as he found the heart of darkness of an ancient demonic beast, he would be able to enter the beast battle arena and participate in it. Ha 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 ha. Lu Desui was so angry that he laughed. What a shameless fellow. If I join hands with a leopard, even if we face the 9th heavenly layer of the Star Monarch realm, we will definitely be able to escape unscathed. What right do you have to challenge me? A leopard, charge. Lu Desui and the thundercloud leopard moved at almost the same time. However, the thundercloud leopard was too fast. It was faster than Lu Desui by more than half a step. Its 3-meter-long body was full of muscles, and the black and white stripes on its body were extremely distinct. Its speed made Xianxia speechless. His pupils constricted, and he did not dare to be careless. Xianxia slashed out with his sword and deflected the first wave of attacks. However, as he turned around, the thundercloud leopard's sharp claws tore his clothes. Xianxia was also very fast. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured by the previous attack. As he retreated, Lu Desui took the opportunity to meet him. Their attacks were seamless, and as they exchanged blows, Lu Desui exerted quite a bit of pressure on Xianxia. One man and one beast attacked one after another. Xianxia's situation became dangerous. Each time the thundercloud leopard attacked, it would greatly suppress Xianxia. As a result, Lu Desui was like a fish in water, and he obtained the opportunity to counterattack. Lu Desui was also not easy to deal with. With the help of the thundercloud leopard, he also changed his previous style, striving to kill with one strike. He became even more decisive and murderous. The smile on Xianxia's face became even more radiant. This was a real battle. A mere Lu Desui could not arouse his desire to fight. This thundercloud leopard just happened to add to his excitement, which made Xianxia even more excited. His interest in killing the thundercloud leopard was far greater than Lu Desui's. Killing Lu Desui could not be compared to killing an ancient magical beast. In Jiang Chen's opinion, this thundercloud leopard was much more valuable than Lu Deshui. As expected of an ancient magical beast, its speed gave Jiang Chen a great shock. His own speed could not catch up to it, and he was instead being restrained by it. It was no wonder that countless experts would flock to it like a flock of ducks. Killing it would be the symbol of a courageous person. He. You want to fight with me? I will definitely play you to death today. Lu Deshui was extremely excited. With the thundercloud leopard restraining him, Jiang Chen would definitely be in a difficult situation. At that time, it would be the time for him to show off his skills. The thundercloud leopard was something he had unintentionally discovered in the past. He had raised it for so many years before it had gradually taken form. It was extremely loyal to him. This time, when he killed Jiang Chen, this thundercloud leopard would definitely be the main contributor. The sharp claws of the thundercloud leopard tore at Jiang Chen's clothes time and time again, causing blood to flow everywhere. Jiang Chen was extremely depressed. It seemed like if he didn't show some of his true abilities, this thundercloud leopard would really think that it was invincible in this world. No matter how fast it was, could it be faster than spatial teleportation? Jiang Chen smiled coldly and took out the sky ascension stairway. In the next instant, his silhouette flickered unceasingly, firmly following behind the thundercloud leopard. Before, the thundercloud leopard was always in front of Jiang Chen, but this time, it was Jiang Chen who was always behind the thundercloud leopard. Lu Deshui was completely unable to catch up to Jiang Chen. In this battle, he could only watch foolishly. Every time Jiang Chen's afterimage appeared, it gave him a headache, but he was unable to catch up to it. Jiang Chen's 3 sword strikes were successful, stabbing the thundercloud leopard's abdomen, legs, and chest. This caused the thundercloud leopard to roar unceasingly. It was furious, but even more puzzled. Lu Deshui was the same. How did Jiang Chen do it? How did he surpass the thundercloud leopard in speed? This was simply unimaginable. Roar. Master, leave quickly. The thundercloud leopard was anxious to protect its master, and it continuously clashed with Jiang Chen. It roared as it struggled to escape. At this time, it could only use its speed to delay Jiang Chen, but it could no longer shake off Jiang Chen. This elusive man made it feel helpless for the first time in its life. The thundercloud leopard's speed could be said to be invincible, but in the face of the strongest attack, it was beaten black and blue all over. The thundercloud leopard already knew that it had no way out. Lu Deshui lamented in his heart, feeling extremely depressed and unwilling. However, if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave later. Once Jiang Chen killed the thundercloud leopard, then he might not be able to escape either. As long as there's life, there's hope, Lu Deshui steeled his heart. He had to leave, or more accurately, escape from this place. Jiang Chen had shocked him too much, and he had never been in such a sorry state before. Moreover, he might lose his most important companion, the thundercloud leopard. You run too. Lu Deshui ran. At this time, he couldn't care less. Survival was the most important thing. Lu Deshui was worried about the thundercloud leopard's safety, but he was more worried about his own life. As he ran, he couldn't care less. Even the 6 experts who had fought with the Black King were panicking. Seeing that Lu Deshui had already escaped, how could they still have the will to fight? It was no longer worth it for them to continue fighting for Lu Deshui. After forcing the Black King to retreat, they all retreated at the same time, quickly withdrawing their attacks. Lu Deshui fled in panic, and the 6 experts followed closely behind. Now, only the thundercloud leopard, which had been locked down by Jiang Chen, was left. He didn't care whether Lu Deshui died or not, but he had to obtain the thundercloud leopard. The thundercloud leopard finally gave up on resisting. No matter how it ran, it couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's grasp. It was simply hopeless. Seeing that everyone had fled, the thundercloud leopard seemed to know its fate. Without a doubt, it would be killed by Jiang Chen. This Lu Deshui is really delivering milk. What a thundercloud leopard! Jiang Chen tossed aside the thundercloud leopard's body and retrieved its heart of darkness. As expected, extremely terrifying wind attribute Genesis Chi continuously cleansed it. It was more than 100 times stronger than the heart of darkness Tong Ling had obtained earlier. The ancient demonic beasts lived up to their reputation. I hope nothing bad happened to the three of you. Xianxia put away the heart of darkness, turned around and quickly chased after Tong Ling and the others. The three of them were having a great time fighting against the 6 experts. Tong Ling and the others were also very powerful, otherwise, how could they have the courage to enter the depths of the dark forest? Although this battle was dangerous for them, it was not fatal. Xianxia? Are you all right? Tong Ling's eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia. I'm fine, aren't I? Xianxia spread his hands, but the 6 experts fighting Tong Ling panicked a little. Since the mission had failed, Lu Deshui must have escaped or even died. Otherwise, why would he still appear here? Since Lu Deshui had already escaped, there was no need for them to fight to the death with Tong Ling and the others. Although they called it bandits, it was in fact Lu Deshui's plan. Now that the life and death of the mastermind was unknown, wouldn't they be sick in the head if they still fought to the death? Everyone quickly withdrew, leaving Tong Ling and the others in a daze. One should not chase a cornered enemy. Xianxia could not be bothered with these guys. It was fine as long as Tong Ling and the others were not in danger of dying. Why did these people run away? Asked Balzaha, puzzled. Yes, Brother Jiang, how did you survive? Xianxia was also puzzled. There were still 6 8th-layer Star Emperor experts behind Xianxia. How could he have escaped unscathed? He was only at the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. I beat them all away. Xianxia said. Tong Ling was speechless and rolled his eyes at Xianxia. Tell me, did you meet a powerful demon beast? Otherwise, how could you have survived? Xianxia was helpless. Why did no one believe him when he told the truth? Was he so weak in their eyes? Yes, I met a very powerful ancient demon beast, the Thunder Cloud Leopard. Said Xianxia. Hiss, Tong Ling sucked in a cold breath and patted Xianxia's shoulder. Fortunately, you ran fast. Otherwise, you would have been finished. Those guys were also helpless. You are really lucky to meet an ancient demon beast like the Thunder Cloud Leopard. Right, right. I haven't seen it yet. Balzaha laughed. If you had seen it, you would have run away as well. Xianxia said disdainfully. Anyway, it's fine as long as it's not life-threatening. Let's go. Those bandits might be afraid of hurting the innocent. Once they get rid of the Thunder Cloud Leopard, they will probably come back for us. Let's hurry and find the demon beasts. Tong Ling was worried for Xianxia. Fortunately, he had escaped from death. Xianxia didn't bother to explain to them. Anyway, they wouldn't believe me even if I told the truth. So be it. You can protect me, and I won't have to do anything. Xianxia was happy. They continued to move forward after packing up. During these 3 days, they didn't encounter any accidents. At this time, Tong Ling and the others were quite lucky. They had killed more than 20 early Star Emperor devil beasts. Not only did they manage to get Tong Ling's Heart of Darkness, but Xianxia, Balzaha and Xianxia also got 5 Hearts of Darkness each. This was what they had agreed on before. They would split the Hearts of Darkness equally. Now, Balzaha and Xianxia were only 5 or 7 Hearts of Darkness away from collecting all 100. Xianxia was the only one who only had a few. You don't have to be too anxious. It's been a few years since we collected 100 Hearts of Darkness. If you have the chance in the future, come here a few more times and you'll definitely be able to collect 100 Hearts of Darkness. Tong Ling was afraid that Xianxia would be anxious, so she tried to comfort him. It's fine. I understand. Haste makes waste. Xianxia smiled. It's good that you understand. Your strength still has room for improvement. This time, we'll bring you around to familiarize yourself with this place. In the future, you'll have to find your own teammates to enter the dark forest. Remember, you can't recklessly enter alone. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. When we get back, I might have to go to the beast fighting arena with these 2 idiots. It's exciting just thinking about it. Hee hee hee. Tong Ling smiled mischievously. She couldn't hide the burning light in her eyes. The beast fighting arena was a place she had been looking forward to for a long time. Only there could she prove herself. She had been waiting for that day for too long. In the Colosseum, the brave were fearless. The day that Tong Ling had been waiting for had finally arrived. Xianxia could see that her joy and excitement could not be concealed. Although she looked delicate, she was a natural warrior. "We've been fighting for the past few days. Finally, we can have a good night's rest," Balzaha said. They had found a cave that was surrounded by a dense forest. It could definitely be called a hidden hiding place. "Just be careful, everyone," Tong Ling said. In the dead of night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. The four entered the cave and entered a half-hibernating state. They began to cultivate and rest at the same time. The next morning, when Xianxia woke up, he found that his surroundings had completely changed. It was not the same place as yesterday. To be precise, it was not. The forest from yesterday had disappeared, and in its place was a snowy mountain that stretched as far as the eye could see. All around was a snowy landscape. Gazing at Mount Han from afar, each mountain was taller and wider than the last. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. He was 100% sure that this was not the scene they had seen yesterday. How could this be? Yeah, weren't we covered in the forest yesterday? How come the surroundings have completely turned into snowy mountains? This is too strange, isn't it? Balzaha turned his head to look at the cave. This was clearly the cave they had been in yesterday. How could it be different? The scenery and things outside had all changed. It was as if they had come to a completely different world. They looked at each other. Xianxia's heart was filled with shock. His gaze swept around, but there was no conclusion. "This is not an array. It really exists," Xianxia said in a low voice. Although he was unwilling to admit it, this was an indisputable fact. Tong Ling was also completely stunned. "You know arrays? Since this is not an array, then where are we now?" Tong Ling asked as she gazed at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. He also knew nothing. This place was a boundless snowy mountain and a great canyon. It was a completely different place from before, but the cave behind them was exactly the same. "Then will we never be able to go back? Can we still go back now?" Xianxia said with a trembling voice. His heart was filled with shock. "Calm down first. Don't be so pessimistic. We're definitely still in the dark forest. We'll definitely be able to return," Balzaha said firmly. "Black King, what's going on?" Xianxia asked the Black King through voice transmission. "If I'm not wrong, this should be the mirror space of the multiverse, which is the opposite of the multiverse of the same planet. This is still the Heaven Awakened planet, but we've most likely entered the mirror space. In other words, if we can't find the exit, we'll be lost in another space forever," the Black King said solemnly. "What do you mean?" "To put it simply, I've never heard of the mirror dimension of the multiverse." Xianxia felt bitter in his heart, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good place. Even the Black King was so secretive, so he must have his reasons. "If you say it's real, it doesn't exist in this world. If you say it's fake, it really does exist. Simply put, it's like night and day. If the space we were in before was day, then this is night. However, this isn't known to us. The outside world is the complete opposite of this place. To be able to open up a mirror space of the multiverse, this person must be at least at the universe level. There might be a huge secret here." The Black King's words once again piqued Xianxia's curiosity. This wasn't a place anyone could come to. It was a mirror space created by a universe-level being, so they were able to come here by chance. "Is there something wrong with that cave?" Xianxia abruptly turned his head around. When he looked at the cave behind him, it had already disappeared. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They also saw that the cave had disappeared, making their situation even more dangerous. "Then what should we do to go back?" Xianxia asked. "Find the connection point of the mirror space, just like the cave you were in before," the Black King said. "Isn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? You want me to find the connection point of the mirror space in the vast and endless Great Snow Mountain?" For the first time, Xianxia was a little angry. This was too difficult. The opening of the mirror space wouldn't be without a reason. This place must have been created by a powerhouse. We just entered it by mistake, but to find the door to the real world, it's indeed not easy. The Black King was also quite helpless because he had no other way. Back then, I only heard about it from the old master once. I don't know much about this mirror space. Xianxia didn't ask any more. After all, what the Black King knew was also limited. At this time, they could only rely on themselves. Let's give it a try. Since we can come here, it wouldn't appear for no reason. We are now in the same boat. Xianxia shrugged and said. Different situations call for different actions. He could only take it one step at a time. This great snow mountain is really cold. Tongling said in an aggrieved tone. The four had no choice but to move forward. At the very least, they had to go to a high vantage point to see what kind of place the Great Snow Mountain was. Perhaps they could find some clues. In any case, she had never heard of what kind of place it was. It was natural that she was afraid, but there was nothing she could do. Who asked them to get involved in this? Xianxia took the lead and walked across the snow. The wind was as cold as a knife. In this world of ice and snow, there was nothing but the wind, the mountains, and the snow. The storm was too strong, and there was a lack of Genesis Chi. It was impossible to fly here, and they could only leap across the void for a short period of time. In order to conserve the Genesis Chi in their bodies, they could only walk forward step by step for fear of not being able to replenish it. Xianxia and the others walked for 3 days and 3 nights before they walked out of the mountains. Standing on the highest peak, they looked around and saw the endless Great Snow Mountain, which almost made them go blind. This place is like an incomparably huge egg, and we are in the middle of the egg. Looking around, it is very spacious, but where should we go? Xianxia was a little flustered. Although Balzaha had been comforting her along the way, she still couldn't suppress the fear in her heart. May I ask where the road is? Tongling muttered. Xianxia's words were the true portrayal of her heart. They wouldn't be trapped here forever, would they? Look. There's a blue shadow. Balzaha gazed into the distance. That's not a blue shadow, it's a person. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Looking into the distance, a glimmer of hope finally rose in her heart. That doesn't seem to be a person. It's much bigger than a person, has blue skin, and is 2 feet tall. Could it be? Xianxia frowned and said with the flute. He immediately exchanged a glance with Tongling. Both of them took a deep breath, feeling nervous and numb on their scalps. In the next moment, they said in unison, "Let's go." There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and it was a world of ice and snow. There were storms everywhere, and snowflakes danced in the air, stirring up the world. Tongling and the others held their breaths, and their faces were solemn. They did not dare to breathe, and their faces became very gloomy. Facing the small group of blue shadows, everyone became very cautious. The 4 ancient demon beasts were all incomparably terrifying, and they had only seen the Snow Mountain great demons in ancient legends and books. They were completely unknown, and no one knew where they were. No one knew what methods they had, and no one knew what kind of creature they were. The unknown was always the scariest. Moreover, they were now in an unknown territory, and they had no idea what kind of place this was. How could they not be anxious when they encountered the Snow Mountain great demons in such a place? Fear gradually grew in the hearts of Balzaha and the others. If it really is the Snow Mountain great demons, then we are in danger. There are so many of them, and there are 7 of them. Xianxia said in a low voice. No one had the confidence to fight them, and no one had the intention to do so. They had just been led astray, and this was not the place they wanted to be. Different situations call for different actions. What are you afraid of? Since we are already here, why don't you take me out now? I still have to thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Tongling looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia's face turned red. He also knew that this was not the time to be timid. Since things had come to this, there was no other way. No one wanted to wait for death here, but everything in front of them seemed to be unavoidable. Let's go and take a look first. Let's try not to let them see us. Balzaha said in a low voice. Everyone slightly nodded, hoping that they hadn't seen them. They had to hide themselves first and escape this calamity. The Snow Mountain Great Demon was an ancient magical beast. Although it was the best thing for a beast fighter, they still needed to have the strength to fight against it. This time, we, the great demons, have come from all directions to worship our ancestors. I hope there won't be any trouble. What trouble can there be? Isn't it just worshipping our ancestors? If worst comes to worst, we'll just not be enemies with them. Even if there are any mistakes, we'll just bear with it. If it weren't for my ancestors' inheritance, I wouldn't have come here. The giant demon clan has already fallen apart. If you want us to bow our heads and follow that gang Yao, you must be dreaming. You can't say that. After all, we are part of the giant demon race and our lifespans are limited to begin with. If we continue to kill each other at this time, it's likely that our entire race will be exterminated. The ancestors' inheritance is an opportunity, and it's also an opportunity for us all to unite as one. It's understandable for the strong to lead the masses, but if Gang Yao wants to convince the masses with his strength, he can't do it yet. You're right. It's just that this curse, sigh, I wonder when it will disappear. The group of giant demons whispered. Then, they braved the snowstorm and advanced, one step at a time. He was huge and had a square face. His entire body was covered in blue ice crystals that looked like fur. He was bare-chested, but he was not afraid of the cold. Even Balzaha and the others were shivering from the cold. Great Snow Mountain Demon, the children of ice and snow. No wonder they could be so calm. It was as if they had become one with the ice and snow. Sacrifice? It seems that the giant demon race has quite a lot of people. They are actually divided into many factions. Their sacrifice should be for the ancestors' inheritance. Can we also take this opportunity to make a fortune? Balzaha said with a smile. Take care of your own lives first, Tong Ling said in a bad mood. At this time, they couldn't even protect themselves, and they still wanted to take a share from the Snow Mountain giant demons? Weren't they courting death? That's not necessarily impossible. It seems that they are also suffering from internal and external troubles. Moreover, there is a curse. I don't know what it is, but maybe we can really make a profit from it. Right now, it's hard to say. Xianxia said with a smile. What do you think, Xianxia? Why aren't you saying anything? Balzaha looked at Xianxia. Xianxia lowered his head, his face red. Are you freezing? Tong Ling said with a frown. Pooh, suddenly, Xianxia farted. It was a very, very loud fart. Phew, so comfortable. Xianxia let out a long breath, his face full of embarrassment. Hee, I really couldn't hold it in anymore. The three of them looked at him with gloomy faces. Although the snowstorm was strong, the Snow Mountain giant demons knew this place like the back of their hand. The Great Snow Mountain was their home. This fart was really too loud. Stop. There's a noise. I felt it too. Among the Snow Mountain giant demons, everyone looked at each other with serious expressions. Oh no, they found us. It's all your fault, Xianxia. Why didn't you fart earlier or later? Why did you have to fart now? Are you trying to get us killed? Balzaha gave Xianxia's but a slap. Pooh, another fart. Balzaha couldn't wait to kill Xianxia. He rubbed his hands in disgust. Oh no, it's an avalanche. The Snow Mountain giant demons shouted and started running. Xianxia and the others looked back. It was indeed an avalanche, moreover, it was an avalanche caused by a fart. Xianxia laughed bitterly. Hurry up and run. The others couldn't be bothered with the Snow Mountain giant demons and ran down the mountain. Xianxia was the first. Tong Ling's eyes were filled with resentment. That bastard is a jinx. An avalanche was no joke. It was equivalent to the weight of a mountain pressing down on them. Even with their strength and cultivation, it was impossible for them to ignore it. Their bodies had already been flattened. No matter how powerful their methods were, it would be useless. Hence, they could only run. The avalanche behind them was extremely fast and reached them in the blink of an eye. The Snow Mountain giant demons didn't fly in the air because they wanted to avoid an avalanche. After all, the area was covered in snow all year round and the storm was terrifying. Flying could easily cause an avalanche. Even the Snow Mountain giant demons hadn't expected this avalanche to be caused by a fart. Everyone ran with all their might and finally reached the top of another mountain. Seeing that they were gradually being buried by the avalanche, everyone broke out in cold sweat and fright. It's all your fault. If not for you, I wouldn't have lost my shoes. Balzaha glared at Xianxia. Lower your voice. Aren't you afraid of another avalanche? He. Who are you? Why are you here? A deep and heavy voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Xianxia and the others turned their heads and saw the 7 snow mountain giant devils standing in front of them, looking down at them. F***ck. Xianxia's face changed. This time, he was in deep trouble. Are they the legendary humans? He's so short, and he looks so weak. Should be. But why haven't we seen them before? Where did you come from? Humans are the most treacherous. We, the Snow Mountain Great Demons, cannot live under the same sky with humans. I heard that our ancestor died in the hands of humans. Yes, kill them and avenge our ancestor. Kill. The Snow Mountain Great Demons were full of hostility towards Xianxia's group. As soon as they saw each other, they started to fight. Before Xianxia's group could say anything, they had already given the order to kill them. We just trespassed by accident. We mean no harm. Xianxia said. Trespassed by accident? You have to die. Trespassers die. This is the territory of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. You will all die. The leader of the Snow Mountain Great Demons panted. His nostrils emitted cold air as he stared at Xianxia. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. The Snow Mountain Great Demon roared. He took a step forward and threw a heavy punch at Xianxia. Xianxia was pushed back dozens of meters. He rolled and crawled, his face pale. Boom. The Snow Mountain Giant Devil had a strong body. Its eyes were filled with anger as it charged forward. To Xianxia and the others, there wasn't much difference between these devils and humans. Their body shape was similar. The only difference was the blue crystal armor they wore and their strange facial features that humans couldn't accept. F***ck. You think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Xianxia snorted. Run. What are you waiting for? Xianxia was the first one to run out. Xianxia and the other two were startled, but they quickly followed him. Even the Snow Mountain Great Devil thought that Xianxia was going to attack them. Who would have thought that Xianxia would run away without any hesitation? Chase them. We must kill these people. This is the territory of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. They must want to invade our territory. We must bring them to justice. The leader of the Great Snow Mountain Demons was enraged. They had been tricked by Xianxia. These humans had crossed his bottom line. Xianxia was in the lead. He ran faster than anyone else, but against the Great Snow Mountain Demon, they were still the younger brother. After all, this was its territory. After a while, the Great Snow Mountain Demon caught up. He couldn't outrun them. Xianxia saw that the 3 of them had already caught up to him. No matter how fast he ran, he would still be held back. Could he really let go of everything and lead by himself? Obviously, he couldn't. Since they were companions, they had to live and die together. Even if Xianxia ran away alone, he might not be able to leave this place. Therefore, he chose to face this with the others. The 7 Snow Mountain Giant Devils had surrounded them. An incomparably oppressive feeling arose. Each of them was at least at the 8th Heavenly Star Emperor realm. There was even a 9th Heavenly Star Emperor among them. They had nowhere to run. Why don't you run, Xianxia? Tong Ling frowned. Xianxia could have run away, but he didn't. With all of you here, wouldn't I be all alone if I ran away? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Balzaha and Xianxia looked at Xianxia again with gratitude. The tacit understanding between brothers was the real friendship of life and death. He was a man who could be trusted with his back. I acknowledge you as my brother. Whether you can get out or not, you are my brother, Balzaha said with a serious face. Me too. If I can get out, I will never fart again. Xianxia looked bitter, but his respect for Xianxia was obvious. At this critical moment, Xianxia didn't leave him alone. Living and dying together was a real team. Xianxia's face was filled with bitterness, but one could still see the respect he had for Xianxia. At such a critical moment, Xianxia did not leave them behind and lead by himself. Living and dying together was a true team. A bunch of reckless fellows. You still want to run? You can't escape from my palm. He, kill them. The leader of the great snow mountain demons let out a low roar and charged forward. Xianxia and the others guarded the east, south, west, and north respectively and began to fight to the death. Because they no longer had a way out. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death. This great snow mountain demon will be our stepping stone to the beast fighting arena. Tongling said. He opened up the battlefield and prepared to fight to the death with these snow mountain great demons. This is their territory. Be careful. Xianxia, Tongling, and the other two looked at each other and nodded silently. After saying that, Xianxia dashed forward and confronted the two great snow mountain demons in the eighth sky of the Star Emperor realm. He was barehanded. As soon as they fought, Xianxia felt the coldness spread all over his body as if he was frozen. A layer of ice appeared on his body and covered his arms. Xianxia fought with great strength. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Tongling and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Xianxia to be so strong. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all when he fought against two great snow mountain demons alone. That was awesome. Was he still in the sixth sky of the Star Emperor realm? Had they underestimated Xianxia before? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Tongling shouted in a low voice. She also confronted the two great snow mountain demons in the eighth sky of the Star Emperor realm. Compared with Xianxia, she was not so lucky. The arms, hands, and bodies of these great snow mountain demons were all covered with a chilling coldness. When Tongling's palms touched them, a layer of ice appeared on her arms immediately. She shivered all over. Not only her, but Balzaha and Xianxia also felt the cold pain. Fortunately, they were only fighting against one great snow mountain demon. Otherwise, they might not be in a better situation than their peers. It's so cold. Tongling's entire body was curled up as he fought and retreated. There was almost no chance for him to counterattack. It was already not easy to stabilize the situation, let alone turn defeat into victory. They didn't know how powerful the great snow mountain demons were, but this time, they had thoroughly experienced it. Time ticked by. After 20 moves, Tongling and the others felt that their strength had been greatly restricted. Even the flow of Genesis Chi in their bodies had become extremely sluggish. They couldn't display their true strength at all. Be careful, they have a very strong cold current that can affect our strength. We can only defeat them with our wits, not force, Xianxia said in a low voice. Xianxia said in a deep voice. At this moment, even he had to be cautious. Facing the incoming cold currents, Xianxia's expression was solemn and meticulous. After familiarizing himself with these two men's fighting style, he finally felt relieved. Because their skills and techniques weren't strong, what was strong was their strength and the cold air that came from their bodies. It was hard to defend against them. During the battle, if one was careless, one would be affected by the cold currents from their bodies. In the end, one's strength would be suppressed and killed before even 70% of one's strength could be unleashed. I see. Tongling's heart skipped a beat. He understood everything clearly. Although he knew that these fellows didn't have any extraordinary means, the pressure brought by this cold current was not something that could be easily dealt with. Right now, even their blood seemed to have solidified. Tongling felt that her movements had become sluggish, and her body was gradually covered with a layer of ice crystals. She was now in a more and more dangerous situation. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The blade was sharp, and the sword chi was threatening. The two experts at the eighth heaven of the Star Emperor realm were forced to retreat step by step. They were forced into a miserable state by Xianxia. His sword carried a blazing sword chi, and the two great snow mountain demons couldn't compete with it at all. Xianxia, who seemed the weakest, was supporting their hope at this time. Balzaha and Xianxia were ashamed of their inferiority. It turned out that the hidden big shot was Xianxia. Previously, they had mocked Xianxia, but now, it seemed like it was a slap to their faces. Trash, you can't even handle two guys at the sixth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Get up, let me do it. The Snow Mountain Great Demon, who was the leader of the ninth heaven of Star Emperor realm, waved his hand, and the other two instantly made way for him. At this time, Balzaha and Sanjo were in a miserable situation. Now, they were in the same situation as Tong Ling, fighting 1 against 2. Their faces were covered with layers of frost, and they were in a miserable state. Insignificant humans, you will all die here and accompany the snow mountain for thousands of years, the great snow mountain demon said indifferently. The snow mountain great devil said coldly. His thick arm collided with the heavenly dragon sword. The snow mountain great devil of the ninth heavens of Star Emperor was indeed very strong. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. This guy was not any weaker than the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon clan, Mo Xiaolong. Xianxia was lucky enough to kill Mo Xiaolong. Hence, he did not dare to be careless while facing the snow mountain great devil. It's over, it's over. The great snow mountain demon murmured. He forced the 2 great snow mountain demons to retreat with 1 slash, and he was complaining in his heart. Xianxia was losing in the face of the great snow mountain demons of the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He was in a more difficult situation than them. If this went on, they would never be able to make a comeback, and Xianxia would probably be the first one to fall among them. Shut your mouth, Tong Ling said angrily. They were fighting and retreating at the same time. The 3 of them were struggling now, and they could only pin their hopes on Xianxia. Although she didn't believe that Xianxia could save them, it was better than nothing. Hope was something brighter than a diamond. Their lives and futures were all tied to Xianxia. Xianxia gave them great hope, because it was proven that Xianxia was stronger than them. The great snow mountain demons were more like monsters left from ancient times. They couldn't save them, and could only be beaten. On this vast snow mountain, it seemed that Xianxia couldn't give them much. But as long as they didn't fall, they wouldn't give up. Tong Ling knew that the chance of Xianxia defeating the great snow mountain demons of the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm was almost 0, but what could they do? No matter if they were dead or alive, there had to be a glimmer of hope. The sword chi of the Sky Dragon sword couldn't hurt the great snow mountain demon at all. The ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm was extremely domineering. This vast snow mountain was its backbone. If Xianxia wanted to kill it, it wouldn't be as easy as he imagined. But Xianxia never regretted it. Only in this way could he stimulate his potential. Only in this way could he move forward fearlessly. No one knew how difficult it was for Xianxia. Sword after sword, for the great snow mountain demon, it was like scratching an itch. From the hands of the great snow mountain demon, icicles formed by cold air shot out. Xianxia dashed left and right, slashing at the icicles and changing his position. But the icicles seemed to know where he was going. They were formed by the cold air in the air, and they were extremely sharp. They created a lot of trouble for Xianxia. With the icicles in front of him, Xianxia swore to fight to the death. The thousands of icicles broke through layer after layer of his defense, but even so, he still rushed towards the great snow mountain demon. Void icicles. The snowy mountain great devil struck out with his palm. Layers of ice spikes made Tong Ling and the other's scalp go numb. Their faces turned pale and ashen. Xianxia couldn't withstand the ice spikes from all directions. If it was them, they would have already died. Be careful, Xianxia. Isn't it too scary? I almost peed my pants. This time, it's really over. Everyone's eyes fell on Xianxia. At that moment, they all thought that Xianxia would definitely die. 28 blade. Xianxia pulled out his sword and looked around. He used the power of his sword to block countless icicles. The heavenly dragon sword continued to cut the icicles, and the great snow mountain demon's attack completely dissipated. Damn. He's too strong. Xianxia's body trembled. He didn't care if he was thrown away. Xianxia's sword made the 3 of them feel suffocated. They couldn't tell how Xianxia used it, or how he changed it. They couldn't see through it, but it still managed to cut the great snow mountain demon's icicles. Damn it! The great snow mountain demon roared angrily. His eyes were filled with shock. This seemingly tiny human was actually struggling before his death. It was extremely shocking. You should be proud to die under my realm. Extreme realm. There was no water here, only a cold current. Layers of cold currents gradually wrapped around Xianxia, from the initial layers of ice crystals to a 10-foot-tall snowman. Xianxia's figure had completely turned into a statue. It seems that we're really going to die here. Balzaha clenched his teeth and pushed away 2 snow mountain great demons, but he had nowhere to go. He couldn't run, he couldn't beat them, and he couldn't get out either. It was simply hopeless. Tong Ling and Xianxia also kept their mouths shut. After being repeatedly injured by the numerous snow mountain giant demons, their movements had become rather sluggish and hopeless. Their bodies were covered in a thick layer of ice, and the extreme cold had made them lose control of their Genesis chi. There was nothing they could do in someone else's territory. You bunch of humans, you deserve to die. Ha 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 ha. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Such a lowly race is not allowed to exist in the Snow Mountain Great Demon's territory. Never. The Snow Mountain Great Demon's berserk voice resounded between heaven and earth. Avalanches came from all directions, slamming into the high hills. The Snow Mountain Great Demon looked down on the world, while Tong Ling and the others felt unprecedented despair. Kacha, Kacha. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been frozen by the extreme domain, began to break apart. With an earth-shaking roar, Xianxia broke through the cold current with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The extreme domain had not trapped him. He's still alive? Tong Ling and the others felt their hearts tremble. Xianxia stood up with his sword in hand, looking straight at the Snow Mountain Great Demon. His battle intent soared to the sky. Your extreme domain doesn't seem to be very good. Xianxia smiled. The confrontation between the two had once again become the focus of everyone's attention. Even the Snow Mountain Great Demons gasped. How could he escape from their boss extreme domain? Then I'll let you die again. The Great Snow Mountain Demon struck out with its palm. Countless icicles flew out once again, blocking Xianxia's path. The storm started again, and the extreme domain once again suppressed Xianxia. This time, not even God can save you. The Great Snow Mountain Demon roared like thunder and used its extreme territory again. This time, Xianxia would not sit still and wait for his death. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Array. Xianxia instantly set up an array: True Dragon God Fire, Thunder Divine Fire, Qilin Divine Fire, Divine Fire of the Sun, Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame. The divine fire of 5 elemental trigram fire formation instantly gathered together. The entire void was illuminated by the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. The surrounding ice and snow began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation enveloped Xianxia perfectly. The void icicles had already melted before they even appeared in front of Xianxia. The extreme domain was also restrained by Xianxia's divine fire of 5 elemental trigram fire, instantly losing its power. This. How is this possible? The Great Snow Mountain Demon felt a wave of panic. Its eyes were filled with shock. Once the divine fire of the 5 elements appeared, Xianxia was enveloped in the 5 elements trigram fire formation. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In an instant, the ice and snow that had not changed for tens of thousands of years became flowing water that flowed down the mountain. The terror of the divine fire of the 5 elements could not be measured by common sense. Ever since entering the eternal world, Xianxia had almost never used the divine fire of the 5 elements. However, everything in the world had a natural counter to each other. The divine fire of the 5 elements was very effective in restraining the Great Snow Mountain Demon. A warm aura lingered around Tong Ling and the others. Their strength seemed to be constantly recovering, and they became increasingly excited. Nothing is impossible. To deal with you, I can only use my trump card. Let's see if your extreme domain is stronger or if my 5 elements trigram fire formation is stronger. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. The light in his eyes was also extremely dazzling. Bastard. The fear in the eyes of the Great Snow Mountain Demon came from the bottom of his heart. The fiery chi on Xianxia's body had already made them feel extreme pain. If this divine fire landed on their bodies, they would be instantly melted and turned into ashes. The Great Snow Mountain Demon subconsciously took a step back. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. This fella was too terrifying. He was like a huge furnace. If they continued fighting, he might not be able to gain any advantage. You are not worthy to kill me. True Dragon Palm. Xianxia roared furiously. The 5 elemental divine fire converged and fell from the sky along with an earth-shattering palm seal. It was like the seal of a fire dragon, splitting the wind and splitting the waves, crashing towards the Snow Mountain Great Demon. No, the Great Snow Mountain Demon screamed and was sent flying. The fire dragon circled around his body, and his body made cracking sounds. He wanted to use the extreme domain, but it was of no use. The fire dragon palm had almost completely injured him. The other Great Snow Mountain demons also became hesitant. Tong Ling and the others had recovered their strength, so they were not afraid of him at all. They even gradually gained the upper hand. If it was not for this world of ice and snow, Tong Ling and the others would not have been bullied like this. Now that they had Xianxia's flames to guide them forward, their strength had recovered, and they could finally wipe away their previous humiliation. Mother ****. The little universe in my body is finally going to explode. Wahahaha. Xianxia kept pounding his chest as he roared. He raised a saber and slashed across the sky, killing the 6 great snow mountain demons without leaving a single one of them alive. Xianxia walked towards the great snow mountain demon in the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm. The great snow mountain demon's eyes were full of fear, and his body had shrunk to the same size as Xianxia. Xianxia was surrounded by the divine fire of the 5 elements, which made the great snow mountain demon keep retreating in fear. He was not even a match for one of the 5 divine fires, let alone 5. These were not ordinary flames. The great snow mountain demon felt like he was about to be melted. Don't kill me, please, don't. The great snow mountain demon knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, his face full of fear. The other 6 were already suppressed by Tong Ling and the others. I won't kill you, but tell me, where is this place? Xianxia said Lung Lung. You don't know where this place is? You don't know? This is the ancient snow region. Our ancestors brought us here. This is a pure land, free from worldly disturbances and invasions from the outside world. This is the territory of the Great Snow Mountain Demons. The Great Snow Mountain Demon looked at Xianxia in shock and fear. Do you know how to leave here? Xianxia said. I don't know. For thousands of years, no Great Snow Mountain Demon has ever left this place. This is our home. Why should we leave? Then who is your ancestor? We went astray and ended up here. If we can't find the way out, I will kill you. Xianxia's indifferent voice made the Snow Mountain Demon shudder. Looking at the dancing flame in Xianxia's hand, he swallowed hard and hurriedly said, I really don't know. I really don't know. I beg you, please let me go. I really don't know how to leave. My giant demon race has never thought of leaving. Our ancestor. I don't know either. I only know that the ancestor we worship is the benefactor of our tribe. Without him, our tribe would have been extinct a long time ago. Moreover, our ancestor also left us a treasure. Every 100 years, endless Genesis Chi will gush out from the spirit spring where our ancestor passed away. Hence, every 100 years, we will spontaneously offer sacrifices to our ancestor. The Genesis Chi that gushes out from the spirit spring will allow our strength and cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds, as if we have been enlightened. Seeing his panic and fear, Xianxia knew that this guy might not be lying. He really didn't know how to get out of here. It seems that this so-called sacrifice is the day of your dragon ascension. Am I right? Xianxia said with a smile. What's with the curse? Xianxia's words made the Snow Mountain Demon hold his breath. He looked grim and hesitated. If you don't tell me, you will die anyway. Xianxia said. Every Snow Mountain Demon can't live past the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. For thousands of years, as long as our cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, our cultivation will continue to decline. Everyone wants to become stronger, but they are also afraid of becoming stronger. In the end, they will lose all their cultivation and die of depression, the Snow Mountain Demon said in horror. Decline from the peak? Xianxia was silent, his face dark. This curse was a little abnormal. Xianxia was also very curious about the ancestor they worshipped. This Snow Mountain Demon knew very little. If they wanted to find a way out, they might have to go to the place of worship. Where is the place of worship? Xianxia gazed at the snow mountain troll. There are more than 10 mountains over there, as well as a snowy tundra. It's a very spacious place. Up ahead is a valley of ice and snow, and that's the place of worship. The snow mountain great demon said in a low voice. I understand. Xianxia nodded. You're not going to kill me? The snow mountain great demon said happily. Pooh, this time, Xianxia stabbed the great snow mountain demon in the back of its heart. The great snow mountain demon bled blue and fell into a pool of its own blood. Xianxia promised not to kill you, but I didn't. Xianxia sneered. He pulled out the long saber in his hand and wiped off the blue blood. The other 6 snow mountain great demons had also been killed by them. Looks like you guys aren't bad either. You're done so quickly. Xianxia said with a smile. When Tong Ling and the others looked at Xianxia, their gazes were filled with admiration. Without Xianxia, they would have been buried in the snow long ago. You hid your strength too well, Balzaha said with a smile. He looked at Xianxia maliciously and said with a smile. I'm sure that if you go to the amphitheater, we won't have a chance. Xianxia sighed. What should we do now? Tong Ling was most concerned about how to leave this place. They had acknowledged Xianxia's strength. At this time, they should think about how to leave this place. If we want to find a way out, we have to go to the sacrificial ground. This snow mountain demon doesn't know much, but this is indeed a space of its own. They call it the ancient snow field. It's their ideal territory. Fortunately, there shouldn't be any stellar-level warriors here. They have a strange curse. When they reach the peak of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, their cultivation will gradually decline. At the very most, it will dissipate completely, and they will die. Xianxia said. Looks like if we want to figure out the situation here, we have to take the risk and go to the place of worship. Tong Ling nodded. We can't stay here for long. It's very likely that the surrounding snow mountain great demons have been alarmed. Let's hurry to the place of worship. Xianxia was a little worried. Although there were no Star Realm experts here, which was good news for them, they still had no idea how many snow mountain great devils there were, and how many experts there were. In this unknown territory, they were in a very dangerous situation. All right. The biggest reward this time is these 2 hearts of darkness, ha ha ha. Balzaha was somewhat excited. At least they saw a glimmer of hope. Xianxia's strength was equivalent to giving them a shot in the arm. If they wanted to leave this place, they still had to rely on Xianxia. The 4 of them rested for a while and quickly left this place for the place of worship. Now, Xianxia had a complete set of hearts of darkness. 2 hearts of darkness from ancient demonic beasts were enough. As long as they left this place, they would be thankful. This is a chi-changing pill. Eat it, and your aura will be completely hidden. Xianxia said as he gave each of the 3 a chi-changing pill. There's such a good pill in this world? Xianxia looked at Xianxia in disbelief. However, he still trusted Xianxia. After eating it, his cultivation and aura were indeed all hidden. The 3 of them were incomparably shocked. When they looked at Xianxia, it was as if he was a treasure. Why do you have so many good things on you? How rich is your hometown? Balzaha said with a look of envy. It's a beautiful place, a place that I will never forget. It's also my only home. Xianxia said faintly. He had left home at a young age and had no idea where Feng Er was. His mother, his brothers, and sisters were all missing him. Xianxia had never stopped thinking about him. The eternal world was vast and boundless, but there was no place for him to stay. Xianxia's eyes revealed his true feelings, causing Tong Ling and the others to fall silent. They knew that Xianxia might have many secrets on him. However, they didn't have time to study Xianxia at this time. Their first task was to find a way to leave this place. Only by leaving this so-called ancient snow region could they be at ease. Otherwise, they didn't know when they would be able to relax. These guys are so strong. Looks like we can't expose our operation. Otherwise, even if Brother Jiang fights 10 of us alone, we won't be able to escape. Balzaha said, looking at Xianxia. Xianxia glared at him, dissatisfied. Why are you looking at me? As long as you don't fart, it'll be fine. As long as there's no avalanche, we can still be friends. Balzaha said, trying not to laugh. You two are still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Shut up. Tong Ling frowned. This group of people is really strong. Even if I have supernatural abilities, I can't defeat them all. We must be careful. Xianxia nodded silently. The Snow Mountain giant devils had given him a tremendous pressure. These devils were stronger than any of the devils he had met before. It would be extremely difficult for them to get any information from these Snow Mountain giant devils. They could only hide and wait for an opportunity. More and more Snow Mountain great demons entered the kernel. A huge karst cave appeared in front of them. More than 100 Snow Mountain great demons entered the cave. Jiangchen was extremely cautious. Finally, the four of them hid at the entrance of the karst cave. However, they saw a huge statue that was more than 30 meters tall. It was located in the deepest part of the karst cave. The statue was huge, and it looked extremely lifelike. One of its hands was holding a jade scroll, and the other hand was holding a heavenly sword. It looked majestic and imposing. Although it was just a statue, it gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if the statue was a person, an overlord who held the world in his hands. Emperor of the Cosmos? It's the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiangchen exclaimed in his mind. Jiangchen frowned. The Black King knew him? What Emperor of the Cosmos? Jiangchen asked. In the universe, there are not many who dare to call themselves emperors. Those who can be called emperors are universe-level experts. Even my old master has to bow down to them. The Black King said agitatedly. Are you sure that this person is the Emperor of the Cosmos just by looking at this statue? But why would he appear here? Jiangchen was puzzled. It seemed that the so-called Emperor of the Cosmos was not an ordinary person. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the vanguard of the great emperors. Since ancient times, his name has resounded throughout the ages. My old master was a hardcore fan of his. The Emperor of the Cosmos was invincible throughout his life. In his era, those who could surpass him were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. However, the traces of the Cosmos Emperor disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago, as if he had evaporated into thin air. He had completely become history. Countless people wanted to find the traces of the Cosmos Emperor, but no one was able to find him. The people of the Eternal World and the 18 star domains all thought that he had fallen. If anyone could find the Cosmos Emperor, they would probably be able to obtain his endless inheritance. However, no one could imagine how vast the universe was. The Eternal World was even more boundless. Gradually, people began to forget about one of the most powerful emperors of the ancient times. However, when my old master was young, he once received guidance from the Cosmos Emperor. I once saw the glory of the Cosmos Emperor in his portrait collection. That portrait is still hanging on the top floor of the Buddha prison pagoda. The Black King's expression was solemn and dignified. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the most powerful emperor of the ancient era. Moreover, he had once guided his old master. This showed how powerful the Emperor of the Cosmos was. If this statue really is the Emperor of the Cosmos, could it be that he fell on the Apocalypse planet? Jiangchen pondered. It's very likely. Not everyone knows the appearance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This Emperor of the ancient era is only a legend to many people. Only those old monsters who have lived long enough know the past of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The Black King said. It seems that we might be able to find some unexpected surprises in the lair of the Snow Mountain trolls. Does this mean that the mirror space was probably created by the Emperor of the Cosmos? Jiangchen was slightly shocked. Being able to create a world on his own was enough to foresee that this legendary emperor must be extraordinary. It's hard to say, but this place is definitely related to the Emperor of the Cosmos. I'm sure that if we can find some of the Emperor of the Cosmos's remains, we will have a huge harvest. The Black King was also excited. The existence of the Emperor of the Cosmos was extremely important in the long history of the Eternal World. His identity had long been a mystery. Now that he had found traces of the Emperor of the Cosmos in the mirror space of the multiverse, how could the Black King not be happy? Looks like we'll have to do something big this time. When Xianxia heard the Black King's high evaluation of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he was also full of anticipation. If he could really find traces of the Emperor of the Cosmos here, perhaps his trip here would not be in vain. The premise was that he had to leave this place alive. Xianxia looked at the towering statue with a calm expression. As expected of the great ancient emperor. Even though it was just a statue, it still retained its prestige. Had the Emperor of the Cosmos really fallen? Xianxia did not know. It was also the first time he had heard of the identity of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was likely that he could find traces of the Emperor of the Cosmos here, but he was more concerned about how to leave this place. My people of the Snow Mountain Trolls, today I will lead you to pray devoutly. I pray that our ancestors will bless us and that we will be able to break the curse one day. I pray that the Snow Mountain Trolls will be immortal. Please give me the jade token. An older Snow Mountain Troll took out a jade token about the size of a palm from his bosom. He held it with both hands, stood in front of the statue, and slowly knelt down. Hundreds of Snow Mountain Trolls also knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Finally, the older Great Snow Mountain Demon inserted the jade tablet into the stone platform below the statue. Instantly, the statue began to rotate. It rotated 360 degrees to the left. On the stone platform, a spring began to spurt out water. The boiling hot water made many Great Snow Mountain Demons retreat subconsciously. As the spring water flowed past, it transformed into strands of Genesis Chi that filled the cave. The surging spring water continued to gush outwards, and the Genesis Chi became extremely majestic. Thank you for the blessing of the ancestors. Thank you for the blessing of the ancestors. The endless Genesis Chi gushing out from the spirit spring was a blessing from their ancestors. No one dared to tarry and hurriedly sat down to cultivate and absorb the Genesis Chi. Looks like this statue is quite interesting. Balzahan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. I don't believe in the blessings of the ancestors. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders with a fearless expression. No matter what, we have to be careful. There's something strange about this statue, but we can't investigate it now. At the very least, we have to wait until they leave this place. Tongling said. I just don't know if I can wait until that moment. Xianxia murmured. He had already set his eyes on the elder Snow Mountain Great Devil. Once they were done with their ritual and cultivation, it would be the time for him to strike. Whether or not he could find a way to get rid of the Snow Mountain Great Devil would depend on the elder Snow Mountain Great Devil. As for the statue, Xianxia also felt that there was something strange about it. But right now, he had to prioritize his priorities. Staying alive was more important than anything else. If he allowed them to stay in the ancient snow region forever, he would go crazy. Just as all the Great Snow Mountain Demons were devoutly cultivating, a skinny Great Snow Mountain Demon flew up and reached out to grab the jade token. In an instant, the jade token was in his hand. The Great Snow Mountain Demon immediately headed out of the cave. Catch him. The older Snow Mountain Giant Demon suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a violent aura. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Snow Mountain Giant Demons grabbed at the skinny Giant Demon. Damn it. Someone actually wants to snatch the sacrificial jade token? Are they courting death? You don't know what's good for you. That jade plate is the inheritance of our Snow Mountain Great Demons. It's not something that anyone can touch. That's right, capture him and kill him without mercy. To offer sacrifices to our ancestors. Only death can appease the anger of the masses for causing trouble in the ancestral worship grounds. Many Snow Mountain Great Demons started to gather at this moment and sealed off the cave. They wanted to stop the skinny Great Demon from escaping. Looks like this guy still wants to snatch his ancestors' things. What an unfilial person. Haha. Balzaha said with a laugh. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Do you think everyone is just? Even in the Snow Mountain Giant Demon clan, there are scum. Tongling said. That's right. I don't think that kid is easy to deal with. However, that jade tablet in his hand seems to be a treasure. Sancho said thoughtfully. Absolutely. Balzaha continued. That should be what he wants. That person's aura isn't that of a Snow Mountain Demon. Xianxia said in a low voice. This was because besides him, Xianxia could clearly sense everyone else's ice-cold aura. The only one he couldn't sense was the thin giant demon. So, he's not the Snow Mountain demon? Tong Ling said in great surprise. You could say that, but he should have already discovered us. Xianxia looked at the hundreds of Snow Mountain great demons. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored figure broke through the wind and headed straight for them. Here's your stuff. Let's go. The thin giant demon directly threw the jade tablet in his hand to Xianxia. Everyone was startled. Even Tong Ling and Balzaha were stunned. This person actually knew Xianxia. Could he be an accomplice of Xianxia? He's trying to lure the enemy to us because he's discovered us, said Yi Zichen. Xianxia coldly said. What the thin giant demon had thrown was nothing more than a stone, not a jade tablet. Countless Snow Mountain great demons thought that the jade tablet had fallen into Xianxia's hands. They all turned their spears towards Xianxia, as if they had discovered a new continent. Xianxia and the others were instantly exposed. First, take the broken jade tablet in the statue's hand. That is absolutely a treasure. The Black King's voice sounded in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia rapidly flew over, taking advantage of the chaos to take the jade tablet in the statue's hand. Looking around, he didn't find anything strange, so he put it away for later. You bastard, how did that fellow discover us? Xianxia angrily said. They had been thinking about how to leave this place, but they had been tricked by someone. Wasn't this the same as sitting at home and having a pot fall from the sky? If it were anyone else, who wouldn't be angry? Tong Ling and Balzaha were also gnashing their teeth in anger. Don't let this father catch you, otherwise I'll skin you alive. Balzaha savagely said. Don't be in such a hurry to spout nonsense. Let's deal with these Snow Mountain great demons first. Xianxia frowned. At this time, it wasn't as simple as 5 or 7 Snow Mountain great demons, but 50 or 70. Although the cave was large, with dozens of masters rushing in, they still felt suffocated, their scalps tingling. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, these people weren't elephants, but powerful masters. Not a single one of them was mediocre, they were all outstanding members of the Snow Mountain Great Demon race. Xianxia could only blame it on his bad luck. How did that person discover them? There was no warning at all, and they were trapped at the critical moment. This was definitely a trap. Moreover, Xianxia was sure that the person was not from the Snow Mountain Great Demon race. His goal was the jade pendant, and at the critical moment, he wanted them to be his scapegoats. However, Xianxia and the others naturally couldn't just sit and wait for death. If they wanted to die, then they wouldn't have it easy either. Xianxia immediately set up the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Within a radius of 100 meters, it became their domain. If the Snow Mountain Great Demons dared to step into the 5-elemental trigram fire formation's domain, their strength would definitely decrease. At that time, even if they had to face so many Snow Mountain Great Demons, they wouldn't just sit and wait for death. You guys calm down first. Once they enter my 5-elemental trigram fire formation, their strength will decrease rapidly. As long as you guys don't leave the formation, they shouldn't be able to break your defense for a while. I'll go after that person. Xianxia said. He definitely wouldn't let the other party off for that one sword strike. Did they really think that he wouldn't retaliate by using them as bait? Moreover, Xianxia had heard from the Black King that the jade pendant in that person's hand wasn't simple. It must be something that belonged to the Emperor of the Cosmos. It would be best if they could get it. You be careful too. The Great Snow Mountain demons were also afraid. After all, in this snowy land, the weather was always extremely cold. There was no warmth to speak of. However, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation had melted all the ice and snow within 100 meters. They still had lingering fears, so they didn't dare to rush forward. The closer they got to the formation, the hotter they became, and the weaker they became. It seems that Xianxia's formation is really effective. Xianxia sneered and stared at the Great Snow Mountain demons. He was very excited, but they didn't have the confidence to break through their defense. They could only hide here and hope that they could wait for Xianxia's return. What they could do now was to hold on to their last hope. Roar, it's a human formation. Damn it. There are humans among us. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. The pure land of the snowy area is not allowed to be tarnished by humans. Kill them. Even if we have to sacrifice the blood of the warriors of our tribe, we have to kill them. Kill. Tong Ling and the others were sweating. After all, these guys were very powerful. They were getting closer and closer. The battle was about to start. Xianxia stepped on the sky-ascending stairway and used his shifting shadows. His speed soared as he rushed towards the skinny giant devil. At the same time, there were more than 48th and 9th Heavenly Layer Star Emperor experts chasing after him. Xianxia was the fastest. He caught up with that guy in a short while. You want to put the blame on me? Brother, you're really smart. Xianxia sneered. How could it be? You, the man in the blue robe, had taken off his disguise. He looked at Xianxia in shock. He didn't expect Xianxia to be faster than him. The one who caught up with him first was not the great snow mountain demon, but Xianxia. Why is it impossible? You can find us. Is it strange that I caught up with you? Xianxia said. What exactly do you want? The blue-robed man said in a deep voice. Shrouded in a black robe, even Xianxia couldn't see his face clearly. A layer of blue ice covered his face. Perhaps I should be the one asking you this. Who are you? What did you want to do? You even tried to steal the jade pendant from the Snow Mountain Great Demon. You should be the one with ulterior motives. Xianxia's words made the black-robed man fall into silence. If you want to live, hand over the jade token. Xianxia directly snatched the jade token from the blue-robed man's hand. The man exclaimed, but Xianxia's speed was too fast, even beyond their understanding. Xianxia directly took the jade token from his hand. Even a star-level expert might not be able to catch Xianxia with the stairway to heaven's teleportation, let alone the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man was strong, but he didn't guard against Xianxia at all. Xianxia was able to snatch the jade token from his hand in an instant. How much trouble could a guy at the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm cause? However, it turned out that he was wrong, very wrong. The moment he underestimated his enemy, he lost the fruits of his hard work over the past 20 years. Give it back to me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The blue-robed man's voice was cold as he shouted in a deep voice. He was extremely aggrieved, but it was too late for regrets. That depends on what you're capable of. Besides, it's not up to you to decide whether you can kill me or not. Take care of your back first. Xianxia snorted disdainfully. He retreated in order to advance. However, at that moment, dozens of Snow Mountain great demons arrived one after another. The blue-robed man gasped. Ice palms fell from the sky, forcing him to retreat. His eyes were burning with anger, but he couldn't touch Xianxia at all. The jade token is in his hands. What's the point of looking for me? The blue-robed man said angrily. He was extremely depressed, but it was obvious that his words didn't have much effect on these stubborn Snow Mountain great demons. All they saw was that he had snatched the jade token, so they would kill him no matter what. You guys have fun. I'm leaving first. Xianxia sneered. He turned around and fled, followed by a dozen Snow Mountain great demons. They split into two groups to fight. Give me back the jade token and I'll take you out of here. The blue-robed man's words made Xianxia stop in his tracks. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. This guy actually knew how to leave the ancient snow region, but could he really trust him? Was this person really trustworthy? Xianxia had no other choice. If he didn't know how to leave, why would he suddenly try to snatch the jade token? If he failed, or even if he managed to snatch it, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. Wouldn't that be the same as digging his own grave? Therefore, Xianxia deduced that this blue-robed man really did know how to leave the ancient snow region. There's no need. I have a way to escape. Xianxia knew that this was not the time to be led by the nose. He had to make the man suffer first. With so many Snow Mountain great demons, it would be extremely difficult for him to leave. However, he had the sky-ascending ladder. As long as he found the exit, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave. Moreover, the 5 elemental flames could restrain the extreme domain, which boosted Xianxia's confidence. As long as there weren't any half-step star-grade powerhouses present, he would be invincible. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that these snow mountain great demons would try to fight him to the death. If that was the case, Xianxia wasn't confident. With the jade token in hand, Xianxia turned around gracefully and left the blue-robed man's line of sight. The blue-robed man cursed and stomped his feet in anger. "You want me to be your scapegoat? That's exactly what you want." Xianxia turned around and headed straight for Tong Ling's group. Tong Ling's group was also in great pain as they faced dozens of snow mountain great demons. Even though the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was suppressing them, more and more snow mountain great demons rushed into the formation to resist the blazing fire formation. They were no longer as fearful of Tong Ling's group as before. Instead, they launched wave after wave of attacks, causing them serious injuries. Xianxia's return made everyone feel relieved. However, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was on the verge of collapsing. Icicles covered the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. It was going to be a tough battle. Interesting. Looks like your formation isn't simple. Xianxia began to join forces with Tong Ling and the others to fend off the enemy, but as more and more snow mountain demon experts joined in, the battle became very difficult. Xianxia's Genesis Chi surged, and he once again activated the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. This was their last hope. If the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was destroyed, they would not be far from death. There were so many 9th Heaven Star Emperor experts, more than 30 of them. Even 10 Xianxias would not be able to save them. Therefore, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was particularly important. Xianxia originally thought that these guys would be afraid of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, but he underestimated the intelligence of the snow mountain demon. They recklessly rushed forward without any hesitation. Although they were at a loss at the beginning, they were ready to attack when they learned that Xianxia's 5-elemental trigram fire formation could not kill them directly, but could only weaken their strength. Compared to Xianxia, Tong Ling and the others, the blue-robed man was in a more aggrieved situation. He was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. More than 30 experts bombarded him, and he could only rely on his superior means of escape to quickly approach the 5-elemental trigram fire formation and seek Xianxia's protection. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation covered a radius of 100 meters. The blue-robed man's goal was to enter the formation. Even if he could not save the situation, it would not be as easy for these guys to kill him. Damn it. That guy has led everyone to us. Balzaha gnashed his teeth in anger. He had been tricked twice in a row. Who wouldn't be angry? Be careful of that guy. I have a feeling that we are his target, Xianxia cautiously said. We can't even protect ourselves. If he points the spear at us, it will be hard to say what will happen. Tong Ling's expression was very serious. Tong Ling looked extremely solemn. Even with the support of Xianxia's 5-elemental trigram fire formation, they couldn't hold on any longer. This kind of deadly charge was the scariest. They didn't care about their own deaths, they just wanted to kill you. They were no different from death soldiers. Let's stabilize first. I'm thinking of a way. Xianxia said in a low voice. The more they panicked, the more they needed to calm themselves down. Their goal was to escape, not to kill as many great snow mountain demons as that would be meaningless. Xianxia had to be careful. The blue-robed man was already close behind him, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. He landed next to the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, and the great snow mountain demon in front of him. This was definitely a battle full of conspiracies and smoke. Whether he could get out of here alive depended on this. Xianxia pretended to be weak. This was his plan. He would deliberately delay the great snow mountain devils, but he would not counterattack. Instead, he would retreat. Since the blue-robed man had said that he knew how to leave this place, when their lives were in danger, no one could stay out of it. At that time, even if he didn't want to help them, he had to help them. Saving others was equivalent to saving himself. Get ready, I'm going to withdraw the formation. Follow me. Xianxia quickly withdrew the 5-elemental trigram fire formation and ran back. This time, Xianxia had shrunk the range of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, making it stronger. The heat was even more intense. Within a 10-meter radius, everything was burned. The Great Snow Mountain demons became cautious again. Within the shrunken range, the fire formation was even hotter. Once they got close, the Great Snow Mountain demons' cultivation would be suppressed again. They didn't dare to act rashly. However, the young man in the blue robe was not so lucky. Although his strength was at the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm, without the protection of the five elements trigram fire formation, he became the target of everyone again. Even if he was a god descending to the mortal world, he would not be able to face 30 experts alone. The blue-robed man's face was full of bitterness. He hated Xianxia to the core. Even though Xianxia couldn't escape from the Great Snow Mountain demons for a while, he could at least remain undefeated in the five-elemental trigram fire formation. However, the blue-robed man might have to face death. Xianxia wanted to force the blue-robed man into a corner. Only then would he be able to tell them how to leave the ancient snow region. Tong Ling and the others were very serious. They stood back to back with Xianxia, attacking the Great Snow Mountain demons from all directions. However, the situation was still very dangerous. If this continues, we won't be able to escape either, Xianxia. Balzaha said worriedly. Yeah, even though they don't dare to attack us all at once, our range of movement is very limited. Once they attack us, we won't be able to resist, Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Their current strength had been greatly suppressed and they had consumed a lot of energy. They couldn't hold on for much longer. You still have to endure. Let's see if you can outlast that guy over there, Xianxia said, pointing at the blue-robed man. Tong Ling's eyes brightened. Did Xianxia have a card up his sleeve? If we outlast him, will we be able to survive? Xianxia was suddenly motivated. However, it seemed that the blue-robed man couldn't hold on for much longer. So many Great Snow Mountain demons were shooting icicles at him, worsening his injuries. Xianxia was confident that he could outlast that guy. After all, they had the protection of the five-elemental trigram fire formation. If he dies, he won't be able to survive. We have to push him to the edge of death, Xianxia said with a smile. They were fighting against the Great Snow Mountain demons from all directions. After being weakened by the five-elemental trigram fire formation, their strength was only at the peak of the 7th sky of the Star Emperor realm or even the 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Moreover, there were so many Great Snow Mountain demons. Xianxia wasn't sure if he could survive. However, he had to gamble. If the blue-robed man wanted to live, he had to cooperate with him. Bastard! As long as you give us the jade pendant, we will take you out of here, the blue-robed man shouted in a deep voice. He moved cautiously. His body was already covered with wounds. Facing so many Great Snow Mountain demons, even an immortal couldn't save him. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Even if I give you the jade pendant, will you be able to leave here alive? Without my protection, you won't be able to move an inch. Therefore, your life can only be exchanged for my protection, Xianxia said calmly. In your dreams. Wishful thinking. You want to swallow my jade token as well? I'd rather die than submit. The blue-robed man roared and roared as he tumbled away. His blood splattered all over the cavern as he ran and tumbled away. Seeing the blue-robed man's wretched state, Xianxia could not help but say emotionally, "You're so pitiful. Such a tough guy. I give up. You win. Big brother, at least hold on. I don't want to lose face." Xianxia didn't expect that before he finished his sentence, this guy would actually beg for mercy. Just now, he was praising him for being a tough guy. Now, he gave in. He really didn't have any willpower. Okay, then I will fulfill your wish. Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. Now, the blue-robed young man was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He wasn't a threat to them at all. However, he wanted to live. He wanted to leave this place. His desire for life finally made him yield to Xianxia. If he didn't depend on Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to leave this damned place. Xianxia was right. Without him, even if he got the jade pendant, he wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone had the right to live. Everyone wanted to live because once they died, they would have no value anymore. Death was like a lamp going out. Even if it was an old monster who had lived for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, they didn't want to die. To anyone, death was extremely terrifying. The blue-robed young man thought that he could be unwavering, but he still failed. He was defeated by his own heart. He was afraid of death, but it wasn't his fault. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Even though he had stayed in this world of ice and snow for 20 years, in order to find the so-called jade pendant, he still wanted to live. Only by staying alive would there be hope. In the end, the jade pendant was just a worldly possession. If he wanted to live, he had to pay the price. Xianxia understood it. The blue-robed young man understood it even more. If he died here, it wouldn't be worth it. If he was alive, there would be hope. After leaving this place, he could still get the jade pendant in his hand. As long as there's life, there's hope. He knows how to get out? Tong Ling was also very surprised. Otherwise, why do you think I wanted him to die? Ha ha ha. With the protection of my 5-elemental trigram fire formation, it shouldn't be a problem for us to leave this place. They won't dare to attack us so easily. Even 10,000-year-old ice will be completely melted by the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. So, most of them will retreat after one attack. As long as we can block them, we can leave alive. Xianxia kept expanding the range of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation until it covered the blue-robed man. At this time, the man's pain was alleviated. The Great Snow Mountain demons didn't dare to act recklessly. They were on the verge of collapse. Where's the exit? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Under the statue of the great sovereign. The blue-robed man was constantly gasping for breath, his complexion extremely gloomy. It was impossible to see his face in this blue shadow, but the blood on his body was completely different from that of the Snow Mountain Great Demon. He really wasn't someone from the giant demon race. Are you sure? Balzac asked. I'm about to die. Why would I lie to you? Even if we die together. Do you think these Snow Mountain Great Demons will let you go, or will they let me go? The blue-robed man said simply. That's right. The words of a dying man are always kind. I'll believe you this time. Xianxia said. Go under the statue. Xianxia said in a deep voice. He controlled the 5-elemental trigram fire formation to retreat, approaching the statue of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Push down the statue. The exit is below. But those guys won't let us leave so easily. The blue-robed man said. I'll leave the statue to you. Leave them to me. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He held his blade horizontally, his fighting spirit soaring. Kill them. We can't let these lowly, shameless humans leave this place. Take back the jade plate. Take back the dignity of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. Kill them. The roar of the Snow Mountain Great Devil was deafening and resounded in the cave. They knew that Xianxia and the others were going to run away. How could they not stop them? If they didn't stop them, they would lose their face. There were hundreds of Snow Mountain Great Demons. How could they let a few puny humans escape from under their eyes? We can't let them push down the statue. We can't let them leave this place. Tong Ling and the blue-robed man rushed towards the statue, ready to push it down. At this moment, Xianxia was facing hundreds of Snow Mountain Great Demons. It was a matter of life and death. He had to stop them. Under the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword and was ready to face the enemies from all directions. Can you do it? Brother Jiang. Xianxia asked. A man can't say that he can't do it. Even if he can't do it, he can. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia laughed and nodded. He admired Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. Facing so many Snow Mountain Great Demons, even with the protection of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, it would not be easy for them to escape. Xianxia didn't look around. He didn't need to kill all the Snow Mountain Great Devils here, he just needed to stop them from advancing. Come on. Let me see how strong you are. Xianxia used his dragon transformation and charged forward. The heavenly dragon sword flew in and out. With the help of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, Jiang Chen's strength was in stark contrast to the Snow Mountain Great Demons. In this battle, Jiang Chen fought against hundreds of Snow Mountain Great Demons. Even though the opponent's strength was suppressed, it was still not something to be underestimated. At that moment, even the blue-robed man was shocked. Jiang Chen's skills were too strong. The limitless sword made him invincible. More and more people rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's tyrannical body gave everyone a surprise. With the dragon transformation, he was not afraid of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. He grabbed the Snow Mountain Great Demons with one hand and slashed them into pieces with the other. His invincible appearance made countless Snow Mountain Great Demons tremble in fear. One after another, the Snow Mountain giant devils rushed towards Jiang Chen. They were either slashed by the heavenly dragon sword or injured by Jiang Chen's sword qi. Jiang Chen's body of flesh and blood was not in a disadvantageous position against the Snow Mountain giant devils. Reverse Dragon Scale. Jiang Chen used his reverse dragon scale. His body was strengthened again. Like a divine soldier descending from the sky, he killed more than 20 Star Emperor realm experts in a few moves. The ground was covered with blue blood, which was shocking. More and more Snow Mountain Great Demons started to fear Jiang Chen. However, they were under the orders of their elders and they were proud Snow Mountain Great Demons. How could they back off? Jiang Chen was like a flag in the middle of the crowd, ignoring everyone's existence as he slashed through the void. Waves of flame swept across the area. It was a fatal threat to the Snow Mountain Great Devil. Jiang Chen was like a flag, ignoring everyone's existence. 5 Elemental Divine Fire, Real Dragon Handprint. The Snow Mountain Great Demons were all terrified. Jiang Chen is here. Who dares to fight me? Jiang Chen held his sword, his eyes blazing like torches. In less than 15 minutes, he had killed nearly half of the Snow Mountain Great Demons. Tong Ling and the others were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was simply a god of war. They were no match for such a super genius. Jiang Chen had hidden his strength too well. Even they had been deceived. What a strong power. What a domineering aura. The blue-robed man murmured. The fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. Unfortunately, they had no other thoughts. They just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Rumble, with a loud bang, the Tenjiang tall statue was finally pushed down. Jiang Chen, let's go. Tong Ling let out a low roar and called out to Jiang Chen. The few of them then jumped into the dense fog. Jiang Chen looked back and quickly retreated. He followed closely behind, jumping into the fog pit under the statue. Damn it. They got away. Don't chase them. That's the humans' territory. If we go there, we'll be in even more danger. Today, we've already suffered heavy losses. The older Snow Mountain Great Demon said with a gloomy expression. He looked at the dozens of corpses around him, his heart in agony. Could it be that the end of my giant demon clan has arrived? Jiang Chen and the others fell directly into a cave. Everyone sat on the ground, their faces pale. They had survived the disaster. Although they had been in constant danger, fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. Damn, I'm so tired. I almost died. Xianxia was panting heavily. I don't want to come here anymore. Balzaha muttered. He was sweating profusely. He had many injuries on his body. When they fought against the Snow Mountain Great Demons, they had used up a lot of energy and sustained many injuries. Where's Jiang Chen? Tong Ling asked. In an instant, Jiang Chen also fell, crashing into the cave. Pfft. Are you all right? Brother Jiang. Xianxia hurriedly took a step forward and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was really too mighty just now, it was unbelievable. I'm fine, cough, cough. Jiang Chen waved his hand, but the blue-robed man had already disappeared from the cave. No one knew where he had gone. Where is that person? Jiang Chen asked. When we landed, he had already disappeared. Balzaha spread his hands. Jiang Chen directly rushed out of the cave. At this moment, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. The cave in front of him was actually the cave he had rested in back in the dark forest. However, the blue-robed man had already disappeared. Jiang Chen had originally wanted to kill him, but that fellow was rather smart. He knew that he was in danger and immediately ran away. That person knew their secret, as well as the Snow Mountain Great Demon's secret. He had also hidden in the ancient snow domain for so long, so he was definitely not simple. Xianxia knew nothing about that fellow, but because of this, he was constantly feeling uneasy. "We're out. Ha 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 ha, we're finally out. Yeah, damn it, I thought we would never come back." "It wasn't easy, sigh," the three of them said in unison, their faces full of relief. They had never felt that the air here was so fresh, and the dark forest was so familiar. "We might have to be more careful of that blue-robed man in the future. We don't even know who he is, but they know us very well," Xianxia said in a deep voice. He was always prepared for danger in times of peace. He would never assume the worst. "Let's go back first. We can't stay here for long." Balzaha looked around and said worriedly. "We've all gathered the Heart of Darkness, except for you, Brother Jiang. I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid we'll have to go back and rest for a while." Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. "I've also gathered it." Jiangchen flipped his palm, and the Heart of Darkness of the Thunder Cloud Leopard and the Snow Mountain Great Demon appeared in his hands. "This? How is this possible?" Balzaha's face was full of disbelief. Even so many Snow Mountain Great Demons couldn't do anything to Jiangchen. "What's impossible? Can the Thunder Cloud Leopard be stronger than the Snow Mountain Great Demons?" Tongling pursed her lips and looked at Balzaha. Previously, they had all thought that Jiangchen had used all his strength to escape from the Thunder Cloud Leopard. Now, it seemed that the Thunder Cloud Leopard had been killed by Jiangchen. However, they had thought that Jiangchen was the weakest one. Not to mention killing the Thunder Cloud Leopard, it would be a miracle if the Thunder Cloud Leopard didn't eat him. After returning to Norton City, Jiangchen, Tongling, and the others went their separate ways. Jiangchen was no exception. In the courtyard, the first thing Jiangchen did when he returned was to study the treasures in his hands. The jade pendant and the jade scroll. The jade pendant was precious to the blue-robed man, so it was definitely not an ordinary item. As for the tattered jade scroll, it was in the hands of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It couldn't be trash, right? The Black King was experienced and knowledgeable, so he knew more than Luo Yunyang. A treasure that even the Black King recognized would definitely surprise Luo Yunyang. Jiangchen rubbed his hands and eagerly picked up the jade pendant. The cold jade pendant gave off a chilling feeling. There were 3 runes on the jade pendant, which puzzled Jiangchen. "What does this mean?" Jiangchen asked. "The words on this jade pendant are very old, so I don't recognize them. However, I can deduce that this is only one of the jade pendants. There are a total of 3, so this item must be the treasure of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The main thing is that the words on this jade pendant don't describe many things. If we can find 3 jade pendants, perhaps I can deduce something," the Black King said. "In other words, this jade pendant is trash to us now," Jiangchen said with a wry smile. He felt a little aggrieved that the item he had risked his life to get was useless. "You can't say that. At least this jade pendant is definitely valuable, and the blue-robed man must know what it's used for," the Black King pondered. "That's right. I'm afraid that even if I don't go to him, he'll come to me soon," Jiangchen said with a smile. However, he still had to be careful of that expert at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. "As long as I find the blue-robed man, all the problems will be solved." "What about this jade slip?" Jiangchen took out the jade slip. There were also some words written on it that he didn't recognize. The jade slip was more than a meter long. Although it was called a jade slip, it was actually almost as big as a table. It was made up of dozens of pieces of jade, simple and mysterious. Half of it had been cut off, and only a part was left. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary letter of the Great Emperor, but it's only a part. If we can find the whole thing, we might be able to obtain the cultivation experience of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It's too precious. The Black King was extremely excited, but Jiangchen was very calm. At the end of the day, this part is incomplete. It's useless. End of chapter 4460. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.